Hello, my name is Julia and I'm the instructor of this course. I come from a town close to Frankfurt am Main in Germany, and I started teaching German and English 9 years ago. In the last 2 years I've been teaching online on the platform Workbook.com, and I would like to show you my teacher's profile there. So this is my teacher's profile on Workbook.com. Workbook is a big platform where you can learn different languages from private teachers. So here I'm a 5-star teacher, and I've had more than 1,500 lessons so far with 225 students from all over the world. I'm teaching business German here, and also German for beginners until advanced students. So here, if you like, you can have a look at the comments that my students have left, and there are about 31 pages. So if you like, you can go through that. And here on this platform, I'm preparing my students for the Goethe exam of different German levels from A1 until C1 usually. I'm also preparing my students for the test DAF as well as the TELC exam. So I'm quite experienced with that, and also what you have to learn on each German level, like on the A1 level, A2 level, and so on and so forth. So to tell you a little bit more about my personal background, I studied international business and languages as well as trilingual business correspondency, and during my studies that I spent a big part abroad, I've been always teaching languages. And I learned 7 languages myself, of which I speak 5 fluently, also because I also grew up bilingual, and I exactly know how difficult it can be to learn a new language, and that's why I will try to encourage you not to give up and to keep on learning German, even though it might be tough at times, but it's really worth it. So I hope you enjoyed this short presentation about myself, and I hope to see you in this course, and I hope you enjoy it. Tschüss!
Hallo und willkommen zu diesem Kurs. Hello and welcome to this course. My name is Julia, and I will guide you through all chapters and help you to learn German. So after each chapter, please make sure that you do the quizzes that you will find. You will also see PDF files attached. All presentations can be downloaded. You will also find PDF files with homework after most chapters. And yeah, so that was just a brief introduction. So I hope you enjoy this course and really learn a lot. And ja, wir sehen uns dann im ersten Kapitel. See you in the first chapter. Tschüss!
Hallo und willkommen zum ersten Kapitel dieses Kurses. Welcome to the very first chapter of this course. And since we are at the beginner's level, we are really going to start from 0. So we are going to look at the German alphabet today. So as you see here, it's called das Alphabet. Okay, this is the neutral article, which is the English the. The difference in German is just that we have 3 different articles, thus 3 different genders for nouns, okay, and das is the neutral one. So it's good to get used to that right from the beginning, and also learn the articles that belong to each noun, because later on you will see how important that is in the German grammar to know the gender of each noun. Okay, so das Alphabet. So here on the first slide you see a few words. I will explain, or maybe even you can try to repeat the words that I will read right now. That would be a great exercise for you to practice the pronunciation. Okay, so Großbuchstabe, as you see, is a capital letter. Kleinbuchstabe, lowercase. IPA, this is the International Phonetic Alphabet. So here you see how the letters are pronounced. Deutsch means German. Okay, don't confuse it with Dutch. This is not Dutch, it's a Deutsch. Okay, and English is English. So you see it's written almost the same, just the pronunciation is a little bit different. Okay, it's English. So let's have a look at the letters. The first one is A. Okay, so here we have an example for a word with A. It's die Antwort, which means the answer. Die Antwort. So this is not die like in English, okay? This is the female article in the German language. Die Antwort. Okay, B. Would be great if you also repeat. B. Der Bär. You see here the bear. Der Bär. Der. This is the masculine article in the German language. Der Bär. C. Here, der Clown. Just like in English, the clown. Der Clown. D. Das Dach. Okay, the roof, das Dach. So das Dach, the roof, is neutral in German, and maybe it, or probably it's a little bit confusing right now for you, because then maybe you ask yourself, why is the answer feminine and the bear is masculine and the roof is neutral? Later on, you will see a few rules on how to recognize whether a word is neutral, feminine, or masculine. However, there are a lot of words which you just would have to learn by heart, and their gender, okay, like das Dach, you just would have to learn it by heart, unfortunately, okay, so there are not always rules to every word. E, das Essen, the food. F, das Ferkel, okay, das Ferkel. G, das Glück, okay, das Glück. H, der Hunger. As you see in English, the hunger. There are a lot of words that are very similar, like many German words that are very similar, or even the same as in the English language. Just the pronunciation is different. Like here, as you see with the Hunger in German, Hunger and hunger. I, der Igel, der Igel. J, okay, this is called J, der Juni. K, die Kugel. L, die Liebe, die Liebe. M, das Meer, das Meer. N, die Nase. O, der Opa, which is grandpa. We also have another word for grandpa, which is Großvater, but this is rather like grandfather. It's a little bit more formal and more old-fashioned. Today we rather say Opa, and Oma for grandma. Okay, dann die nächste Seite, the next page. So here, let's see. P, okay, P, die Perle. Q, die Qualität, die Qualität. R, der Rotwein. Okay, you will see in one of the next chapters, I will teach you some pronunciation rules. Why an R here is pronounced as R, which comes from the throat, and maybe in with words like Ufer, here it's just pronounced like an A. Okay, you will learn it all in this course. So for now, maybe we just focus on getting used on the pronunciation of the words. Okay, so S, die Sonne. S, die Sonne. T, der Tee. Okay, it's pronounced basically the same as the letter T, Tee. Okay. U, das Ufer. V, der Vogel. W, okay, we pronounce it as V, die Wand, die Wand. Okay, so we don't have something like in English like w, like wall. We don't have this. We say Wand, v, okay, Wand. X, das Xylophon, das Xylophon. Y, okay, we call it Y, die Yacht, die Yacht. Z, now the German Z is very strong, okay, it's very important, okay, Z, der Zahn, der Zahn. And now we have some special letters here, which is E, Ö, Ü, okay, that takes some effort to practice that. Well, not for everybody, but this is usually something that gives the German students some trouble, okay? But it's everything. It's possible you can learn it, but you just have to practice a little bit, okay? So we either call it E or we call it A umlaut. You can also call it A umlaut or E. It's like a mix between the German E and A. Okay? Die Äpfel, die Äpfel. Das Öl, das Öl. So Ö, or you can also say O umlaut or Ö. When you have to, if you write it, for example, like just the name of the letter, okay, Ö, or you can call it O umlaut. Ü, so you can also call it U umlaut. Ü, die Übung, die Übung. Okay, so Äpfelöl, Übung. Okay, so Ü goes a little bit more down, it goes Übung, and Ö goes more up, so it's Öl. Okay, so it takes some practice. Okay, so, and then the last one here is SZ, which looks like a B. We call it SZ, it's actually just an S. Okay, like here, der Fuß. The only function that it has, this SZ, and we don't use it too often, the function here is just to stretch the vowel right before this SZ. So if you have an SZ here, you pronounce the U, the vowel, right before that. A vowel, the letters A, E, I, O, and U, they are called vowels. The rest of the letters are called consonants. Okay, so the vowel here right before the SZ is stretched, so it's Fuß. Okay, it's not Fuss, it's Fuß. Okay, a little bit longer. That's the function of this SZ. Okay, good. So that was the very first chapter. I hope you enjoyed it, and this is still quite easy, I think. Just focus on the pronunciation a little bit. Maybe you repeat the words, and and then we continue in the next chapter. Tschüss und bis zum nächsten Video. Tschüss. Hallo und willkommen zu diesem Kapitel. Welcome to this chapter. Here we are going to talk about Aussprache. Aussprache means pronunciation in English. So obviously the German pronunciation, as you have already seen in the alphabet, is very different from the English pronunciation, and we have quite many pronunciation rules which will help you to recognize how to pronounce a word. So in this chapter, you will see like one of the most important pronunciation rules, okay? And please try to repeat the words also that I'm saying, so you get used to the right pronunciation right from the beginning, okay? Because once you adapt to the wrong pronunciation or learn it the wrong way, later on it will be very difficult to get rid of this accent. Okay, so I've always had quite many students who were very advanced in the German language, who could understand basically everything, but the pronunciation was a little bit off because they learned it the wrong way right from the beginning, and it was so difficult for them to get rid of this accent that they had. Okay, so if you learn it the right way right from the beginning, later on you will have less trouble. Okay. So let's have a look at one of the most important pronunciation rules. So here we have SP, ST, and SCH, okay? Or SP, ST, SCH in German. So, for example, here we have the word der Sport. So all words that start with an SP are pronounced as sp. Okay, it's Sport. So we don't say sport, we say Sport. Okay, whenever you see it at the beginning of a word, der Sport. If you see it at the end of the word, the SP, then the SP is pronounced normal, like sp. Okay, not sp, but just SP. If it's at the end of a word, sometimes, or like actually very often, what we do in the German language is just combine two or more words together. So we have some words that are very long. So if you put two words together, let's say Spielspaß, Spielspaß, it's like the fun of playing, kind of. This is what it means. It would be just one word. So Spielspaß, we would pronounce the SP of Spaß, of the second word, also as sp, because there are two separate words actually that are put together. If it was like just one word which happens to have SP in the middle of the word, it would be pronounced as a normal SP, like sp. Okay, but whenever it's a own word and it starts with an SP, then it's pronounced as sp. Okay, der Sport. So as you see here, it's a masculine word. This is a masculine article. So don't worry, we will focus on that later on in this course. but just for you to get rid of, to get used, can't get rid of those those genders in the German language, in the German grammar. But so der Sport, it's masculine, okay, der Sport. Spielen, which means to play, spielen, okay, so no matter whether it's a noun, a verb, or whatever, what kind of a word it is, you always pronounce it as sp if it's at the beginning of the word. Der Spaß is the fun, der Spaß. And then whenever you have an st at the beginning of a word, you also pronounce it as st. Okay, so here it's der Stuhl, also masculine. Okay, der Stuhl. Then we have stehen, to stand, stehen. Okay, it would be good if you could repeat it also, stehen. Du hast. So here you see you have an st at the end of the word, so you pronounce it the normal way, du hast. In southern Germany we have some dialects where you would pronounce it as hast. Okay, like in the Schwabenland, as we call this region. So you would say du hast, but this is just a dialect. Okay, so like the standard German, or let's say clean German, this is what you are learning in this course. You just pronounce it as du hast. Okay, because we have many dialects in Germany. Like some of even natives don't understand. If you go to, let's say, I'm from Hessen, and if I go to Bavaria and to a little village in Bavaria, I would hardly understand them actually, because they use their own words. The pronunciation is very different. It's very difficult to understand if they speak like just this dialect, or even like in Switzerland also. The German there is completely different. It's very difficult to understand. Okay, so the standard German that you're learning here, like this is like which is internationally taught, okay, the clean German, let's say. So that's why you just pronounce it as in this case du hast, okay, no hast or anything like that, okay. So schön is nice or beautiful, schön. Here you have an sch, it's pronounced exactly the same way as the sh in English, okay, like to shine or so. So it's schön, schön. Das Geräusch. Okay, so no matter whether it's at the beginning of a word, in the middle of the word, or at the end of the word, whenever you have this combination sch, you pronounce it as sh. Okay, das Geräusch. Die Hausschuhe. So here you have an example of what we like to do in the German language, is putting two or more words together. So die Hausschuhe. The house is das Haus, and Schuhe means the shoes. Die Hausschuhe is the slippers, or house shoes as we call them. Okay, we like to keep the words or the meaning literal, so it's die Hausschuhe, the house shoes as we say. Then the next one, Doppelkonsonant and Doppelvokal. Okay, so vokal, vowel, that are the letters A, E, I, O, U, that are vokal, and also the umlauts, the Ö, Ü, the letters with the two dots on top of them, that are called vowels or Vokale in German. Und Konsonant, consonants are the rest. All other letters are called Konsonant. Okay, so here in this chapter, or in this slide, we have double consonants and double vowels. So the rules here, if you have a double consonant, like here die Mutter, what you have to do here is to pronounce the vowel right before that very briefly. So it's just die Mutter, okay? So it's not Mutter or so, it's Mutter, very short, okay? Die Mutter, the mother. Die Sonne, the same. Here we have a double consonant, so we pronounce the vowel before that, or in front of that, very briefly. Die Sonne, Sonne. Then das Komma, okay, the same. You pronounce the vowel very briefly. Then it's quite the opposite for vowels. If you have a double vowel, then you stretch it. So here it's der Aal, okay, so it's not al, it's der Aal, long A, Aal. Or here, der Saal, okay, der Saal, also stretched. Und der Zoo, der Zoo. Please get used right from the beginning to the German Z, okay, it's very strong. Zoo, der Zoo. Okay, so here a long O also, that's so. But it's basically the same as in English. Here you also say zoo, right? You don't say zo or so, so you say Zoo. It's the same in German, der Zoo. Good. Then the next one is I, E, and EI. Those letters together, those combinations, we have to pronounce the following way. So here, for example, we have der Dieb, the thief. So der Dieb, as you see here, I, E, that means that you have to stretch the I. Okay, so it's a long I, der Dieb. So you don't say dip or dip, deep. It's deep. Okay, der Dieb. Kind of like the word deep in English. Yeah, der Dieb. Also the B, it's not pronounced very strong, so it's not dieb or so, it's deep. Sounds more like a P at the end. Okay, der Dieb. Die Sympathie. Die Sympathie. Here you also have an IE, so it's a long I. Die Sympathie. Lieben, to love, lieben. Okay, so you don't say lieben or so, it's lieben. The German L is also very soft, right? We have just L. So it's in some languages, like in Russian, it's like very strong, it's a L. In German, it's L, it's very soft, lieben. Then we have the combination EI, das I here, the egg, das I. So it's pronounced the same as the English I, like I do this and that, right? It's just das I. This is how we pronounce it. No matter whether it's at the beginning, in the middle, or at the end of a word, just as with IE, we pronounce it as I, leicht. Okay, leicht, that's easy or light, leicht. Und frei. Frei is free. Okay, frei. So it's not frei or so, it's I. Okay, frei. Dann die nächste Seite, the next page. Hier haben wir CK und CH. Okay, this is what we have here. So the CK is just pronounced like a normal K basically. It's der Fleck. Okay, der Fleck. Nicken. Nicken. Der Sack. Okay. Please also learn all the vocabulary that you're seeing here in the charts. Okay, in order to speak a language, you need the tools for that also, and that are the words, right? Because without words, you cannot speak. So use the opportunity here and learn all the vocabulary that you see, because this is all also A1 vocabulary that you need for the A1 level. Okay, so der Sack. It's just a normal K, der Sack. Das Licht, so CH is okay, this is how we pronounce it. It's basically just the air that you push through your teeth or through your mouth. Okay, Licht, Licht. So it's not H, not the strong H or so, it's Licht. It's very soft, Licht. Die Milch, okay, die Milch. Die Abmachung, die Abmachung. Okay. If there was no C in this case, for example, we would pronounce it as Abmachung. Okay, the H, you would not even hear the H if there was a vowel before that or after that without the C. Okay, it would be just to stretch the vowel. So here we put the C to actually, so you just actually can hear the H, Abmachung. Okay. Then we have CH, so here we pronounce it in different ways. It also depends on the origin of the word. So here, for example, we have das Christentum, so we would pronounce it like a K in this case, Christentum. Okay, so we don't say Christentum, especially if it's at the beginning. Here we would pronounce it as a K, Christentum. Then we have here the word die Chance. In this case, it's a French word, so we pronounce it the French way, die Chance. Okay, we don't say Chance or Kanze or anything like that. We say Chance. Okay, because we just pronounce it the French way. Just as here, der Champagner. Okay, it's also French, so we pronounce it the French way, der Champagner. Then here, that chili, here it's pronounced just as in English as a ch, okay, that chili, or or just the Spanish way also, okay, like chico, but here it's like the chili in this case. Then we have chip. So this is an English word, so we also pronounce it the English word. So whenever we have English words in the German language, which we have quite often, Anglizismen we call them, words that we just take from the English language, then we pronounce it the English way. Yeah, if it's possible, you know. Some people have sometimes difficulties with that, but actually we just pronounce it in the English way. So like here, that chip. Here it's der Chef. In this case, this is a false friend, as we call him. So it's not like the English word, the chef. Okay, chef in German means the boss, der Chef. Okay, so it's not somebody who is cooking or so. It's just the boss at any kind of industry. Okay, so der Chef. Okay, dann die nächste Seite, the next page. Here we have Vokal plus H plus Vokal. So this is what I've just mentioned earlier. So whenever you have a vowel and then comes an H, and also if there is a vowel right after that, the only function of this H is to stretch the vowel. So here, sehen, okay? So we don't say sechen or sehen or so. We don't pronounce the H at all. It just has the function to stretch the E. Okay, sehen, sehen. Okay, don't pronounce the H, please. It's just sehen. Or here, sehr. We have that very often in the German spelling, that we put this H to stretch the vowel. Sehen, sehr in this case. Ihn. Okay, ihn, ihn. So just a long I and then an N. Ihn. Dann die nächste Seite. So here the German R. So let's see what this German R, how to pronounce it. So first of all, we don't pronounce it like in the English language. We don't say R. Okay, there is nothing like that in the German language. So here, whenever you have an R and then you have a vowel right after that, you pronounce it from the throat. So here it's der Rand. So you feel it here vibrating. Rand. Okay. Rand. If you have trouble with that, please practice that, because yeah, I know in many languages that does not exist, this R from the throat. But yeah, this is something typical German, but it's also not that strong, you know. It's Rand, Rand. It's sometimes just like touching it quickly, Rand. Okay, so also don't make it too hard. So der Rand. Then here, regnen, to rain, regnen, regnen. Das Rätsel, Rätsel. Maybe you can already try to repeat. Okay, Rand, regnen, Rätsel. So it's the strong R, like R, like the rolling R, like here, Rand. We don't have this, just in a few dialects that exists. But as I said, we just learned standard German here, or Hochdeutsch as we call it, High German. So this is dialect free. Okay, so it just would be der Rand. Then der Gruß, der Gruß. Okay, Gruß. You can hardly hear it actually, Gruß. Okay, die Frage, die Frage. Das Praktikum, das Praktikum. Okay, Praktikum. Der Arbeiter. So here we pronounce the R in a different way, because here we have a vowel right before the R, just here and also here. So in those cases, whenever we have a vowel right before the R, we pronounce the R just like an A. You don't hear it actually at all. It's Arbeiter. As you hear, you don't hear any R or anything like that. It's just an A. You basically can exchange it with an A. Arbeiter. Okay, Arbeiter. Das Zimmer. So you can say, if you want, you can say Zimmer. So at the E or and A at the end, Zimmer. You can just say Zimmer. So it would be just like an A at the end, Zimmer. This is how we would pronounce it. Okay, Zimmer. Der Fehler. Der Fehler. So you see, it's just pronounced like an A. Der Arbeiter, das Zimmer und der Fehler. Okay, some students of mine always try to make it a little bit more difficult, trying to add this R from the throat or anything like that in this case, because often people think it has to be more difficult than it actually is. So it's really just exchanging it with an A. Okay, Zimmer, Fehler, Arbeiter, that's it. Okay, so don't make it too complicated for yourself. Don't try to add an R or R or anything like that. It's just an A here basically. Dann auf der nächsten Seite die Umlauts, okay, Ä, Ö, Ü. So let's practice that. So here we have die Städte. So it's like an open E. It's a mix of E, a mix between E and A. This die Städte, die Städte. Die Wärme, Wärme. It would be great if you repeat just to practice this a little bit, okay? Die Wärme, Wärme. V. So as you see here, v, Wärme. Die Äpfel, die Äpfel. Das Öl, Öl, okay? Öl. So it goes up, Öl. Die Lösung, böse. Okay, böse. And here, Lüge. So this goes a little bit more down. It's Lüge. Okay, it's not Ö, it's Ü. Goes a little bit down. Maybe that helps. Okay, so die Lüge. Die Füllung. Okay, here, Füllung. Here we have a double consonant. I hope you remember what the rule here is. If you have a double consonant, you pronounce the vowel right before that very briefly, right? Füllung. And ä, ö, ü, they also count as vowels. Okay? Die Füllung. Über, über. So here you see you have an R at the end. Right before that you have a vowel. Do you remember what you have to do here? Just pronounce it like an A. Über. Okay? So not über, über or anything. It's über. Okay? Good. Then the next one. Oi, J, Q, U here, Q, U. So first here we have EU, Deutsch. So we very often have this combination of E and U. So it's Oi, okay? The pronunciation is Oi. Okay, let's try that. Deutsch. Deutsch means German, okay? Deutsch. Here, die Freude, die Freude. Die Leute, okay? Leute. Heute, heute. And then we have the J, which is pronounced like the English Y. So it's not Julia like in English, it's Julia, Julia, okay, Julia. Der Januar, here also I, okay, der Januar. We never pronounce it as the English J, not Julia or so. Der Januar, or here Jung, Jung. Okay. As you see, also the words, many words are very similar, so which makes it easier for you to study the German vocabulary. Then we have QU, die Quelle. Whenever you have a Q and U together, you pronounce it as Kv, like a K and W together, like German W. Kv. Okay, die Quelle. Die Quelle. So we don't say Quelle because many people say Quelle, but it's not Quelle, it's Quelle, Quelle, okay? Die Qualität, so like in English it's quality, but we don't have this in German, okay? It's Qualität, Qualität and Quantität, die Quantität, the quantity. Quelle, Qualität, Quantität, okay? Please keep this in mind. And also, as I said before, also it would be great if you could learn the articles and the gender, okay? To each word. So der, do you remember which gender is der? The article der. This is masculine. Die is feminine. Okay, die feminine, der masculine, das would be neutral. And die we also use as a plural article. So any words that we have in the plural, so more than just one, no matter whether they are people, objects, no matter which gender this word actually has, whenever you use a plural article, it's always die, the same as the feminine article. Okay, but no worries, we will learn that all in this course. Then we have SZ here. So maybe you remember, like I explained in the last chapter, whenever you have an SZ, all you have to do is to stretch the vowel. Okay, so der Fuß, draußen, grüßen. Okay, very very short. It's not Fuß, it's not draußen, it's not grüßen. Okay, it's Fuß, draußen und grüßen. Okay. Good, so it's just pronounced like an S. Then we have Z and S here. So, as I said, the German Z is very strong. Okay, so der Zahn. Okay, make sure you pronounce it very strong. Der Zahn. Der Arzt. der Arzt. Here we have a vowel and then comes an R. Okay, so in this case we pronounce the R just like an A. Arzt, a long A, der Arzt. Der Tanz, der Tanz. Okay. Okay, please practice that. Then whenever we have an S and then comes a vowel after that, like here, it starts with an S and then comes a vowel, we pronounce the S like in the English Z, so it's der Sand, Sand. Okay, so it's not Sand, it's Sand. Der Sand, süß, die Sache. Okay, süß, here you see also an SZ, so you stretch the U-Umlaut here. Süß und die Sache. Okay, der Sand, süß, die Sache. Good. Then, okay, so that was the chapter about the pronunciation. It would be great if you have the chance to listen to some German. Maybe on on YouTube there are also a lot of videos, but of course maybe the radio and so on. I actually have a chapter here in this course in which you will see many links that will help you to practice more German, so just for you to get used to the pronunciation. Okay, so there are more pronunciation rules, but that are like the most important ones, or the ones that I see with my students that had most trouble with the pronunciation. Okay. So, dann hoffe ich, dass dir das Kapitel gefallen hat. Hope that you like this chapter, und wir sehen uns im nächsten. See you in the next chapter. Tschüss.
Sich vorstellen. Die Begrüßung. Hallo. Hi. Der Wohnort. Ich wohne in Frankfurt. Ich spreche Deutsch, Russisch, Spanisch, Portugiesisch und Englisch. Das Hobby. Meine Hobbys sind Reisen, Sport und Neues lernen. Die Verabschiedung. Tschüss. Ciao. Mach's gut. Auf Wiedersehen. Auf Wiederhören. Bis später. Bis bald.
Welcome to this chapter, and in this chapter you will learn a few things about the German culture, about a few German sites, and about the German food. We are just going to look at a few aspects. Of course, there's much more to talk about and much more to explain, but this is just a start. Of course, I will teach you and show you more things about the German culture and the food and the sites also. But, well, first here, as you see the background, that's winter in Germany. So depending on from which country you come from originally, maybe you do not have those the 4 seasons. In Germany we do. So we have the 4 seasons, spring, summer, fall, and winter. And the winter can be quite cold in Germany. And of course it's snowing. It's every time or every year it snows like in a different amount, let's say. Sometimes it snows very little, sometimes quite a lot. It also depends on which region. In Germany there are also big differences, and yeah, and as you see here, that's a cozy little town or a village in Germany with those houses. They are called Fachwerkhäuser. The style of houses is called Fachwerkhäuser. There's a little bit snow and everybody is at home, or most of the people, and yeah. So this is what Germany often looks like in winter. Now let's start with the first part, and that are the sites. Just 2 sites that I'm going to introduce to you in this chapter, in the 2 sites in Germany, then a little bit about the culture, and at the end we are going to talk about some German dishes. So let's start with the first one. So touristic sites, that is called Sehenswürdigkeiten in German. As you see, a long word, Sehenswürdigkeiten. So let's start with the first one, which is the Kölner Dom. You've probably heard about it already. This dome, or we call or cathedral, as it is called in English. In German, it's called der Dom, or you can also say die Kathedrale, the cathedral, and it's a Gothic cathedral. Gotisch is Gothic, and as you see, it's here in Cologne. At night, this is the cathedral, the Kölner Dom. Here we have a bridge. I'm going to talk a little bit about this bridge also later on. And as you see, Cologne is a beautiful city. You should see it. The people are very laid back. Like if you compare that city with many other German cities, this city is particularly famous for its carnival, Fasching, as we call it in German. There is the biggest carnival in Germany. You will find it in Cologne, and yeah, it's a lot of fun there, and I like this city actually quite a lot. So let's have a look at where that is. So Cologne, Köln, we call it in German. It's the federal state, as we call it, das Bundesland. Das Bundesland is the German federal state. We have 16 different federal states in Germany, and Cologne or Köln is in North Rhine-Westphalia, as you see here, and Cologne is about here. So North Rhine-Westphalia, and here you can see all the other federal states in Germany. Bavaria, Bayern, you surely have heard about that also. Here's Berlin, and yeah, you can have a look at that. And then every federal state has its own emblem, and this is the emblem of North Rhine-Westphalia. Even from the past, even towns or cities often have own emblems in Germany. So Einwohnerzahl is this is population in English. So the population in Cologne is 1,075,935 people, about, more or less. I'll just tell you the number in German: 1,075,935. There is a chapter about the German numbers, so you will learn how to say that. Difference between, especially as it is written in the United States. Usually we have a comma here in between. In Germany we put a dot here. Comma we just put if they're like smaller numbers. If we talk, if it's a price, for example, if you talk about the cents, then it would be separated with a comma. Here we put points. It's the other way around than in the United States. But of course, maybe in your home country, it's maybe the same case that we put dots here, just for you to know that. So das Bundesland, just the word, federal state in Germany, this is how we call them. If it's a state in a different country, it does not have to be called Bundesland. Maybe it's called different. Maybe it's just der Staat, which means the state. So it depends. But in Germany, we call them Bundesländer or das Bundesland if it's just one. And das Wappen is the emblem. This is just a vocabulary for you to know. Okay, so here we see the Kölner Dom again during the day. You see how it looks during the day here. Very famous cathedral in Germany, and yeah, and then you have a river here where many ferries are. You can always go on a ferry, on a ship, and just drive around. So the words here, die Fähre is the ferry, das Schiff is the ship, und das Boot is the boat. Just a few words here for you. And then we have stairs in front of the cathedral, in front of the Kölner Dom, and there are many people, especially during summer, gathering there just to socialize, to sit. We have a lot of artists also, like in front of those stairs that are performing, the street artists who are singing, dancing, and so on. So during summer it is a very social place with many social gatherings in front of the Kölner Dom. So if you get the chance to go there, especially during the warm seasons, You should go there. The stairs, you will see there are always people sitting, and quite often there are also performances. And so here for you the words. Die Treppe is the stairs. Die Künstler, the artists, and die Zuschauer are the viewers. That are just a few words. So here you have a lot of viewers. Viele Zuschauer, many viewers. Then the next picture here, here you have a picture of what the Kölner Dom looks like from the inside. There's just one picture from the windows, very colorful and beautiful, huge windows inside. The cathedral, the Kölner Dom, is a huge building, a huge cathedral. It's really worth going in there and to see what it looks like from the inside and from the outside. Here just the vocabulary. Das Fenster is the window, and bunt means colorful. So bunte Fenster means colorful windows in German. And then there is a bridge that leads to the Kölner Dom that we have just seen at the beginning, in the first slide. And this bridge, we have many locks hanging there. Almost the whole bridge is full of locks, and a lot of visitors who are coming to Cologne are hanging their locks there. And as you see, there are dates or names also. And very often this is for couples that are very in love, and then they put a lock there, and then it means that their love will last forever. They want to keep their love forever. That's why they put a lock there, or you put it there if you. It can be a symbol for luck, for example. People who get married, for example, put it there with their date. A lot of people, visitors, tourists from all over the world, also hang their locks there, and then in hope to that their love lasts forever. So most of the time it's about love. And so here you have a few words. Das Schloss means the lock, but das Schloss also means castle. It has two meanings. It can mean lock or castle depending on the context. And then we have another word here, das Glück, luck. So they also put it there in order to have luck, for example. And then the last word, die Liebe, means love, die Liebe. Okay, so, and then we have another site in Germany which is called Berchtesgaden. There are a lot of beautiful places in Germany. The nature is amazing in our country. The nature, and then of course we have museums. There's a lot of culture in Germany, a lot of old culture also. But here, this one, what we are going to look at is called Berchtesgaden, which is a village or a very little town. As you see here, Einwohnerzahl is just 7,662, so 7,662. And Berchtesgaden, this little town, is in the very south of Bavaria. It's here on this top over here. And this is the emblem of Bavaria, Freistaat Bayern. So Bayern, this is how we say Bavaria in German. And also a beautiful state with a lot of beautiful nature. I will make sure to publish a few more slides and also chapters about the German culture and nature and so on, so you can get to know the country a little bit more, not just the language, but of course also to get to know the country a little bit better. So now let's have a look at what we have in Berchtesgaden. And here you see this beautiful nature that we have in the south, and you will find places like that in many places in Germany, not just in Bavaria, not just in the south or specifically in this town. You will find it in a lot of places in Germany. So here, as you see, the air over there is super clean. A lot of people come there just to breathe. The air is clean, the nature is beautiful. The summers are really great there. You see here we have a boat, so people are swimming there in the boat. So you can of course also go swimming directly in this lake. So here you have some words. Der See is the lake, and der Berg is the mountain. So we have a lot of mountains and a lot of lakes there. Der See und der Berg. Okay. Then another picture of the same town. As you see here, this picture is very famous. If you look it up if you look up Berchtesgaden on Google, for example, you will typically see this picture. This is very famous for this little town. And here we have a church, and it's called Die Kirche in German. As you see, with beautiful mountains everywhere, and little sweet restaurants with typical German food. And it's really worth going there, especially in summer. In winter, of course, you can go skiing or snowboarding. It's also a great place for winter sports. And then here another picture from the mountains there, but basically everywhere in Germany where you have mountains, you will find those little huts like here, little cottages. This is very typical for Germany. We have them quite often. Either they are, for example, hiking clubs that are hiking through the mountains. A lot of people go to the mountains there to hike, and then they stop there, would eat there, or of course maybe somebody owns it. Even people who live there, farmers, for example, who live in the mountains. We also have that in the Alps quite often with cows and goats and so on. They give really great milk and cheese. It's you cannot compare it with what people usually buy in stores, because it's just fresh from the mountains, and it tastes really great. And yeah, so you can find those huts quite often in the mountains where people would stop and eat or live, for example. So here you have a few words just to learn. Die Aussicht means the view, so there is a beautiful view from the mountains. Die Aussicht, die Landschaft is the landscape, die Hütte is the hut, und die Natur is nature. So there's a beautiful nature in Germany, which you will see, or maybe you have seen that already. And okay, so that was the part about the sites in Germany. Just to, of course, there are countless sites in Germany, but just to start, there were 2 sites, and let's continue with the next one. A few things about the German culture. We say die Kultur in German. The culture, a female word, die Kultur. And a few things that we have here on the right side, as you see: privacy, punctuality, and work. Now that are like typical stereotypes what people hear from Germans, but actually it's quite true. So it's nothing that somebody has just thought up. It is actually quite true in that this is part of the German culture. So here we have the Privatsphäre, which means privacy in English. And Germans, they cherish their privacy quite a lot. And it depends on from which country you are originally. Maybe you come from a northern country, maybe from Northern Europe, or maybe from another place in Europe, which is like more in the north. But if you are not, then this the German culture can appear a little bit cold to you. As I just said, it depends on where you originally come from. For example, I spent quite a lot of time in Latin America because I partly lived there also, and the cultures are very different. Also, like compared to Asia, Germans, for example, don't like physical, like this touching that you often see in Latin America, for example, that people hug a lot and just touching while speaking, for example. In Germany, we don't really have that, unless it's maybe there is a family member and so on. But just with friends that we just met somewhere, for example, or in general, like touching, for example, we do not have that much. It's not that obvious in Germany. We have a lot of foreigners who live here, of course. That's a different thing than if people, for example, we have a lot of people from Turkey in Germany. That's a completely different thing because the culture is different. But the Germans, let's say real Germans, they would not they would not necessarily be that touchy. So privacy, also in the evenings, for example, this is what a lot of tourists see, that if you are in the smaller towns or villages, or not big cities like Berlin, for example, but the smaller towns that are typical German, around 5 o'clock, if it's maybe fall, when it gets darker earlier, then around 5, 6 in the evening, people will not be on the streets anymore. For example, they're sitting at home, they close the curtains, and then they just enjoy the privacy with the family, just do their things, like reading books and so on and so forth. So privacy is quite important to Germans. Also, coming very close, there are cultures where people, when they meet, they get very close and speak to each other, like face to face, very close. In Germany, we don't really have that. There's always like some private space that people need. So it's better not to come too close, because some people could feel offended then in their privacy. So it's always, when you meet Germans, yeah, maybe you should first like get to know the culture slowly, because the culture here is quite different. But as I said, depending on where you originally come from, maybe your culture is actually very similar to the German one. Okay, so the next part, here we have the Pünktlichkeit, which is the punctuality. And yeah, this is another typical stereotype, what people think of Germans, but this is actually really true. So punctuality is very important for Germans, and to respect their time. This is what they expect from others. So if you meet, even if you meet your friends, usually like if it's a business appointment at work, their punctuality is a must. There is no question about it. But even if you meet with friends, they expect you to be punctual. If you come 10 minutes too late, often Germans would be already a little bit annoyed about that, or quite annoyed. So it's good to be on time. If you are new in Germany, if you make German friends, it would be good to be on time. You cannot do anything wrong with that, because most of the time they will be punctual also. So Pünktlichkeit, punctuality, is very important in Germany. Then the next one, die Arbeit, work. The German work ethic is very famous, and it's yeah, it's really true. Germans love to work, or a lot of Germans live to work. This is what I always, when I talk to people when I'm abroad who have lived in Germany, this is what they very often say. The Germans, they live to work, and they don't really live that much to enjoy. That are typical stereotypes. Of course, everybody is different. But now, when to the places where I've been in other countries, it was obvious that like the work ethic, not in all countries, of course, but in quite a few, that the work ethic was not like in Germany. For Germans, work is very, very important, and when you meet somebody, within a few minutes, or maybe after a few sentences, people will ask you, what do you do for work, what do you do, and how do you make your living, and so on. So this is quite a big part of the identity, but it's probably everywhere. Like that people identify themselves with their work. But even if you, for example, in Germany, when you are in the supermarket and you line up in order to pay, the workers, the cashiers in the supermarkets are super fast. So sometimes I really have to get used to that again. So you even like you're not even ready packing all your groceries into your bags and or plastic bags and so on, and they're asking you already to pay because they are done with their work. They do it super fast, a little bit machine-like, and yeah, they're super fast. And I know I've experienced it in some other countries. It's absolutely not like that, but Germans take their job quite serious. But as I said, of course, not everybody. Of course, there are also people who do not like their job, or who don't take it that serious, but you will see that very often. You will see that quite often in Germany. And then the next part, it's about the German food, Deutsches Essen, German food. Now let's have a look. Of course, we have a lot of dishes in Germany, and like the eating behavior has quite changed in the last years in Germany. The traditional German food is quite heavy, so Germans eat quite a lot of pork, traditionally potatoes, a little bit greasy and heavy. This is the traditional food. However, it has changed a lot. Nowadays, people eat a lot of, we have a lot of vegans or vegetarians in Germany. In big cities like Berlin, for example, you will find many vegan or vegetarian restaurants. People prefer eating light nowadays in Germany. Organic food is very important, and they really watch out for their health and for their nutrition. So here, and this, what I'm going to show you, that are like the typical traditional German dishes. As you see here, appetizer, main dish, and dessert. I have just one example for each of those three parts here. Of course, we have many more, and I will make sure that I show you more than that. But let's just have a look to start. So the Vorspeise is the appetizer. And there are quite a lot of appetizers in Germany, but let's have a look at one, and that is the Kürbissuppe, which is the pumpkin soup, as you see here. Germans like soups, especially in winter when it's cold. We have a lot of soups like chicken soup, tomato soup, which are internationally known everywhere. So that doesn't mean that they were invented or cooked for the first time in Germany, but this is what Germans like quite a lot. Pumpkin soup with oranges, sometimes also just pure pumpkin soup, and then we have quite many soups in the German kitchen. So der Kürbis means the pumpkin, and die Suppe means the soup. As you see here, a pumpkin soup as an appetizer. Then the next part, it's the Hauptspeise, the main dish, and I've chosen one that I like a lot. Maybe you know this one already. It's called Knödel, and Knödel are most of the time made of potatoes or of bread. It depends on, we have different types of Knödel, and as you see, there are little balls here, and usually we eat them with a special sauce. We have different sauces, Jägersoße and Pilzsoße and so on. And so here you have a few words. So die Soße, you can write it either this way or that way, and it means sauce. Die Kartoffel is the potato, and das Brot is the bread. So sometimes it's made of bread, sometimes it's made of potatoes. These ones here are definitely made of potatoes. Going to look at some that are made of bread. So this is a typical German dish. Here we also have Knödel, but these ones are with Gulasch, as we say in German, das Gulasch, or Gulasch here in English. So here with meat. These ones here are made with bread, and then some herbs also in them. They are very good and tasty. You should definitely try them when you come to Germany. Maybe you are here already. And here another one that are also Knödel, but these ones are with the meat filling. So we have meat in here, and then the famous Sauerkraut. Das Sauerkraut. Maybe you have heard of that already. And here, just a few words. Das Fleisch is the meat, and die Füllung is the filling. So we have them either with filling. Most of the time they do not have a filling, and either they are made of bread or they are made of potatoes. These ones are kind of dumpling here, actually, because they have filling inside. Okay. So that was just one German main dish. Here we're going to have a look at the dessert. Schwarzwälder Kirschtorte. Schwarzwald, this is the Black Forest in Bavaria. Kirschtorte is the cherry cream cake, as you see here. Very German and very famous here. Everybody knows it, and it's really tasty, but a little bit heavy. It has a lot of calories, but it's really worth eating it. And So here we have three different words for the English word dessert. Either you say der Nachtisch, you can say die Nachspeise, or das Dessert. We have those three words for that. Nach means after, Tisch means table, so after table. If you want to translate that, Nachspeise is like the after meal, und das Dessert as in English the dessert. So we have three different words. We use all three equally. And then here you have a piece of Schwarzwälder Kirschtorte. So here you see it is made of chocolate and cream and cherries in here. And so here we have the word die Torte. This is the cream cake. We have many different cream cakes in Germany. And so not just this one. And we make a big difference between Torte and Kuchen. So Torte is always with cream, and Kuchen is just the dry cake. Well, what means dry cake? But without cream. It's der Kuchen und die Torte is with cream. Die Sahne is the cream. Die Kirsche is the cherry. I hope you remember the word that we looked at in before. There was a word that is Kirche, die Kirche without an S. Kirche means church, and Kirsche means cherry. So there's a difference. Please don't confuse them. They sound almost the same. And then ein Stück Torte means a piece of cream cake. Ein Stück Torte, ein Stück means a piece, and then you have Torte, which is the cream cake. So that was the chapter about the German sights, culture, and food. I hope you enjoyed it and learned a little bit more about Germany and its culture. And by the way, Deutschland means Germany, in case that you don't know. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed this chapter. And yeah, then let's continue with the grammar. Tschüss!
Hallo und willkommen zu diesem Kapitel. Hier geht es um die Konjugation von regelmäßigen Verben. So this chapter is about the conjugation of regular verbs. So the conjugation of the German verbs are yeah, quite different than in the English grammar. So there are certain rules to that. Okay, so here we are going to look at the first example. So as you see here, Konjugation von regelmäßigen Verben. And so how we do this in the German language is we take the verb stem, or just the stem also called, and then we add the ending of the conjugation. So let's have a look at how we do this. So here we have the verb lernen, which means to learn here, as you say in English. So the stem of the verb, it goes the following way. So usually most of the German verbs end with an en. So you have to take away this en, and what is left is called the stem of the verb, or in German Verbstamm. So the Verbstamm in this case is lernen, and en is the ending. So in here you have the endings of the regular verbs. So you have the stem and then you add an I. Ich means I. Ich lerne, it means I learn. Ich is I, okay? Du lernst, so you have the stem and then st. Du means you, okay? But you just when you talk to one person, not like you all, or if you talk to a group, then we have another word. So du is you just talking to one person. Du lernst, you add an st. Lernt, you add a t at the end, okay? Means he. Then you have sie. Sie means she. Okay, sie lernt. You also have a T here. Sie lernt. Es lernt. It learns. Okay, es lernt with a T also. Wir lernen. Wir is we. You have an en at the end. Ihr lernt, so here it's in the plural. If you talk to a group of people like you all, it's the word ihr, okay? Ihr lernt, you learn, or you all learn, for example. And then sie lernen, they learn, sie lernen. So as you see here, sie, we have twice sie. One here it's sie when we talk about her, like if it's she, sie lernt, and sie lernen, it
also means they. Okay, we also have a formal way of addressing people, and for this case we also use sie in the singular. So if you talk to one person, let's say in the formal way, let's say you talk to let's say to an unknown person, to the police, or let's say to a doctor or so, we would usually talk to them and address them with sie. If you write a letter, you have to capitalize the sie. Okay, if you write it in small letters, it means either she or they. If you capitalize it, it's the formal way of addressing people in a letter, no matter whether it's just one person or a group of people to whom you are talking in the formal way. But there is also a chapter in this course about the formal way of talking to people, okay? Because in German we have the informal and the formal way of addressing somebody. So here you have the regular conjugation of verbs. Okay, you have to keep those conjugation endings in mind. Please memorize that. It's very important. It's maybe a little bit more difficult than in English, where you actually have like except of he, she, it. In German we have the rule he, she, it, es muss mit. When we learn English, this is what they teach us. So you have to add an s here. In German it's a little bit different. Okay. So this is the first slide about the conjugation of regular verbs. There is also a chapter on irregular verbs, but let's have a look at the next slide. So here we have, as written here, Konjugation von regelmäßigen Verben mit der Verbstammendung T, D, M und N. So here we have verbs that end with T, D, M or N at the end of their stem. In these cases you have to add an extra E at the conjugation. So let's have a look. Okay, you might want to watch this chapter or this video also maybe twice, or maybe you want to take down notes. So here we have the word reden, which means to talk. Here, as you see, at the end of the stem we have a D. So after taking away the EN, we have a D here. So reden. So in this case here, the conjugation is ich rede, du redest. Usually, let's look at the page right before, du lernst, usually we would just add an ST, okay, the stem and then ST. As you see, there's no additional E here, it's just the stem, ST, then T, EN, and so on. Now here, in this case, you add an additional E everywhere here, okay? We do that for the pronunciation, because otherwise it would be very difficult to pronounce it. Otherwise the pronunciation would be du redst or ritt, which is would sound maybe a little bit weird. So we add an E. It's just to easier pronounce those words. Okay, so if you like, you can repeat. Ich rede, du redest, redet, sie redet, es redet, wir reden, ihr redet und sie reden. Okay, here the E is not blue because there would be an E anyways, also for the normal conjugation without the D at the end of the stem. Okay, but here you have to add this E. So if there is a D at the end of the stem, you add an additional E here. Then we have antworten, which means to answer. Here it's the same rule. If you have a T at the end of the stem, you also have to add an E here for the conjugation. It's again just for the pronunciation. Okay, so ich antworte, du antwortest. If there wasn't an E, you would say du antwortst. Okay, which would be a little bit difficult to pronounce. So we have du antwortest, antwortet, sie antwortet, es antwortet, wir antworten, ihr antwortet und sie antworten. Okay, that's the conjugation. Then we have an M at the end of the stem. So this is the only verb in this group. For all other words that end with an M at the stem, you pronounce them the normal way without this additional E. But with the word atmen, it's an exception, so here you have to add an additional E. Okay? So ich atme, du atmest, atmet, sie atmet, es atmet, wir atmen, ihr atmet und sie atmen. Okay? It means to breathe. That's the only one. in this group. Then there is still N missing, which is on the next slide. So here we have zeichnen. Here you have an N at the end of the stem. Okay, so here we have like those verbs in this group where you have to add an additional E. It's not always the case. Okay, you don't with in this case here with the N at the end of the stem. It's not with all verbs that you have to add this E, but in this case with the verbs that you see here, you have to do this. Okay, that are just exceptions, and we have quite many exceptions in the German grammar. So yeah, so let's have a look at the at the conjugation. So ich zeichne, du zeichnest, sie, es zeichnet, wir zeichnen, ihr zeichnet und sie zeichnen. So as you see here, we have, just for you to see, sie we have capitalized here. So that means that it's the formal way of addressing somebody. And so you have to capitalize that. So no matter whether you talk to just one person in the formal way or to several people, the conjugation in this case would be the same as when you talk about them. If you say, like here, they draw, zeichnen. So if I talked, for example, and ask a question to just one person in the formal way, I would say, zeichnen Sie, like, do you draw? So in this case, it could mean that I'm addressing one person or several people in the formal way. You just have to, you can just figure that out from the context, okay? Because the conjugation is exactly the same. But I don't want to confuse you too much with that, okay? There's a whole chapter just on the formal way of addressing people. So here we have a few more that belong to this group where you have to add an E. For verbs with an N at the end of the stem. Rechnen, to calculate. Ordnen, to order. Öffnen, to open. Regnen, to rain. Okay. Please learn the vocabulary also, very important. Maybe if you have time, maybe you can just write down the conjugation, also practicing that with these verbs and the other ones that you've seen. Okay, just to just to memorize it a little bit better. Dann die nächste Seite, the next page. Here, let's read. Verben mit einem N am Ende ihres Verbstammes oder einem zusätzlichen E in der Konjugation. Yeah, here, sorry, it would be an S hier, ihres Verbstammes ohne einem zusätzlichen E in der Konjugation. So here, we do not add an E, an additional E, although you have an N at the end of the stem. So let's have a look at the roots, you can call it also stem. So let's have a look at here. Beginnen, to begin. Ich beginne, du beginnst, sie, es beginnt, wir beginnen, ihr beginnt und sie beginnen. Okay, so you see here we don't add an additional E. So it's not es beginnet, for example, it's just es beginnt. Okay, so here we don't have this E, and here again you see the formal way of addressing somebody with capital S. Okay, so here we have a few more verbs in this group just for you to learn some vocabulary also. So dienen, to serve, planen, to plan, kennen, to know, scheinen, to shine, wohnen, to live or to reside. Okay, good. So then a little bit more, okay, so here you see Konjugation von regelmäßigen Verben mit der Verbstammendung S, Doppel-S, SZ, XZ. Here, kein S by do, so that means no S when you use the conjugation do, which is you in the singular, if you just talk to one person. Okay, so here, whenever the stem ends with these letters, you don't add an additional S for the conjugation of do. So here, reisen, to travel, ich reise, du reist. So usually you would have to add an ST here at the end. But in this case, here we have again some exceptions, some special rules. Since the stem ends with an S, you don't add an additional S here. Okay, so it's just one S, which is here from the stem. Ich reise, du reist, reist, sie reist, es reist, wir reisen, ihr reist und sie reisen. So here the R here comes from the throat. Reise. Okay, du reist, reist, sie reist. Okay, So then let's have a look. Here a few more verbs. Regelmäßige Verben mit der Verbstammendung S, SZ, S, Doppel S, SZ, X und Z. This is just for you to to see a few more verbs which have those endings at the end of their stem. Okay, it's also just to learn some vocabulary. Beweisen, heißen, heizen, mixen, reißen, reizen. Okay, just make sure that the difference here, reißen und reizen. Okay, sounds very similar, but every German would hear the difference. Dann sich setzen. Setzen means to put. On the sich setzen here, this is the reflexive form. You will learn it also. A little bit later, it means, if you say sich setzen, it means to get seated. Without the reflexive form sich, it's just setzen, which just means to put. Okay, sitzen means to sit, und tanzen means to dance. Okay, just some vocabulary also. So that was the chapter about the regular conjugation, and there was quite a lot of information, I think. So which is like a complete chapter. So now you have you know how the regular conjugation works. Maybe you want to watch that one more time, take down some notes also, which would help you to memorize it a little bit better. And ja, dann sehen wir uns im nächsten Kapitel. See you in the next chapter. Bis später. Hallo, willkommen zu diesem Kapitel. Hier geht es um das Nominativ. So nominative, this is a grammatical case. Okay, now it's getting a little bit more interesting maybe. So a grammatical case or grammatical cases also exist in the English language, and the difference is that in German we have 4 different grammatical cases. In English there are 3, but nominative or nominative in English, it also exists. Okay, this is the first grammatical case, and it's actually quite easy. Okay, because up till now it's just the first one that you are learning. Later on, it will be a little bit more complex. Okay, but here we have die Einführung, which is the introduction. Okay, so as I said, erster grammatikalischer Fall. It's the first grammatical case, and let's have a look at what it consists of. So here we have Personalpronomen, personal pronouns. So the personal pronouns are, as we have looked at that before already in the last chapter, it's ich, it's I. This is a personal pronoun, or that are personal pronouns. Okay, ich, du, sie, es, wir, ihr, sie, and that are the personal pronouns in the nominative case, in the first grammatical case, because in the other grammatical cases they change. But in English it happens also. For example, in the accusative case, or Akkusativ in German, ich would change to mich. It's exactly the same as in English. In English, I changes to me in the accusative, or you changes to, well, it would be the same, but let's say he would change to him in English, and in German it would change to ihn. Okay, so this is so just for you to understand more or less how that works, or what it is about. Okay, so it depends on whether the personal pronoun is the object that I'm talking about, or whether it is for example, me, or who the main character, let's say, in the sentence is. Okay, so if I say ich, let's say in English, for example, if you say I see him, right, I would be the nominative case. Okay, it would be the subject also called, and ich, and or I see him. He would change to him, because he is now the object in the sentence. He is the object that I see, so he changes to him, to the accusative case. I see him would be the same in German. Ich sehe ihn. Okay, so this is more or less that you know what it is about. Okay, but this is more for later. For right now, you have to know the basics, and this is the nominative case. Okay, so that are the personal pronouns in the nominative case. Ich, du, sie, es, wir, ihr, sie. Okay, and then here we have articles. So bestimmte Artikel, that are the definite articles. It's the in English, okay? And in German, as I have mentioned already, we have 3 different genders for the articles, or also nouns, okay? So der, this is the masculine article. Genus, as you see here, the gender, der. Beispiele means examples. Der Baum ist grün. The tree is green. Der Baum ist grün. Okay, the tree is green. So we're talking about a definite object, a specific object. We don't say trees are green or a tree is green. We say the tree is green. So usually we would be talking about a specific tree. Okay, so it's the same in German. It will be der Baum ist grün. Die here is the feminine article. Die Übung ist leicht. The exercise is easy. So we are again talking about a specific, or let's say a definite object. It's not just any exercise. Okay, we don't say an exercise is easier, so it's the exercise. Let's say maybe it's this one here. Die Übung ist leicht. This is the neutral article. Das Kissen ist weich. The pillow is soft. Okay, das Kissen ist weich. And then we have die also, which is the plural article. Okay, it's exactly the same as the feminine. For the plural we use die, and it doesn't matter whether here, for example, die Teller sind rund. The plates are round. Der Teller is masculine. It's a masculine word, but in the plural, when we have more than one plate, we use the article die. Okay, no matter whether those nouns are actually masculine, feminine, neutral, or maybe mixed, or so on, we would say die always. Okay, die Teller, the plates are round. Then we have here unbestimmte Artikel, which are the indefinite articles. So we don't define exactly which plate it is that we are talking about, for example. Okay, so here it would be the English okay, so ein, this is the masculine indefinite article. Ein Computer ist notwendig. A computer is necessary. So we don't say this computer or the computer or whatever. It's just any computer. We don't define which one. Ein Computer ist notwendig. Eine is the feminine indefinite article. Eine Couch ist nützlich. A couch is useful. Okay, just any couch, not a specific one. Eine Couch ist nützlich. Ein also is the neutral indefinite article, just as the masculine one. It's the same. Ein Haus ist groß. A house is big. Okay, ein Haus ist groß. It's not, we don't talk about a specific house. And it does not exist in the plural. It is the same rule in English, so you cannot say trees are tall or big or green or whatsoever, right? In English it doesn't work either. So Wolken sind weiß. Okay, you cannot say ein Wolken. Here is in the plural, it means clouds are white. Wolken sind weiß. You cannot say clouds are white. Doesn't work in English also. Okay, so in German it's the same rule. You just would say Wolken sind weiß. Unless you want to talk about some specific clouds, then you can say die, as you see here, you can say die Wolken sind weiß, and it would mean the clouds are white. Okay, but here you don't put anything if it's as an indefinite, for example, indefinite object. Okay, and again, these articles for later, just for you to know already, they change depending on the grammatical case. Okay, so it's very important to really be sure with the nominative before you move on to the next grammatical cases. Okay, so just to make sure, because this is the base, the foundation before you start building the house, or let's say building up with the German language. This is the very base that you need to be to memorize and to know how to really use that. Okay, before you move on to the other cases, because otherwise it can get a little bit messy if you don't really memorize each grammatical case and their articles and personal pronouns and so on. Okay, so ja, dann das war das Kapitel über das Nominativ, und wir sehen uns im nächsten Video. See you in the next video. Tschüss. Hallo und willkommen zu diesem Kapitel. Hier geht es um die Farben. So this chapter is about colors, so just for you to learn the vocabulary and the names of each color in German. So I will just read them a lot. Maybe you can repeat just to practice the pronunciation and also to better memorize the colors. So weiß, weiß, rosa, rosa, here from the throat, don't forget, rosa. Pink, lila, or we also say violet, but lila is a little bit more common nowadays. Okay, lila. Blau, blau. Grün, grün, comes from the throat. R, grün. Gelb, okay, gelb. So here the B at the end is pronounced more like a P. Okay, gelb. Gelb. Orange, orange. Okay, we pronounce it the French way, orange. Rot, braun, braun. Schwarz, schwarz. Grau, grau. And then here we have the words hell, which means light. Okay, it's not like the English word hell. It's that would be Hölle in German. Here, this is hell, and it means light. And dunkel means dark. So it's just like in English, if you want to say light blue, you just add hell right before that, hellblau, and you write it together. So we just combine those two words. Hellblau is light blue, hellgrün, light green, hellrot, light red, and you can add it, of course, in front of any color, and just means that it's light. Okay. And dunkel dark, you can also add it to any color. Dunkelblau, dunkelgrün, dunkelrot, for example. Okay, just so you know, hell und dunkel. Okay. Gut, das war das Kapitel zu den Farben und yeah, I think it was not too difficult. It's more about learning the vocabulary and yeah, dann sehen wir uns im nächsten Video. Tschüss!
Die Familie.
Hallo, ich bin der Vater.
Guten Tag, ich bin die Mutter.
Hi, ich bin die Tochter. Hallöchen, ich bin der Sohn.
Du bist der Opa, Großvater.
Du bist die Oma, Großmutter.
Du bist meine Schwester. Du bist mein Bruder. Das ist mein Onkel.
Du bist mein Neffe.
Du bist meine Nichte.
Das ist meine Tante.
Das ist mein Cousin. Das ist meine Cousine.
Du bist meine Schwägerin.
Du bist mein Schwager.
Du bist mein Schwiegersohn. Du bist mein Schwiegervater. Du bist meine Schwiegertochter.
Du bist meine Schwiegermutter.
Hallo und willkommen zu diesem Kapitel. Hier geht es Zahlen. So this chapter is about numbers, okay? And you will not see me here in this chapter because there are a lot of charts and I don't want to cover them up, okay? So whenever there is a video with a lot of charts, I will just I will just disappear, okay? At least my my picture. So so let's start here with the first slide. So this chapter, to be honest, is quite complex, or let's say it is, you will learn here more than you actually need for the A1 level, but at least after that you have covered basically everything concerning numbers, okay? And so I'm going to show you how that works in German. So here you see die Zahl, which means the number. Do you remember die? Is it masculine, female, or neutral? In this case here, it's female. Okay. Zahlen is the plural. It would be also die Zahlen, like the article here. But for singular female, it's also die. Und das Wort. Here it's neutral, and it means the word. Okay, so let's count until 20, and you can repeat. Okay, that would be good if you just repeat to practice the pronunciation. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay, this is very important. This is what you definitely need for the A1 level. And of course, like here, at least until, let's say, at least until 100 or 1000. But so here, as you see, you just say the number, like here, 3 means 3, and 13 is 13, so you just put the first number, 3, and then you add 10, okay, this is 13. And then 20, okay, so you can practice that. And then the next part here, so here we have 20 until 39. So here we have 21, and in German it's 21. So in German it's the other way around. So we say 1 and 20. Okay, we don't say 21, we say 1 and 20. First the small number and then the bigger one. So 21. Und means and. Okay, so we just say 21, 20, and or 1 and 20 translated. Okay, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. 30 is 30. Okay, so as you see here, 8 and 20, 9 and 20. This is how we do it in German. Okay, and then it basically goes on with all the other tens, or here with the other numbers. Okay, so 31 is 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. Okay, then we have here 40. So you do it the same way with all of them. Okay, like if you have 77, you say 77, or if you have 53, you say 53. Okay, 3 and 50. It's exactly the same way here. You just change like the ending here, which is in this case 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. Okay, and some students ask how to pronounce this G at the end, so we don't say it the hard way. Or let's say we don't say 40, we just say 40. It sounds more like a K or sometimes an H. So you can say 40, we also say 40, so it just sounds like a CH at the end, or like a K, 40. Okay, both work, but the actual, like here the G, we don't say 40. Okay, 40 or 40 for all of them, it's the same. Then we have 100. Okay, this is 100, 100. So let's see how we do that. So we have here 101, 101, and 1, okay, 101, 102, 103, and so you continue. Then here we have 114, so here we say 114, so here we say first the biggest number and then we continue with the other ones. Okay, so it's not like here, in this case, first the small one, like here 27, 7 and 20, first the small and then the bigger one. Here it starts with the biggest, which is 100, 101, 102. Then we have here 114, okay, 14, we say it the same way as you have learned. Here, 14 is 14, okay? 114, here for example, 125, I just chose some random numbers, and 125, okay? 100, and then we say 5 and 20, or, well, in English 25, but it goes the other way around in German. Hier 136, 36 ist 36, 136, 147, 158, 169, and then just some more simple examples here, 170, 180, 190, okay? And then let's continue until 2000, so you just have it all complete here. 200, 300, 400, as you see, you just put the yeah, like 400, exactly as in English, 200, 300, 400, then 500, 600, 700, 800, 900 and 1000, which is 1000, okay, 1000. So here, okay, it's gonna get a little bit complicated. I put it this way here so you also practice the pronunciation, okay, so this is now the hard way, but after this chapter, at least if you practice that thoroughly, you will be good with the numbers, I think, until you the C2 level in German, okay, until you really advance, because here it's a very complete chapter about the numbers. So let's see here. 1111, it's 1111, okay, 1111, it's exactly as in English, like the structure here. 1000, 1111, 111. 2222, okay, so 1000, the biggest one, then 200, 200, and then 22, and then again the smallest, and then the bigger one, 22. 1333, 1444, 1555, 1666, 1777. Okay, so you start with the first two biggest one, then you go back to the smallest, and then in the middle. Okay, 1888, 1999. Okay, so I hope you can repeat that. Also, yeah, also reading it out loud. Then let's continue a little bit here. So we have 2000, 3000, 4000, so just as in English, 2000, 3000, 4000, 5000, 6000, 7000, 8000, 9000, 10,000, 11,000, 12,000, here 23,000, so 23,000. We just in German, as you have learned, first the smaller one here, 3 and 20, right? 23,000, 30,000, and we write them all together. Okay, Germans like long words. we just put them all together. Okay, I just colored them a little bit so you can see the different words that are included here. So here 41.234. Okay, and in German also, to separate here the thousands from the hundreds, we would put a dot here. Okay, it's not a comma like in the United States, for example. We put a dot. A comma we put, like, let's say, yeah, you will see it with the prices. I will show you in the next slides. Okay, let's just focus on the numbers first here. without the dots and commas. So here 56.789. Okay, maybe you can also repeat 60.000, 70.000, 80.000, 90.000. Okay, so here at least it's similar to the English way. Okay, like 60,000, 70,000, and so on. Okay, so get ready for this one. Okay, so here you see the dots that I just mentioned. Okay, we separate that with dots, not with commas as in some other countries maybe. So 100.000, 100.000, 100.000, 101.000, 215.000, 326.123. Okay, maybe you can write down some numbers and practice that also, and separate the words, and yeah, and practice that a little bit. Okay, then this number here, that are all random numbers. Okay, just to practice. 435.456. First, you mentioned the biggest one, 435.456. Okay, then the next one here, it's 541.567. Okay, I just do it with the mouse, so maybe it will be easier for you to keep in mind how to structure those numbers in German. 657.498. Then here 700.000, 800.000, 900.000. Here we have 1 million, here, okay, that's a long number. That's mean actually that I put it here. But well, I just wanted to have a complete chapter on numbers. So 1.123.456. Okay, 1.123.456. 2 Millionen, 2 millions, we would say here in the plural. 1 million, it's singular, Millionen, it's in the plural. It would be 2 Millionen, 3 Millionen, 4 Millionen, and so on. So here we have 3.459.876. Here 9.650.010. Okay, you just put 10. Here we have 1 Milliarde. Okay, this is 1 Milliarde. And okay, now this is definitely not what you need to know for the A1 level. Okay, it's yeah, a little bit too much, but at least you will be prepared for the rest of your German journey with this chapter. So let's just read this just for fun. Let's say, okay, I don't know how much fun that is to you, but okay, so we are ending the torture almost. So 285 Milliarden 324 Millionen 589.132. Okay, a long number. We write it all together if you write it out. Then we have here eine Billiarde. Okay, in German it's called Billiarde. So here 974 Billiarden, 300 Milliarden, 5 Millionen, 111.070. Okay, so so you don't worry about it. You don't have to know this for now, just for you to see how the numbers work in German. And so here, the next slide, here it's about prices. Okay, Preise means prices. So in German we do it this way here with the comma. Okay, we separated the euros from the cents with the comma. 1,99 € we say, 1,99 €, right? Exactly as in English. 1,99 €. 5,50 €. Okay, 5,50 € as you see. 5,50 €. 19,95 €. 19,95 €. 200 €. Okay, just 200 euros here. Okay, and we don't say euros with an S at the end as it would be in English. We just say euro. So we don't say 200 euros. We just say 200 euro. No matter whether it's singular or plural, we just say euro. Good. Then the next one is Prozent, percent. Okay, so here 12%, 12%, 3,52%, 3,52%. So we don't say 3,52, we say 3,52%. 3,52%, 99,99%. And here it's just 1%. Okay, 1%. So the next one is Bruchzahlen, fraction numbers. So let's see how we do this. So ein halb is a half, ein Drittel is 1/3. Okay, ein Drittel, you could say 2/3 if it was 2/3, for example. Ein Viertel, 1/4 or quarter. Here ein Viertel, it would be 2/4, 3/4, for example. So you see 4 and then you add tel, Viertel. 5/tel. Drittel is irregular because 3 is 3, so we don't say Dreitel, we say Drittel. Ein Viertel, ein Fünftel, ein Sechstel, we just add this tel at the end. Here for example, 2/7, it would be 7, we don't say the whole word, we don't say 7tel, we say just Siebtel. Okay, 2/7. 3/8, 4/9. Okay, 4/9 for 4/9, 4/9, 4/9, 16tel. Okay, you just say 10 and then you add tel, 16tel. And here we have a 27stel. From the 20th on, you add stel, S-T-E-L. Okay, not just tel, but stel. It would be 21stel, 22stel, 23stel, for example, and so on. But yeah, the most important ones are here until the 9, because or like ein halb, Drittel, Viertel, this is what we use the most. Okay, so that are the most important ones that you see here. Also the ones that you need for the A1 level. Okay, so I hope you don't have a headache. So yeah, I hope you now have a better idea on how the numbers work in German. Und ja, dann viel Erfolg beim Üben. Und ja, dann sehen wir uns oder hören uns im nächsten Kapitel. Tschüss! Hallo und willkommen zu diesem Kapitel. Hier geht es um die formelle Anrede. And formelle Anrede, that means formal salutation. So I have mentioned that briefly previously, that we have 2 ways of talking to people. One is in the informal way and the other one is in the formal way. And now we are going to look at here when we are talking to people in a formal way, or in which cases. And don't forget, if you write it, let's say in a letter or an email, if you write a letter to somebody who you would address in the formal way, you have to capitalize it, because if you don't do it, it means she or they. That would be then the difference, okay? And if it's capitalized, everybody knows that you're talking to somebody in the formal way. So here, direkte Anrede. So if you talk to somebody directly, you use sie. Okay, but it's also it's not if you talk to about somebody. Let's say you're talking about a person who you would usually talk to in the formal way. Let's say a professor at university, right? So if you talk about this person, this rule does not apply. It's just if you talk to somebody directly. Okay, because if we talk about somebody, we don't have a specific word to talk about them in the formal way. Okay? Then here, höfliche und formelle Art, eine Person anzusprechen. Okay, polite and formal way to approach a person. So many students ask me, if I travel to Germany, how will I know to whom I'm talking in the formal and in the informal way? So this now depends on where you are. That also makes a difference. Now, if you go to the capital, if you go to Berlin, for example, people are much more laid back there. Okay, there are a lot of young people, and even the people who are older are usually a little bit more, a little bit more laid back. But it depends also. You can kind of tell the people if they look a little bit strict, maybe, and then you should not say du, which is just the informal you to them. especially like the older people who are maybe who are more traditional and still a little bit more formal than like the younger people. Okay. Also, like usually it's always, if you talk to professors at university or to teachers, we always talk to them in the formal way. Police, maybe all people who have some kind of authority, we would always address them in the formal way. And also, like if you, for example, if you ask for directions on the street, you just have to see. I mean, if it's somebody who is younger than you or much younger than you, then of course you just say du. The younger generation anyways is much more laid back. They don't take it too serious with a formal approach to others. But yeah, so then you will you gotta yeah, if you spend some time in Germany, you will get a feeling for that. It's very difficult to say right now, like every person who has brown hair and short hair needs to be addressed in the formal way or so. There's no specific rule. You just gotta get a feeling for that, okay? But usually people with authority are being also in business, for example, like people who just meet you would address them in the formal way, but that also depends on the type of company or where the company has its origin. If you work for a company, for example, which is international, maybe let's say it's an US American company or so, it's they don't take it too serious because in English that does not exist also in England. And but there are certain, I don't know, maybe Russian companies that would take it more serious because there it's yeah, it's they are more formal in this case even than Germans. So yeah, it depends on the situation. So here unknown persons, unbekannte Personen, ältere Personen, older people also. That's more, yeah, they could feel offended if you just say du to them and they are older. Okay. Here authority, as I said, Autorität, and business. Okay. So, but business, as I said, it depends. I used to work in a company which was from England, and it was very easygoing, like because in English it does not exist, so everybody just said du to each other. It was, and also not saying Mr. or Miss, which is very typical German. We just say but by the first name. So it depends on the depends on the company. Okay, good. Dann das nächste, die Bildung, the construction. So how do we do this? As you see here, Singular und Plural haben dieselbe Konjugation. So single and plural have the same conjugation. So just out of the context that you will actually know whether somebody is talking to just one person or to several people in the formal way, because the conjugation is the same, the way you spell it is the same. So let's see here again, the conjugation, just to repeat, if you want, you can also read it again or repeat. Ich schreibe ein Buch, which means I'm writing a book. Du schreibst ein Buch, er, sie, es schreibt ein Buch, wir schreiben ein Buch, ihr schreibt ein Buch. And here, sie schreiben ein Buch, which just means they are writing a book. Just for you to know, like the English present progressive and simple present, the grammar is different in German. Like this ing form, like I'm writing a book with an ing, we don't have this in German. We just say I write a book, ich schreibe ein Buch, even if it's just right now that you are doing, or if you are just in this period or at the moment are working on that for several weeks, we just say ich schreibe ein Buch. If you want to specify that it's exactly just right now that you're writing the book, then you would say ich schreibe gerade ein Buch. I'm just writing a book like right now. Okay. This would be a way if you want to emphasize. Otherwise, we don't have this like in the English grammar. Okay. So here, Sie schreiben ein Buch. It can mean either it can mean they are writing a book or you are writing a book, talking to somebody in the formal way, no matter whether it's one person or several people. Here, Sie is at the beginning of the sentence, so you have to capitalize it. So here, in this case, it would be difficult just by the sentence by itself. Would be difficult whether it means they are writing a book or you are writing a book, talking to one person in the formal way or talking to several people in the formal way. So that could mean those three Could be those three cases here. And here we have schreiben Sie ein Buch. Are you writing a book? So here it's capitalized in the middle of the sentence, not at the beginning. So here it's obvious that this is the formal way of addressing somebody. Schreiben Sie ein Buch. And here it could mean that you are talking to just one person or several people. Okay, it depends on the context that you can actually figure out what that means, whether it's just one person or several people who are being addressed. Okay, schreiben Sie ein Buch. That's the question here. Okay, then we have a few examples, just to practice a little bit. Beispiele means examples, just for you to see how we would use that or in which situations, for example. So here, entschuldigen Sie, wissen Sie, wo das Rathaus ist? Excuse me, do you know where the city hall is? Entschuldigen Sie, excuse me. Okay, we would say entschuldigen Sie like, it would be excuse you translated into English, but yeah, you cannot always translate it word by word because it would be very difficult, I think. But this is how we do it in German, entschuldigen Sie. You can also just say Entschuldigung without anything else, and then it doesn't matter whether it's formal or informal, it works for both. But here, just to emphasize for you, just to see how that works, on the formal way, entschuldigen Sie, wissen Sie, wo das Rathaus ist. Later on, you will also see how we structure questions, okay, just in case you're wondering. So, sind Sie an diesem Angebot interessiert? Sind Sie an diesem Angebot interessiert? Are you interested in this offer? So this could be in a business situation, for example, okay. Here, obviously, it's like asking for directions on the streets, for example. Then, Herr Müller, haben Sie schon meine Hausaufgaben korrigiert? So, Mr. Müller, have you already corrected my homework? Herr is Mr. Okay, just for you to know, if you talk to somebody, want to say Mr. Müller, Mr. Schmidt, or whatever, it's Herr in German. Herr Müller, haben Sie schon meine Hausaufgaben korrigiert? So that would be like talking to a teacher, for example. Okay. Yeah, if you would meet each other and you talk to me, so I personally don't like to be addressed this way. It's a little bit too formal, but this is maybe my personality, so you don't have to talk to me this way. Okay, just gonna say Julia. So Frau Schulz, könnten Sie mir weitere Dokumente zusenden? Miss Schulz, could you send me further documents? So, Frau, that means Miss, if you talk to somebody in the formal way. Frau also means woman, okay? It's the same word for woman, so it would be woman Schulz or Miss Schulz. Frau also means wife, so if you say, das ist meine Frau, this is my wife, or this is my woman, it would also mean, okay, so Frau has several, we use it in different situations, but always referring to a female person. So Frau Schulz, Miss Schulz, okay? As you see, let's say somebody is writing an email or so, and they would have to capitalize it, okay, just to show respect and to be polite, okay. Good. So that was the chapter about formelle Anrede. I hope now you have a better idea on how we use formelle Anrede, or the formal way of talking to people. And okay, so just keep in mind that you have to capitalize it if you write emails or letters or so, like let's say in an official way or in a business context. Okay. Gut, dann dann sehen wir uns im nächsten Video. Tschüss. Hallo und willkommen zu diesem Kapitel. In diesem Video werde ich nur auf Deutsch sprechen, damit du dich ein bisschen mehr an die deutsche Sprache gewöhnst. Also in diesem Kapitel geht es um die Genusregeln. Jetzt wirst du lernen, wie du erkennen kannst, ob ein Nomen feminin, maskulin oder neutral ist. Es gibt bestimmte Regeln, mit denen du das dann erkennen kannst. Okay? Also du musst nicht alle Wörter auswendig lernen oder alle Wörter und deren Artikel. Es gibt auch eine Hilfe, okay, um sie zu erkennen. Also zuerst haben wir hier den Artikel die, also feminine Endungen wirst du hier sehen und lernen. Okay, also die ist der feminine Artikel und auch der Pluralartikel in der deutschen Sprache. Und hier haben wir typische feminine Endungen. So kannst du erkennen, dass das Wort feminin ist. Okay, also typische Endungen oder eine typische Endung ist ei am Ende, wie zum Beispiel die Bäckerei oder die Metzgerei. Okay? Das ist eine typische feminine Endung. Das heißt, Wörter, die mit ei enden, sind normalerweise feminin oder in den meisten Fällen, fast immer sind sie feminin. Okay? Dann IN wie Astrologin oder Beraterin. Also IN am Ende steht dafür, in den meisten Fällen, dass es eine feminine Person ist. Okay? Wie Lehrerin, Schülerin, Ingenieurin und so weiter. Also das heißt hier, Astrologin ist eine feminine Person. Dann haben wir Keit, auch eine typisch feminine Endung. Sauberkeit, Herrlichkeit zum Beispiel. Okay, Keit. Dann Heit, dann haben wir Heit, Knappheit, Beliebtheit zum Beispiel. Okay. Dann haben wir Wirtschaft, Gesellschaft. Schaft ist auch eine typisch feminine Endung. Das heißt, wenn du ein Wort siehst, das diese Endungen hat, weißt du automatisch, dass sie feminin sind. Dann Änderung, Abkühlung zum Beispiel. A am Ende wie Firma oder Liga. Es gibt allerdings auch neutrale Nomen, die auf A enden, manchmal auch maskuline. Okay? Aber sehr, sehr oft, wenn du nicht sicher bist, sehr, sehr oft sind sie dann feminin, falls du dann entscheiden musst. Okay? Ade am Ende, wie hier Maskerade oder Marmelade. Okay? Ade ist auch typisch feminin. Dann das nächste, hier ist ette am Ende, wie die Kette oder die Klette, typisch feminin. IE, Theorie, Normandie zum Beispiel, typisch feminin. Dann haben wir ik, wie die Mystik, die Ästhetik, die Musik zum Beispiel, okay? Die Physik, das ist typisch feminin. Dann ine, wie Maschine oder Kabine. Okay, auch eine typisch feminine Endung. Ion wie Information, Adoption. Okay, Ion am Ende ist typisch feminin. Tät wie Identität, Autorität zum Beispiel. Und Ive, Exekutive, Perspektive, Initiative zum Beispiel. Das ist eine feminine Endung. Cis am Ende wie Basis, also die Basis oder die Skepsis. Okay, das sind typische feminine Endungen. Und Uhr haben wir hier noch am Ende, ja, wie die Agentur oder die Kur, die Uhr haben wir auch, die Kultur zum Beispiel, das sind alles sind feminine Wörter. Also wenn du diese Endungen lernst, dann wird dir das sehr viel helfen, um in der deutschen Sprache den Genus der Nomen zu erkennen. Okay? Also es gibt eine Hilfe, du musst das nicht einfach nur auswendig lernen, also jedes Wort. Okay? Dann auf der nächsten Seite haben wir männliche Endungen. Okay? Also der Artikel der hier, der maskuline Artikel und die männlichen Endungen. Also hier haben wir ich, Essig, König. Okay? Also hier am Ende, das wird eher wie ein K ausgesprochen oder manchmal wie ein H, also wie du möchtest. Essig, ja, Essig oder König. Okay? Aber nicht Essig oder König, so nicht. Okay? Also, das ist eine maskuline Endung. Dann Ling, Drilling, Abkömmling, maskulin. Okay? Dirigent, Dozent, auch eine maskuline Endung. Wenn das eine Frau hier wäre, also das ist hier der Dirigent, eine maskuline Person, wenn das eine Frau wäre, müsstest du einfach ein IN dranhängen, genau wie hier bei Dozent, einfach ein IN. Okay? Also der Dirigent oder die Dirigentin oder der Dozent und die Dozentin. Ihr, zum Beispiel Magier, Algerier. Okay, in den meisten Fällen ist das maskulin, okay, aber nicht immer. Zum Beispiel Gier, die Gier ist feminin. Aber wie gesagt, es gibt immer Ausnahmen, aber in den meisten Fällen ist das hier maskulin. Ismus wie Sozialismus, Alkoholismus, Kapitalismus, der Kommunismus und so weiter, das ist maskulin, immer maskulin. Ist der Komponist oder der Pianist. Das sind hier männliche Personen. Wenn das Frauen wären, würde man hier auch einfach ein IN noch dranhängen. Dann das nächste Ohr wie der Senator oder Chlor, okay, auch der Chor, okay. Dann Öhr, Friseur, Likör, okay, der Friseur, der Likör. Iker am Ende, der Asthmatiker und der Fanatiker, das sind hier maskuline Personen. Das wäre wieder der gleiche Fall, wenn das eine Frau wäre, dann musst du nur ein IN ans Ende dranhängen. Ast, zum Beispiel der Ast, der Ballast. Öhr, Akteur, Hypnotiseur. Also das sind französische Wörter. Okay, deswegen sprechen wir sie dann auch auf Französisch aus, also Akteur. Das sind beides hier maskuline Personen. Wenn das Frauen wären, wäre da wieder ein IN am Ende. Okay? Und außerdem auch eine gute Hilfe ist zu wissen, dass alle Wochentage und alle Monate, alle Jahreszeiten, alle Alkoholsorten außer Bier, alles, das ist maskulin, okay, das ist das Bier. Aber sonst ist es der Wein oder der Rotwein und so weiter, ist immer maskulin. Alle Wochentage, der Montag, der Dienstag, der Mittwoch und so weiter, alle Monate sind maskulin, also der Januar, der Februar, der März und so weiter. Jahreszeiten auch, ja, also der Frühling, der Sommer, der Herbst und der Winter. Okay, vielleicht können wir kurz die Wochentage wiederholen. Kannst du dich erinnern, wie die Wochentage auf Deutsch heißen? Vielleicht kannst du überlegen, also zuerst Montag, Dienstag, Mittwoch, Donnerstag, Freitag, Samstag und Sonntag, okay? Gut, dann gehen wir auf die nächste Seite und hier geht es um neutrale Nomen, um den Artikel das und um neutrale Endungen. Also zum Beispiel haben wir hier chen. Chen am Ende ist eine diminutive Form oder eine Verniedlichung. Du kannst jedes Nomen nehmen und chen dranhängen und dann bedeutet es, dass es klein und süß ist. Das gleiche gilt für Lein am Ende. Also zum Beispiel Bettchen bedeutet, dass es ein kleines Bett ist. Okay, das ist das Bett, ein normales Bett, und Bettchen ein kleines Bett, vielleicht für Kinder zum Beispiel. Dann Mädchen, das Mädchen, das ist eine feminine Person, aber es ist neutral in der deutschen Sprache. Okay, weil das kommt aus dem alten Deutsch, wo wir zu Frauen wurde Magd gesagt und dann, ja, die Magd ist halt eine große Frau und das Mädchen eine kleine Frau. Das haben wir noch aus dem alten Deutsch einfach übernommen, das Mädchen. Lein, also hier, das ist das Gleiche. Das Fräulein, es ist auch eine feminine Person. Aber ja, das ist dann quasi eine kleine Frau. Es kommt von Frau, Fräulein, das Fräulein. Wir sagen das nicht mehr so oft in der deutschen Sprache. Oft wird das benutzt, wenn die Eltern zum Beispiel wütend auf ihre Tochter sind. Dann sagen sie zum Beispiel, so nicht, mein Fräulein. Ja, das ist sehr typisch. Oder Fräulein, so werden auch Mädchen unter 18 genannt, wenn sie zum Beispiel einen offiziellen Brief erhalten, steht da oft Fräulein und dann der Nachname, also Fräulein Schmidt zum Beispiel. Bächlein, das ist hier einfach ein kleiner Bach, okay, das ist der Bach und das Bächlein. Dann haben wir IN, also IN ist natürlich, steht dafür, dass es eine feminine Person ist, allerdings, falls es kein Mensch ist, wie hier Amygdalin oder Aspirin mit IN am Ende, dann ist das neutral. O ist auch sehr oft neutral, also das Studio, das Abo zum Beispiel. im Infinitiv. Schwimmen und fahren. Also schwimmen und fahren sind Verben. Also ich schwimme oder ich fahre Auto zum Beispiel. Aber wenn du das als eine Aktivität oder zu einem Nomen machst, dann ist das immer neutral. Du kannst zum Beispiel sagen, das Schwimmen mag ich gerne oder das Fahren ich weiß nicht, das Fahren nach Berlin ist sehr anstrengend zum Beispiel. Okay, das Fahren oder man kann auch sagen, die Fahrt nach Berlin. Okay, also immer wenn du ein Verb zu einem Nomen machst, dann ist das immer neutral. Dann haben wir ing am Ende, also das wäre dann hier das Babysitting, das Briefing, das Meeting, das ist dann immer neutral. Okay? Du kannst sagen, ich habe heute früh ein Meeting. Am Ende das Antibiotikum oder das Aquarium, am Ende ist auch sehr oft neutral oder überwiegend neutral. Ma am Ende, das Aroma, das Asthma zum Beispiel auch neutral. Ment am Ende, Apartment oder Element, okay, das ist das Apartment und das Element. Et am Ende wie das Bett oder das Brett, das ist typisch neutral, okay, aber es gibt immer Ausnahmen, das musst du dir im Kopf behalten, okay. Dann Wörter, die mit G beginnen, sind auch sehr oft neutral, also wie das Gebiet oder das Genick zum Beispiel, okay, das ist hier der Präfix, okay, das ist G, das ist dann sehr oft neutral. Okay, dann habe ich auf der nächsten Seite ein paar Übungen für dich. Also hier musst du entscheiden, ob diese Nomen maskulin, feminin oder neutral sind. Also hier sind Wörter von verschiedenen Deutschniveaus. Okay? Also manche Wörter sind auch fortgeschrittene Vokabeln. Du musst sie nicht alle lernen. Es geht hier hauptsächlich darum, dass du übst, diese Endungen zu erkennen und auch zu erkennen, ob die Wörter neutral, maskulin oder feminin sind. Okay? Also, du kannst jetzt das Video pausieren und diese Übungen machen und auf der nächsten Seite siehst du die Lösungen. Okay? Also, ich zeige dir auf der nächsten Seite die Lösungen an und dann kannst du schauen, ob du das richtig hast oder nicht. Es könnte auch Ausnahmen geben. Okay? Dann kannst du das direkt auch mitlernen. Gut? Dann hier sind die Lösungen. Jetzt kannst du schauen und vergleichen, ob du das richtig hast oder nicht. Und dann hoffe ich, dass dieses Video hilfreich war und wir sehen uns im nächsten Kapitel. Tschüss! Hallo und willkommen zu diesem Kapitel. Hier geht es um die Pluralregeln. So now you're going to learn the rules on how to form the plural in German, in the German language. So we have a few rules, and it would be important to learn them. It's a little bit more complicated than in the English grammar as usual, and so let's have a look at how that works in the German language. So here we have the plural ending n or en. Okay, so masculine nouns that have these endings here, and, and, ist, and or, for example. Okay, those that are most of the time masculine endings and masculine nouns with those endings, they have the plural form en. Okay, so for example here, der Praktikant, and the plural is die Praktikanten. Okay, so as you remember, die is the female article, but for the plural form we also use die. Okay, no matter whether the noun is masculine or neutral, or mixed, or female, feminine, it's die always. Der Kollege, for example, here an I at the end, die Kollegen. Or der Dirigent, die Dirigenten, die Pianisten, die Direktoren. Okay, so as you see, there are certain rules which you have to study. Okay, so that are the plural, we form the plural of those nouns with an en at the end. Okay, just an n if it has an I at the end anyways, like der Kollege, then we just add an n at the end. But in the end, you always have an en. Okay, So then the next one here, it's also with the plural with the ending n or en. It's for feminine nouns that have these endings. Okay, so of course there are always exceptions. There are masculine as well as female nouns that can have an e. Okay, there are always exceptions. But if that is, for example, a female person that ends with an e, like here, die Tante, which is an aunt, is the aunt. It's obviously it's a feminine person, so that's why it is part of these rules here. Okay, or it is that's why it is also feminine, has a feminine article. Okay, so all female persons have the article die, except of das Fräulein and das Mädchen. Okay, or also all masculine persons have the article der. So here the endings e, heit, in, ion, ik, kite, schaft, tät, and unk that are typical female endings. So here the plural is also en or n, like in here. Here in this case, it's just adding an additional n at the end. So die Tanten, die Wahrheiten, die Patientinnen. So here you have to watch out. If you have a female word like die Patientin, could be also die Schülerin, die Studentin, for example. Here you have to put a double n for the plural form. So it's die Patientinnen with a double n. It would be die Studentinnen also with a double n. Okay, die Schülerinnen also double n. Okay, please remember that. Die Regionen, die Grafiken, die Unfähigkeiten, die Schwangerschaften, die Kapazitäten und die Übungen. So it is very good for you also to learn the vocabulary here. Okay, please, learn all the words that you see here, because you need it in order to speak. You need words, no vocabulary. So here we have again like the plural form with n or en at the end. So we have here foreign words that end with ma, and us. So they can be masculine, neutral, could be also feminine, but here it's about the ending. So all nouns that have these endings, no matter which gender they have, they end with n or en. Okay, so das Aroma and die Aromen. Okay, so you take away the a, you just add an en. Das Zentrum, die Zentren. Okay, you take away the the um here, you add an en. Der Organismus, die Organismen. Okay, gut. Dann das nächste, Pluralendung mit e. So here you just add an e at the end, no, not an en. Okay, there is not an n at the end for the plural form. So whenever you have masculine nouns that have these endings here, which is like ich, ihr, ich, link, und okay, so don't forget, like there are always exceptions. Okay, as I mentioned in the chapter about the gender rules, for example, die Gier, it's feminine, the word, but most of the time there would be masculine, but there are always exceptions. Okay, so der Masseur, die Masseure. Okay, oder der Wellensittich, die Wellensittiche, die Pioniere, die Könige, die Ringe, die Liköre. Okay, if you learn these, this rule here with the endings, first of all, it's good because you just repeat the gender rules, and also you know the plural rules here. Okay, there are quite some, but you also need to be a little bit patient. It takes time to really learn a language. Okay, it does not come from one day to the next, and but if you really practice and listen to a lot of German, also you will get a feeling for that. Also, it takes but it takes a little bit of time. Okay, so Pluralendung mit e also here. So we have viele einsilbige feminine Nomen mit Umlaut. So many monosyllabic nouns, they need an umlaut for the plural form. Monosyllabic are very short words that have just one syllable. So like mouse, hand, Tee. Okay, it's just one syllable. Like two syllables would be an example if you say mother, or Mutter, it has two syllables. Vater, okay, it's two. And then they can have 3 and 4 depending on how long the word is. Here we are talking about short words that just have one syllable, like for example, die Maus. Okay, it's also for feminine, and in the plural you add an e, and the a changes to an a umlaut, so it's die Mäuse, and die Hand, die Hände. So usually, if you have here in the singular, of course there are always exceptions, but if you have in the singular an a, which also has an a umlaut, or an u, which has an u umlaut, or an O, which also has an O umlaut, then it changes to its according umlaut most of the time. Okay, but I will show you some more examples, and here, for example, that is another rule where you add an E or an ER at the end. Okay, so here you also see many monosyllabic neutral nouns, often with umlaut. So here, this is similar to the page right before that. Now this is about neutral nouns, not about the feminine ones. So here, das Brot, die Brote. Okay, as I said, often if you have an O in the singular, in the plural you have the according O umlaut, for example. So it's das Dorf, die Dörfer, but it's not always this case. Okay, like Brot has an O, but in the plural we don't say Bröte, it's just Brote. Okay, also very good to study vocabulary if you look at this chart. Okay, das Bein, die Beine. So here neither E nor I has an according umlaut, so it just stays like this. You just add an E here, die Beine. Das Bild, die Bilder. Das Buch, die Bücher. Das Buch, die Bücher. Okay, like U changes to U umlaut. Das Dach, die Dächer. Das Dorf, die Dörfer. As you see the pronunciation rules, you have a vowel and then comes an R. So I hope you remember that what you have to do here is just to pronounce the R like an A. So it's Dörfer. Okay, it's not Dörfer or Dörfer. Dörfer. Okay. Keep this in mind, please. Glas, das Glas, die Gläser, das Haar, die Haare. Okay, like here you have an A, but we don't change it to an umlaut. Okay, it's not Haare, it's Haare. Das Haus, die Häuser, das Kleid, die Kleider. Here you see Körner, Länder, Lichter, Lieder, Nester. Okay, that are all monosyllabic words here, neutral monosyllabic words. Tuch, Tücher, and so on. Okay, so please study this chart and also learn the vocabulary and keep this, this rule in mind. Then we have plural endung mit S. So this is like in English. In English, most of the time you just add an S at the end for the plural form. We also have this in German, so that are nouns with the ending A, I, O, U, and Y. Also A, I, O, U, Y. Okay. Of course, as always, there are exceptions. Okay, but here this is what we often do. We just add an S at the end. So das Sofa, die Sofas, der Bikini, die Bikinis, and it doesn't matter which gender this noun has. You just add an S at the end. Okay, das Video, die Videos, das Niveau, die Niveaus, und das Baby, die Babys. Now, it is not the same with the plural form. It's not the same rule as in English, because in English, if you have a Y at the end of a singular, you form the plural with an IE. In German, we don't have this. You just leave the Y as it is, and you just add an S here for the plural. Okay, just for you to know that there is a difference. Then we have here nouns that are the same in the singular and in the plural, that they don't change in their plural form. Okay, so we have here masculine nouns with the ending L and er, maskuline Nomen mit der Endung L und er. So for example, der Spanier, which is the Spaniard, the plural form is die Spanier. Okay, unless you want to emphasize that there are just women or female Spaniards, then you would say die Spanierinnen. Okay. But it's here it's masculine. Okay, it's about masculine. If it was mixed women and men, then it would be also die Spanier in this case. Der Büffel, die Büffel, for example. Okay. Then we have those neutral nouns with the ending chen and lein. They are always neutral. The plural form stays the same as in the singular. So das Fläschchen, die Fläschchen, das Fräulein, die Fräulein. Okay. It does not change in the plural. Then the next one here is there are nouns here that just have either just a singular form or just a plural form. So these here, which you will see in this chart, they don't have a plural form, and these ones don't have a singular form. Okay, like die Milch, milk, we don't have this in the plural. We cannot say milks in German. Okay, it's just always in the singular. Der Frieden, peace, also just in the singular. Der Hunger, die Geduld, die Hitze, die Kälte, das Glück, der Ärger und der Lärm. Okay, there is no plural form for these words in German. Okay, so you probably could say in English, I hear there are strange noises. I think it works in plural. In English, it would not work in German. Okay, we just say I hear a noise, for example. It doesn't work in the plural. Then here, words that just work in the plural, there is no singular form. Die Eltern, the parents. In English, you can say one of, he's a parent or something. In the singular, in German, it does not work. It's always in the plural, die Eltern. If you want to just talk about a mother or father, then you have to say Mutter oder Vater. You can say also der Elternteil, which would be the same as the English parent, just one person. Okay, but parents, like here, Eltern, just works in the plural. Die Ferien, die Geschwister, die Leute, die Kosten und die Jeans. That just works in the plural. Geschwister, siblings, you cannot say like in English, this is my sibling. In German, that does not work. If you talk about siblings or here Geschwister in German, it always means that this is more than one sibling, that there are always two. Okay, no matter whether they are brothers or sisters, but it's always just in the plural. Okay. Gut, dann war das hier das Video über die Pluralregeln. I know there were quite some rules, but I hope you use the chance and also learn the vocabulary, which is super useful here in this video also. And so just be aware that we have rules for everything. It's also the same in the German culture. We have a lot of rules. But well, yeah, this is our German grammar. Okay, so there are some rules, and please take your time to study them. Und dann sehen wir uns im nächsten Kapitel. Tschüss!
Der Körper. Der Mensch. Die Frau. Der Mann. Das Kind. Der Junge. Das Mädchen. Das Baby, der Säugling. Das Haar, die Haare. Der Kopf. Das Ohr. Die Stirn. Das Auge. Die Augenbraue. Die Nase. Das Gehirn. Die Lippe. Der Mund. Das Kinn. Der Arm. Der Ellbogen. Die Hand. Die Brust. Die Taille. Der Bauch. Die Hüfte. Der Bauchnabel. Die Schulter. Der Rücken. Der Po. Das Bein. Das Knie. Die Wade. Der Knöchel. Der Fuß. Die Zehen. Die Ferse. Der Zahn. Das Skelett. Der Knochen.
Hallo, willkommen zu diesem Kapitel. Hier geht es um unregelmäßige Verben. So this chapter is about irregular verbs. We had one chapter already about the conjugation of regular verbs, and now we are going to look into the irregular verbs. And of course we have some rules, I'm sorry to tell you, but so let's start with the first ones here, with the verbs that are completely irregular. Okay, so they cannot be explained by any rules that you will see in the next slides. So here the typical verbs, or also Hilfsverben as we call them, because we need them for the perfect tense, for example, and so on and so forth. You will see, and they are also very important verbs that we use a lot. So the first one is sein, which is to be. Okay, so as you see, it's completely irregular because it's sein in the infinitive form, and you start conjugating, and it's yeah, it's changing a lot. So ich bin, du bist, sie, es ist, wir sind, ihr seid und sie sind. Okay, this is the conjugation. Please learn it. It's very important. And then we have haben, which means to have. Okay, if you like, you can repeat. Ich habe, du hast, sie, es hat, wir haben, ihr habt und sie haben. Okay, so this is the conjugation of those two verbs, and you really need those two. Okay, so please learn them. Then on the next page, here we have irregular verbs with d or t at the end of their stem. Okay, unregelmäßige Verben mit dt am Ende des Verbstammes. So let's have a look at the beginning. At this one here, which is kochen. I just put it like this. So kochen, this is just a normal regular verb, right? Ich koche, du kochst, sie, es kocht. It's just for repetition, so you see the ending of the conjugation. Okay, that are just regelmäßige Verben, okay, regular verbs. Then we have, as you hopefully remember, at the beginning you learned the conjugation of regular verbs that have a d or t at the end of their stem. So as you see here, regelmäßige Verben mit dt. Okay, so you have, I hope you remember that, you have to add an extra e for the conjugation of du, sie, es, and ihr. Okay, it's just for the pronunciation. Otherwise you would have to say du redst. And yeah, it's easier to say du redest. Okay, so we add an e. It does not mean that it's irregular. This verb is regular. You just need to add this e here for the pronunciation. But then we have also a group of irregular verbs. There are not too many that are part of this group. What you need for now for the A1 level is just this verb halten here, but it's just for you to know that this exists. So here we have halten, which is an irregular verb, but it also has a t at the end of its stem. Okay, so let's see how to conjugate this verb. It is ich halte und du hältst. So here you see the a is changing to an a umlaut. Okay, and at the end here we do not add an e. Okay, du hältst. I know it's difficult to pronounce, but yeah, sometimes the grammar rules are just yeah, not explainable, let's say it this way. There are always some exceptions. So although of course it would be easier to pronounce it if there was an e here, but in this case there isn't. Okay, so du hältst, and there is no explanation for that either, okay? So because sometimes my students ask, so why is that? There's just no explanation, it's just the way it is. Sorry to tell you that, okay? So ich halte, du hältst, er, sie, es hält. Wir halten, ihr haltet und sie halten. So as you see, for du and er, sie, es, you add an a umlaut here without an e, but for ihr, you again have to add an e here without the a umlaut. Okay, so the a umlaut is just put here for du and er, sie, es without an e, and for ihr you have to put an e, ihr haltet. Okay. This is just this one word that we are going to look at in this group. This is what you need for now. Okay, so please keep that in mind. Halten, to hold, also probably a word that you will use often. Then the next one now we have some rules. So here are verbs, irregular verbs that change their e to an ie, but it just happens for do and er, sie, es. Okay, for no other cases that happens. So as you see here, ich sehe, sehen means to see. Ich sehe und du siehst. So as you see here, the E is changing to an IE for the conjugation. Okay, ich sehe, du siehst, er, sie, es sieht, the rest stays the same. Okay, it does not change here in the stem. And then we have a few more verbs here that are in this group. And as you see here, befehlen, to command, for example. So I just added here the conjugation for du and er, sie, es because it just applies, the change just applies for du and er, sie, es. Okay, it's not for the other personal pronouns. For the other ones it just stays the same, exactly as you have seen here under sehen. So befehlen, du befiehlst und er, sie, es befiehlt. Okay, it's not du befehlst oder er, sie, es befehlt. Okay, it's befiehlst. Empfehlen, to recommend, du empfiehlst und er, sie, es empfiehlt. Okay, so we have an IE which is already a long I, and then we also add an H here which stretches it even more. Okay, so du empfiehlst. Okay, we don't pronounce the H, don't forget about that. Okay. And geschehen, nur mit S möglich, it's just happening with, it's just possible to use it with S, which is it. To happen, it's er, sie, es, so it would be S in this case, geschieht. Es geschieht schnell, like it happens faster. So I cannot say he happens or she happens. It does not work in German. Okay. And then lesen, du liest und er, sie, es liest. Sehen, du siehst und er, sie, es sieht. Stehlen, du stiehlst und er, sie, es stiehlt. Okay, so for the A1 level, this is that are the verbs that you need to learn here for the A1 level. Okay, and this here in this group. So E changes to IE. Then we have another group of irregular verbs, and here the A changes to an A umlaut, and here the list is a little bit longer, as you see. So here we have fahren, which means to drive. So it is ich fahre, du fährst, er, sie, es fährt. Again, just du and er, sie, es changes. Okay, the rest stays the same. You just have to, you would just have to learn it a little bit by heart, unfortunately. Okay, so here the chart. Let's have a look here. A lot of important verbs. Please study them also. Like backen, to bake. It changes to bakst or bakst. You can use both actually. In this case, I personally rather use du bakst just with the normal A. But both is possible, okay? And then you see all the other verbs like blasen, braten, fallen, fangen, graben, halten, laden, lassen, raten, schlafen, if you like you can repeat, schlagen, tragen, wachsen und waschen, okay? Wachsen, waschen. CHS is pronounced like an X, wachsen, okay? Just for you to know this combination of the three letters, wachsen. Okay, good. So here you have this chart. Please study this group of verbs that are very important verbs you will need anyways, also for the A1 level. So the next one is E changes to an I. Okay, before we had the same like E changing to to different words, but here it just letters, sorry, here it just changes to an I. Okay, so geben, to give. Ich gebe, du gibst. Sie, es gibt, wir geben, ihr gebt und sie geben. Okay, this is the conjugation of geben. And here we have also a chart with a lot of verbs. Please study them. So it will be very useful, like here ausbrechen, to break out. Du brichst aus. This is a separable verb. You will learn it later on how to conjugate that, or how that works, because as you see here it's separated. But don't worry, you will learn it a little bit later. Okay, so hier brechen, du brichst, sie, es bricht. Essen, du isst, sie, es isst. Okay, and so on. I will just read those verbs to you so you hear the pronunciation. Maybe you can repeat. Okay, that would be just to practice a little bit and getting used to the pronunciation. It's good to actually, to actually use it, not just looking at it or hearing, but actually saying those words also. So I will read, you can repeat. Fressen, gelten, helfen, messen, nehmen, quellen. Okay, don't forget, Q-U together is pronounced like a kv, okay, quellen. Schmelzen, sprechen, stechen, the CH, okay, very important, the pronunciation, stechen. Sterben, treffen, treten, verderben, vergessen, werfen und zunehmen. Okay, zunehmen. Good. Then the next group is when au changes to oi. Okay, so we have just those two verbs in this group. Okay, so that is hopefully good news. So laufen means to run and to walk. So ich laufe, du läufst, sie, es läuft. Okay, so we don't say du laufst oder sie, es lauft, it's läufst. Okay, let's try to pronounce it. Du läufst und sie, es läuft. Okay, and we have saufen, which is to swig. We also use this word if somebody drinks a lot of alcohol. We say säuft, okay, which means that he drinks a lot of alcohol, or he or she. Okay, so as you see, that are just those two verbs in this group. Okay, so well, that was the chapter about the irregular verbs. Please study the vocabulary as usual, and it would be great if you could practice that a little bit and learn the conjugation really and memorize those rules. Gut, dann viel Erfolg beim Üben und wir sehen uns im nächsten Video. Tschüss!
Tipps zum Sprachenlernen. In this video, I will give you some very valuable tips on how to learn German very efficiently. All notes with your hand and write the vocabulary using a pen and paper. Just by sitting in silence and focusing on what you are writing with the pen, you will be able to memorize about 70% of the vocabulary or the notes that you are taking. You have to make sure that you are not being distracted by a phone or anything else. Speak without shame. In order to speak a language, you actually really need to speak it. Don't feel ashamed to speak and don't worry to make any mistakes. Don't forget that you are still learning. Nobody expects you to speak German perfectly. Many people block themselves by feeling ashamed of not pronouncing things right or of making errors. Through that, the learning process takes much longer. Learn the German pronunciation rules right from the beginning and adapt them as soon as possible. Once you get used to the wrong pronunciation, it will become very difficult later on to unlearn that again. And if the accent is very strong, it can be very difficult for natives to understand a person, even though there may even be no grammatical mistakes. You have to expose yourself as much as possible to the German language. Nowadays, you don't have to be in the country which language you are learning. The more you get in touch with the language, the better. You have to read, hear, write, and speak it. For that, you can listen to German online radio, for example, or you can listen to German podcasts. Watching TV with German subtitles, or even better, all synchronized in German, has a great learning effect. Music helps a lot when it comes to learning a language. First, you learn a lot about the country's culture by listening to its music, and furthermore, translating and learning the lyrics are a great way to study a language. Of course, you should at least like the beat of the song to actually have the motivation to study and translate the lyrics. Every person learns best in a different way. I personally learn languages much faster through music. There are many great German artists, and I would recommend you Xavier Naidoo or Die Söhne Mannheims. They use a very clear German in their songs, which is great when learning a language. Get a language partner and practice speaking German for free. Communication is key when studying a language, and it makes a very big difference whether you learn it by yourself or whether you can actually apply what you have learned with a German speaker. There are great platforms like tandempartner.org on which you can find thousands of other language learners. There you can post an ad in which you are looking for a German speaker who wants to learn your native language. Then you can exchange your numbers, emails, or Skype contacts and teach each other your native language. It is free, you can get to know great people and improve your German. Another great platform for that is italki.com, for example. Meetup.com. A further option, which is not virtual, are language groups on meetup.com. Here you would have to check out whether there are German-English groups, for example, which are meeting up in your town or city. There, German and English learners are meeting once a week or month to practice speaking the language they are just learning. Of course, there are all kinds of language combinations like Spanish, German, French, German, and so on. You can also get an online tutor. That is a very tailored and intensive way to learn a language. The tutor gives you all his or her attention and can explain all the questions you may have, teaching you grammar, pronunciation, or prepare you for your language certificate. A great platform for that is Workbook.com, which is an easy usable platform on which students and teachers can meet. Traveling is another very fun option to study a language and get to know a culture. If you decide traveling to a German-speaking country, I would recommend you to also spend some time in a village or smaller town. There are usually not too many foreigners and you will be much more forced to actually speak German. Of course, big cities are much more exciting, but it makes just speaking English all the time much easier and more comfortable, so that you might end up just speaking English. There are a lot of foreigners and tourists in cities like Berlin who automatically switch to English. If traveling, then of course it should be either Germany, Switzerland, or Austria. A great way of traveling for free and learning a language at the same time is by using platforms like helpx.net. Here you can travel to any place in the world and help locals with different chores, and in exchange for that you get free accommodation and often also free board. This way you can live with locals and speak their language. You can basically find and learn anything on YouTube. No matter which subject of German grammar you are looking for, you can find that on YouTube. Having a German partner may already be your motivation to study German, but if not, that will surely add to it. Being able to practice the language and later also being able to speak the native language of your partner can take your relationship to another level. There are dozens of language apps with which you can improve the language you are learning. Some are focused on grammar, others on vocabulary, or also both. Drops is a great app to study vocabulary. If you use language apps, make sure that you see the object you are learning, that you hear how it is pronounced and how it is written. Use physical books or print out texts which are written in German. Write the translations of the words you don't know above each word. It truly is a somewhat more time-consuming process than studying vocabulary virtually, but it really makes a difference to actually sit down and make the effort to translate the words. In addition to that, you can also see how the vocabulary is being used and in which context. Study the German nouns always with their article. As you know, there are 3 different genders in German grammar. It is best for you to learn them right from the beginning. Later on, you will see how important it is in the German language when it comes to the grammatical cases, for example. We also decline adjectives and adapt them to the gender of the nouns, but that are just a few examples for when needing to know the gender of each noun. So, viel Erfolg beim Lernen. I wish you lots of success with studying. I hope that you will consider these tips and enjoy learning German with them.
Hallo, in diesem Kapitel geht es um Komposita. Und zwar heißt das auf Englisch Compound Words. So what we like to do in German is putting or combining several words together and then create new words. You will see this very often in German. So here we have the Einleitung, which is the introduction. And let's see what the compound words actually are. Okay, so as you see here, neue Wortkreation aus mindestens 2 Wörtern. Okay, new word creation of at least 2 words. Fugenzeichen ungefähr bei 30% der Komposita. So with about 30% of those compound words, of those word combinations, we use linking letters, which can be E, S, E, S, N, E-N or E-R. It depends on, we will look at some rules in this chapter, okay? So often we have those linking letters that connect those 2 words. And then keine feste Regel, welches Fugenzeichen und wann ein Fugenzeichen eingesetzt werden muss. So there is no fixed rule which linking letter and when a linking letter has to be applied. There are some little rules that you will see, but usually there is not a specific rule for all words and for all endings and so on, okay? So, just for you to, I just wanted to show you what that is about. Here I have an extremely long word for you. I will try to read it. Even as a German, this is very difficult because this is extreme, okay? So don't think that now this is a typical German word that you will see anywhere, but this word actually exists, okay? So we have several words here put together, and this is just one word that we have created. And Germans are very literal. So just, I think I mentioned it in one of the videos before, like Hausschuhe, like slippers, house shoes, right? Hausschuhe, like the shoes that we wear in the house. Inside, right? So this is what we like to do, like actually like being very literal. But let's try to read this word. Will be an exercise for me too. So, Grundstücksverkehrsgenehmigungszuständigkeitsübertragungsverordnung. Okay, this is one word. We have like one word together, but we have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 words just put together. Okay, so this is a kind of official rule about Grundstück, which is like how's it called in English? Like the place where you build a house on. Okay, so this is a rule regarding that. Okay, so just for you to understand what we actually mean with those compound words. So let's have a look here at compound words. So we can put together nouns with nouns, nouns with verbs, nouns with adjectives, and so on. This slide here is about putting nouns together, or a noun together with another noun. So this is, here in this chapter you will just learn about how to put 2 words together, but of course it is possible to put more than just 2 words together in the German language. But for the A1 level, this is what you need. This is like the most important right now, and also the most common actually. We just put 2 words together. So here, Zusammensetzung ohne Änderung. Okay, so compound without changes. So there are just 2 words put together without any linking letter. Okay, so there is nothing to connect them. We just put them one word next to the other. So here we have das Auto und die Tür. It becomes die Autotür, the car door, die Autotür. So now in this case, for example, we have a neutral word, das Auto, and we have a feminine word, die Tür. So what we do, because now for the new created word we need a gender, or we need an article also. So you take you take the gender of the last word, which is here Tür, die Tür. So the new created word has the same gender as the last word in this compound word. Okay, so it's die Autotür. So it's about whatever comes last. It's about about this object, so it's about the door, it's a car door. If you would put, for example, das Türauto, it would be the door car. We will put auto, which is car, at the end, so it would be about the car, not about the door. And then it would be neutral because auto is neutral, so it would be das Türauto. Actually, this word does not exist, but you can create it in the German language. It's possible to do that, although it has no official meaning. Autotür, we use that quite often, so that exists. Then we have here a rule, Fugenzeichen es or just as häufiger anzutreffen, oft bei Zusammensetzungen mit Wörtern auf tum, link, ion, tät, heitkeit, schaft, sicht und ung. So whenever the first word of the compound word, the first word has those endings, like tum, link, and so on, and height, kite, and so on, we put the linking letter s or es there. Okay, depends on which word it is. Sometimes it's es, sometimes it's s. So here Gesundheit, which means health. Okay, Gesundheit, it ends with heit, as you see here also, and then we add minister, which is minister. Right? And then the new word is der Gesundheitsminister, which is the health minister. Okay? So you see again, Gesundheit is feminine, Heit is a typical feminine ending in the German grammar, and der Minister, it's a masculine person, and the new created word is Gesundheitsminister, and it's masculine because we have to use the same gender as the last word here. Okay, good, because here it's about the minister, not about the health. It's not a minister health, it's a health minister. Okay, so hier Fugenzeichen en, meist die entsprechende Pluralform, so the linking letter en or just n is most of the time it's the equivalent plural form. So here, for example, we have die Straße, it means the street, und die Bahn, we use it for train, for example. Okay. Then it's die Straßenbahn, it's the tram, die Straßenbahn, like the street train kind of tram. We also say tram in German, like tram in English, I guess. So it's die Tram, we also say that. Die Straßenbahn, yeah, that's another word for that. So here you see die Straßen, this is the plural form of Straße. Okay, and this is exactly the same as the plural form with this linking letter n here. Okay, so let's go to the next one. Here Fugenzeichen er, meist die entsprechende Pluralform. So here it's also the same, Fugenzeichen er, mostly the equivalent plural form. That's why it is yeah, very important to learn those plural rules. Okay, so you actually know what the plural form of each word is. That will help you here. Although of course it's not always the plural. Okay, as you have seen before in this video, sometimes we just put a word together with another one, but there is no specific rule that says all words connected to education need to stay in the singular form without any linking letters. We don't have this rule. Okay, so you would have to learn this a little bit by heart. So here we have das Wort und das Buch. The word and the book, and it becomes das Wörterbuch. Wörter is words, it's the plural form of word, and it means dictionary, so we say the word book. Okay, I told you the German language is very literal. Okay, so das Wörterbuch is the dictionary, and in this case we use the plural form of Wort, which is Wörter. So the next chapter here is verbs together with nouns. Okay, so what you need if you do this most of the time, and again there are exceptions here and there, but most of the time you just use the stem of the verb and then you add a noun. So suchen and Maschine, it becomes die Suchmaschine. So the stem is after you take away en, what is left is called the stem. So you just add it to the Maschine in this case. Oh, sorry, there's an S missing. Sorry, it's Maschine is written as here. Okay, so it becomes it's the search engine, die Suchmaschine. And since we just have one noun here, you use the same article as the noun that you have here. So here you don't have to decide anything. because there are not two nouns with two different genders, it's just one noun here. Then we have laufen und die Schuhe, that are die Laufschuhe, okay, the runner, the sports shoes, or running shoes, die Laufschuhe. Again, just the stem here. Fahren and das Rad, it's das Fahrrad, the bicycle, okay? So, yeah, the driving wheel or riding wheel, this is what it means actually translated as Fahrrad, okay? So, this is how we do it whenever you put a verb together with a noun, okay? Then the next one, verb and verb and noun. Also, one more rule here with the linking letter E. Or E, Fugenelement E. So here, most of the time, it's just the stem, and then you add the noun as you've seen in the slide before. In this case here, this is another rule. You have to use the stem, and then you add an E. Okay, Nachschlag, and then Nachschlagewerk. Okay, it becomes das Nachschlagewerk, the reference word, das Nachschlagewerk. Okay, here you have the linking letter E, or E in German. Warten means to wait. Wartezimmer. Okay, das Wartezimmer is the waiting room. Das Wartezimmer. So here you don't just use the stem. It's not Wartezimmer as in the slide before. Here it actually has the linking letter E. Okay, das Wartezimmer. Also good vocabulary for you to learn. Then we have another possibility, which is adjective with noun, Adjektiv mit Nomen. So as you see here, an adjective, you have rot, which is the color red, and then der Wein, it becomes der Rotwein. Okay, and here you don't have any linking letters. You just put it together as it is. There are no changes. Alt and Papier, das Altpapier, the waste paper. Okay, das Altpapier. Groß and die Stadt, die Großstadt, the big town or city town, die Großstadt. You see, yeah, this is how Kleinstadt also exists, which is a small city or small town. Okay, we actually use those words. Okay, good. So this is quite simple. There is no linking letter. Then we have an adverb and a noun, Adverb und Nomen. So here you have words like sofort, and as you see here, eher selten, it means rather seldom. So this doesn't happen too often that we have an adverb together with a noun. Okay, so here for example, sofort plus die Hilfe, it's die Soforthilfe, immediate aid, die Soforthilfe. Nicht and der Raucher is der Nichtraucher, the non-smoker. Okay, der Nichtraucher. Links plus Kurve, die Linkskurve. Okay, the left turn. So a curve also could be the left curve. I'm not sure whether you can say it like this in English, but well, just for those symbols, this is plus in German, this is gleich. You would say links plus die Kurve ist gleich die Linkskurve. Okay, like just for math, for example, just for you to know how they are called here. And minus is minus. Okay. And okay, so this is how that works. There are no linking letters in this case. And okay, so that was the chapter about the compositor. And please learn the words that you have seen here. They are very important for the A1 level. And yeah, you can actually create any words you like in German. You can be creative. The question is whether people would understand that, but since we are very, very literal, you just put them together and then people will figure it out. Yeah, maybe just not to take it too far with the creation of your own words, but yeah, people would understand if you use like really the literal words that you want to express or say. But well, we have a lot of compositor which are commonly used. Okay, you also don't have to invent anything. Okay, dann dann sehen wir uns im nächsten Kapitel. Bis zum nächsten Mal. Hallo, in diesem Kapitel geht es um das Wort es. Ich werde in diesem Video nur auf Deutsch sprechen, damit du dich an die deutsche Sprache gewöhnst. Und aber du siehst immer die englische Übersetzung. Okay? Also hier haben wir ein paar Beispiele. wann wir das Wort es benutzen. Also es ist sehr ähnlich wie in der englischen Sprache. Das Wort es ist nicht nur ein Personalpronomen, also wir benutzen es nicht nur, wenn wir über etwas sprechen, über ein zum Beispiel über ein Tier oder so etwas, sondern wir benutzen das auch als feste Ausdrücke. Also zum Beispiel hier, wenn wir fragen, wie viel Uhr ist es? Okay, du siehst auch auf Englisch benutzen wir das gleiche Wort. Okay, also wie viel Uhr ist es? Es ist 12 Uhr. Auf Englisch benutzt man das auch. Also immer wenn du sagen möchtest, wie spät es ist, sagst du, es ist 12 Uhr, es ist 13 Uhr, es ist 15 Uhr und so weiter. Wie geht es dir? Okay, in der englischen Sprache wird das nicht so verwendet, aber wir machen das auf Deutsch so, wir benutzen immer das Es hier. Also wie geht es dir? Du kannst auch einfach sagen, wie geht's? Das ist auch möglich. Das ist aber hier die komplette und ausgeschriebene Form. Okay, wie geht es dir? Dann, mir geht es fantastisch. Okay, auf Englisch wird das nicht so ausgedrückt. Wenn du sagen möchtest, wie es dir geht, sagst du, mir geht es gut, mir geht es sehr gut, mir geht es nicht so gut oder mir geht es schlecht. Wie auch immer, wir sagen, mir geht es und dann sagst du, wie es dir geht. Dann haben wir, es macht Spaß, deutsche Gerichte zu kochen. Okay? Also in der englischen Sprache benutzt man hier auch das gleiche Wort und es macht Spaß. Dann sagen wir immer, es macht Spaß, genau wie in der englischen Sprache. Dann, es ist schön, dass du hier bist. Okay? Auf Englisch siehst du hier auch, benutzen wir auch es. Okay, oder das englische it. Also es ist schön, dass du hier bist. Es ist schlecht, es ist wunderbar, es ist toll, es ist super. Okay, da sagen wir es ist. Dann auf der nächsten Seite, wenn du sagen möchtest, wenn du das Wetter beschreiben möchtest, dann sagst du auch es ist heiß, es ist schwül, es ist trocken, es ist kalt. Okay, das ist genau wie im Englischen. Okay, das ist genau das Gleiche. In diesem Film geht es um Kommunismus. Okay, auf Englisch wird das jetzt nicht unbedingt so ausgedrückt. Ich weiß nicht, ob man sagen könnte, in this movie it is about. Okay, so könnte man das auch sagen. Aber es geht um. It is about. Okay, ist immer es geht um oder hier in diesem Film geht es um Kommunismus. Okay, dann es gibt ein Theater in dieser Stadt. Das ist sehr typisch. Das wäre gut, wenn du dir das merkst. Also es gibt ist das englische there is. Es gibt keine Milch in diesem Geschäft. Okay, like there is no milk in the store. Es gibt keine Milch oder es gibt Milch in diesem Geschäft. Okay, es gibt ist wird sehr oft benutzt. Okay, es ist gut, wenn du dir das merkst, wenn du beschreiben möchtest, was es irgendwo gibt. Okay? Gut, also das war das Kapitel über das Wort es. Und ich hoffe, es war nicht so schwierig. Wie du gesehen hast, gibt es auch Ähnlichkeiten mit der englischen Sprache. Und dann sehen wir uns im nächsten Kapitel. Tschüss.
Die Kleidung. Der Pullover. Das Kleid. Die Jeans. Das Hemd für Männer, die Bluse für Frauen. Der Gürtel. Die Mütze. Die Socke. Der Schuh. Der Regenschirm. Das Höschen, die Unterhose. Das T-Shirt. Das Abendkleid. Die Hose. Die kurze Hose, die Shorts. Der Hut. Die Weste. Das Cappy. Der Handschuh. Der Mantel. Die Jacke. Die High Heels, die Pumps. Die Hausschuhe. Der Blazer.
Hallo, willkommen zu diesem Video und hier geht es um die Uhrzeit. So, this video is about the time and how to say the time in German. So, let's start here with this page. So first, how do we actually ask for time? Here, as you see, you can say, for example, sorry, wie spät ist es? And that means, sorry, how late is it? Okay, wie spät ist es? Entschuldigung, entschuldige, entschuldigen Sie, wie viel Uhr ist es? That means, excuse me, what time is it? So either you can say Entschuldigung, and this is, let's say, neutral, so it's neither formal nor informal. Okay, so it does here we cannot see from this whether you're talking to several people or just one person. So maybe this would be the easiest way of saying that for now, since you're at the beginner's level. Okay, so you don't have to think too much about whether you need the formal, informal way, whether you talk to several people or just to one person. So you just can say Entschuldigung. You can say Entschuldige. So this is the informal way if you talk to just one person. Okay, that would be Entschuldige. Or you can say Entschuldigen Sie, and this is the formal way. Okay, so that could include here talking to several people or just one person in the formal way. So you can use one of those three. And then wie viel Uhr ist es? Okay, so excuse me, what time is it? You can, of course, just say wie viel Uhr ist es if you don't want to be like very polite, for example. And then we have here, es ist 14:15 Uhr. So we write it 14:15 Uhr. You write Uhr always after that. Okay, Uhr in English means clock, actually. So you can say Armbanduhr, which would be the clock for your wrist. Wanduhr, which would be a clock for the wall, for example. Okay, but if you indicate the time, if you say the time, you have to write Uhr after that. If you say it, it would be es ist 14:15 Uhr. Okay, this is the official way of writing the time. So if you are at the train station, for example, or if there is any kind of schedule, you will always have it this way with the 24-hour clock. Okay, we will talk about it further later on.
You can also say es ist Viertel nach zwei. This is more the colloquial way of saying the time. Okay, so this is not the official formal way, but when we speak, we rather use this 12-hour clock, which would be es ist Viertel nach zwei. It is 2:15. Okay, I will explain further. So you see here in English, it is 12:15. This indication as PM or AM, we don't have this in German. Okay, so either if you use the 12-hour clock, as here es ist Viertel nach zwei, and maybe, or let's say you say Viertel nach sechs, which is 6:15. Now, let's say it could be now in the morning, it could be in the evening, then you just would have to give further information. You can say then 6:15 in the evening or in the morning. So then the person who is listening knows exactly what you mean. Okay, so as you see here, es gibt zwei Arten, die Uhrzeit auf Deutsch zu sagen. Okay, so the two ways. So we have here the 24-hour clock. Okay, 24-Stunden-Uhr. So we can use the 24-hour clock to say the exact hour and minute. Okay, this is like the official way of saying the time. As I said, like if there is a schedule, a bus schedule or a train schedule and so on, you will always see the 24-hour clock. Okay, so the written form is, as I explained, es ist 14:15 if we say it, okay, here. As you see, es ist 14:15. This is how we say it, okay? You always write it like this. You write Uhr after that. When you say it, you say Uhr between the hour and the minute. Or here, for example, as you see here, es ist 7:32 Uhr. This is the written form. If you say it, you say es ist 7:32. Okay, so Uhr always between the hour and the minute. And then the next one, we have the 12-hour clock, 12-Stunden-Uhr. So as I've explained, this is we rather use that when we speak. This is more common when we speak. Okay, like more colloquial, for example. Since we don't have this AM, PM, if there is a train schedule, for example, and you just use the 12-hour clock, then people would get confused. Okay, that's why the 12-hour clock is more for spoken and the official is the 24-hour clock. So here, the 12-hour clock we use with the following words, like nach means past. Okay, so all these words here that you see, like the German nach, which is past, halb, half past, vor means two, Viertel, quarter. You cannot use these words with the 24-hour clock. Okay, please keep this in mind. So you cannot say 15 nach 14 Uhr. Okay, like 2:15. You cannot say 15 nach 14. Okay, you would have to say 15 nach 2, for example, or Viertel nach 2, which would be then 2:15, for example. Okay, this just works with the 12-hour clock. So halb is half past, as I said, for 2, so let's say 5 to 5, 5 vor 5, we would say. Okay, and quarter, you can say es ist Viertel, zum Beispiel Viertel vor 3, 2:45, okay, or Viertel nach 2, Viertel nach 3, 3:15, okay, Viertel nach 3. Then let's go to the next page, and here you have a few examples. So as you see here, spoken, es ist Viertel nach 12, yeah, as you see, it means it is 12:15. In English, so the word order is exactly the same as in English, okay? It is 12:15. When we write it, it still stays exactly the same way, okay? Es ist 12:15. So when we just have the spoken way of indicating the 12-hour clock, okay? Since we don't have AM and PM like in English, for example. So here the written form does not change. No matter whether you say it with a 12 or 24-hour clock. Then es ist, here as you see, 13:20 Uhr. This would be the 24-hour clock. And the written way and spoken with a 12-hour clock, it would be es ist 20 nach 1. Okay, so of course you can also say es ist 13:20 Uhr, even if you speak, it doesn't have to be like an official schedule or so. It is up to you, okay? But we have those two forms with this 12-hour clock with quarter past or quarter to, half past, and so on. We just have it when we speak. Okay, so you can choose one of both. Maybe it's easier to stick with the 24-hour clock at the beginning and just say es ist 13:20 Uhr if you don't want to learn for now the expressions like past and to and half past and so on. Okay, but with the time you will have to learn it because we use that very often when we speak and using those expressions like es ist 1:20. If you want to indicate that it is, if there could be a confusion, maybe one person could understand it that it's at night or it's in the afternoon here, 1:20, you can add some information. You can say es ist 1:20 am Nachmittag, like in the afternoon, for example. Okay, if you want to exclude any kind of confusion. Then here, the next one, es ist 16:30 Uhr. So here, this is the written way, and you can say with the spoken form, es ist 4:30, okay? So it is a little bit different than in English. In English, you would say it is 4:30. In German, what you have to do is saying the hour which comes next. So es ist 4:30. This means it is 4:15. It is 4:30. Okay, but we are saying the next hour that is coming. Es ist 4:30. Or here es ist 20:45. You can also say es ist 8:45, which means it is 8:45. Okay, es ist 8:45. Then the next one here, just to practice this with the halb. Okay, so here 5:30, es ist 5:30, which means it is 5:30. Okay, so it's different than in English. You just have to keep this in mind. 6:30, you can also say es ist 6:30, 6:30. In German is es ist 6:30. Or here 19:30, you can also say es ist 7:30, 7:15. Okay, 19:30, or you say es ist 7:30, as you like. Okay, so that was the chapter about the time, and I hope it is understandable as how we do this in German. And yeah, then so please, if you can, maybe you can practice and looking by looking at the time right now and saying what time it is with the 12 as well as the 24-hour clock. Okay, that would be great. Gut, dann viel Erfolg und wir sehen uns im nächsten Video. Tschüss!
Hallo und willkommen zu diesem Kapitel. Hier geht es um den Satzbau von Hauptsätzen. So this video here is about the sentence structure of main clauses. So of yeah, let's say normal and not complicated sentences, because many sentences actually have subclauses or even several subclauses. But this is for later. Since we are on the A1 level right now, we are just going to look at the main clauses and how to structure them. Okay, so here let's have a look at some very basic sentences. Okay, here we have just the subject. This is the person who is actively doing something. It can also be an object. It doesn't have to be a person always. Okay, and then we have the verb. The verb is the words with which you express what you are doing. Okay, so for example, ich esse. Okay, it means I'm eating. So here you see you start with the subject and the verb comes in the second position. So in general, even if you added more information here, the verb is always in the second position of a main clause. Okay, and okay, so for example, the subject here, we say first position. It could be, it could also consist of 2 or 3 words, but it still would count as position 1, as we say. If you said, for example, mein Bruder isst, like my brother is eating. Mein Bruder, which is my brother, it would be position 1. It would count as a subject because it's about the brother, and then comes the verb. Okay, so just keep this in mind. And then here we have du liest. Liest, that comes from lesen. It's irregular. That's why the I is changing to an IE, und du liest, you are reading. Kerstin tanzt, Kerstin is dancing. Okay? Then we have here a subject, a verb, and an object. In this case here, it's in all cases an accusative object. So, ich trinke Tee, I'm drinking tea, for example. So, tea here is the accusative object because trinken is an accusative verb, which means whatever I'm drinking or somebody is drinking is the accusative object. So, here Tee is the accusative object. Franz isst Spätzle. Isst, it comes from essen, it's irregular. That's why we conjugate it here this way and not that way. Okay, because here it's ich esse, but then it is du isst und sie es isst. Franz is a male name, which is er. That's why it is Franz isst Spätzle. Spätzle is a typical German dish. It comes from the south of Germany. Traditionally, it's very good. A little bit heavy maybe, and but it's typical German. If you have the chance, you should try. Laura sieht das Mädchen. So Laura sees the girl. So as you see, subject, first position, second position, the verb, and the third position is the object. Here, in this case, it's the accusative. Okay, then it is possible to start with the accusative object instead of the subject. I would recommend, since you are just starting to learn German, to always start with the subject because it's easier for now. Later on, when you feel more secure with the German language, you can start to experiment and start with the accusative object, or you can start with a place or indication of time, for example. Starting with the subject is the most common way and probably also the easiest just to remember. So you can also say Tee trinke ich. If you really want to emphasize the word tea here or the object tea, you can put it at the beginning. You can do this also. Tee trinke ich. We don't use it too often unless you really want to emphasize it. Okay. Then Spätzle ist Franz. Okay, it's grammatically it's correct. You can do this, but we would rather just start with the subject. Das Mädchen sieht Laura. Okay, you can say it also this way if you like, but it's not too common. Okay, I'm just showing you that so you know that in the German grammar this is possible. Then here on this page we have Daniel ist in Heidelberg. So here we have an indication of place, so lokal, which is local. So Daniel ist in Heidelberg, it means Daniel is in Heidelberg, a very beautiful city, by the way. In southern Germany also. So you see, you start with the subject, the verb is always in the second position, and then comes the place. If you like, you can start with the place also in Heidelberg as Daniel. If you want to emphasize the place or the location, you can put it at the beginning, but the verb needs to stay in the second place. Okay? Julia fährt nach Hause. It means Julia is driving home. Nach Hause, it's a fixed expression here. Nach Hause means that you are going home. If you want to say that I'm at home, let's say I'm at home, we would say ich bin zu Hause. Okay, und ich fahre nach Hause, it means there's a direction involved to your home. Ihr geht in den Park, you're going to the park. Okay, so here you see the location in den Park, it is here at the end. Then we have, this is what I just explained. The next one here is Andreas kocht immer in der Küche. So here we have a subject, a verb, an indication of time, an indication of place. So in this case, if you start with the subject, again, the verb is always in the second place, and then comes the time and then the place. Okay, so it would be wrong to say, for example, Andreas kocht in der Küche immer. That would be wrong. Okay, that would sound very odd to a German ear, let's say. Okay, first time and then place. Okay, just keep this in mind. First time, then place. Also Andreas kocht immer in der Küche. It means Andreas is always cooking in the kitchen. Stephanie geht manchmal ins Fitnessstudio, so Stephanie manchmal is sometimes goes to the gym. Das Fitnessstudio is the gym. Okay, so again, first time and then the place. Der Mechaniker repariert täglich in der Werkstatt, so the mechanic repairs daily in the workshop. Okay, täglich in der Werkstatt. If you like, if you want to, now you have, you can play around a little bit here with the construction of the sentence. If you want to emphasize the indication of time, you can put it at the beginning. So you can say, immer kocht Andreas in der Küche. Okay, if you really want to emphasize that it's always that he is cooking in the kitchen. The verb is always in the second place, then comes the subject, and then the indication of place comes at the very end. If you want to emphasize the place, you can also put it at the beginning. So you say in der Küche, in the kitchen. Okay, it's position 1. It consists here of 3 sentences. Yeah, because we need all these 3 words in order to explain the place. So it's in the kitchen, in der Küche, kocht Andreas immer. So here you would put the time at the end and the location at the beginning. The verb is always at the second place, and then comes the subject. Okay, well, like honestly, like at the beginning, if you want to make life complicated, you can do that and start with the time or the place. Like honestly, I would just do it like later on if you, as I said, if you already speak German very well. So then you will maybe not. You will not unnecessarily confuse yourself. Okay, so in any time, anyhow, we usually start the sentences with subjects. This is the most common way to structure a sentence. Okay, so you don't have to worry too much about that. It's just to show you that this is possible, in case that you maybe see this in sentences when you read German or German text. So here we have a subject, a verb, indication of time, and an accusative object. So ich schreibe immer emails. So if you have an indication of time and an accusative object, first comes the time and then the object. Okay. Ich schreibe immer emails means I'm always writing, or I always write emails. Jeder feiert jährlich seinen Geburtstag. So everybody celebrates the birthday every year. Jährlich means every year or yearly. Okay. Die Schülerin liest jede Woche einen Aufsatz. So the female student reads an essay every week. Okay, first time, then accusative. So it would be wrong to say, for example, ich schreibe E-Mails immer. That is a wrong sentence structure. It's the same as if you said in English, emails write I daily. You know, it would sound a little bit odd. Okay, so make sure you keep the right word order. If you want to emphasize the time, you can do that, or the indication of time. So you put immer in this case at the beginning. Immer schreibe ich emails, but you have to stick to the word order. Okay. If you want to emphasize the accusative object, if it's very important, for example, you can put it at the beginning. Also, you say then E-Mails schreibe ich immer. Okay, E-Mails schreibe ich immer, and then the time at the end. If you like, for example, just to practice, you can write your own sentence and then just to keep then structuring the sentence as here. Okay, then it would be easier to memorize later. Here we have a subject, a verb, and just an indication of time. So you here, for example, sie lernt jetzt, she's studying now, or die Lehrerin kommt morgen, the female teacher here, because it's an IN at the end and the article die. So the female teacher is coming tomorrow. Die Studenten lesen jeden Tag. The students are reading every day. Studenten are university students. Okay, so that are not students or pupils at school. That are we're just talking about university students in this case. If you want to say students at school, you would say Schüler. Okay, in this case it's Studenten. If you want to emphasize the time again, you can put it at the beginning. So jetzt lernt sie, now she's studying. If you want to emphasize that, just keep in mind the verb is always in the second place. Okay. So here we have a subject, a verb, and a modal. So here is to express how somebody is doing something. Is it fast, slow, good, bad, for example? Okay. So here, wir joggen schnell, we are jogging fast. So again, usually you start with the subject, the verb, and then comes this indication of how you're doing something. Hans ist langsam, so here it's an adverb, would be called also in the grammatical way adverb, because we are explaining a verb here, how somebody is doing something. Die Nachbarin spricht leise, the female neighbor here is speaking in a low voice. Okay, und Hans ist langsam, it means Hans is slow. And here, schnell joggen wir, if you want to emphasize the adverb, you can put it at the beginning, then comes the verb and then the subject. Schnell joggen wir. Then here, this is a little bit more complicated, a more complete sentence, let's say. So here we have a subject, a verb, an indication of time, an object here, okay, and then you have here an indication of place. So for example, Väter spielen häufig mit ihren Kindern auf der Wiese. So here we have the indication mit. Okay, and that's why we have this in the dative case. This is a dative preposition. So mit ihren Kindern, die Kinder in the plural, in the dative plural you add an additional n here. Okay, so first subject, verb, indication of time, the dative object, and then the indication of place. Väter spielen häufig mit ihren Kindern auf der Wiese. It means fathers often play with their children on the like on the field where you have grass and so on. If you want to emphasize the dative object, you can put it at the beginning also. Mit ihren Kindern spielen Väter häufig auf der Wiese. Then the structure would be like this. But really, as I said, I mean, in the German grammar this would be correct, but hardly anybody would speak this way. Okay, just for you to know. If you want to emphasize the place, here auf der Wiese spielen Väter häufig mit ihren Kindern. Okay, auf der Wiese spielen Väter häufig mit ihren Kindern. Then we have the indication of time emphasized here. Häufig spielen Väter mit ihren Kindern auf der Wiese. Okay, so for example, if you have the here the preposition auf, which means on, we call it a Wechselpräposition. You will learn it in the A2 level. So auf can be used either as an accusative or a dative preposition. It depends on the situation. You will learn it in the A2 level. For now, you don't need that. In this case here, it is used as a dative preposition. That's why die Wiese, it's female. It changes to der Wiese because here it's used in the dative. Okay, in the dative, the female article die changes to der. Okay, it does not mean here that it's masculine. It's just in the dative case. It's a female word here. Okay, good. So that was the chapter about Satzbau von Hauptsätzen. It would be great if you practice and write own sentences with the vocabulary that you have learned so far. And the best way would be just to make sure first that you know the structure when starting with the subject and the second position, always the verb. As I said, that's the most common way to structure a sentence in German. And yeah. So that will be very good to practice vocabulary, to actually use it, what you have learned so far, and keep in mind that the structure is very important of the sentences. Otherwise, it will just sound a little bit weird and probably even hard to understand. Okay, so have fun writing own sentences. Ja, viel Spaß beim Sätze schreiben. Und wir sehen uns im nächsten Kapitel. Tschüss! Hallo, willkommen zu diesem Kapitel. Hier geht es um das Akkusativ. Und zwar, Akkusativ existiert auch in der englischen Sprache. Okay? The accusative also exists in the English language, and it is a grammatical case. Okay? And it's very similar. Well, we have, of course, more rules in the German language, but it is used in a very similar way. So let's have a look at here the introduction, die Einführung. So officially it is the fourth grammatical case, der vierte grammatikalischer Fall. But we learn this right after the nominative because this is usually the sequence that you also go through in language schools. So for all grammatical cases, we have case questions or Fallfragen, as you see here, okay? And the case question, or the grammatical case question for the accusative is wen, was oder wohin, okay? Which is who, what, or where to. So let's have a look here. What is wen? Wen is who, but it is the who there is in English, there is no difference between the like the whom in the dative and in the accusative. It could be whom for the dative for the other grammatical case, which you will learn, but here it is for the accusative. You will see some examples, okay? Was is what und wohin is where to. And because in German we have three different wheres. So the where, which is wo, and that is static. Like if I ask where do you work, for example, okay, there's no movement involved to a certain place. It's just where do you work. This is the word wo, which is just W-O, wo, okay. Wohin is where to if you are moving to a certain place. Like wohin fliegst du, where are you flying to, wohin, okay. Und woher means from where, like woher kommst du, where do you come from, would be wo, then H-E-R, woher, okay. So we have those three different wheres in German. And the wohin, which is where to, with the movement involved, it is used in the accusative case, okay? But you will need that for the A2 level, not for the A1. I've just edited here so you already know what's coming in the next level, so you have it complete here, okay? But we will not focus too much on that. It's rather on wen and was, okay? So let's have a look at the next side. So here we have der bestimmte Artikel, the definite article, okay? So I hope you remember in the nominative clause it's der, die, das, and for the plural it's always die. In the accusative, the masculine article is changing, okay, but just the masculine, okay. This is good news. You will see in the other two grammatical cases that you will learn, there are more articles that they are changing. So der is changing to den, die, das, and die stays exactly the same. So let's have a look at how we use that, because we have also here accusative in the English language. So here we have Heidi sieht den Professor, which means Heidi sees the professor. So sehen, to see, is an accusative verb. At the end of this video, you will see the typical accusative verbs that you need to know, because sehen, which is to see, involves a subject, somebody who sees, and the object that is being seen, okay. And the object that is being seen is the accusative object. In English grammar it is the same. So Heidi is the subject, which is always put in the nominative case, and the object that is being seen is the accusative object, okay. The same in English, just in English it's easier because the article doesn't change, okay. Heidi sees the professor, it's the same, here the subject, here the accusative object, okay. So maybe you if you don't know this yet, you also learned something new about the English grammar, okay. So, and sehen, it's an irregular verb, that's why we have Heidi sieht with an IE here. And den Professor, so it would be der Professor in like the nominative case, but since it is accusative, der changes to den. Then we have ihr habt die Tasche, you have the purse. You talking about a plural, like about several people. You're talking to a group of people, let's say, okay? Ihr habt die Tasche, you have the purse. Haben is also an accusative verb, so there's always a subject, somebody who has something, and then the object that the subject has, okay? So the subject, the one who has something is ihr, you. And die Tasche is the object, the accusative object that you have, okay? But here the article does not change. Der Hausmeister trägt das Hemd. The janitor wears the shirt. So das Hemd is in the nominative. It's das Hemd. It's neutral, and it stays the same in the accusative case. Okay. Der Hausmeister trägt. Tragen. It's also irregular. Tragen here it changes to trägt with an A umlaut. And then the last one, die Touristin isst die Orangen. Okay, the female tourist is eating the oranges, die Touristin. If it was a man here, it would be without an IN. It would be just der Tourist if it was a man. Here it's die Touristin, it's a woman. Ist comes from essen, which is also an irregular verb, so it changes to ist. Okay, die Touristin isst die Orangen, the oranges. So the accusative object here is in the plural, and it has die. Okay, essen is just as tragen an accusative object because there's somebody who wears it in this case, and then the object that one wears, or somebody who eats something and the objects that are being eaten. Okay. So I hope you kind of get an idea of what that is about here with the accusative. Then on the next page we have der unbestimmte Artikel, which is the indefinite article. I hope you remember that from the video about the nominative case. Okay, so the indefinite article, it's we use that if there is an object or a person which is not defined, if it's not a specific person or a specific object. Okay, so in the nominative case, it is the masculine here is ein. In the accusative, it changes to einen. And then female stays the same, neutral stays the same, and the plural does not exist for the indefinite articles. So here, for example, ich kaufe einen Tisch. I'm buying a table. Ich kaufe einen Tisch. So here, der Tisch is masculine, and since it's indefinite, we are not talking about a specific table, but just a table. So it is einen now. Okay, it's not just ein, but it is einen. Ich kaufe einen Tisch. Then, meine Tante liest eine interessante Zeitung. My aunt is reading an interesting newspaper. So kaufen and lesen, suchen in this case, and haben, that are all accusative verbs. Okay, whatever I buy is the accusative object. Whatever I read is the accusative object. Okay, so eine just stays eine, it does not change. Der Großvater sucht ein Fernglas. The grandfather is looking for binoculars. So it's das Fernglas, it's neutral, and in the nominative as well as in the accusative it's ein. And sucht, the verb is suchen, if not conjugated, suchen, it's also an accusative verb. Inge hat Kinder, Inge has children, so Kinder in this case is the accusative object, but it has no plural form for the indefinite article. Okay, so then let's go to the next page, and here we have the personal pronouns, and they change in the accusative, but it's also the same in English. Okay, so here ich in the nominative changes to mich. For example, if I say you see me, it's the same in English. You don't say you see I, you say you see me, and in German it's the same. It would be du siehst mich, you see me. Okay, du siehst mich. I here I become the object that is being seen by you. That's why I have to put myself in the accusative here. Okay, and then du changes to dich. I could say ich sehe dich, I see you. Ich sehe dich, you are becoming the accusative object because I see you. That's why I have to say ich sehe dich. Okay, I am here in the nominative case because I'm the subject who's actually doing something actively. Er changes to ihn, so he changes to him. Will be the same in English. I see him, and ich sehe ihn in German. Sie stays sie and s also. I could say ich sehe sie, I see her. In English it changes. So it's in English it's not I see she. You say I see her, right? So in English it is changing. In German it doesn't. S stays s. Wir changes to uns. I can say du siehst uns, you see us. Okay, it's also in English it's also changing. You don't say you see we, you say you see us. Okay, du siehst uns. Ihr changes to euch, ich sehe euch, I see you, like talking to a group of people, for example. Okay, ich sehe euch. And sie here, the last one, it does not change at all. Okay, like if you talk about them, ich sehe sie, I see them. Okay, in English it changes from they to them. In German it doesn't. Okay, good. Then we have prepositions. We have certain prepositions in the German language which always come with the accusative. So whenever you use those prepositions here, you know that the object that comes right after these prepositions will be or have to be put in the accusative case. Okay, so for example, durch. Durch means through, and Ort means place. Okay, Zeit means time, Grund means reason, and Ziel means like aim or objective, for example. So durch is a preposition for place, für den Ort. durch die Stadt, for example. I can say ich laufe durch die Stadt, I'm walking through the city. I could say ich laufe durch den Park, I'm walking through the park. Der Park is masculine, so in the accusative it has to change to den. So I would say ich laufe durch den Park. Okay, just because it's masculine. Grund is a reason. So we use that also to give a reason. Durch seine Hilfe, which is through his help. So let's say I made it through his help, or with his help, or because of his help, for example. Okay. For this we also use durch. Okay. Then bis means until, for time, Zeit, bis nächste Woche, until next week. We also just use this bis nächste Woche just to say see you next week. Okay, so here Woche, just as here Stadt und Hilfe, that are all accusative objects because they come right after the those accusative prepositions here. And Ort, which is place, is bis Berlin. Ich fahre bis Berlin. I'm driving until Berlin, for example. Für means for. Für ein Jahr, which is for a year. Jahr is neutral, it's the year, and it's das Jahr, that's why ein just stays ein. Okay? If it was month, which is Monat, I would say für einen Monat, for a month. Ein would change to einen because it's masculine and in the accusative. Means around, or at also. So when we talk about time, if we want to indicate the time, we say 15 Uhr bin ich dort. Like I will be there at 3 p.m. in this case here. Okay, to give a time. And it means around, like here for a place, den Tisch, around the table. So here you see der Tisch is masculine actually, but since it is now an accusative object because it comes right after you have to change the article from der to den, den Tisch. Okay? So ohne means without. Art und Weise is like the way you do something. Ohne Grund, without a reason. Okay, you could say ohne einen Grund, which is then without a reason, or without reason you can also just say ohne Grund, without an article. If you would have to put an article here, it would be ohne einen Grund, because Grund is masculine, der Grund, which means reason. Then we have gegen, which means against. Ort, gegen die Wand. Yeah, in English it would mean like he drove into the wall, right? In German, like if you hit the wall. In German we use the word against, like he drove against the wall. This is how we say it in German. Okay, a little bit different than in English. So here we have gegen, so the word right after that here, die Wand. It's feminine and it's the accusative object here, but nothing changes, okay, because just the masculine article changes in the accusative case. And here we have gegen den Plan. I could say ich bin gegen den Plan, which means I'm against the plan. Okay, so der Plan, it's masculine, so it changes to den Plan. Then we have some abbreviations. If you have the preposition für and the article das together, we just combine it and say fürs. Okay, you can say für das, but it's very common, especially in spoken language, but very often also in written language, just to put it together. So here, dieses Geschenk ist fürs Kind, which means dieses Geschenk ist für das Kind. Okay, this present is for the child. And das becomes ums. Läuft ums Haus. He is running around the house. Okay. You can also say läuft das Haus, but you can just make it shorter and just say ums. Durch and das means durch. Ich gehe durchs Zimmer. I walk through the room. Okay. Durch das Zimmer. So just these three combinations are possible. It's not like you can use any preposition with any article and put it together. This is not the case. Okay, so you cannot take ohne and combine it with das and then say ohnes or so. That does not work. It's just these three cases. Okay, you will probably come across that in the German language, so you know what that actually means. Okay. Good. Then we have the accusative verbs. So as I have mentioned before already, we have certain verbs that we always use with the accusative. case. And we also have verbs later on you will learn that we use with the dative case also. So this is for the accusative. Bestellen means to order. Ich bestelle ein Wasser, I'm ordering a water. So bestellen, okay, there's always a subject who is ordering something. In this case it's ich, and the object that I order is the accusative object. So here it's ein Wasser. It's ein Wasser because Wasser is neutral, it's das Wasser. So here the indefinite article is ein. Brauchen, to need, Stefan braucht Geduld, Stefan needs patience. Okay? Brauchen, whatever you need is the accusative object. Essen, to eat. Kinder essen gerne Süßigkeiten. Okay, even if you don't have an article here or no preposition or so, it's still an accusative object because essen is an accusative verb. Haben, Laura hat Kopfschmerzen, Laura has a headache. So whenever you talk about physical ache or pain, we don't put an article before that. It's not like in English that we would say Laura has a headache here with an indefinite article. We don't do this in German, okay? Laura hat Kopfschmerzen. We don't say Laura hat ein Kopfschmerzen or so, and we usually use it in the plural form. Laura hat Bauchschmerzen, like let's say her belly hurts, Halsschmerzen, like throat pain, we say, but we always use it in the plural because Schmerzen is in the plural, it's pains. She has head pains. Okay, this is how we say that. Hören, to hear. Wir hören gerne Musik. Kaufen. Der Vater kauft ein neues Auto. Du liest eine Zeitschrift. Wir nehmen diesen Fall ernst. We take this case seriously. So nehmen is an accusative verb, just as all these verbs here on this page. Whatever we take is the accusative case. Der Fall is the case and it's masculine. That's why it changes to diesen Fall. Okay, this is a demonstrative article. You will learn it later on. Okay, so it's this, and you have also an N here. Okay, just as if there was a normal article here. So suchen, ich suche ein passendes Geschenk, okay, a suitable present. Das Mädchen trinkt Apfelsaft. Ich habe den Termin nicht vergessen. Der Termin is the appointment, it's masculine. That's why we have to say den Termin here. Then, hast du deinen Schlüssel verloren? Have you lost your keys? Deinen Schlüssel also. You will also learn this with those possessive pronouns, which is here your. But since Schlüssel is masculine, you have to add an en here at the end also. Okay, you will learn it, but here you can already kind of get used to that. Then we have ich, versteht mich, he understands me. So here it's ich changing to mich because I am here the accusative object. Okay, so I don't say versteht ich, which would be he understands I. In English you also say he understands me. So in German we also say versteht mich. Okay, good. So that was the chapter about the accusative case. Please learn that and study that thoroughly before you move to the next grammatical cases, okay? Because with each grammatical case, I'm just going to be honest, it will get more and more, I don't want to talk in a negative way, but a little bit more complex, let's say, okay? So make sure you have really understood this accusative and learned the verbs and the prepositions, because later on for the dative, for example, and also for the genitive case, which you're going to learn later, they all have their own verbs and their own prepositions and so on. Okay, so ja, dann viel Erfolg und viel Geduld und wir sehen uns im nächsten Kapitel. Tschüss.
Zu Hause. Der Flur, der Korridor. Der Eingangsbereich. Die Treppe. Die Kommode. Die Lampe. Die Wand. Die Küche. Der Kühlschrank. Der Gefrierschrank. Der Ofen. Der Herd. Die Pfanne. Der Besen. Der Teller. Die Schüssel. Der Wasserhahn. Der Topfhandschuh. Das Waschbecken. Das Goldfischglas. Das Glas der Becher. Die Tasse. Die Untertasse. Die Kaffeemaschine. Die Steckdose. Die Wasserflasche. Der Standmixer. Der Honig. Das Besteck. Der Löffel. Der Schöpflöffel, die Suppenkelle. Die Gabel. Das Messer. Das Geschirr. Die Spülmaschine. Der Topf. Die Teekanne. Die Mikrowelle. Das Salz. Der Esstisch. Der Stuhl. Das Wohnzimmer. Das Fenster. Die Couch, das Sofa. Der Teppich. Der Sessel. Das Bild. Die Stehlampe. Der Fernseher. Die Fernbedienung. Das Bücherregal. Die Pflanze. Die Gardine. Das Schlafzimmer. Das Bett. Das Kissen. Die Wanduhr. Der Schrank. Die Nachttischlampe. Der Nachttisch. Die Vase. Der Spiegel. Der Wecker. Die Kerze. Das Badezimmer. Die Dusche. Die Badewanne. Das Handtuch. Die Toilette, das Klo. Das Klopapier, das Toilettenpapier. Die Zahnbürste. Die Zahnpaste. Der Kamm. Der Föhn.
Hallo und willkommen zu diesem sehr interessanten Kapitel. Welcome to this very interesting chapter, which is about trennbare und nicht trennbare Verben. In English, that means separable and inseparable verbs. There is something similar like that in English. I will show you the similarities. But we are going to start first with the nicht trennbare Verben, which is a little bit easier than the other group. So here you have a certain rule. Verben mit folgenden Präfixen sind nicht trennbar. Okay? So whenever you have a verb which has these prefixes, prefixes are short words, usually 2 or 3 letters. Okay, in this case there are 4, usually 2 or 3 letters that we add in front of a word, and then, or a verb, or a word, could be a noun also, and then it changes its meaning. It could change completely the meaning, it could stay. The meaning could stay similar but still mean something different. That are called prefixes, also called Vorsilbe in German. Then we also have suffixes oder Nachsilben, also called in German. That are exactly, that is also the same, but just adding at the end of a word. Or a verb, not but a noun, for example. Okay, here it's just about verbs in this case, with the separable and inseparable verbs. So for example, here, so you would have to study this by heart, because later on in the German grammar you will need that, knowing when the verbs are separable and inseparable. Later on, for the perfect tense, for example, this will be very important. Okay. And we have a lot of verbs that are separable or inseparable. So here, for example, we have bezahlen. Okay, zahlen by itself is a verb, but bezahlen, it has a slightly different meaning. It means to pay for something, and zahlen by itself just means to pay. Okay, so here the actual verb is zahlen, and then adding the be at the beginning slightly changes the meaning. Sometimes it changes the meaning completely. So here we have, ich bezahle das Buch, I pay for the book. So here you see it just stays together. It's not separate. So you will see in the next part for the separable verbs that it's you actually need to separate the verb, the prefix from the actual verb. Here it is a little bit easier, it just stays together. Okay, but you need to know which verb is separable, which is not separable, or which verb does not belong to this group at all. You will need it later on, as I've told you, later on in the German grammar. So here, for example, empfangen, to receive. Fangen by itself, this is the actual verb, is fangen. Without the prefix, it means to catch. Empfangen means to receive. So you see the meaning changes basically completely. Ich empfange meine Gäste, I'm receiving my guests. Entscheiden, okay. To decide, scheiden is a word by itself, but actually we never use it. So entscheiden, to decide. Okay, Karen entscheidet schnell. Here we have a D at the end of the stem. Okay, that's why we have, for the conjugation of he, she, it, you have to add an additional E here for the this is for the pronunciation. I hope you remember this rule. Okay, just to repeat. Erzählen, to tell. Zählen by itself means to count, und erzählen means to tell. Okay, Kevin erzählt eine Geschichte. Genießen, to enjoy. Niesen by itself means to sneeze. So you see the meaning changes completely. Also, Yeah, although sneezing also sometimes can be a kind of enjoyment sometimes, but well, but you know, it actually changes a lot. So missverstehen, to misunderstand, verstehen, to understand, and missverstehen, to misunderstand. Actually the same as in English, understand and then misunderstand with this prefix here. Okay, also sie missverstehen sich ständig. Okay, verlieren, to lose. Ver is the prefix. In this case, for example, lieren doesn't have a meaning by itself. This verb here doesn't mean anything without the prefix. Okay, this also happens. With the time you will figure out, you will see which verb has a meaning without a prefix or not. Okay. Zerbrechen, to break glass. For example, if something is fragile, we say zerbrechen. Brechen by itself is to break, like to break bones, for example. Okay. Andrea zerbricht etwas jeden Tag. You see, it's this verb here is irregular because the e is changing to an I in the conjugation of er, sie, es, he, she, it. Okay, so that are the inseparable verbs. I hope it's understandable. I think it's not too difficult. You just have to. It would be great if you take your time to study these verbs here also. Okay, they are very important. This is for the A1 level. The verbs that you need. Okay, some of them. So that are the inseparable verbs. Now on the next page you have the separable verbs. Okay, so this is something you have to pay attention to. So here, trennbare Verben, it's called in German. So as you see here, Verben mit folgenden Präfixen sind trennbar. So whenever you have a verb which has one of these prefixes, okay, ab, an, auf, aus, bei, ein, los, mit, nach, her, hin, vor, weg, zu und zurück. If they have these prefixes, then these verbs are separable. Now, maybe it will be a help for you to know that the prefixes of the separable verbs are actually all have a meaning. They are all prepositions. Okay, almost all of them are prepositions. So even without a verb, even without being attached to a verb, they actually have a meaning. Okay, ab, an, auf, aus. You will see later on in this course also that are all prepositions and they all have a meaning, except of ein. Ein is not a preposition, for example, and los isn't either, but they all have a meaning. Okay, while here with the inseparable verbs, they don't have a meaning. Like all these prefixes, except of er, which means he, by themselves they would not mean anything. If they were just somewhere like all by themselves in a sentence, wouldn't mean absolutely anything, okay, or nothing. And here they all have a meaning. This is probably a help, or it truly is a help for you, okay, as you go along with learning German. So, Bildung von Sätzen mit trennbaren Verben. Okay, the construction of sentences with separable verbs. So here we have the verb aufstehen, which means to get up. Okay, aufstehen. So here, as you see, we have stehen by itself means to stand, and aufstehen to get up. So auf, as you see here, it's one of the prefixes who belong, or which belong to the separable verbs. So here you have to separate it. So what you have to do now for the conjugation, you have to separate the prefix from the verb. You conjugate the verb as usual, exactly as if it was just like here without the prefix. You conjugate it, and then the prefix needs to be put at the very end of the sentence. Okay, it doesn't stay together. Ich stehe 8 Uhr auf. So get up kind of is also in English a separable verb. Well, you would never put it together, but there are two parts that belong together in order to express what you want to express here. Like I get up at 8 a.m. The only thing is that in English you keep them right together. You don't separate them like one at the end of the sentence, for example, as we do it in German. That's the difference. Okay, so you don't say I get at 8 a.m. up as it is in English. We just, but this is how we say it in German. Ich stehe 8 Uhr auf. Okay, on the second position comes the verb. At the very end of the sentence comes the prefix. Okay, if you have, for example, a sentence which is in which you have a main clause and a subclause, so you have a comma, for example, which separates the sentence in two parts, you have to keep the separable verb in the same part of the sentence together. Okay, like usually it is the main clause. It has to stay in this part. Okay. So you have to put the prefix before the comma. Okay, but here, this is for later. Right now we just work with main clauses, just one normal complete sentence without any subclauses or anything like that. Okay, also ich stehe 8 Uhr auf. For the indication of time. Ich stehe 8 Uhr auf. So, let's have a look at some more examples here. I hope I'm not covering the chart. I just keep it like this. So, abnehmen, for example, means to decrease or to lose weight. Die Verspannung nimmt ab, or Paul nimmt sehr langsam ab. Okay, as you see, you have ab at the end. Die Verspannung nimmt ab. Here it stays together because there is no other information in between. Okay, it's just as here the tension decreases. We don't say the tension increases more and more or every day or so. We have no other information, so it just stays right next to each other. Okay, but in this case, just because there is no other information. So it's basically just the subject and the verb. Paul nimmt sehr langsam ab. Nehmen, here the verb is irregular. I hope you remember that. Okay, we had it in one of the charts for the irregular verbs. That's why we conjugate it with nimmt here, and at the end comes the prefix ab. Paul nimmt sehr langsam ab. Sich anziehen, the sich here is, it means that it's reflexive. Okay, so in German we say, as you see here, du ziehst dich jeden Morgen an. It means you. We say in German, like if you would say it in English, I dress myself. This is how we say it. If you get dressed, we say I dress myself. That's why it's reflexive here. Okay, you will learn it later on. Sich anziehen. Du ziehst dich an, this is the reflexive form for du. If it was sie, es, for example, he, she, it would be sich also. Zieht sich an. Okay? But for now, we're just going to focus on the separable verbs. Okay? Du ziehst dich jeden Morgen an. Aufstehen, to get up. Steht gerne spät auf. Ausgehen, to go out. Hannah geht oft aus. Okay, if you like, you can also repeat the words or the verbs here and the sentences. Okay, beibringen. Eltern bringen ihren Kindern Disziplin bei. Parents teach their children discipline. Beibringen, to teach. Usually it is something more like learning by doing, or something that parents, for example, teach, or like family members teach their children. Not like really hard subjects, let's say like math or so. It would rather like teaching how to behave and so on. This beibringen. Okay, so if you are in a school and in, let's say, an official class or so, we would not necessarily say der Lehrer bringt den Kindern die Grammatik bei. You could say it like the official word for teaching is unterrichten. Okay, but unterrichten we would not use when you teach children like how to behave, for example. So unterrichten is really like for school. Then loslassen, to let go or lose. Der Matrose lässt das Seil los. Okay, lassen, it's also an irregular verb. That's why we have here an A umlaut and the prefix at the end. Mitmachen, Stefan macht überall mit. Okay, nachprüfen, der Techniker prüft die Temperatur nach. Vorwerfen, ich werfe dir nichts vor. Weglaufen, die Teenagerin läuft regelmäßig weg. Die Teenagerin, so it means it's a girl. If it was a boy, it would be der Teenager. The article would be der for the masculine form and without the in at the end. Zusagen, ich sage der Einladung zu, oder diese Farbe sagt mir sehr zu. You can use it in like those both in both situations. Okay, diese Farbe sagt mir sehr zu. Zurückkommen, to come back. Mein Mann kommt bald zurück. Okay, good. So For the A1 level, it would be great if you at least study these verbs that you see here and practice. Maybe you can write a few own sentences. They don't have to be complicated. It can be just a subject and a verb, like here, die Verspannung nimmt ab. And that's it, just to practice and get used to those separable verbs. Okay, so, also, ich hoffe, es war nicht zu schwer. I hope it wasn't too difficult. And gut, dann sehen wir uns im nächsten Video. Tschüss, bis bald. Hallo, in diesem Video geht es um das deutsche Schulsystem oder deutsches Schulsystem, the declension here, die Adjektivdeklination here, without an article is deutsches Schulsystem. If there was an article before, it would be das deutsche Schulsystem. Okay, just a short review here. So das deutsche Schulsystem, it's the German school system. So here you are going to learn about how the German school system works. Okay, so you can say deutsches Schulsystem or deutsches Bildungssystem, which is the German educational system. So if it's not just about school, because Schule we just consider as school until like high school. We don't include university if we talk about, or college when we talk about school, for example, or Schule in German. Okay, so Bildungssystem is the complete educational system. So in German, it's you will see that right here. Looks maybe a little bit confusing, but I will explain it to you exactly how that works in Germany. So in the German school system, we have different kinds of schools, and it is kind of that every school decides by itself which system it's going to it is taking. So it's not just about a whole Bundesland, or a whole state within Germany, or a city. Every school decides itself how to do this. Okay, how to structure the school. So we have different possibilities. So first we are going to start here with Grundschule, which is the primary school. And the primary school in Germany is from the first until the 4th grade. So the grade is Klasse, okay? But Klasse is also as the group, like within a grade. You can say, ich gehe in die erste Klasse, I'm going to 1st grade. Or you can say, ich bin in einer großen Klasse, I'm in a big class, or kind of a big group at my school. Okay, so this is what Klasse means. Or as class, if you want to say, diese Person hat viel Klasse, this person has a lot of class, for example, we would also say Klasse. So we don't use Klasse for the word for lesson, because many people say, nach der Klasse mache ich das und dies und das, and then they want to say that after the lesson I do this and that. But the lesson in German is der Unterricht. Okay, sorry, now I'm explaining something somewhat different, but just it's just important because many people use Klasse for lesson, Unterricht. Okay, but Klasse is the grade here, especially here. Okay, so 1st till 4th grade we have the Grundschule, and then if you look at this part here, so after the primary school, the children either go to a Förderstufe, it is called, and it depends. Some schools, when I went to school, for example, our Förderstufe was half a year long, and then we were divided into different groups. Some schools just have 1 year of Förderstufe, other schools have 2 years of Förderstufe, and some schools don't have that at all. Okay, so this is one option, how to structure a school. Okay, so after Grundschule it's separated. Now the children have to go to another school. Most of the time it's a separate school, then they're changing the schools, and either they go to the Förderstufe, where all children are mixed. So no matter whether they are weak students or very good and strong students, well, strong, but I mean like whether they're students who are motivated, because often they are also divided in Germany. But Förderstufe, everybody together, and then the teachers kind of look how the students study and learn, and then they are being divided. I will tell you about the division of the students. Okay, so Förderstufe, they are all mixed. Okay, first they give them some time kind of to figure out like in which group to divide the students. Then we have also something similar, which is Gesamtschule. So Gesamtschule goes from the 5th until the 9th or 10th grade. Depends on which certificate or school leaving certificate the students want to get afterwards. So Gesamtschule here, all students are mixed. And then there are certain, like we say, Hauptfächer. Hauptfächer, like the main subjects at school, like math, German, English, for example, science. So with those Hauptfächer or main subjects, the students are divided into A, B, C courses usually. Okay, so A courses are like the best students, let's say. B courses are like medium or average, and C are more the weaker students. Okay, so they are divided, and the rest, all other subjects which are not the main subjects at school, maybe like we have religion, for example, or art, sports, that, for example, would be, then they would be all mixed in the classes. Okay, and then divided with the main subjects divided into ABC courses. So this is another way to structure that. Then, very typical in German, what happens in German schools is that the students are divided. Like the weak, the average, and the very good students are divided from each other. They are going to 3 different either schools, that we have just completely separated schools, or we have a school which has like those 3 parts within the school. Okay. So here the first one is das Gymnasium. Das Gymnasium, it is like the, let's say you get the A levels in English, you say A levels. So you have to go to the Gymnasium and get the Abitur, das Abitur, that are the A levels. It's the school leaving certificate that you get at the end after the 12th grade. And with that certificate, you have the possibility to go to university. So either we say Universität or we say Hochschule. Okay, so with those A levels, after completing the Gymnasium, you can go to university. You need Abitur for that. Okay. You also have, after the Gymnasium, you have also the possibility to go to a Fachhochschule, which is a University of Applied Science, which is like a little bit more practical, but those typical studies like medicine and law and so on, this is taught at university. Okay, Fachhochschule, usually like engineering, for example, and so on, would be taught here at Fachhochschule. But for both, you get a bachelor's and master's degree. Okay, for both of them. So after the Gymnasium, you can either go to university or Fach, or University of Applied Sciences, which is Fachhochschule, or you can do an Ausbildung. Okay, eine Ausbildung, it's an apprenticeship, and it takes in Germany usually 3 years. Sometimes it takes 2 years if you already, for example, if you have das Abitur, the A levels. Sometimes you can shorten the apprenticeship, the Ausbildung. Okay. Usually it takes 3 years. So Ausbildung and apprenticeship, maybe if you want to become a hairdresser or like all those professions for which you do not need a university, secretary, mechanic, salesperson, for example, all those, even maid, for example, we have apprenticeships for that, and it takes 3 years. Okay, so it's very profound and very deeply taught in Germany. Okay, or later on I will tell you something more about Ausbildung. So this is the Gymnasium. Then so in some schools, the children are divided right after the primary school. So they are just pure Gymnasien, in the plural is Gymnasien. So there are just schools which are just which prepare the children or the students for the A levels. So it's just a pure Gymnasium without Realschule and Hauptschule. As you see here, I will explain it right afterwards. Okay, and then so it's from the 5th till 12th grade. Then we have Realschule, which is, let's say, for average students. Okay, so with an Realschulabschluss, this is how this school leaving certificate is called after you finish the 10th grades at the Realschule. With that, you get like average profession. Let's say, well, what means average? That are jobs that are neither like where you have a high position but also it's not like like jobs or profession that you get for which you need very low education, maybe like construction worker and so on. So Realschule, maybe you work then in an office as a secretary, for example. That would be a typical profession, for example, that people have after the Realschule. Okay, so after the Realschule, you either can do again an apprenticeship, okay, which takes 2 or 3 years. And the German apprenticeship, it's a dual system. So about half of those 3 years, the students work at a company, and half of the year they go, half of the whole apprenticeship they go to school. So they learn the theoretical as well as the practical part of a profession, which is a really profound education or apprenticeship in Germany. Okay, so for some people it's a little bit too much, I think, because if you want to become a maid, for example, yeah, but well, I don't know whether it's really necessary to study 3 years for that. But of course, people also like for jobs like maid or construction workers, for example, or working in a factory. Many people work that without even having an apprenticeship. That is, of course, also possible. But you have better chances to get that job if you have an apprenticeship, actually. Okay, so Realschule is from 5th till 10th grade. And then either you can do an apprenticeship, eine Ausbildung, you can go to work directly, of course, if you just want to go working, or maybe grow your own business and whatsoever. Of course, you can do this, but this is like the typical educational way that people go in Germany. And if those people who now finish with the Realschule, if they think, no, I want to do something better, I want to go to university later on, they have the chance to change to a berufliches Gymnasium. Berufliches Gymnasium is like a professional gymnasium here. Okay, so here it takes, it's from the 11th till the 13th grade. And here it's also a gymnasium with which you get an Fachabitur, we call it. So it's not the normal Abitur, because with the normal Abitur you have the possibility to study whatever you want at university. But with the Fachabitur, you actually just can go to a Fachhochschule, to your University of Applied Sciences. With which you still get a bachelor's or a master's degree, if you like, right? You get it for both. But this is now more practical university studies. So you can do that. You can go to Fachhochschule afterwards, or maybe you still want to do eine Ausbildung, an apprenticeship, but then you get the better, the higher quality apprenticeships, let's say. Okay, if you have if you have A levels, because people have, of course, to apply for those apprenticeships in order to get a placement, and depending on which kind of profession they want, some are very difficult to get, and the higher your education is, then the easier, of course, it is to get this apprenticeship. So many people go to a berufliches Gymnasium right after the Realschule in order to get a better apprenticeship. Okay, if they decide they can go to a Fachhochschule, now those professional gymnasium or berufliches Gymnasium, it depends on which type of professional gymnasium you go. For example, we have different kind of berufliche Gymnasien. So it can be, for example, a business school here, and berufliches Gymnasium für Wirtschaft, for economy. If you get an A levels at an berufliches Gymnasium, which is focused on the economy, then you can get, with this A levels that you get here, you can still go to university, but then you just can study management, administration, anything that is connected to those A levels that you got here. Or maybe you went to berufliches Gymnasium, which was focused on nutrition, for example. Then you also can go to university, but then you have to study something connected to nutrition. Okay, very important. So we have different berufliche Gymnasien, and so then you can go to Fachhochschule. Okay, and then we have here the last one, which is die Hauptschule. Die Hauptschule now is for the weaker students, for students who are maybe not that motivated, or who are not very interested in school, let's say. So they go to Hauptschule, and this is from the 5th till the 9th grade. So after the 9th grade, they get, it's called Hauptschulabschluss. This is the school leaving certificate that they get, and with this Hauptschulabschluss, they can either do an Ausbildung again, or they can go to work, whatever they prefer. Okay, and then the last one here is the Sonderschule, or we also call it nowadays Förderschule. So Sonderschule is often for disabled students, for which have maybe physical problems or psychological problems, which are handicapped and so on. So they are sent to Sonderschule. Or they are students who maybe are not handicapped but who have huge difficulties with learning, and then they are also sent there, often mixed with disabled or handicapped students, or just separated Förderschule just for students who are very, very weak, weaker than the Hauptschule, who have really great difficulties with writing and calculating very basic things, for example, and they are sent to Förderschule or Sonderschule and until the 9th grade. Okay, so in Germany, no matter to which school you go, you can always switch to a higher or to a lower level. So, for example, if you are sent to the gymnasium right after the primary school, and then the child maybe thinks, okay, it's way too difficult for me, they can always switch to the Realschule. Okay, so usually in Germany we do it like that. If a student gets really bad grades, they either say you will either go to a lower level, so maybe switching from gymnasium to Realschule, or you repeat this grade and you do it again. This is the option that the students have. On the other side, you also have the option, if you go to Hauptschule and now something completely changes in your mind, you want to go to university, now your object or your aim is to get a university degree, you can do this. So you can finish the 9th grade, you get the Hauptschulabschluss, then you can switch to the Realschule, you can do the 10th grade there, you can get your Realschulabschluss. If you like, you can switch to the gymnasium. Sometimes it's not that easy because some schools are overfilled. I see that quite often, and then you either have to apply for the school very early, maybe 1-2 years before the child is supposed to go to the gymnasium, or to change the school in order to get a place. That happens if there are really good schools, then this can happen. Okay, but the child or the student has the option then to move to the gymnasium, finish the A levels, das Abitur as it is called in German, and then switch, and what means switch, and then go to university. That's all possible in Germany. You can do it in an Abendschule, as we call it, evening school, for example. If you start working maybe after getting your degree and then you still want to move up, you can either go and do it in an evening school, in the Abendschule. You can do this. We also have online classes, for example, where you can get those certificates. Maybe the people have a Hauptschulabschluss now, maybe they are 35 and think, okay, I want to go to university, then they can get the higher degrees next to the work in those Abendschulen, or online also. There are some online schools where you can get that. Okay, so this is quite flexible in Germany. There are always possibilities. If you really want to make it, they are all always open for you, let's say it this way. And in Germany we also have BAföG. It's called BAföG, and this is something for people who want to go to university. It's 50% of that is a credit without any interest, and you have about 30 years of time to pay that back. 50% is a credit, and 50% of that is a scholarship. So it's just for free, and everybody every German citizen, or who can live, or who have the permit to live in Germany, can get this BAföG. Everybody has the right to get it and to go to university. So everybody who really wants to study in Germany can do this, and is really supported by the state. And this is a really great thing about the German educational system, because not too many countries have that. All schools in Germany are free. All education is free. Universities are free. Of course, we have also private universities and private schools, but this is not quite common. So we have good schools that are very have high standards, but they are still for free. They don't cost anything. This is one of the reasons why our taxes are so high in Germany, but everything is for free. even kindergartens now where I come from in Germany, in Gießen, at least like in our region now, even kindergartens are for free. They just have to pay the food, which is like 70 euros maybe per month or so, where they get breakfast and lunch in the kindergarten. And this is really a great thing about Germany. And with this BAföG, that the students can get, or they get if they like. It depends on whether you get it. You have the right to get it, but if your parents, because it always depends on your parents, if they have a certain income and up, you will not receive it. So if your parents are considered as rich by the German law, let's say, then their children of those parents will not have the right to get, or will not receive any BAföG. But on the other hand, the good thing is, the poorer your parents are, let's say, or the lesser the income is, the higher will be your BAföG. Okay, so you will be really supported. If your parents cannot support you financially and help you with your studies, then you get more money from the government, or let's say you get a higher BAföG rate. And I'm not sure what it is about now. The highest rate should be about 800 or 900 euros. When I went to university, it was up to 1,000 and something, because we also receive Kindergeld, so children until the 25th, or children that are not children anymore, so grown-ups, let's say until 25, if they study until they're 25, they also receive Kindergeld. So let's say BAföG and with the Kindergeld together, it's about 1,000 euros that then the people get, or the students get. Okay, and no matter how much money you received at the end from this BAföG, because you can get it for your masters also and for your bachelors, and maybe if you do an apprenticeship which is fully just a theoretical. I also did this among others. Well, I just did 2 university. I have a university degree and an apprenticeship which was fully theoretical. For that you also get Schüler BAföG. So we also have Studenten BAföG for students at university, and Schüler BAföG, which is for students at school, or who do those apprenticeships which are fully theoretical. You also get receive money for that from the state. So it's not like welfare. It's just a support for students. So it's totally normal. There's nothing that somebody feels ashamed for. All students take that. If they get it, of course they will, because then they can study calmly without having to rush around and focus on working in order to finance the studies. So yeah, this is the German educational system, and I hope it is now a little bit more clear and how that actually works in Germany. And as I said, it's a very advanced and very good educational system that we have in Germany, and the standards are still, compared to many other countries, is still quite high, luckily. But it's I think the level is also lowering a little bit, I would say, and it really depends on the school, because there are big differences between the schools. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed this video about the German educational system. And yeah, one thing that I wanted to mention, Förderstufe. So after this, the students finish the Förderstufe here, where everybody is mixed. After that, they are divided into Gymnasium, Realschule, Hauptschule, Sonderschule. Usually doesn't take 2 years in order to divide the students into Sonderschule. And or they can go to a Gesamtschule, a school where the children are not completely separated, as it is here with Realschule, Gymnasium and Hauptschule. Good, then okay, then you can have a look. Maybe if you have questions, you can write me, and then see you in the next video. Tschüss!
Hallo und willkommen zu diesem Video. Hier geht es Modalverben. So this chapter is about modal verbs, a very important subject, just like all subjects in the German grammar. So modal verbs, Modalverben. Let's see what that is. And so here we are going to, I will show you all modal verbs, okay? But first we're going to start with the sentence structure with modal verbs. So Satzbau mit Modalverben. So
first of all, we put the subject in the first position, okay? You will see later on that it's possible also to start with the indication of time or place and so on, okay? But since, for right now, like, you just have to know that most of the time we start sentences with the subject, with the person who is doing something actively in the sentence. Then we put the modal verb, okay? You have to conjugate the modal verb. Then comes the other information, okay? There is a sentence on structuring sentences in this course, so you will learn what you can put here in the gaps and in which sequence, okay? For now, it's just about the modal verbs, and at the end you put a second verb, because usually a modal verb comes together with another verb. So the second verb comes at the end of the sentence in its infinitive form, which means you don't conjugate it. You leave it just as you usually see it in the neutral form without any conjugation. Okay, when you like the lists, for example, vocabulary lists, there is no conjugation for the verbs. It's just the verb in the neutral form. So let's have a look at a concrete example. So will morgen Fußball spielen. He wants to play soccer tomorrow. So as you see, to want, it's also a modal verb in the English language. Just the construction of the sentence is different in English. Okay, so in German you see you have the subject, the modal verb conjugated. At the end comes the second verb, which is in spielen in this case, which means to play. Okay, this is how we structure that. But in English, it's he wants to play soccer tomorrow. You put them together, the modal verb and the second verb, you put them right together in English. In German, it's just different. Okay. Yeah, and basically everything here is different, because here we have morgen, which means tomorrow. It's the indication of time, and then comes here the accusative object, which is Fußball, soccer. In English, you see you have first the accusative object and then the indication of time. Okay, so please make sure to keep in mind that the sentence structure is different in German. Okay, because I often hear my students yeah, structuring the sentences exactly as you would do it in English, and in German that sounds very wrong. Okay, it's the same as if you say it in English, he wants tomorrow soccer. So the sentence is just super, yeah, very difficult to understand. Okay, so you have to stick to the rules on how to structure the sentence. Then here, Jana kann Salsa tanzen. Jana can dance salsa. Okay, so können, this comes from können. This is the infinitive form, which means to can, and then you have at the end you have the verb tanzen, which is to dance. Okay, so this is the most important thing that you need to know about modal verbs, is how to structure them in a sentence, like how to structure a sentence with modal verbs. Okay, please keep this rule in mind. It would be great if you write a few own sentences with the vocabulary that you have learned so far, okay, using modal verbs. So let's have a look at our modal verbs. So here we have wollen, which means to want. Okay, it's irregular, which is very irregular, so it's not part of the irregular verbs, which have their certain rules, as you have learned before. This is one of the basically completely irregular verbs. Okay, so you see wollen, ich will. If you like, you can repeat. Du willst, sie es will, wir wollen. Make sure the German W, okay, wir wollen, ihr wollt, sie wollen. That's the conjugation of wollen. Of course, you have to study that. Jenny will essen. Okay, wir wollen nach Berlin fliegen. See the second verb always at the end, and it stays in the neutral form without any conjugation. Der Arzt will Urlaub machen. Okay, to go on vacation is Urlaub machen. We say to make vacation in German. Okay, machen means to make. Okay, so this is wollen. So basically, I will just show you the conjugation of each modal verb and how to yeah, in a few examples how to use that. Möchten, would like to. This is the polite form. Okay, if you want to say I would like to, let's say you want to order something in a restaurant, or just want to say in a very polite way that you would like to have something, then we use möchten. Ich möchte, du möchtest, er, sie, es möchte, wir möchten, ihr möchtet und sie möchten. Herr Berg möchte schlafen. Sie möchte ein Buch schreiben. Berg means mountain translated to English, okay, Berg. Sie möchte ein Buch schreiben. Wir möchten morgen früh joggen, okay. Gut. Morgen means tomorrow, and der Morgen as a noun means the morning in capitals. Okay, here in small letters it means tomorrow, just for you to know. Then sollen, shall, we use that usually in order, like when we give orders to somebody, like very hard orders, or if you make a suggestion, like shall we do this and that, sollen wir das und das machen. Okay, this is in the cases when we use sollen. Ich soll, du sollst, er, sie, es soll, wir sollen, ihr sollt und sie sollen. Make sure to pronounce the S as like an English Z, okay? It's because here we have an S and then comes a vowel, so sie sollen, okay? Du sollst deine Hausaufgaben machen. Ihr sollt eure Zimmer aufräumen. Petra soll leiser sprechen. Okay, that sounds very very direct and a little bit harsh if you use this sollen. It's like a direct order. Sometimes we use that when people are a little bit pissed off, let's say, they would also say it. Okay, or you can say sollen wir ins Kino gehen, like shall we go to the movies, for example. Okay, just to make suggestions also, which are just a nice and normal way to ask. Okay, so then dürfen, to be allowed to, or may. It's irregular again here. So ich darf, du darfst, er, sie, es darf, wir dürfen, ihr dürft und sie dürfen. Okay, so ich darf das nicht machen. I'm not allowed to do that. Okay, du darfst jetzt gehen. You are allowed to go now, or you may go now. Ihr dürft jeden Tag Kuchen essen. Okay, good. So dürfen. Then the next one is müssen, must or have to, also irregular here. So ich muss, du musst, er, sie, es muss, wir müssen, ihr müsst und sie müssen. Okay, Hans muss öfter lesen, and as you see here, you see you always put the verb at the end, the second one. Okay, Sie müssen besser zuhören. Zuhören is a separable verb. We have zu here and then hören. Hören by itself means to hear, und zuhören means listen to. If you have a separable verb, you keep it together. Okay, you don't separate it because it has to stay in its infinitive form, the second verb here. Die Kinder müssen jetzt essen. Okay, so, and then we have können, which means to can, also irregular. Ich kann, du kannst, er, sie, es kann, wir können, ihr könnt und sie können. Okay, so that means here is written auch Talente auszudrücken, also to express talent. Okay. Also ich kann Klavier spielen, I can play the piano. Du kannst gut singen. Er kann seine Hausaufgaben machen. Andreas kann schon schreiben. Okay, here just a few examples. So that was the chapter about the modal verbs. So it's basically about learning the modal verbs and their conjugation, which is, as you have seen, sometimes irregular. Make sure you don't forget the sentence structure, and yeah, that should not be too complicated, I hope. Just put in some work and practice a little bit, write own sentences if you can, and ja, dann sehen wir uns im nächsten Video. Mach's gut. Hallo, willkommen zu diesem Kapitel. Hier geht es das Dativ. So this is also another very important chapter, and yeah, something really important in the German grammar. So as you see here, we will have many slides. because yeah, you just have to pay attention here a little bit, because the dative is another grammatical case, just like the accusative, but the dative does not exist in the English language. Okay, and yeah, the good thing is you can watch this video as often as you like. Yeah, in case that maybe there will be a little bit maybe too much information right now, because this is a very complete chapter. So if you learn this the right way, right from the beginning, it will make your life much easier later on. So with this chapter, you are basically good for the A1, A2, and the B levels, and so on, because here you have like basically everything you need for the dative case. Okay. So let's start with the first one, the introduction here. Dritter grammatikalischer Fall. So this is the third grammatical case. This is like the sequence. It will be the third grammatical case. And let's have a look here at the dative questions, die Dativfragen. So these dative questions, or these grammatical case questions, help you in order to distinguish all grammatical cases from each other. The cage, grammatical cage. Okay, so in English here, that's a help actually, because this word kind of exists. You cannot always use that. It does not always apply, because the dative does not exist in the English language, but it is a help, okay, and a big help for you. It's better than having nothing. So the question is wem, to whom, okay? So usually in the dative case, somebody receives something. You will see that in the further explanations. It's not always the case, but very often, okay? So the English question would be to whom, what, or where. Here with the where, just as I explained in the accusative, which was wohin, which means where to. So where here is just static, the wo, there is no movement involved. So we would just say, zum Beispiel, wo lebst du, where do you live? Okay, so you live there, you may be moving around the house, but you are not moving from A to B, like flying or so, okay? So it's just where. You will need it for the A2 level with those. It's very important for the Wechselpräpositionen, but this is not for the A1 level. I just wanted to put all the needed information here, so you have it here complete in this chapter. So, so you have just to focus on to whom and what for now. Jürgen, just an example here. Jürgen is a typical German masculine name. It's a man. So Jürgen gibt seinem Nachbarn sein Werkzeug. So Jürgen gives his tool to his neighbor. So gibt, the infinitive form is geben, and it means to give. Okay, it's irregular. So to give is a dative verb. So whenever we use dative, we know there is a subject and a dative object involved. So Jürgen is the subject because he's the one who is actively doing something, and the one who receives something, the receiver, is the dative object. That's why we have here seinem. You see an M at the end. Later on with the articles you will see there is an M at the end of the articles, for the masculine at least, and the neutral ones. And then the object that is being given is the tool, and this is the accusative object. Okay, so we have a subject, which is also the nominat. In the nominative case, we have the receiver, this is the dative, and then we have the accusative, it's the object that is being given. Okay, and so as you see, Jürgen gives his tool to his neighbor. In the so the dative does not exist in the English language though, okay? So then we have a question in order to, now we have, let's say, 3 grammatical cases here. We have nominative, accusative, and dative. And now in order to figure out which object belongs to which grammatical case, we use those case questions, which will help you, okay? So wem gibt Jürgen sein Werkzeug? To whom is Jürgen giving his tool? To whom, okay? And the answer to this question is the dative object. So the answer is seinem Nachbarn, which is the dative object, okay? To his neighbor. If we'd ask wen oder was, wen with an N, wen oder was gibt Jürgen? Which would be who or what does Jürgen give? That is the accusative question, and the answer would be his tool, okay? And this is the accusative then, Okay, but I don't want to confuse you too much. However, you will need to learn to distinguish those grammatical cases one from each other. Okay, it's super important, those grammatical questions in the German grammar. So, but it's still easier because there are some languages that have 6 and 7 grammatical cases. So at least in German we just have 4. Let's focus on the positive. Okay, so so here, as you see, okay, I hope it's kind of course, it takes some time to really grasp that all. Maybe your native language also has more than these grammatical cases, more than 4, or maybe you are familiar with that already. Maybe it's easier. If not, you just can watch it a few times, and then you will understand it better. Okay. So here we have die bestimmten Artikel, so definite articles. So der, die, das, as you remember, and die for the plural. And the accusative, I hope you remember. What was the masculine article in the accusative? Do you remember? It was den with an N at the end. And the dative, der becomes dem. The feminine die becomes der. Okay, now this you have to watch out for that, because this could be a little bit confusing. As you see, der and the dative is the feminine article, der and the nominative case is the masculine article. Okay, be aware of that. So just not to confuse, that's why you have to watch out and figure out which word is in which grammatical case, so you can put the right article there. And das, the neutral article, is dem also, just as the masculine. Okay, and the plural is den. Okay, so as I just mentioned, in the accusative case, the masculine article is also den, just as the plural article in the dative. Okay, just it's good to write that down and to memorize that. Okay, because now you see they are the same articles, but they mean something different in each grammatical case. And then you see here in the dative, whenever you use the dative in the plural form, you have to add an additional N at the end of the noun. Okay, so but we will look at that. So let's start here. Ich gebe dem Mann einen Stift. I give the pencil, or here in this case it actually would be I give a pencil to the man. Einen is the indefinite article, but here the definite article is dem Mann, to the man. Okay, geben, to give is a dative verb. It means there is a dative object included, so the one to whom I give something, who receives something, is the dative object. So here der Mann, masculine, changes to dem. Okay, and then here the Stift, the pencil, is the accusative object because it's the object that I'm giving to somebody, so it's the accusative. Thus we have einen here, the indefinite article with an N at the end. Okay, so don't, I hope it's not too confusing. It just takes some time to really separate it. What I always recommend is to make like a sheet for the nominative, a sheet for the accusative, and a sheet for the dative later on, for the a sheet for the genitive, where you write down everything. It's best to do it with your hands, so you can memorize it better, but really separating it all from each other, because I have students who don't do that and they are completely confused, to be honest, because as you see here, they are the same articles meaning something different in each grammatical case. So if you separate it thoroughly, let's say the German way, right from the beginning from each other, you will learn it the right way and there will be no confusion. Okay, but it's important to do it right from the beginning before you start messing things up and confuse all those articles and cases and so on. Okay, if you do it the proper way right from the beginning, you have a good foundation, and you will have less struggle later on, because you will see in the next levels of, like, when you continue learning German, you will see how important those grammatical cases are, you know, because we need them for everything, for the possessive articles, for the demonstrative articles. They are changing in many ways, and you have to adapt that all. Okay, so let's see the next one here. Die Ärztin verschreibt dem Mädchen keine Medizin. The doctor, in this case Ärztin, die Ärztin, it's a feminine doctor. The doctor doesn't prescribe medicine to the girl. So verschreiben, to prescribe, is a dative verb. It means there is a dative object included. To whom we prescribe something is the dative object, the one who receives something. In this case, it's the girl. Das Mädchen, it's neutral, although it's a female. In the German language, it's neutral. I've explained you before why. I hope you remember. And so it's das Mädchen, das changes to dem in the dative, und keine Medizin. It's the accusative object here because it's the object that somebody prescribes. Die Medizin is female, so here we have just keine with an E at the end. And then here in the plural form, du redest mit den Kindern. So as I've mentioned, if you have the dative in the plural, you have to add an additional N at the end. Okay, it's just a random rule. Don't ask me why, but this is just how we do it. It's like, yeah, I used to ask my English teacher, why do we add an S at the end of the conjugation of the verbs for he, she, it in the simple present, like he walks or he cooks, and there is no explanation. It's just the way it is. I'm sorry, I cannot give you a logical reason for that. Some things are just the way they are. Okay, so and this is yeah, the case here with the additional N. Might, yeah, seems to be a little bit more complicated than necessary, but don't worry about it with the time. You will just get used to that and do it automatically. So then we have unbestimmte Artikel, indefinite articles. As you see here in the nominative ein, it changes to einem in the dative. Eine changes to einer with an R at the end. Ein und einem for the neutral form, and there is no plural. It's just in English, there is no plural form for the indefinite articles. So let's have a look at some examples. Das Haus gehört einem Lehrer. The house belongs to a teacher. Okay, gehören means to belong to, and in this case here, to whom something belongs is the dative object. So to whom, oder to whom does it belong? To the teacher. So the teacher here is the dative. Okay, with the verb gehören, it's a little bit specific because here we have das Haus, which is actually the object that belongs to somebody, but with this verb gehören, it is here the subject, although it's the object that belongs to the teacher. Okay, it's just yes, again a special rule. So here that's the subject, das Haus, although it's just an object, it's not a person. However, it doesn't matter. It's the subject here, the nominative object. Let's say that's why das Haus, it's neutral. It just says das, and then here we have the dative einem Lehrer. Ich wünsche einer Freundin. I'm just exaggerating with the pronunciation. We would just say in German, ich wünsche einer Freundin viel Spaß. I just wanted to make sure that you hear that it's the R at the end. Einer Freundin viel Spaß. Okay? I wish lots of fun to a female friend. Wünschen is a dative verb. To whomever we wish something is the dative object. So here I am the subject. I'm here the nominative case, or the nominative object, the subject, and I wish something to my friend. So meine Freundin oder eine Freundin becomes einer Freundin because she is the dative object, and whatever I wish to somebody is the accusative object. That's why Spaß or fun here is the accusative object. And then einem in the for the neutral form, wir helfen einem verletzten Tier. Helfen, to help, is a dative verb, so whomever we help is the dative object. So here das Tier is the animal and it's einem verletzten Tier. Okay, because it's das, it's neutral, so an M at the end. And then we have uns gefallen Schuhe, we like shoes. Gefallen, it means like to like something, or also to feel attracted to something, for example. And so here, uns gefallen Schuhe, to whomever it is appealing, for example, or whoever likes something, it is in the dative. Okay, this is yeah, again a special rule. That's why we have wir or we in the dative. So it's uns gefallen Schuhe, and the object that we like it stays in the nominative case. Okay, it's kind of like here with das Haus gehört einem Lehrer. So the object that we like is the nominative object, and to whom it appeals, so who likes that is the dative object. That's why we have uns. You will see the personal pronouns right now. So here we have Personalpronomen, just a repetition here with the nominative in German and in English. So as you remember, ich, du, er, sie, es, wir, ihr, sie. Okay, here in the English form. And then we have them in the dative. Okay, so dative does not exist in English, but I just wrote you the translation what it is in English, which is the same as the accusative in English. Okay, so mir and me, dir und you, ihm in English would be him, ihr, her, ihm, here for it, uns is us, euch is you all, ihnen, either it's them, okay, like ich glaube ihnen, I believe them. Glauben is a dative verb, so it would be ich glaube ihnen, I believe them. Or if you want to say it in the formal way and you want to say I believe you, and you're talking to a doctor, for example, or so, or a teacher, you would say ich glaube ihnen. Okay, if it's one person, also if there are several people you're talking to in the formal way, it is ihnen in the dative. Okay, very important. If you write a letter, you have to capitalize it. Okay, okay, good. Then the next one here, we have prepositions. So it's just like in the accusative case, we have certain prepositions that always go with the dative case. So whenever you have a dative preposition, the noun that comes right after that is the dative object. Okay, so bei means near, and it also means at. If I say ich bin bei meiner Schwester, it means I'm at my sister's place, so it means I'm at home, at her home, visiting her. Okay, then it would be bei. So here, for example, sie lebt bei Hamburg, oder we would say in der Nähe von Hamburg, like close to Hamburg. Okay, und hier bei meinen Eltern, this is here in the plural dative, ich bin bei meinen Eltern, I'm at my parents' place. So here we have the dative preposition bei. That means that in this case, for example, meinen Eltern is the dative object, so you would have to use the according article, for example. Okay, and bei also here with at, if I say, for example, bei Nacht schläft sie nicht, which means then like at night she doesn't sleep, bei Nacht. Okay. We can also say in der Nacht schläft sie nicht, like it would be also for at night, or by Tag, okay, which would be like at day. You cannot say that during the day, it would be in English. Well, you cannot translate everything word by word from English to German. Okay, it's still a different language, so yeah. So seit means since or for. In English, there is a difference between since and for. You could say she lives here since 2018, or I have been here for 2 years. Right? That you need two different words for that in English. Whether there is a point of time, like since 2000, or a period of time for 2 years. For example, in German we don't distinguish that. We just have one word for that, and it's seit. Okay, as you see here, seit. Seit einer Woche, which is since for a week. Seit einer Woche. Okay, die Woche is female. That's why you have to add an R at the end. Okay, it's a dative object because it comes right after seit. This is a dative preposition. That's why we have to say eine Woche. In the nominative, it would be eine Woche just with an E because it's a female noun, and the dative, it's eine Woche with an R at the end. Then we have nach, which means to or after. For example, ich fahre nach Mainz, I'm driving to Mainz. Or ich fliege nach Brasilien, I'm flying to Brazil, for example. Okay, so to, like you're going to a certain place. Then we use it also as after, nach dem Unterricht, which means after the lesson. Unterricht is a masculine, it's der Unterricht. And the dative there becomes dem. That's why we have to say nach dem Unterricht. Let's say, ich esse nach dem Unterricht, I eat after the lesson, for example. Gegenüber, across from. So gegenüber dem Haus oder dem Haus gegenüber, you can put gegenüber before the noun or after that, both work. However, you just have to think about, you cannot forget the article which you have to adapt. Der changes to das. In this case, it's das Haus, it's neutral, but das also changes to dem, just as the masculine article der changes to dem also in the dative. Okay. Okay. Good. Then the second page, Präpositionen 2. So it's just the second slide, or the second part. So here we have aus, which means from. So here we have Ort, which is the place. Ich komme aus, let's say ich komme aus Deutschland, I come from Germany. Okay, so we use that if you talk about where you, or ich komme aus Mainz, that means I originally come from Mainz, which is a city in Germany. So here we are talking about our origin, where we come from. Okay, so you cannot, if you just come from the supermarket, you cannot say ich komme aus dem Supermarkt. That would be quite wrong. Grammatically, it would mean that you were born there. You just come from the supermarket. In German, we have two different froms. I will show you the other one right now. So here, it's when we talk about our origin. Okay, ich komme aus Deutschland, ich komme aus England. Okay, it means that this is your origin. Material here, Holz, if you want to say that something is made of a certain material, then you also use aus. You can say dieser Tisch ist aus Holz, like this table is made from wood. Holz means wood. Okay, so this is when we use aus. Then mit means with. Instrument, here instrument, for example, mit einer Gabel, could be mit einer Gitarre, with a guitar, so okay. Ich esse mit einer Gabel, I eat with a fork. Gabel means fork, and Gabel is feminine, it's die Gabel, so here in the dative, eine changes to einer with an R at the end, okay, mit einer Gabel. And then we have here Art und Weise, which is like a way, kind of way doing something, Art und Weise, or how we do something. Mit Glück means with luck. Okay, so here we don't always have to put an article. Here it's just with luck. You don't have to say with the luck. Usually, most of the time is whenever you put an article in the English language, you also put an article in the German language. So in English, you would just say, I did that with luck, for example. You don't say I did it with the luck, right? And in German, it's the same. You just say, ich habe das mit Glück geschafft, like accomplished that with luck, for example. Okay? Or you can just say person, mit ihr, ich habe das mit ihr gemacht, I did that with her, and she changes to ihr. In the dative case, okay, maybe you remember that could be also confusing because in the nominative case, ihr means you. If you in the plural, if you talk to a group of people, ihr means you, okay, and in the dative it means her, so or she changed in the dative. Okay, so that could be confusing. Sometimes there are the same personal pronouns meaning something different in each grammatical case. Okay, that's why I told you it would be great to separate that in different sheets and then you can compare them so you have an overview. Okay, because some personal pronouns and articles are repeating, but they have different meanings in each grammatical case. So here we have von, which is the other from der Schule. So if you want to say I just come from school, I just come from the supermarket, in this case you use von because it's not about your origin. Okay, ich komme gerade von der Schule, I'm just coming from school, from the school. So here we have Schule, which is female, it's die Schule, the school, so die changes to der. Okay. So in this case, of course, you cannot always, it's like as I just said with Glück here, and most of the time, whenever you use an article in English, you also do in German, or if you don't use an article in English, you don't use an article in German most of the time. However, like here, in German you have to use an article. You would not say ich komme von Schule, like in English, I come from school. You would have to say I come from this school in German, okay? Without the article, that would be wrong in this case. And zu means to. Ich gehe zu meiner Schwester. I go to my sister or to my sister's place, for example. So zu means to. Okay, so if you're going to a certain place. So here, just let me see here, nach, just to repeat this, nach we use if you go to a city or a country. It also means to, okay, like ich fahre nach Mainz, it's a city. Ich fliege nach Brasilien, it's a country. So here we use nach if you say that you're going to a city, a country, a town, or a village. You use zu also as to if you're going to visit a person, if you go to an institution, to a certain building, to school, to the store, then you say zu, okay? You would not say ich gehe nach dem Supermarkt, like I go to the supermarket. You have to say ich gehe zum Supermarkt, okay? So here we have the verbs. We have more dative verbs, not just these actually, but that are, like, let's say, the most important ones for the A1 level, okay? So here we have antworten, which means to respond. Du antwortest mir, you are answering me. So du, you are the active person here who is doing something. You are the subject, the nominative object, and to whom you are responding or answering is the dative object. So here, mir, du antwortest mir, you're answering me. So mir is in the dative personal pronoun for ich, for I, okay? Danken, to thank. Ich danke dir, I thank you, okay? Danken, the person who is thanking, is the subject in the nominative, and the one who is receiving the thanks, let's say, is the dative. So du is changing to dir in the dative, that's why ich danke dir. Gefallen, to appeal to somebody. Dieser Garten gefällt mir, this garden appeals to me, or just I like this garden, okay? So dieser Garten, the object, this is what I mentioned before. Gefallen is a very special verb. So whatever you like or whatever is appealing to you, here is the subject, stays in the nominative clause, and to whom it is appealing is the dative object. That's why dieser Garten gefällt mir, this garden appeals to me. Gehören, to belong to. Dieses Buch gehört einer Frau. It is the same case with gehören, to belong to. So whatever belongs to somebody is the subject or the nominative object, and to whom it belongs is the dative. So here einer Frau, die Frau is feminine. That's why here the indefinite article has an R at the end. Okay, einer Frau. Glauben, to believe. Der Junge glaubt seiner Schwester. To whom you believe is the dative object. That's why it's seiner Schwester with an R here at the end. You will learn it later on with the possessive articles. Okay, so seiner, here it's his. Gratulieren, wir gratulieren dir zum Geburtstag. Okay, so to whom you congratulate, who is receiving the congratulation is the dative object. So here dir. Okay, so du changes to dir. Helfen, to help, as I mentioned, it's also dative. Ihr helft allen Schülern, you help all students. Okay, so Schülern, the students, so it's a dative here. Who receives the help is the dative object, and die Schüler is the students. Since it's in the dative, you have to add an additional n at the end. Okay, please remember this rule. Passen, to fit. Die Jeans passt dir gut. Okay, here also the object that fits to somebody has to stay in the nominative, and to whom it is fitting is the dative object. Okay. Schmecken, to taste. Dieses Eis schmeckt mir. This ice cream tastes good to me. Okay, so also you see in the English grammar, it tastes good to me. So to whom it is tasting good is the dative object. So dieses Eis, this ice cream, it's das Eis, it's neutral. That's why we have dieses here. Okay, and to whom it tastes well is the dative object. Vertrauen, to trust. Wir vertrauen euch, we trust you. Okay, to whomever you trust is the dative object. That's why ihr changes to euch and the dative. Okay, so okay, so that was the chapter about the dative. Please study that thoroughly before you will learn the last grammatical case, which is the genitive, the genitive case. Okay, study all the verbs here, the articles, the prepositions. That is very important, and as I told you, it will be a great help if you learn everything right now before you move on with the next levels of the German language. Gut, dann viel Erfolg beim Lernen. Und wir sehen uns im nächsten Video. Tschüss.
Hallo und willkommen zu diesem Video. Hier machen wir eine Zwischenprüfung. Now we are going to do an intermediate exam and see, or let's say, check what you have learned so far. So this is going to be a little test, not about everything that you have learned until now, but a few mixed subjects. And let's start with the first one. So here we have trennbare und nicht trennbare Verben. I hope you remember what trennbare und nicht trennbare Verben. I hope you remember what that is. Maybe you can think about it and see whether you remember what those verbs are. And here you have a few different verbs. As you see here, genießen, ausgehen, erzählen, verlieren, zerbrechen, zurückkommen, bezahlen, loslassen. And here's written, wie konjugiert man diese Verben? So that means how do you conjugate these verbs? Man here does not mean like the man, that would be capitalized with a double N. Man here is if you want to say, for example, in English, how does one conjugate it? It's a general statement, how to conjugate these verbs here, okay? So it's not referring to a specific person here. So now you have to conjugate these verbs and you have to decide which verbs are separable and which are not. Okay, so I hope you remember that it depends on the prefix. Through the prefix you can tell whether the verbs are separable or not separable. So please take your time right now to conjugate these verbs. What you can do is pause the video right now, because on the next page I will show you the results, okay, or the answers to those conjugations, like what you have to put in here in the gaps. So please pause the video right now and do this exercise, and I will move to the next page where you will see the answers. Okay, Lösungen means solutions or answers in this case. So here you see, ich genieße, du gehst aus. Ausgehen is separable because we have here the prefix aus, which is a separable prefix. Du gehst aus, erzählt, sie verliert, es zerbricht, wir kommen zurück. Okay, zurückkommen, this is a separable verb because it has zurück here. Ihr bezahlt und sie lassen los. Loslassen is also a separable verb. Okay. The others are not separable due to their prefixes. Okay. Good. In case that, I hope it was correct. If not, please repeat this chapter about the separable and not separable verbs, because we have a lot in German, okay, a lot of them. The next one is here Vokabeln, which means vocabulary, und der Körper. I hope you remember what this word means. It means the body. And here we are checking a few words from the video about the body. Okay, so it's just a little vocabulary test. About a few words that you saw in which you saw in this video. Okay, so here you have, if the word is English, you have to write the German translation. If the word is German, you have to write the English translation. Okay, so please pause this video and do this little vocabulary test. Okay, and when you are done, you can keep on watching the video, because on the next page, what I will show you right now are the solutions, okay, or the translations to these words. So I'm moving to the next page, and here you have Lösungen. So the boy is der Junge, the eye das Auge, die Hüfte the hip, der Rücken the back, the calf die Wade, die Zehen the toes, der Knochen the bones, the woman die Frau, the man der Mann, der Kopf the head, okay. That was a little vocabulary test. Then on the next page, we have the following. Was ist der passende Artikel? Der, die oder das. So what is the fitting article? Okay, so this is about the Genusregeln, about the gender rules. So here you have to decide which word is masculine, female, or neutral. Okay, I hope you remember there were a few rules depending on the ending of the word that you can tell, like most of the time it's the ending, which word has which gender. Okay, so that are all these words you saw all in the video about the chapter about in the chapter about the Genusregeln. Okay, so Kabine, König, Wirtschaft, and so on. So again, you can pause the video, do this exercise, and decide which word is masculine, female, or neutral. So with the fitting article, and I will go to the next page and show you the answers to this exercise. So here you see die Kabine, der König, die Wirtschaft. Okay, typical endings here, like Schaft, typical female ending, for example. So, if necessary, you can repeat the video again about those Genusregeln, okay? Then on the next page, we have die Zahlen. So here you have different numbers, and now you have to try to say out loud the numbers, or you can write them down. And again, you can pause this video and take your time to do this exercise. And on the next page, I will show you the solutions, okay? How these numbers are called in German. So I will go to the next page, and here you have the numbers. I will just read them just for you to practice the pronunciation also. 5, if you like, you can repeat. 5, 13, 22, 31, 11, 19, 134, 274, 16, 29, 45, 57, 60. Okay, so let's go to the last exercise, and here we have the following. Was ist die Pluralform? So what is the plural form of those words? I hope you remember the video about the rules about the plural and how to form the plural. So here we have a few singular words. Again, all these words were shown in the chapter about the plural forms. Okay, so you can pause this video, the video right now, and do this exercise and write down the plural form. And I will move to the next page already and show you the answers. Okay. So please try at least to do this exercise before you go to the next page, so you can pause it. And okay, if you are done, you can keep on watching. And here are the solutions. So das Buch, die Bücher, das Kleid, die Kleider, das Wort, die Wörter, and so on. Okay, so here die Eltern has no plural form. Okay, and der Spanier und die Spanier, singular and plural are equal. Okay, und das Glück has no plural form. Okay, so die Eltern has no singular und das Glück has no plural. Okay, good. So that was the video about the Zwischenprüfung. Let's say that was the Zwischenprüfung, the intermediate exam. I hope it worked well. If there are any gaps, I would recommend you to repeat those chapters and the videos before you move on. Because as you probably can imagine, it will just get a little bit further, or we'll go deeper into the German grammar. So it would be good to have a strong foundation before you move on. And otherwise, if it worked well, then I'm super happy. And then you can go ahead and watch the next chapters. Okay, dann viel Erfolg noch und bis zum nächsten Video. Tschüss!
Essen und Getränke. Im Restaurant. Guten Tag, was darf es für Sie sein?
Guten Tag, was würden Sie uns denn empfehlen?
Heute haben wir als Hauptspeise Schnitzel mit Jägersoße und Kartoffelsalat oder Knödel mit Rahmsoße und Tomatensuppe. Das hört sich gut an. Haben Sie auch andere Salate? Ja, wir haben auch Nudelsalat.
Okay, könnten wir dann bitte die Speisekarte haben?
Gerne, ich bringe Ihnen gleich 2, aber möchten Sie vielleicht schon mal etwas zum Trinken bestellen? Ich hätte gerne eine große Apfelschorle.
Und ich hätte gern ein kleines Mineralwasser.
Gerne. Haben Sie sich schon entschieden? Also ich nehme einen gemischten Salat als Vorspeise und Knödel als Hauptgericht.
Und ich nehme den Kartoffelsalat und das Schnitzel.
Nach der Hauptspeise. Hat es Ihnen geschmeckt? Ja, es war sehr lecker. Danke.
Das Schnitzel war köstlich.
Das freut mich. Möchten Sie noch eine Nachspeise bestellen?
Ja, ich hätte gerne einen Apfelstrudel mit Vanillesoße, bitte.
Und ich hätte gerne ein Stück Schwarzwälder Kirschtorte und noch 2 Milchkaffees für uns. Nach dem Essen.
Entschuldigung, wir möchten gerne zahlen.
Ich bringe sofort die Rechnung.
Der Rest ist für Sie. Stimmt so.
Vielen Dank. Ich wünsche Ihnen noch einen schönen Tag. Im Supermarkt. Verzeihung, wo finde ich hier das Gemüse?
Das befindet sich in der Obst- und Gemüseabteilung. Sie müssen hier geradeaus gehen und am Ende des Ganges nach links. Dort werden Sie es direkt sehen.
Vielen Dank.
Vokabular. Das Gemüse. Die Aubergine. Der Brokkoli. Die Bohne. Die Erbse. Die Gurke. Die Karotte. Die Kartoffel. Der Knoblauch. Der Kohl. Die Kräuter. Die Paprika. Die Lauchzwiebel. Der Kürbis. Der Pilz. Das Radieschen. Der Rosenkohl. Die rote Beete. Der Spargel. Der Spinat. Die Tomate. Die Zucchini. Die Zwiebel. Die Frucht, das Obst. Die Zitrone. Die Weintraube. Die Wassermelone. Die Pflaume. Der Pfirsich. Die Aprikose. Die Orange. Die Mango. Die Kokosnuss. Die Kiwi. Die Kirsche. Die Honigmelone. Die Himbeere. Der Granatapfel. Die Erdbeere. Die Birne. Die Banane. Die Avocado. Der Apfel. Die Ananas. Getränke. Das Wasser. Der Weißwein. Der Rotwein. Der Tee. Der Orangensaft. Das Mineralwasser. Die Milch. Der Latte Macchiato. Der Kakao. Der Kaffee. Der Cocktail. Der Cappuccino. Das Bier.
Hallo, in diesem Kapitel geht es um die Negation, also auf Englisch ist das negation, and in German we have two different words in order to negate something. We have the word kein and we have the word nicht. Kein, as you will see, I will show you, we usually use in order to negate nouns. Nicht we use in order to negate verbs. Okay, this is the main difference between those two. So let's start with the first one, which is kein. So what you will basically learn here is the sentence structure whenever you use kein or nicht, because there are some rules you have to consider. And so here, let's have a look at the first slide. And we have some examples here. As you see, du hast keine Zeit. You don't have time, or you don't have any time. So Zeit, here we are negating a noun, okay? We are negating the word time. You don't have time, you don't have any time, okay? And in this case, we have to use kein because we are negating a noun, okay? It's the time that somebody doesn't have. So what you need to know, and I will show you also later on, you have to adapt the word nein to the gender and to the grammatical case of the noun here. Okay, so du hast keine Zeit, it's die Zeit, it's the time, it's a female word in the German language. That's why we have to add an E here at the end. Okay, and also it is here in the accusative case because we are using the word haben, which means to have. Whatever we have is always the accusative object in the sentence. Okay, and accusative feminine has an E here at the end. Okay, du hast keine Zeit. So you see, you first put the subject here, it's du, then you put the verb, it's hast conjugated. Okay, it comes from haben. Kein, then comes the negation, and then, but you have to, as we call it, deklinieren, decline it, so you have to adapt it to the gender and the grammatical case it is in, as I've just explained. And then comes the object. Okay, du hast keine Zeit. So it can be an accusative, it can also be a dative object depending on the verb that you're using, or the preposition, for example, as you have learned in the video about the dative. I hope you still remember what the dative is. If not, you might want to repeat it. Then another example here, wir haben keine Ahnung, we have no clue.
or we don't have any clue. Okay, wir haben keine Ahnung. This is actually a sentence we often use in German. Ich habe keine Ahnung, I have no clue, or I don't know, ich habe keine Ahnung. Okay, so wir haben keine Ahnung. Here, die Ahnung, it's again a female word. You can recognize it here. Maybe you remember the gender rules. There are certain endings which are showing that the word is female, masculine, or neutral. In this word here, Zeit, for example, it does not apply. But here, the ending is very female, okay? Ung is a typical female ending. Whenever you see this, you know it's female. Die Übung, die Lösung, die Ahnung, for example, we have a lot of words that end with ung. So in this case, again, you have to add an E at the end, okay? And it's again here the word haben, which is an accusative verb, okay? Or here, ich habe kein Ticket. I don't have a ticket. So das Ticket, it's neutral, okay? And in this case, it just stays as kein, okay? We don't add anything here for the neutral nouns, okay? Ich habe kein Ticket. So what you need to keep in mind here is the sentence structure, okay? Which is different than in English, kind of, okay? So let's have a look at the next sentence. So this is a basic sentence here, okay? So here we have for you the declination of kein, okay? Deklination von kein. As you see, Deklination wie bei den unbestimmten Artikeln. So we decline it exactly the same way as the indefinite article. I hope you remember what an indefinite article is. It's the word ein in German, okay? Like the English, if you say this is a tree, this is a table, and so on, okay? Which is the word ein in German. So as you see, it has exactly the same endings as the indefinite articles. We decline it the same way, okay? So you always have to figure out, is it in the nominative, accusative, or dative? Okay, and then we have here masculine, feminine, neutral, and plural. As you see here, Deklination genau wie bei Possessivartikeln und unbestimmten Artikeln. Later on, you will learn what Possessivartikeln are, okay? That are words like my or yours, for example, in order to explain what somebody possesses or owns. Okay, so you can study this chart. It will be very useful for you. Okay, in the German language, it's very important to decline like the articles here or the word kein. It's super important, okay, in order to speak a proper German. So let's have a look on the next page, and let's see or look at some examples. And we can also practice this at the same time, okay? So here you have the chart, just to have it here. And let's start with the first sentence, which is, das ist kein Stuhl, okay? So in this case, I will explain you the sentences here. Das ist kein Stuhl, that means that is no chair, or that isn't a chair, okay? Das ist kein Stuhl. So here we just have the verb ist, which comes from sein, which is to be. So whenever we have a sentence in which we have sein, so here, das ist kein Stuhl, it's just a nominative clause, okay? We just have a subject here, or a nominative object, which is Stuhl, the chair, okay? So this is then in the nominative clause, because here we are not explaining something like I'm buying a chair, or I have a chair, or whatever, right? It's just that is no chair. So there is no object that somebody does something to, like buying it, or seeing it, or hearing somebody, for example, okay? So der Stuhl, it's a masculine word, so here you have to check nominative masculine, so you use kein, okay? Das ist kein Stuhl. Another example, ich kenne keine Sängerin. Kennen means to know, and maybe you can think what kind of verb it could be, accusative, dative, could it be here in the nominative, okay? Ich kenne keine Sängerin. Kennen is an accusative verb. So whatever or whoever you know is the accusative object in the sentence, okay? Ich here is the subject in the nominative. You can also tell because it's ich and it's not the word mich or mir, which would be in the other grammatical cases. So here, keine Sängerin. Sängerin is the female singer. If it was a man, it would just be Sänger with an I-N at the end. It's a female singer. So that's why it's accusative female. So you have to look here in the chart, accusative and then female. So you use keine with an I at the end. Ich kenne keine Sängerin. Then, ich sehe keine Vögel. Sehe comes from sehen. It is an accusative verb, okay? And Vögel here, it means birds in the plural, okay? So it's again accusative plural. So let's check here in the chart. Accusative, you go here to plural, so it's keine, okay? Ich sehe keine Vögel. I don't see any birds. Ich glaube keinem Lügner. Glauben, I hope you remember, that's a dative verb. It means to believe somebody, okay? And der Lügner is the liar. In this case, it's masculine. If there was an IN at the end, it would be a female liar, Lügnerin. Here, it's Lügner. So you have to check here, masculine dative in the chart. So we go to dative, masculine keinem, as you see. It's an M with an M at the end. Okay, it's exactly the same declination as the indefinite article. It would be einem as an indefinite article. Okay, so ich glaube keinem Lügen. I don't believe a liar. Then, das sind keine Kinder. Okay, so here you have again the sentence there are no children. So we have sind, which comes from sein, it's to be. So it means here it just stays in the nominative case. Das sind keine Kinder, there are no children. So again, we are not doing anything to the children, like we don't say that we are playing or speaking to them or whatever, talking to them. So that's why it's just sein, so it means it's in the nominative. Okay, so you have to check nominative plural because it's children. So it's keine. Okay, das sind keine Kinder. Let's say there are no children that are already grown-ups or so, okay? Then we have ich verstehe kein Chinesisch. Verstehen, it means to understand. Okay, and this is an accusative verb. Whoever or whatever we understand is the accusative object in the sentence, okay? And Chinesisch means Chinese, and usually we would say das Chinesisch, it's neutral, or das English, das Deutsch, if you would have to put an article there, which we usually don't do. But it's neutral, the gender is neutral, okay? If we have to decide which gender it is, like the languages are neutral. So that's why we have to look at neutral accusative. So here accusative, and then we go to neutral. That's why we have kein here. Ich verstehe kein Chinesisch, which means I don't understand any Chinese, or I don't understand Chinese, okay? Since there are all nouns, we have to use the word kein, okay? Sie brauchen keinen Löffel, okay? Sie braucht keinen Löffel. So here, brauchen means to need, and it's an accusative object. Whatever we need is the accusative object in the sentence. And here, Löffel, der Löffel means the spoon, and it's masculine. So we have to go to accusative masculine, and it's keinen, okay? Sie braucht keinen Löffel. She doesn't need any spoon. Then, Sie wollen kein Wasser. So maybe, let's check whether you see the difference with the conjugation. Here it has Sie, both has Sie. Here it has a T at the end, and here an EN. So what does that mean? Okay, or who are we talking about here? So, sie braucht, it means she needs, and sie wollen, in this conjugation, it means they want. Okay, so here it is she, and here it is they, and you can tell it by the conjugation. Okay, also sie wollen kein Wasser, it means they don't want any water. Wasser is neutral, it's das Wasser. Okay, so wollen means to need, and it's also an accusative verb. So we have to go to neutral and accusative again, so it's kein, okay? Sie wollen kein Wasser. And then the last one, das ist keine Spinne. Die Spinne, it's the spider, okay? Die Spinne, it's female in German. And then again, it's just a basic sentence in the nominative. Das ist keine Spinne. We have again sein here, so feminine in the nominative, it's keine with an E at the end, okay? Das ist keine Spinne. Okay, I hope it is clear more or less. Of course, you need to practice. Maybe you can write some own sentences. Okay, and yeah, I hope you could understand this explanation and how that works. Okay, so you just have to learn this chart here. I hope you have studied the chart with the indefinite articles, because basically it's exactly the same. It just has a K here in the front. Okay, so if you have studied thoroughly the chapters before, you will have less difficulties later on, okay, because it's all building up and you will see it again and again, okay, the same rules, slightly just like with different words, but the same endings, for example, okay, you will see later on. So now let's go to the word nicht. Nicht is the other negation in German, and with that we are negating verbs. So as you see, nicht mit Verben and nicht with verbs, okay. So let's see the sentence structure here. So it is subject first, then comes the verb, then comes nicht, and then comes the rest of the sentence. So let's have a look here at those examples. Ich gehe nicht ins Kino. I don't go to the movies. Okay, so this nicht is like the English don't or doesn't kind of, okay. Ich gehe nicht ins Kino, I don't go to the movies. So you see first the subject, then comes the verb, conjugated of course, then comes nicht, and then comes the other information. Ich gehe nicht ins Kino. Jenny liest nicht. Jenny doesn't read. Okay, Jenny liest nicht. Er schreibt nicht. He doesn't write. Okay, so that are just basic sentences here with the word nicht. Of course, we have some more rules we are going to look at. So here we have nicht nach Objekt, nicht after an object. So here, let's have a look at what we mean with that. So here we have, ich kaufe diese Wohnung nicht, which means I'm not buying this apartment. So in this case, you have first the subject, then the verb, then comes the object, and then comes nicht. Okay, so here you have an accusative object. Just to show you here, before we have ich gehe nicht ins Kino, here it is an indication of place. It's not necessarily an object like something that I have, for example. It's an indication of place. Okay, that's why here we have the word Kino then in the end. Here it's about objects, like you have verbs like kaufen, to buy, it's an accusative object. Haben, it's an accusative verb, excuse me, kaufen, an accusative verb. Haben, an accusative verb. Mag comes from mögen, I hope you remember that, okay, to like, and it's also an accusative verb, okay, so that's why here in green we have all accusative objects. So first we put the subject, then the verb, then the object, and then comes the negation nicht. Ich kaufe diese Wohnung nicht. I don't buy this apartment. Ich habe das Buch nicht. I don't have the book. Okay. Ich mag dein Bett nicht. I don't like your bed, for example. Okay. So here you see the sentence structure if you have an object in the sentence. Okay. Then the next one, here we have mit zwei Verben im Satz, okay, with two verbs in a sentence. So please study these rules thoroughly because, of course, we have, I'm always so sorry to say that, we have so many rules in the German grammar. But of course, like if you really put time in that and practice, you will learn that, okay, it's not something that you cannot achieve. Okay, maybe it could be that it seems a little bit complicated, but you need to have some patience, okay? And of course, you really need to immerse yourself into the German language and listen to it, and maybe watch videos, musical. It could be like music videos, or listening to podcasts for beginners. I've uploaded here a video in this course with a lot of great links, which will help you to learn German, okay, to be more exposed to the language. And you really need to do that in order to get also a kind of feeling for the language, also for the pronunciation. Okay, so here we have two verbs in the sentence. And maybe just to repeat, we have different cases in which we need two verbs. That would be, for example, if you use modal verbs, right? Usually modal verbs come with the second verb most of the time. And when we need two verbs, for example, is in the perfect tense. This is what you have learned so far, okay? In this case, we have two verbs, and whenever you have a sentence with two verbs, you again start with the subject, then comes the Finites verb, means the conjugated verb, okay? Then comes the object, then comes the negation nicht. This is all that you have learned in the previous slide. And then at the end comes the second verb, which is either in the infinitive, if you use a modal verb, or the Partizip 2, the participle 2, if you use it in the perfect tense. Okay, so let's have a look here. Ich will dieses Gericht nicht bestellen. I don't want to order this meal. So you see here we have a modal verb, right? You have to conjugate it, and at the end comes the infinitive or infinitiv in German. Okay, ich will dieses Gericht nicht. Das Gericht, it's neutral, it means a meal. Okay, it also means the court, das Gericht. It has two meanings, okay? So in this case, it's the meal. Then, ich habe das Tier nicht gesehen. I haven't seen the animal. Ich habe das Tier nicht gesehen. Okay? It's in the perfect tense here. Here you have gesehen. The infinitive of this is sehen. Infinitive is the, let's say, the neutral verb without any conjugation. It's called infinitive. Okay? And it's sehen here of gesehen is the participle 2. Ich kann diese Schrift nicht lesen. I can't read this handwriting. Ich kann diese Schrift nicht lesen. Okay, here again we have a modal verb. Do you remember the infinitive form of kann? And this is können. Okay, können means to can. Okay, so this is one rule. Then we have more. Okay, Verneinung eines Adverbs, the negation of an adverb. Okay, an adverb is a word that describes how we are doing something. Maybe we're doing something fast or slow, for example. Okay, this is an adverb. So here the sentence structure would be Subjekt, Verb, nicht, and then comes the adverb. So du joggst nicht schnell, you don't jog fast. Du joggst nicht schnell. So you see here the adverb comes at the end. Then Jens spricht nicht deutlich. Jens doesn't speak clearly. Deutlich means clearly. Okay, so it's an adverb. So you can always ask, how is he speaking? And then it would be not clearly. And then the answer to that, how does he speak or how is he speaking? The answer to that is the adverb. How is he jogging? And then here, not fast, for example. The answer to this question, how does he do something, is the adverb. Katja arbeitet nicht ordentlich. Katja doesn't work properly. Okay, ordentlich. Die Ordnung. Okay, that would be the noun. Okay, so Katja arbeitet nicht ordentlich, as you see. Okay, here you have the sentence structure. So then let's have a look at the next page, and here we have Verneinung eines Adjektivs, the negation of an adjective. Okay, so an adjective, this is usually then if we describe something with the verb sein. Okay, it's not how we are doing something, but how somebody is. So let's have a look at some examples, like du bist nicht langsam, you are not slow. Okay, so it's just with the verb sein, which means which is to be. So here we are not we don't specify how somebody is doing something. Okay, it's more like about characteristics of a person, for example. Okay, Bert ist nicht sauber. Bert is not clean. Bert is a masculine German name. Okay, Brigitte, a female German name. Brigitte ist nicht faul. Brigitte is not lazy. Okay, so it's not, we are not saying that she is not cleaning a certain way or that he is running a certain way. It's just rather about how a person is. Okay, and then you put the adjective at the end. Gut. Dann die nächste Seite, Verneinung von Personalpronomen, negation of personal pronouns. So here, a personal pronoun are the words you, him, he, she, her, and so on, okay? So Subjekt, Verb, Personalpronomen, and then comes nicht, okay? Ich sehe dich nicht, I don't see you, okay? Dich here is a personal pronoun, just as ich, as I, but here we're negating you in this case, like ich sehe dich nicht, I don't see you. So here you see, you have to put the negation nicht right after the object, okay? Ich sehe dich nicht. So here we are negating the verb, like I'm not seeing you, okay? Then versteht sie nicht, he doesn't understand her, okay? So here also we are negating like the verb verstehen, versteht sie nicht, okay? We are not negating the person, we are negating the verb verstehen, like ich verstehe dich nicht, I don't understand her. Versteht sie nicht. Oh my God, okay. He doesn't understand her. Okay, good. Here we have Verneinung von Namen, negation of names. So here if you have a name, or it could be also the name of an institution, not just a name of a person. Ich kenne Leon nicht, I don't know Leon in this case, okay? So nicht comes right after the name. Du kennst die Universität Köln nicht. So die Universität Köln, it's an institution, it has a name, it's called the University of Cologne. So we say it's a name, this whole thing together here. So we put nicht after that. Du kennst die Universität Köln nicht, okay? So, good. I hope it was clear. I know there are some rules. You would just have to practice that and and memorize also these rules and when to put nicht or kein in this case. Okay, so then enjoy practicing and studying. don't forget with every rule that you are learning and memorizing, you're coming closer to speaking German fluently. Okay, also dann viel Erfolg, lots of success, und wir sehen uns im nächsten Kapitel. See you in the next chapter. Welcome to this chapter. Hier geht es Fragen. Here it is about questions. So in case you want to be a detective, maybe you are one, this chapter and also the next two ones will be very useful, because here it's all about asking questions. And we have a lot of question words, but it's exactly the same case in English. Question words are like how, when, where, and so on. And here in this and in the next two videos, you will learn basically all question words you need in German. So you can ask a lot of questions if you want to. So let's have a look here first at the sentence structure. So whenever you ask a question in the German language, we first put the verb conjugated and then comes the subject. So liest du is the same as the English do you read or are you reading, okay? This is usually how we would start. First the verb and then the subject. It's right the other way around, okay? In a normal sentence, you first put the subject and then the verb. Here in the question, you first put a verb and then the subject. If you do not have a question word, if you just ask questions like in English, are you reading, are you cooking, are you studying, for example, okay? There is no question word. It's not, you're not asking how are you cooking, or what are you reading, or where are you working, or when do you study, okay? There is no question word included. That's why you just have a verb and a subject here, liest du, okay? I'm not asking anything else. I'm just asking, are you reading or do you read, okay? It's also possible to put the subject first and then the question word and say du liest. But if you do it this way, it's more like a surprising question. With that, if you say du liest, it would be like you're surprised that you or the person in this case here is reading, because actually you don't expect the person to read. Okay, so it could come across a little bit, I don't know, rude or a little bit weird. It means like you actually don't think that this person is reading or doing whatever they are asking about. And then if you ask in this case du liest, it's more like, I'm surprised that you are reading. I did not think or didn't know that you are reading. Okay, so if you just want to ask a neutral question without any additional weird flavor or so, okay, so you just first put the verb and then the subject, liest du. Okay, unless you want to act like you want to show that you're surprised, then you put first the subject and the verb. Okay, but make sure that it sounds like a question and not just like a simple statement or sentence, because du liest and then a dot right after that would just mean you are reading. Okay, it's actually the same as in English. You would say you are reading, right? It's different. It has a different meaning than if you ask, are you reading, which sounds more neutral. If you ask, you are reading, or you're doing this and that, you know, it's like you're surprised that the person is doing this. This is like the difference. And I would say it's the same as in English. Okay. If you have an object here, in this case it is an accusative, trinkst du Tee, are you drinking tea? Okay, because trinken, to drink, it's an accusative verb. Whatever we are drinking, it's always the accusative object. Trinkst du Tee. Okay, this is how you would structure that verb, subject, and then the object. Okay, du trinkst Tee. You could also ask this way, and asking starting with the subject. Again, it would be more of a surprising question. Okay. So now we are going to start with the question words. Okay, so here it's not just a question like do you do this and that. Here we're asking about when, how, where, and so on. Okay, so the first one here is was. Was means what. Okay, here you have a few sentences. If you like, you can study them. Maybe they will be useful for you, or I'm sure many of them will be in certain situations. So was machst du? What do you do? Like this English, what do you do? When do you do this? This additional do in English, we don't have this in German. Okay, so we just say was machst du? What you do, kind of in English. Okay, we should not translate it literally into English. That would just confuse everything. So was machst du? Okay, the question word, then comes the verb, and then comes the subject. This is how you have to structure that here. Was machst du? Okay. The answer, ich lerne Vokabeln, for example. Was hast du? What do you have? Was hast du? Ich habe ein Auto. Was willst du? Okay. Ich will Knödel bestellen. Knödel, a very good, delicious German dish. I like Knödel a lot. Was magst du? What do you like? Ich mag Süßigkeiten, for example. Okay. Was isst du? What do you eat? Was isst du? Okay. It comes from essen. Essen is irregular. Okay, ich esse, and then it's du isst with an I here. I hope you remember the irregular verbs. Here it's one of them. Good. So the word was. Then we have wie, which means how. Okay. Wie machst du das? How do you do this? Okay. So we also say wie geht es dir? How are you? Okay. This is also where we use wie. Wie findest du das? Wie funktioniert das? Okay. Wie heißt du? What is your name? Okay. So in German we say, how are you called? This is how we say it in German. Okay. So in English, what is your name? Wie heißt du? You could also say, was ist dein Name? It would be literally like, what is your name? But it's not so common to say it in German. We rather say, wie heißt du? Okay. So here you see the answers. I will just read them to you just to get used to the pronunciation. Ich mache das so. So means like that. Okay. Ich finde das toll. Toll is a word for great. We have a lot of words for great. Toll, super, klasse, spitze, you can say. Okay. Du musst es zuerst einschalten. You have to switch it on first. Einschalten means to switch on. And it's a separable verb. Okay, you have here ein, which is the prefix of the separable verbs. Okay, so if you would have to conjugate it. In this case, you don't have to. If you look at the sentence, I hope you can recognize why we don't have to conjugate this verb here. The reason is because we have a modal verb here. Muss comes from müssen. It's a modal verb. I hope you remember the rule. Whenever you use a modal verb, the second verb comes at the end and it stays not conjugated. We don't conjugate it. Okay, that's why it just stays here in the infinitive. If you would have to conjugate it, you would say ich schalte das ein, like I'm switching that on. Ich schalte das ein. Okay, the prefix comes at the end. Just a short repetition. If you want to say your name, you say ich heiße, then you say the name. Ich heiße Joachim. It's a masculine German name. Ich heiße Joachim. The next one, wer, which means who. Wer ist das? Who is that? Das ist Katja. This, oh, sorry, there's double this. This is Katja. Okay, this is how you would say that. Wer lernt Deutsch? Okay. Wer bist du? Who are you? Wer plant die Party? Who is planning the party? Wer plant die Party? Okay. Here the answer, meine Tante plant sie, which means, if you translate it into English, it means my aunt is planning her. We have to say sie because die Party, it's feminine. So here it's just a rule for you to know. It's different than in English. It's not a person here. Die Party is not a person, obviously, but we still, if we talk about the party, since it's a female word, we have to act or treat the party as if it was a woman. That's why we would have to say here, meine Tante plant sie, my aunt is planning her, because party is female. It's the same rule for neutral and for masculine words. Okay, let's say der Tisch, which means the table. I would ask, if I'm talking about the table and I want to ask what does it look like, and talking about the table in German you would have to say wie sieht aus, what does he look like, because the table is masculine. Okay, you just keep this in mind, please. In English, of course, since it is not a person, you would say it's, my aunt is planning it, referring to the party. In German it's not the case. Okay, we would not say meine Tante plant es. That would be grammatically wrong because party is female. If something is not a person and it's neutral, okay, then you would say es, which is it. In this case, it's female, so you have to say sie. Okay, very important actually. Then the next, wo, which means where. Make sure the pronunciation v in German. Okay, wo, wer, wie. Okay, it's not like the English where or so. Okay, wo wohnst du? Wo lebst du? Wohnen is rather about when we talk about an apartment or a house where you reside, maybe a city. Und leben, both in English means to live. Wohnen und leben. Leben is rather something which is for a long time. It's also more talking about a country. It's for something more permanent. Okay, wohnen can be more temporary, for example. Okay, and Leben is more if it's something for long term. Also, wo lebst du? Ich lebe in Spanien. Okay, make sure the pronunciation SP here, it's Spanien, Spanien. Okay. Then, wo arbeitest du? Ich arbeite in Dresden. Okay, Dresden, a very beautiful German city, by the way. If you have a chance, please go there. Wo bist du? Where are you? Okay, ich bin zu Hause. I'm at home. Zu Hause means at home. You can also write it all together and then the Z capitalized and here just together, so the H would be small. Or you can separate it and write it this way, zu Hause. Okay, both ways is possible. Then the next one, wohin, which is where to. So I have mentioned that already, that we have three different wheres in German. So here, wo, where, it's like static. There is no movement involved. So you're not coming from somewhere. You're not going to a certain place. It's just where, like where do you work, where do you live, where do you study, and so on. Okay, I'm not asking where you're going or from or where you're coming from. This is just like there's no movement towards a certain direction. In this case here, it's wohin, which means where to. So here we are moving from one place to the next. So here, wohin gehst du? Where are you going to? Wohin gehst du? It is possible to separate this word wohin. You can say wo gehst du hin and then putting the hin at the end, kind of like the separate verbs. It's possible to do that. Maybe you will see that, then you know what it means. You can just keep it together, or you can separate it. Ich gehe zu meiner Schwester. I hope you remember this preposition zu, which means to. And do you remember in which grammatical case it is? It is in the dative. Okay, ich gehe zu meiner Schwester. Die Schwester is female. Since it is in the dative, you have to put the R here at the end. Zu meiner Schwester. Okay, hope you remember this. If not, please repeat the dative chapter. It will be super important later on. Okay. Wohin fliegt Sandra? Where's Sandra flying to? I just added the to so you really see the, like, just to emphasize that, okay, that it's like we have those different where's in German. Sie fliegt nach Stuttgart. So nach we use for countries and cities. It also means to, just like zu in English. Both means to. Both mean to. In German we have two different twos, let's say. I hope you remember that. I've also mentioned that in the in the part about the prepositions. Okay, so here nach, it means to if you talk about countries or cities. And Stuttgart, this is a German city, also very beautiful in the south of Germany. So here we would have to use nach. Wohin fährt er? Er fährt nach Österreich. Okay, where is he driving to? Nach Österreich. Österreich means Austria, so it's a country. That's why you have to use nach here too. Then we have woher. This is the third, where. It means from where, or where from. So woher kommst du? Where do you come from? You could also again separate this word. You can say wo kommst du her? We also use it. No matter whether it's with wohin, the slide right before, or woher, it's not like if you separate the word, it's like less formal or anything. We use both equally. It both has the same meaning, and none of both versions means that it's less educated or more street language or whatever. We use just both equally. Okay, I just put it together here just to make it a little bit more simple. But just for you to know, we also do separate it. And it doesn't matter. Like there's no specific rule in which situation we separate it or not. It's just like as you want. You can always just keep it together. It's perfectly fine. Okay, you don't have to make life more complicated and separate it unless you want to. Okay, so woher kommst du? Where do you come from? Ich komme aus den USA. I come from the United States. Hey, would I have to say aus den USA here? Woher weißt du das? Where do you know that from? Ich weiß das von Franz. Franz, a masculine German name, a very traditional, a little bit old name. Woher bestellst du das? Where do you order this from? Ich bestelle das aus Kanada. Okay, here you have an article because it's the USA. Usually the United States has an article. Okay, so here you have to say aus den USA here, but usually countries do not have an article. Okay, so it would be just here aus Canada in this case. There are just some exceptions, like the United States, for example, which have an article. So that was the first video about questions. Das war das erste Video über Fragen. There will be 2 more videos about questions where you will learn more question words. Okay, so see you in the next question video. Tschüss. Hallo, willkommen zum zweiten Video zu den Fragen. Okay, this is the second part of the subject of questions. And so let's have a look for more specific questions. So wie lange means how long or for how long. Wie lange lernst du schon Deutsch? Schon means already. Make sure the pronunciation is schon. Schön with an umlaut means beautiful or nice. Okay, schön und schon. Okay, wie lange lernst du schon Deutsch? Ich lerne seit einem Monat Deutsch. I'm studying German for 1 month. Okay, seit einem Monat. Seit is a dative preposition. That's why we have here einem with an M at the end. Okay, der Monat is masculine. Seit einem Monat. We always have to adapt all those articles and so on to the gender and the grammatical case of the noun which is following. Okay, very, very important in German. Wie lange brauchst du, nach Köln zu fahren? How long do you need to drive to Cologne? Or here, could also mean like in order to drive to Cologne. Well, in English you wouldn't say it this way, but in German we have to add this okay? Wie lange brauchst du, nach Köln zu fahren? Wie lange bleibst du im Fitnessstudio? Fitnessstudio with 3 S's here. That's not a mistake or error. It's how we write it. Fitnessstudio. Because there are 2 words put together. Composita. Okay, fitness and then studio. In this case, although you have ST in the middle of the sentence of the word, you still have to pronounce it as st. Fitness studio, because here we have put 2 words together and the second word starts with an ST. That's why we pronounce it as st. Okay, wie lange bleibst du im Fitnessstudio? Okay, so wie lange, how long, or for how long. Then the next one, seit wann, since when. Seit wann kennst du schon Claudia? Okay, seit wann arbeitest du in diesem Unternehmen? Seit wann interessierst du dich für Sport? So you see always seit wann, the question word, then comes the verb conjugated, and then comes the subject. Seit wann kennst du schon Claudia? And so on. Okay? So, seit wann. So basically it's just about studying and learning those question words here. Okay? Bis wann, until when. Bis wann bleibst du in China? Okay? Bis wann arbeitest du morgen? Bis wann spielst du heute Tennis? Okay, here we have an indication of time. Okay, heute, today. Bis wann spielst du heute Tennis? Make sure the pronunciation heute, oi. Okay, heute. Okay, so I hope the sentences here are also clear. Okay, bis wann? Then the next one here, wie viel Uhr? Okay, this is an entire question. At what time? Wie viel Uhr? This is how we ask it. So, wie viel Uhr frühstückst du normalerweise? Okay, wie viel Uhr frühstückst du normalerweise? This is useful with the breakfast and Frühstück. If you will do an A1 exam in an official institute, let's say the Goethe Institute, you will have to ask basic questions, okay? They will give you some cards, unless they will change it in the future. At the moment, it's for the speaking exercise, they give you little cards with a word on it, and then you have to ask something referring to this word. And often they would talk about breakfast, for example, das Frühstück, which means breakfast, and then you just have to ask anything referring to the breakfast. So like you could ask then wie viel Uhr, at what time do you have breakfast, for example. Here we have frühstücken. This is also a verb, to have breakfast or to eat a breakfast. We have it as a verb also, frühstücken. Und das Frühstück as a noun means the breakfast. Okay. Wie viel Uhr beginnt dein Unterricht? Okay. Und wie viel Uhr kommt deine Freundin? So, Freundin can mean girlfriend. It can also mean a female friend. Usually we say, das ist meine Freundin, this is my female friend. If we put this possessive article, mine, dein, like here, dein, we would usually talk about the girlfriend. Okay? If you would say, das ist eine Freundin, this is a friend, a female friend, then it's just a friend. If you say, das ist meine Freundin, then it would be actually mean, this is my girlfriend. Okay, this is how you would distinguish that. If you say, this is a friend or my girlfriend, then we have Ja und Nein Fragen, yes and no questions. So here you can just answer with yes or no. Okay, so you cannot answer with at 5 o'clock or in Japan or something, right? You just can't answer with a yes or no. So let's have a look at this here. So as you remember in the last video I show you how to ask questions if there are no question words. So here, for example, lernst du Deutsch? Do you learn German? There's no question word like where, when, how, and so on. Okay, so first the verb, then the subject. Lernst du Deutsch? Ja, ich lerne Deutsch. So you answer with ja, which means yes. Then you can add ich lerne Deutsch. This is just a normal sentence. I learn German or I study German. Ich lerne Deutsch. Sprichst du Japanisch? Do you speak Japanese? Don't forget the German J is pronounced as like the English Y, so sprichst du Japanisch, okay? It's not Japanisch or something, it's Japanisch. So then we have here a negative answer, nein, ich spreche nicht Japanisch. I don't speak Japanese, okay? So the verb and then negating the verb. It would be also possible to say, ich spreche kein Japanisch. Sometimes we can use nicht as well as kein, okay? In some situations, like in this case, you could negate like the fact that you're speaking the language, so negating the verb. But you could also negate the language itself because you don't speak it. Okay, in this case, for example, both would be possible. You can say, ich spreche nicht Japanisch. You could also say, ich spreche kein Japanisch, kein to negate a noun, okay? And so then kannst du nicht schwimmen. So in this case here we have a negative question because we have the negation nicht here, which means can't you swim or don't you swim. Or here with können it's actually can't, yeah. So kannst du nicht schwimmen. Here we have a negative question. Whenever we have a negative question, okay, and here we have a negative answer also, we just say nein, ich kann nicht schwimmen. No, I can't swim, okay? Nein, ich kann nicht schwimmen. It could be also just a normal sentence. Ich kann nicht schwimmen. I can't swim. So now the important part here at the very end is kannst du nicht schreiben? Can't you write? We have a negative question, okay, because we have a negation here. If you have a negative question, but you want to answer in a positive way or an affirming way, let's say in this case, can't you write? You want to say, yes, I do write, or yes, I can write, or I know how to write. Like, why do you think that I can't, kind of, okay? So you have a negative question. You want to answer in a positive or affirmative way, like saying, yes, I do write, or yes, I can write. You have to use the word doch in this case. Very important, okay? So if somebody asks, can you write? And you cannot say in German, yes, I can write, or yes, I do write, or so. You cannot answer yes, you would have to use the word doch. It's a very special word. It has also more meanings later on. You will learn that also in the next levels of the German language. So just for you to know, the most important thing about this page is if you have a negative question with a negation in it and you want to answer in a positive way, you have to say doch. Doch, ich kann schreiben. It means yes, I can write. Like, why do you think I can't? Kind of, okay? It's just to make it stronger. Doch, ich kann schreiben. Okay, doch. Just make sure that you keep this rule here in mind, okay? It's important for the A1 level. Okay, good. So that was the second video about questions. There's one more video. You will see it right after this one. Dann bis gleich. Tschüss. Hallo und willkommen zum letzten Video zum Thema Fragen. Welcome to the last video about questions. So let's have a look at this here. It's quite short, like there are not so many slides this time. And here it's about Interrogativ-Artikel, okay, which means I cannot even pronounce that in English. Okay, so the German word is Interrogativ-Artikel. So here we have it in the, as you see here in the nominative case, in the first slide. So this is about when you ask in English which, okay? In English, of course, it's much more simple. It's just the word which. In German, we have to adapt this word which to the gender and to the grammatical case, okay? So this is, yeah, what you basically always have to do in the German language. So the first one here is masculine. It would be welcher. Welcher Schüler hat gespickt? Which student cheated? Spicken, okay? Here it's hat gespickt, which means it's in the perfect tense. Haben and then the participle too. Welcher Schüler? Which student? it would be masculine, or if it was mixed, we would also use it in the masculine form. Okay, I mean mixed if there were girls and boys, for example. Okay, and Schüler is the student at school, Schüler. Okay, not the student at university. That would be Student. In this case, it's Schüler, which comes from Schule, and it means school, or let's say high school. Okay, welche for feminine? Welche Hose ist billig? Which pants are cheap? Okay, die Hose, it's feminine in German. That's why welche Hose ist billig. Then the neutral form, welches Kind ist am jüngsten? Which child is the youngest? Welches Kind ist am jüngsten? Das Kind is neutral, that's why welches. Then in the plural, welche Tiere sind am besten? Which animals are the best? Welche is in the plural. Okay, welche Tiere sind am besten? Good. This is the nominative case. Then we have it in the accusative also. And here you see, for example, welchen Tee trinkst du? Which tea are you drinking? So here it's in the accusative because trinken, it's an accusative verb. So whatever we are drinking is an accusative object. So that's why here we have welchen Tee trinkst du? Which tea are you drinking? Okay, so du in this case is the subject because you are the one who is doing something, you are drinking the tea. The tea is the object, the accusative object, that's why, and it's masculine, that's why you have to say welchen Tee trinkst du. Then we have here, welche Tänzerin siehst du? Which female dancer are you seeing? And it's not like in English when you ask, I'm seeing this guy, for example, which means like I'm dating him. We don't have the second meaning for the word like I'm seeing some, or the expression I'm seeing somebody in German. It's just literal. When you say in German, ich sehe jemanden, I'm seeing somebody, it just means that you literally see somebody with your eyes. It does not have a second meaning like you're dating someone, okay? So here in this question here, welche Tänzerin siehst du? It really just means like you're seeing somebody with your eyes, okay? So, and Tänzerin, it's a female dancer. If it was a man, it would be der Tänzer without the IN at the end. And welche Tänzerin siehst du? Okay, it's female, and the dancer is the object that you see. That's why it's in the accusative, and here it's just welche with an I at the end. Welches Gericht wählst du? Which dish are you choosing? Das Gericht, it's neutral, the dish. That's why we have welches Gericht. Wählen, or to choose something, is an accusative verb. Whatever we are choosing is an accusative object. Welche Sportarten magst du? Which sports do you like? Sportart is this like the kinds of sports, let's say, or the sports. In the plural here, it's welche. Mögen means to like, it's an accusative verb. That's why here whatever you like is the accusative object, and here it's welche Sportart, and this is the accusative. Okay, please make sure that you keep the word order in mind. Good. Then the next one, Dativ. Okay, so here as you see, welchem Besucher zeigst du dieses Gemälde? Which visitor, or to which visitor are you showing this painting, or which visitor are you showing this painting to? To show something is zeigen, it's a dative verb. Okay, to whom you are showing something is the dative object. That's why it is welchem Besucher. Der Besucher is the masculine visitor. If it was a woman, it would be Besucherin with an IN at the end. Here it's a masculine, obviously, because it doesn't have an IN. So that's why we say, welchem Besucher zeigst du dieses Gemälde? So du here, let's just break it down a little bit. Du, which is you are the active part here who is showing something. To whom you are showing something is the dative object, who receives, let's say, what you are doing. And the object, the thing that you are showing, is the accusative object. Okay, so dieses Gemälde, the painting, is the accusative object because it's the object you are showing. To whom you are showing it is the dative, and who is showing it, the active part, is the subject, or the in the nominative case. Okay, welchem Besucher zeigst du dieses Gemälde? Here it has an M at the end. Welcher Tante schenkst du das Haus? Which aunt do you give this house to as a present? Schenken means to give something as a present, to give something to somebody. Schenken, so the one who receives something, is the dative, because schenken is a dative verb. So Tante is the aunt, it's female, that's why we have welcher with an R at the end, welcher Tante. You see the R, but you don't pronounce it, because I hope you remember the pronunciation rules. Whenever you have a vowel and then comes an R, you pronounce the R like an A. So it actually would be like welcher with an A, welcher Tante schenkst du das Haus? Then welchem Mädchen schreibst du? Which girl are you writing to? Jemandem etwas schreiben, writing something to somebody. In this case, the receiver would be a dative object. If you just want to say that you are writing something, you don't mention to whom, then it would be in the accusative. If I say, for example, ich schreibe ein Buch, I'm writing a book, then the book is the accusative object. But if I'm saying that I'm writing something to somebody, like let's say, ich schreibe dir eine E-Mail, I'm writing an email to you. So here you're writing something to somebody. There's a receiver, so the receiver would be in the dative in this case, okay? That's why here, das Mädchen, the girl, is the receiver of what you are writing. That's why she's in the dative case, and that's why she has an M at the end, because Mädchen is neutral, although it's a female person, okay? Welchem Mädchen schreibst du? Welchen Kunden schreibst du die E-Mail? Which clients are you writing this email to? There's an S here. Okay, so it's in the plural. You're writing an email to somebody. Okay, so here you see the email is the accusative object because it's the object that you're writing. You here do is the subject, and the receiver is the dative object. So welchen Kunden schreibst du die E-Mail? Okay, so welchen here it's in the plural for the dative. Good, so that was it with the questions. Yeah, I hope you know very well how to ask questions now in German. Questions are very important, right, to make contacts and so on. And yeah, I hope you you enjoyed these videos about the questions, and see you in the next one. Tschüss, bis bald.
Tiere. Das Haustier. Der Hase. Das Kaninchen. Der Hund. Der Schwanz. Die Zunge. Die Katze. Der Kater. Das Fell. Die Schildkröte. Der Panzer. Süß. Das Krokodil. Der Bär. Der Elefant. Der Rüssel. Die Kuh. Das Huhn. Der Hahn. Das Eichhörnchen. Der Fuchs. Das Schaf. Das Schwein. Das Ferkel. Der Panda. Der Elch. Die Hörner. Der Tiger. Der Affe. Das Känguru. Das Zebra.
Hallo und willkommen zu diesem Kapitel. Hier geht es Konjunktionen. So this chapter is about conjunctions, and there are words that are connecting the main clause with the subclause. So this is a kind of a easy part of the conjunctions, because later on you will learn some more complicated ones with the sentence structure changes with each conjunctions, or we have several groups of conjunctions. But this is for later. So just for you to know, you can enjoy now this chapter, because this is kind of the easy part of the German grammar when talking about conjunctions. Okay, this is what you need to know for the A1 level. So let's start with the word doch, which means however. Doch has also other meanings. So for example, if you ask a negative question, or a question which has a negation in it, like if you ask, don't you study German? And if you want to answer in a positive way or an affirmative way, you would have to use doch. It's kind of to reverse the negative question. So if you would ask, somebody asks you, don't you speak German? And you want to say, yes, I do speak German, or I do learn German, for example, then you would need to use the doch, okay? Like, lernst du Deutsch? Do you study German? And you would, I would ask, if I'd ask, lernst du nicht Deutsch? Like, don't you study German? You want to say, yes, I do. You say, doch, ich lerne Deutsch. Okay, you just have to use this doch. It's very important. It would sound weird to German if you would just say, ja, ich lerne Deutsch, which is then just, yes, I study German. Okay, then you need the doch. Here on this slide, doch has the meaning however. So let's have a look here. So the sentence structure, whenever you use doch, it's the Hauptsatz, the main clause, then comes the conjunction, in this case it would be doch, then comes the subject, then the conjugated verb, and then comes the other information. Could be an accusative object or a dative object, for example, and so on. Okay, these conjunctions that you will learn here are also called Hauptsatzkonjunktionen, main clause conjunctions, which means that the subclause here after the conjunction sounds or is used it's like position 0, so it actually doesn't count. It does not change the sentence structure. So you continue then like with a normal main clause. So here you have the subject and then the conjugated verb. Later on you will learn more conjunctions where the word order completely changes, where it is a subclause which doesn't make any sense without the main clause attached. Okay, in this case the subclause is actually also a main clause. It has the same structure like a main clause. Okay, but if you would have to decide, and you would have, like, let's say you get an exercise and you have to say where is the main clause, where is the subclause, like with these conjunctions here for the A1 level, the subclause is the part of the sentence which is introduced with the conjunction. Okay, so this is the main clause here because there is no conjunction in it. Let's have a look at some examples. So here we have Peter isst Pizza. Make sure the pronunciation is Pizza. Okay, this is the German pronunciation because there's a double consonant, so you have to pronounce the vowel before that very briefly. I hope you remember that. So Peter isst Pizza, doch isst lieber Knödel. Okay, so you see, however, he rather eats Knödel. Lieber means rather or preferring to do something, so it's a lieber, but let's say rather. So the next one, ich lerne Italienisch, doch ich lerne auch Deutsch. Okay, so if you look here, if you take away the doch, you just have ich lerne auch Deutsch, which is a normal main clause, so it makes sense. You could actually just leave it there, starting with ich lerne auch Deutsch, dot, and that's it. Okay, that's why they're also called main clause conjunctions, because they have the same structure like a main clause. So this is the word doch. Okay, usually we separate the main clause from the subclause with a comma. Actually, we do it with some conjunctions. It's not necessary. You will see in the next pages. But usually we always separate them with a comma. Okay, this is quite important in German. Not so much in English, but in German it's important. Then we have the word sondern. It means but rather. So here you see the sentence structure is just like as what you saw on the previous page. So let's have a look here. Beispiele. It is, ich möchte nicht Tennis spielen, sondern ich möchte Fußball spielen. So here we use sondern as but rather. It could also be used as but in English, which means here ich möchte nicht Tennis spielen, I don't want or I would not like to play tennis, but I would rather play soccer. Okay, sondern ich möchte lieber Fußball spielen. This is the complete sentence. We would, in German, when we speak, let's say among each other, we would keep it short. We would simply say, ich möchte nicht Tennis spielen, sondern Fußball, okay, which just means I don't want to play tennis, but rather soccer. So in English, you would also rather say it the short way instead of saying the complete sentence again, or like repeating the subject and the verb. Or like here, ich möchte nicht Tennis spielen, sondern ich möchte Fußball spielen. It's just for you to see, but it's much more practical to say it just this way, sondern Fußball, and that's it, okay? But just for you to know, to see the grammar here. But with this word sondern, we just keep it short usually. Okay. So here another example. Katrin tanzt nicht Salsa, sondern sie tanzt Ballett. This is like the whole sentence. Let's say when we speak, we would actually rather say Katrin tanzt nicht Salsa, sondern Ballett. Okay. So she does not do this, but that. So it means the main clause, whenever you use sondern, or in order to use sondern, the main clause needs to be formulated in a negative way. So there need to be a negation in it. Like here, ich möchte nicht Tennis spielen. I don't want to do this, but that. And like as you see here, Katrin tanzt nicht Salsa. Here there is a negation in it. It needs to be provided. Okay, you need a negation here in the main clause in order to be able to use sondern. Otherwise, it just sounds weird. Okay, but it's the same in English. You wouldn't say either like Katrin is dancing salsa, but she's dancing ballet. So it would sound a little bit weird, right? You wouldn't say it this way either in German. But for this, but rather we have the special word sondern. Okay. So the next one is denn, which means because. Later on you will learn we have another word for because, which is weil, and we use it much more often than denn. Okay, but denn for now is easier because the sentence structure is the same as in a main clause. With weil, the sentence structure changes, but you will learn it later on. For now, let's just stay with denn. Okay. So here, for example, ich trinke Wasser, denn ich bin durstig. Okay, I drink water because I am thirsty. Okay, denn ich bin durstig. Daniel trägt eine Jacke, denn es regnet draußen. Okay, so Daniel wears a jacket because it is raining outside. Okay, so this is the word then. It's mainly that you just keep the sentence structure in mind, but it's always the same with all those conjunctions. Okay, it's just the same sentence structure like in a normal main clause. So the conjunction always always works like position 0 in grammar. You will see this as position 0, like it does not count, and then you continue after the conjunction with a normal main clause, with a normal word order of a main clause. Good. The next one is oder, which means or. So here again, the same sentence structure. Infinites verb is just another way of saying conjugated verb. Okay, infinites verb, or you can say conjugates verb. Conjugates verb, we use it more often, but just for you to know that you have, I just wanted you to see this. So if you come across that, then you know what that means. So here we have, ich fliege nach München. Oder ich fliege nach Berlin. Okay, I fly to Munich or I fly to Berlin. You can repeat that if you want, like repeating the subject again or the verb. It's not necessary. However, you can just say ich fliege nach München oder Berlin. Okay, this would be more common to keep it short, but it's the same as in English. You would also rather say I fly to Munich or Berlin instead of saying I fly to Munich or I fly to Berlin. You can do this if you like. You can just keep it short. Then wir lernen Deutsch oder wir lernen Englisch. Okay, so we study German or we study English. Of course, you just can say wir lernen Deutsch oder Englisch. Okay, just so you see that. So it's basically about the vocabulary mainly here. Okay, just make sure you study all the vocabulary that you see here. Okay, that you have the translation. Und means and, exactly the same word order again. For example here, ihr wollt in die Alpen fahren und ihr plant nach Graz zu reisen. So here you see the comma. You can use it with und, but you can also leave it out. It's up to you. Like whenever you use und, you can just keep the comma away. Yeah, so okay, as you see here, you want to drive to the Alps and you are planning to travel to Graz. I don't know what it's called in English. Graz. So, sie trinken Apfelsaft und sie trinken Mineralwasser. Okay, they drink apple juice and they drink sparkling water. Mineralwasser, by the way, we drink a lot in Germany. I love sparkling water. It's not so easy to find it everywhere if you travel outside of Germany. But there we have it very cheap in every supermarket. You can buy a lot of bottles of sparkling water. Then here, die Kinder spielen Fußball und sie spielen Fangen. Okay, so this is just the word und. Then the next one, aber. Aber means but not the but that you have seen before, like the but rather, which is sondern. This is just a normal but where you don't need a negation in the main clause. Okay, so here, heute bleibe ich zu Hause, aber du gehst ins Kino. Okay, today I'm staying at home, but you are going to the cinema. You could also say here, ich bleibe heute zu Hause, and starting with the subject. Okay, let's say here we wanted to emphasize the indication of time, so we started with heute. This is also possible. Okay, I hope you remember this from the chapter about the main clauses and how to structure them. Du spielst Gitarre, aber du spielst kein Klavier. Okay, you play the guitar, but you don't play the piano. So in English you use the article, but in German we don't do this. Okay, please keep this in mind. I've always had a lot of students like from English-speaking countries, and they would always say, ich spiele, du spielst die Gitarre, aber du spielst, okay, in this case you cannot add an article because the negation kein acts or is used like an article actually, but we do not use an article, okay, we just say, du spielst Gitarre oder ich spiele Gitarre, okay, we don't say ich spiele die Gitarre, we don't put this article there, just for you to know, for all musical instruments, okay, good. So that was the chapter about the conjunctions. I hope it was not too difficult. And dann bitte lerne alle Konjunktionen. Please study all conjunctions. Und dann sehen wir uns im nächsten Kapitel. Tschüss!
Emotionen und Adjektive. Sarah ist fröhlich. Es geht ihr gut. Sie ist glücklich. Sie hat gute Laune. Sarah ist traurig. Sarah ist müde. Sie ist erschöpft. Sarah ist schockiert. Sie hat sich erschreckt. Sie ist enttäuscht. Sarah ist nachdenklich. Sie ist durcheinander, verwirrt. Sarah ist wütend. Sarah ist zornig. Sie ist sauer. Sarah ist beschäftigt. Sie ist fleißig. Sarah ist krank. Sie hat eine Grippe. Sie hat Fieber. Sarah ist verliebt. Sarah ist reich. Sie ist wohlhabend. Sarah ist arm. Sie ist pleite, umgangssprachlich. Sie hat schlechte Laune. Petra ist gesprächig. Sie ist kommunikativ. Sie ist sehr offen. Petra ist laut. Petra ist frustriert. Sie ist wütend. Petra ist einfallsreich. Sie hat eine gute Idee. Petra ist ängstlich. Sie hat Angst. Ihr ist kalt. Petra friert. Petra ist entspannt. Petra ist süchtig. Sie raucht eine Zigarette. Petra ist betrunken. Petra ist angetrunken. Sie trinkt Alkohol. Petra ist hungrig. Sie hat Hunger. Sie ist satt. Petra ist traurig. Sie ist enttäuscht. Sie weint. Petra ist vorsichtig. Sie schleicht. Laura ist neugierig. Laura ist sauber. Laura badet sich. Sie duscht sich. Laura ist stolz. Sie ist jung. Sie ist klein. Patrick ist freundlich. Er ist höflich. Patrick ist zufrieden. Patrick ist schnell. Er fliegt. Patrick ist gastfreundlich. Er ist zuvorkommend. Jürgen ist eitel. Jürgen ist schlau. Er ist intelligent. Er ist klug. Matthias ist stark. Er zittert. Matthias ist gut aussehend. Er ist attraktiv. Lars ist zuverlässig. Er ist genau akkurat. Jessica ist fürsorglich. Sie ist liebevoll. Jessica ist geduldig. Leon ist sportlich. Er ist aktiv. Er ist gesund. Stefanie ist ordentlich. Sie saugt Staub. Stefanie ist gelangweilt. Sie ist deprimiert. Sie sieht fern. Die Hexe ist hässlich. Rainer ist dick. Er ist übergewichtig. Die Großmutter ist alt. Sie ist streng. Die Oma ist taub. Oma hört schlecht. Die Oma ist langsam. Der Großvater ist weise. Der Opa ist blind. Michael ist athletisch. Erik ist muskulös. Er ist groß. Er freut sich. Petra ist nervös. Der Komparativ. El comparativo. Viel significa mucho o mucha. Viele significa muchos y muchas. Mehr significa más. Hier gibt es viele Bücher, aber in der Bibliothek gibt es mehr. Aquí hay muchos libros, pero en la biblioteca hay más. Kerstin hat mehr Hosen als Jens. Kerstin tiene más pantalones que Jens. Gut significa bueno o bien y besser significa mejor. Erik spielt besser Fußball als Leon. Erik juega mejor fútbol que Leon. Gerne o gern significa con gusto y usamos esa palabra mucho en alemán. Lieber significa más o mejor o de preferir algo. Ich esse gerne Kuchen. Como pastel con gusto. ¿Möchtest du Saft trinken? Ja, gerne. ¿Querías beber jugo? Sí, con gusto. Nina trinkt lieber Tee als Kaffee. Nina prefiere más beber té que café. Jens ist genauso intelligent wie Jonas. Jens es tan inteligente como Jonas.
Hallo, in diesem Video geht es um den Imperativ. Auf Englisch ist das the imperative. And the imperative is about giving orders. Okay, so this is when we use den Imperativ. So let's have a look here. He has written Gebrauch, the usage. So in which situations do we use the imperative? So as you have seen, imperative, it also exists in the English grammar, which is the imperative. And so let's have a look. Die Aufforderung, demand. Okay, if you demand something from somebody. Der Befehl, it's the order. If you want to give orders, for example, you can use the imperative. Okay, so it's it can sound very strong depending, of course, on how you say it. But yeah, we use the imperative in order to give orders. Die Bitte, requests. Okay. You can say it also in a nice way, right? Instead of saying open the door, you can say please open the door, would you open the door, something like that, okay? So it always depends on how you say it, of course. Then die Mahnung, admonition, oh my god, I don't know how to pronounce this in English. So it's die Mahnung, okay? In this case, you would also use the imperative, und die Warnung, for the warning, okay, then you would also use the imperative, okay, like don't walk, don't cross the street when there's red light or so, for example, okay, so that would be also the imperative form. So we have just to prepare you already for this chapter, of course, there are again quite some rules, okay, and but we are going to start with the easiest one, okay. We are going to start now with the regular verbs first and the imperative and how that actually works. So we have here a verb which is common, right, to come. It's a regular verb. If you conjugate it, ich komme, du kommst, sie, es kommt, wir kommen, ihr kommt und sie kommen. Okay, it's a regular conjugation, just as with fragen and kaufen. So if you want to make the imperative form in the singular, let's say you talk to one person directly, then the imperative form is come, which means just like come or come here, okay? So come. So as you see for the singular form, all you gotta do is you keep the stem and you just take away the en. So come, and this is the imperative form, okay? This is how you have to do it for the singular form if you talk to one person directly. In the plural, if you talk to a group of people, what you have to do is just to keep the normal conjugation, okay? So it would be, for example, ihr kommt, like you all are coming, or you all come, for example. So it's exactly the same conjugation, okay? Kommt, you would just say kommt, like you all come here, for example. And then singular und plural formell. So if you talk in the polite or the formal way to somebody, you would have to say kommen Sie. Okay, so here you have it capitalized, which shows that it's the formal way of talking to somebody, like, or addressing somebody, and the conjugation is exactly the same. It would be Sie kommen, like they are coming or you are coming if you are talking to somebody in the formal way. Okay, so it does not change. The only thing that changes here with the conjugation is if you talk to one person directly, because it would be usually du kommst, like you are coming, but in the imperative form, it's just the stem that you use. So this is how you would do it. Then we have Fragen to ask. So here, as you see, frag, like ask, right? If you give an order to somebody, to one person, it's again the same. You just use the stem, the en stays away, okay? You just take it away. Then fragt, if you talk to a group of people, the same conjugation. It would be ihr fragt, like you all are asking, and the imperative form has exactly the same conjugation, fragt. And in the singular form, in the formal way, no matter whether it's just in the singular or plural, which means if you just talk to one person or several people in the formal way, it would be fragen Sie, okay? If you just say Sie fragen, it would be just the conjugation, but here fragen Sie, okay? First you put the verb and then the personal pronoun if you use the imperative here in the formal way. Kaufen, kauf, as you see again, just the stem without any ending or conjugation. Kauft with a T and kaufen Sie, here the formal way, okay? So just keep in mind, basically, you just, for the singular, you just need the stem without any ending. The rest stays exactly the same, the conjugation. Okay, I hope that is clear, okay? So, that is for the regular verbs. Then on the next page we have irregular verbs, okay? Of course we're not going to stop there just with the regular ones. So here we have unregelmäßige Verben, irregular verbs. So let's have a look here at geben. It's very good also to study the vocabulary here in those charts, okay? So geben, to give, it is for the singular, it's gib, okay? So maybe you remember the conjugation of geben. It's an irregular verb. The conjugation would be ich gebe, du gibst, sie es gibt, wir geben, ihr gebt, und sie geben, okay? The irregular verbs, the normal irregular verbs, not the completely irregular verbs like sein, for example. So the typical irregular verb just changes for the conjugation of du and sie es, okay? So here, you see, if you conjugate it in the normal way, it would be du gibst. So here, singular, we are talking to one person directly. It would be, the conjugation would be du gibst with an st at the end. But here for the imperative, for when you talk to one person directly, you just use the stem. You don't use the ending, okay? It would be du gibst with the st at the end, but here you take it away. You just keep the stem, which is changing here because it's irregular, okay? I hope it's understandable. So gib means give, okay? Or gib mir etwas, like give me something or so, okay? It would be gib, as you see with an I. And the plural, if you talk to several people in the informal way, it would be gebt. So it's exactly the same as the normal conjugation. It would be ihr gebt. Okay, here it's again an E because the stem just changes for du and sie es, okay? And then the formal way, no matter whether it's singular or plural, would be geben Sie, okay? It's the same conjugation here as like in the normal conjugation. Nothing changes, you just put first the verb and then the personal pronoun Sie here, capitalized if you write it. Then we have helfen, it's also an irregular verb. It would be ich helfe and then du hilfst und sie es hilft. So it's exactly the same again. You just use the stem, and since it's irregular, the E changes to an I in this case, but you don't have any ending. So it's just the stem here. Helf changes to hilf, and then nothing else, okay? Helft in the plural, helfen Sie for the formal way. Lesen, to read, it's also irregular. So the normal conjugation would be ich lese, du liest, sie es liest. Okay, so here it les changes to lies, and then again no ending. Okay, you would have to put a T here if it was du liest, like you are reading, but since it's in the imperative, you just use the stem, which is changed here without any ending of the conjugation. Then lest in the plural and lesen Sie. Messen, to measure, miss, okay? It's also irregular. It would be ich messe, du misst, sie es misst. Okay, would be usually a T here, but in the imperative it's just the stem, as you see here with a different vowel. E changes to I here. Messt und messen Sie. Nehmen, hier nimm, okay? The normal conjugation would be ich nehme, du nimmst, sie es nimmt. Okay, so nimm here would be st for the normal conjugation, du nimmst, but we take away the st and then we just have nimm. Nehmt und nehmen Sie. Sprechen, also irregular, sprich. Okay, sprich, like speak. Sprecht und sprechen Sie, sehen Sie. It's always exactly the same structure, right? Without the ending, you just use the stem. Sehen here changes, or se changes to Sie. Okay, and seht und sehen Sie. And then the last one, this is very irregular in this case, sein, to be. In the imperative form, if you talk to one person directly in the informal way, it's just sei, okay? Let's go through the conjugation of sein, the normal conjugation. Well, there is no abnormal conjugation. Let's go just through the conjugation of sein. It would be, maybe you can also say it if you want, if you know it. Ich bin, du bist, sie, es ist, wir sind, ihr seid und sie sind. For du, it is du bist, okay? But here it's completely different. It's just sei, like let's say be quiet, sei leise, okay? In this case, for like could be, of course, anything else. But sei means be, and then you can add anything. But it's very irregular, it's sei. And the plural seid, and in the formal way, in the singular and plural, seien sie. Okay, also irregular because usually it would be sie sind if you want to say it in the conjugation, but here since it is let's say extra irregular with the verb sein, you would say seien sie. Okay, so that are irregular verbs that you need for the A1 level. Then on the next page we have unregelmäßige Verben ohne Umlaut. So you would have to learn these ones by heart. Okay, so let's have a look at schlafen, for example, so you will see what that actually is here. So schlafen means to sleep. The normal conjugation would be du schläfst. It's irregular, so here the A changes to an A umlaut, right? It would be ich schlafe, du schläfst, sie, es schläft. But now in the imperative, we take away the umlaut and we just put a normal A here, so it's schlaf. Okay, it does not change to schläf. It's just an A, schlaf. Okay, in the plural it's schlaft. That would be anyways the case for the conjugation of ihr schlaft, for example, und schlafen sie. Okay, like the only thing that you have to watch out for is the singular form always. Okay, so fahren, to drive, fährt, it would be, for example, or du fährst. I just chose like randomly different personal pronouns with which these verbs are irregular. So it would be fährt or du fährst with an st at the end. But for the singular form imperative, it's just fahr without the umlaut. Okay, fahr like drive. And in the plural, fahrt with a t, the normal conjugation, fahren sie. Then laufen, to walk or to run. Sie läuft, that would be the conjugation, or du läufst with an A umlaut. Here the A changes to an A umlaut. And then in the singular form, if you talk to one person directly, in the informal way, it's lauf. Okay, it's not läuf, it's lauf. Then the umlaut changes to a normal A here in the imperative. Lauft und laufen sie. Lassen, also irregular, would be es lässt oder lässt oder sie lässt oder du lässt, would be the same for du and sie, es would be exactly the same way. And then for the imperative, the A changes back to a normal A, so lass. Okay, lasst und lassen sie. Halten, to hold or to stop. It has two meanings. Okay, like halten could be like I'm holding something in my hands, or it could also mean to stop. You would see this this word halt here, for example, like which means stop. So often we also like in traffic, we just write stop. You will see a red sign. Halt means the same. Okay, so it's irregular. It would be du hältst, but in the imperative, it's just halt. Okay, the A umlaut changes to normal A again, and then we have no ending here for the conjugation. It's just halt changes to halt. Haltet, you have to add this E here for ihr, for if you speak to several people in the informal way, because it has a T at the end of the stem. I hope you remember this rule. If there's a T or a D at the end of the stem, you would have, like in this case, for example, you would add an additional E for the conjugation, and the rule stays the same for the imperative. Okay, so basically here nothing changes with the conjugation as well as here. We just use the same conjugation for the imperative as for like a typical conjugation. It's again just the singular form here. If you talk to somebody in the informal way, which is, it's always a little bit troublesome. There's always something with this, okay? Good. So let's have a look at the next page. So, okay, I'll explain this, okay? There's a lot of, many things to read. So let's go. Let's start from the beginning. So, das Endungs-E bei Verbstämmen auf ig. Okay, the ending E with the stems ending with ig. So let's read this here. Verben mit der Stammendung ig haben in der Regel im Imperativ Singular ein Endungs-E. Okay, so verbs with the stem ending ig, we will go through that now, have as a rule or usually an E at the end of the singular imperative form. So let's have a look at here. Beleidigen, to insult somebody. So as you see, at the end of the stem, we have an ik. After taking away the en, what is left is the stem, and we have at the end an ig, or ig in German. So in this case, now this rule is applying, which means you have to add an e here at the end. So the singular form imperative would be beleidige. Okay, so not beleidig, sondern beleidige. Okay, you can actually add this E to basically all imperative forms, not just in this case. If you add an E, it sounds a little bit less harsh. So, for example, if you say laufe instead of lauf, it can be used in order to say this order in a little bit nicer way. Okay. But it does not work quite in all cases. Like lasse, you could say this, or halte, it is also okay to say that. Okay, it sounds a little bit nicer than this very strong order or imperative form. Okay, so in case that you will come across that somewhere where somebody adds an E here in the singular form, this is something we also do. Maybe for now at the beginning you just keep it the way you learn it in those charts, because you kind of need a feeling for the language in order to know when to add an E. It depends on the situation and so on. Okay, so, but if you speak to a German, let's say you're still studying German on the beginner's level, and there is absolutely no problem at all if you use this form here instead of adding an E. Maybe a German would add an E, but we would completely understand, okay, that you are still studying or learning German, so don't worry too much about this. But I just wanted to have mentioned that so you know that if you will see that or hear it somewhere, it also works in the German language. But here you have to add this E, okay? Because if you just say beleidig, that would sound weird to a German, because we would just add an E here, beleidigen, okay? Beleidigt, this is just a normal conjugation. Ihr beleidigt, nothing changes here. Und beleidigen Sie, also the same, Sie beleidigen, it would be the conjugation. So again, it's just here the singular form that is changing a little bit. Berichtigen, to correct, berichtige, okay? Add an E here. Beschuldigen, to accuse somebody, beschuldige. Bestätigen, to confirm, bestätige. Okay. Sich entschuldigen, to apologize, entschuldige dich. We have the sich here because it's a reflexive verb, okay? So sich entschuldigen, we say in German, I apologize myself. This is how we say it in German, okay? So here, that's why it would be entschuldige dich, because dich, this is the reflexive form for du, okay? Entschuldige dich, like apologize if you say to somebody that they should apologize. Entschuldigt, actually it would be entschuldigt euch, also in addition, okay? We haven't learned that yet with the reflexive form. It will be more important in the other levels of the German language. But here, entschuldigt or entschuldigt euch would actually be the complete form, okay? And then here, entschuldigen Sie sich, this is also the reflexive form for Sie. It means also apologize in the imperative form, entschuldigen Sie sich. Sich erkundigen means to get information, to gather information. Erkundige dich, as you see, it's also reflexive, so you would have to say erkundige dich. And here, erkundigt euch, so this is the euch that I was talking about here, would be exactly the same. Entschuldigt euch, erkundigt euch, erkundigen Sie sich. Okay, so the reflexive form here comes at the end. Reinigen, to clean, reinige, and then in the plural reinigt und reinigen Sie. Okay, so this is a special rule here with the IG. It's not necessarily for the A1 level, but here in this video you will basically know like the very important, most important things about the imperative. If you really study those rules here, you basically know everything that you need for the imperative. So you will not have to put too much effort in that on the next levels of German when you advance. So here another rule here: Verben mit dem Stammende TD. So, so again, we have, you remember that it's always, it's coming up again and again. So again, verbs that end with a T or a D at the end of the stem. So you see already the red E. Here again, you have to add an E for the singular form. Okay, so antworten, to answer, to respond. Antworte. Okay, if you just say Antwort, that would be wrong. And besides, Antwort means the response or the answer. So it would have a different meaning actually. So that's why you have to add an I, antworte. Okay, here it stays the same, antwortet, the normal conjugation is ihr antwortet, sie antworten. So here it's just the normal conjugation, nothing changes here. We just have to focus a little bit here on the singular form again. So arbeiten, arbeite means work, okay, arbeite. Arbeit by itself, die Arbeit means the work. Okay, but here it's arbeite in imperative form. Beobachten, to observe, beobachte. Okay, you see you have a T, a D, T, D, and T at the end of the stem. Okay, that's why you have to add an additional E here. Beten, to pray, bete. Bilden, bilde. Okay, you have to add this E here. Das Bild is just the picture by itself without the E. Okay, so you see how much the meaning actually changes. Okay, so bildet means form, something is in the imperative form. Bild by itself means the image or the picture. Finden, finde, okay, but it's not like all of these words without the E have a meaning. Some of them, like find, for example, does not mean anything. Gründen, gründe, heiraten, heirate, mieten, miete. Die Miete also means the rent. And Miete here in the imperative form means like rent. Okay, like when you give an order to one person. Reden, rede, und warten, warte. Okay, so please study those imperative forms. I think we actually, like warte, wait, you know, we would use that quite often, for example. So, okay, good. Then we have here the next one, another beautiful chart. So we have here Verben auf ern oder ellen. So almost all verbs in German end with an en, as you have learned before, right? It would be an E and then an N at the end. But we have two other groups of verbs that end with ERN and ELN. Okay, so with those groups here of verbs, the E is optional. We add an optional E at the end. I will show you here. So E optional, it's exactly the same way written in English, E optional. So let's have a look at these verbs. Please study them also. Okay, it's really good to study all the vocabulary that you are seeing here. So for example, erobern, to conquer. So as you see here, again, it's just a singular form with the red E's. Here, these two forms are staying exactly the same as in the normal conjugation. So let's have a look at conquer, erobern, erobere. So this E here, the black bold E underline, is optional. You can add it, you can leave it out. So either you can say erobere or you just can say erobre. Okay, both grammatically you can use both. I have to say I prefer this form here more because, yeah, just for the pronunciation, it sounds better to say erobere. It's also easier to pronounce than erobre. Okay, but it's up to you. I prefer this. I always use that actually. So fordern, to demand, fordere or fordre. Okay, so maybe you hear it's easier to pronounce. Maybe you can try to repeat fordere and fordre. Okay, so I would also recommend to use this form here. It's just easier. Handeln, to act, handele or handle. Handle or handle. To be honest, like it's more common to use, in this case here, it's more common to use this handle than handele. Okay, it just it's just a thing. It's just for natives, you know. You just need for the time to get the feeling for the language. Then you will see which forms we use more often. There is now not a specific reason why we rather use this, but it's more common to say handle instead of handele. But this is grammatically also correct, okay, if you want. But we would hear this more often when we speak handle. Lächele or lächle. Okay, lächele or lächle. Meckere or meckre. Okay, meckern, to bleed, to nag, also meckern. Trauere or traure. Okay, trauern, to mourn, trauere or traure. Verändere or verändere. This is, I don't hear this too often, to be honest. Verändere. Verändere, also easier to pronounce. Verbessern, to improve, verbessere or verbessere. I would also rather use this here. Verhindern, to prevent, verhindere or verhindere. Okay, I would also, again, rather use this here. Verhandeln, to negotiate, verhandele or verhandle. Actually both sound quite good. Verhandele or verhandle, okay? But I think we would rather use this more often, okay? But As I told you, you can use both. Verwechseln, to mix up, verwechsele or verwechseln. Also both work very well. Wandern, to hike, wandere or wandre. I would rather use this one here. Zweifeln, to doubt, zweifele or zweifle. Okay, zweifle here is more common, like we would hear this more often, zweifle, zweifle, and zweifle. Again, it also depends on the region where you are, because there we have so many dialects in Germany. And in some regions, we use expressions or words that we don't use in other regions. So it could also be like what I've just said to you, what I would rather use or what I hear more. It can also depend on the region that I live in, which is in Hessen. So it could be like, because I have not quite lived in any other place, just in Berlin for like 2 years, but maybe in Eastern German, because I was just spending there a few days, or in the south of Germany. So I did not hear it often enough in order to really tell you right now whether in Bavaria it would be exactly the same as in the region where I live. Okay, but this is also what I've told you. But in this case here, it's about this E. So with all those forms here, people will definitely understand you. Okay, no matter where you are in Germany. Okay. Good, so here, that was the video about the imperative. Das war das Video über den Imperativ. Okay, so please learn all the vocabulary that you have seen here. Very useful and important. And ja, dann sehen wir uns im nächsten Kapitel. Tschüss.
Länder und Nationalitäten. Die Erde. Der Kontinent. Die Weltkarte. Asien. Europa. Afrika. Nordamerika. Mittelamerika. Südamerika. Australien. Das Land. Deutschland. Die Deutschen. Der Deutsche. Die Deutsche. Deutsch. Frankreich. Die Franzosen. Der Franzose. Die Französin. Französisch. Italien. Die Italiener. Der Italiener. Die Italienerin. Italienisch. Spanien. Die Spanier. Der Spanier. Die Spanierin. Spanisch. Die Niederlande. Die Niederländer. Der Niederländer. Die Niederländerin. Niederländisch. Die USA, die Vereinigten Staaten von Amerika. Die US-Amerikaner. Der US-Amerikaner. Die US-Amerikanerin. US-amerikanisch, Englisch. China. Die Chinesen. Der Chinese. Die Chinesen. Chinesisch. Japan. Die Japaner. Der Japaner. Die Japanerin. Japanisch. Großbritannien. Die Briten. Der Brite. Die Briten. Englisch, Britisch. Brasilien. Die Brasilianer. Der Brasilianer. Die Brasilianerin. Portugiesisch, Brasilianisch. Russland. Die Russen. Der Russe. Die Russen. Russisch. Indien. Die Inder. Der Inder. Die Inderin. Indisch. Kanada. Die Kanadier. Der Kanadier. Die Kanadierin. Kanadisch. Südkorea. Die Südkoreaner. Der Südkoreaner. Die Südkoreanerin. Koreanisch, Südkoreanisch. Mexiko. Die Mexikaner. Der Mexikaner. Die Mexikanerin. Mexikanisch. Polen. Die Polen. Der Pole. Die Polen. Polnisch. Jetzt nur die Ländernamen. Die Türkei. Die Schweiz. Saudi-Arabien. Argentinien. Österreich. Weißrussland. Belgien. Bulgarien. Kuba. Tschechien. Dänemark. Finnland. Griechenland. Ungarn. Der Iran. Jamaika. Kenia. Neuseeland. Nordkorea. Norwegen. Rumänien. Serbien. Südafrika. Schweden. Die Ukraine.
Hallo und wie geht es dir? In diesem Video werde ich nur auf Deutsch sprechen, damit du dich mehr an die deutsche Sprache gewöhnst. Ich versuche auch langsam zu sprechen. Also in diesem Kapitel geht es um Possessivartikel. Okay? Auf Englisch, wie du hier siehst, sind das Possessive Determiner. Und mit den Possessivartikeln drücken wir aus, wem was gehört zum Beispiel. Okay, also ich zeige dir mal hier ein paar Beispiele. Also hier hast du die Personalpronomen und hier hast du die die maskulinen Possessivartikel im Nominativ. Okay? In jedem grammatikalischen Fall ändern sie sich. Also zum Beispiel ich ist mein, okay? Wie zum Beispiel mein Vater, okay? Oder dein Bruder oder sein Cousin oder ihr Nachbar. Okay? Also die Person, du musst die Possessivartikel an das Geschlecht und an den grammatikalischen Fall von dem Nomen anpassen, das danach kommt. Also hier siehst du zum Beispiel bei diesem Satz, das ist mein Onkel. Das ist im Nominativ, weil wir haben hier das Verb sein. Also wir haben nicht das Verb kennen oder verstehen zum Beispiel, wo ein anderes Objekt involviert ist. Hier sagen wir einfach, das ist mein Onkel. Der Onkel ist maskulin, das ist hier das Subjekt und deswegen müssen wir mein sagen, weil das ein Mann ist. Okay? Das wäre zum Beispiel hier, das ist dein Onkel, das ist sein Onkel. Okay? Das ist ihr Onkel, das ist hierfür sein, das ist unser Onkel und euer Onkel. Euer ist ein bisschen unregelmäßig, okay? Also wir haben hier euer, hier haben wir eure, hier haben wir wieder euer und hier haben wir wieder eure. Okay, das musst du hier auswendig lernen. Das ist ein bisschen unregelmäßig. Und hier haben wir ihr Onkel. Okay, das ist genau das gleiche hier bei den beiden sie. Bei beiden benutzen wir ihr. Das heißt, du kannst nur aus dem Kontext wissen, ob man hier über sie spricht, über eine Person, über eine feminine Person oder über sie, hier in dem Fall über mehrere Personen. Okay? Also, dann haben wir die feminine Form, das ist identisch nur mit einem E hier am Ende, okay, meine. Zum Beispiel hier, das ist meine Tante, die Tante ist feminin, deswegen musst du hier ein E dranhängen, okay. Also das musst du immer, diesen Possessivartikel musst du immer anpassen an den Genus des Nomens hier und an den grammatikalischen Fall. Okay, das ist hier alles im Nominativ. Also meine, deine, das ist deine Tante, das ist seine Tante, das ist ihre Tante zum Beispiel. Okay. Dann neutral, mein, zum Beispiel hier, das ist unser Auto. Das Auto ist neutral, deswegen musst du hier diese Tabelle benutzen und die ist identisch mit der maskulinen Tabelle. Okay, das ist unser Auto. Man kann sagen, das ist mein Auto, das ist dein Auto, das ist sein Auto und so weiter. Für die Pluralform, zum Beispiel, das sind seine Häuser. Also Häuser sind im Plural, deswegen sagst du seine. Und das ist hier die gleiche Form wie die feminine Form. Die Possessivartikel sind hier alle identisch. Okay, das sind seine Häuser. Okay, und hier siehst du auf Englisch, ne, dass Possessivartikel die gleiche Deklination haben wie die unbestimmten Artikel ein und auch die Negation kein. Okay, das hat dann dieselben Endungen. Gut, dann auf der nächsten Seite haben wir die Possessivartikel im Akkusativfall. Und hier siehst du, im Maskulin ist hier meinen. Okay? Der Rest hier, die feminine Form, die neutrale Form und die Pluralform, ist identisch wie im Nominativ. Okay? Also hier kannst du sehen, im Nominativ und hier im Akkusativ, das ist alles identisch. Hier ändert sich nur die maskuline Form. Okay, das ist auch das Gleiche, gilt auch für zum Beispiel unbestimmte Artikel, also ein. Da ändert sich auch immer nur die maskuline Form. Also hier ein Beispiel, du isst deinen Kuchen. Essen ist hier die Infinitivform und Essen ist ein Akkusativverb. Das heißt, alles, was wir essen, ist das Akkusativobjekt. Und der Kuchen ist maskulin, deswegen müssen wir hier sagen deinen. Du isst deinen Kuchen oder du isst meinen Kuchen, du isst seinen Kuchen, du isst ihren Kuchen und so weiter. Okay? Hier also wieder eure ist unregelmäßig euren, eure, euer und eure. Okay? Diese Form musst du hier lernen, also besonders musst du dir merken, dass das hier unregelmäßig ist. Dann, also wie schon im Nominativ, das bleibt alles gleich. Ich sehe meine Tür. Sehen ist ein Akkusativverb, also alles, was wir sehen, ist das Akkusativobjekt. Die Tür ist feminin, deswegen sagen wir meine Tür. Neutral, er trinkt sein Wasser. Trinken ist auch ein Akkusativverb, also alles, was wir trinken, ist das Akkusativobjekt. Das Wasser ist neutral, deswegen sagen wir, er trinkt sein Wasser. Okay, er trinkt dein Wasser, mein Wasser und so weiter. Dann haben wir die Pluralform, sie kauft Häuser. Oder man könnte zum Beispiel sagen, sie kauft meine Häuser. Das habe ich hier vergessen reinzuschreiben. Also sie kauft zum Beispiel meine Häuser oder sie kauft deine Häuser. Okay, das ist die gleiche Form wie die feminine Form. Da ändert sich nichts. Okay, gut. Dann haben wir den Dativfall. Und zwar siehst du, hier haben wir das M am Ende, das ist genau das gleiche wie bei dem unbestimmten Artikel ein. Die maskuline und neutrale Form ist identisch. Okay, das ist vielleicht schon mal eine Hilfe. Also ich glaube eurem Onkel. Glauben ist ein Dativverb, also wem wir glauben, ist das Dativobjekt im Satz. Okay? Der Onkel ist maskulin, deswegen müssen wir hier eurem benutzen. Ich glaube eurem Onkel. Okay? Oder ich glaube meinem Onkel, ich glaube deinem Onkel und so weiter. Dann feminin hier mit er am Ende. Er hilft seiner Mutter. Helfen ist ein Dativverb, es ist auch unregelmäßig, deswegen haben wir hier ein I. Normalerweise ist das helfen. Und er hilft seiner Mutter, wie du siehst, die Mutter ist feminin, deswegen ist das hier seiner. Oder er hilft meiner Mutter, er hilft deiner Mutter und so weiter. Dann, ihr dankt eurem Kind. Danken ist auch ein Dativverb. Wem wir danken, ist dann das Dativobjekt. Das Kind, das ist neutral, deswegen haben wir hier auch ein M am Ende. Okay, ihr dankt eurem Kind. Im Plural, sie antworten ihren Schülern. Antworten ist auch ein Dativverb. Wem wir antworten, ist das Dativobjekt. Und die Schüler, ich hoffe, du kannst dich an die Regel erinnern, dass wir im Dativ-Plural immer ein zusätzliches N dranhängen müssen. Okay? Deswegen haben wir hier Schülern mit N am Ende. Und sie antworten ihren Schülern, wie du siehst, man könnte sagen, sie antworten meinen Schülern, deinen Schülern, seinen Schülern. Okay, das ist dann die Form. Okay. Gut, das war es auch schon mit dem Kapitel über die Possessivartikel. Ich hoffe, das war deutlich und nicht allzu schwer. Und ja, hier siehst du wieder, wie wichtig es ist, die grammatikalischen Fälle zu kennen und die Geschlechter der Nomen, weil wir alles, also sehr vieles anpassen an den Genus und auch an den grammatikalischen Fall eines Nomens. Okay? Also dann, dann viel Erfolg und wir sehen uns im nächsten Kapitel. Tschüss!
Die Freizeitaktivitäten. Tanzen. Lesen. Malen. Zeichnen. Kochen. Skaten. Fernsehen. Ins Kino gehen. Wandern. Joggen. Laufen. Musik hören. Schreiben. Schlagzeug spielen. Fahrrad fahren. Fußball spielen. Schlittschuh laufen. Gitarre spielen. Reisen. Relaxen. Chillen. Sich entspannen. Meditieren. Shoppen. Stricken. Volleyball spielen. Baseball spielen. Videospiele spielen. Einkaufen gehen. Spazieren gehen. Telefonieren. Gewichte heben. Ins Fitnessstudio gehen. Mit dem Hund Gassi gehen, umgangssprachlich. Sich schminken. Badminton spielen. Golf spielen. Handball spielen. Reiten. Tennis spielen. Tischtennis spielen. Boxen. Karate machen. Schwimmen. Kanu fahren. Skifahren. Inlineskaten. Motorradfahren. Sprachen lernen. Deutsch lernen.
Hallo, willkommen zu diesem Kapitel. Hier geht es um Demonstrativpronomen und ich werde in diesem Video nur auf Deutsch sprechen. Okay, also schauen wir mal, was Demonstrativpronomen sind. Also, hier sind die Demonstrativpronomen, also dieser, diese, dieses und diese im Nominativ. Und auf Englisch sind die Demonstrativpronomen this. Okay, this im Singular und these im Plural. In der deutschen Sprache musst du die Demonstrativpronomen an den Genus des Nomens anpassen und auch an den grammatikalischen Fall. Okay, also so wie immer. Okay, also hier ist alles im Nominativ, okay, in dieser Tabelle. Hier ist ein Beispiel, dieser Lehrer ist klug. Das ist einfach im Nominativ, weil wir benutzen hier keine Verben wie sehen oder hören zum Beispiel. Hier gibt es kein Objekt. Okay, das geht hier nur um das Subjekt und das ist der Lehrer und deswegen benutzen wir das hier im Nominativ. Nominativ maskulin ist dieser. Okay, dieser Lehrer ist klug. Hier haben wir genau, klug, man könnte auch schlau sagen, intelligent zum Beispiel, da gibt es verschiedene Wörter. Dann haben wir hier die feminine Form und das ist diese. Also hier, diese Köchin kocht gut. Okay? Köchin, das ist eine Frau, weil wir hier ein IN haben. Wenn das ein Mann wäre, wäre es der Koch. Okay? Und der Chef auf Deutsch, wir haben auch das Wort auf Deutsch, der Chef, das heißt auf Englisch the boss. Okay? Also, ne, das ist nur damit du das weißt. Das Wort Chef auf Deutsch heißt Boss auf Englisch. Dann haben wir hier das neutrale Demonstrativpronomen im Nominativ. Das ist dieses. Dieses Tier ist weich. Das Tier ist neutral und deswegen musst du hier dieses benutzen. Okay? Dann für den Plural haben wir diese. Das ist genau das gleiche wie die feminine Form. Diese Bonbons sind süß. Okay? Diese Bonbons im Plural. Gut, also das sind hier die Demonstrativpronomen im Nominativ. Schauen wir uns mal die nächste Seite an und hier haben wir die Demonstrativpronomen im Akkusativ. Im Akkusativ ändert sich immer nur die maskuline Form. Okay? Also die feminine, Neutral- und Pluralform ist identisch mit der Nominativform. Okay? Wie du siehst, hier ändert sich nichts. Es ist nur die maskuline Form immer im Akkusativ, also diesen. Ich kenne diesen Jungen. Okay? Also hier haben wir ein Subjekt Ich. Kennen ist ein Akkusativverb. Deswegen ist der Junge ist hier das Akkusativobjekt. Deswegen müssen wir sagen diesen Jungen. Okay? Und hier der Junge hat ein N am Ende. Das liegt an der N-Deklination. Das wirst du aber später lernen im A2-Niveau und B1. Okay? Also normalerweise ist das einfach der Junge, aber hier musst du den Jungen oder diesen Jungen sagen, okay, im Akkusativ, auch im Dativ. Dann die feminine Form, du kaufst diese Mütze, die Mütze ist feminin, kaufen ist ein Akkusativverb, deswegen haben wir hier diese Mütze. Dann Tina mag dieses Kleid, das Kleid ist neutral, mögen ist ein Akkusativverb, was immer wir mögen, ist immer das Akkusativobjekt, deswegen dieses Kleid. Wir trinken diese Säfte. Trinken ist auch ein Akkusativverb. Säfte ist hier im Plural. Das ist der Saft normalerweise und die Pluralform ist die Säfte. Deswegen haben wir hier diese für den Plural im Akkusativ. Okay. Dann haben wir die letzte Seite und hier geht es um hier die Dativform. Okay, hier ändert sich vieles. Okay, also wir haben hier diesem für die maskuline Form im Dativ. Ich glaube diesem Journalisten nicht. Okay, das ist hier die Negation. Es ist normalerweise der Journalist, aber hier haben wir wieder die N-Deklination, das brauchst du aber erst für später, für das A2 und B1-Niveau, aber nur damit du weißt, die normale Form im Nominativ ist einfach der Journalist und hier Journalisten. Dann haben wir dieser, das ist die feminine Form. Okay? Wenn du zurückgehst hier zum Nominativ, ist dieser die maskuline Form im Nominativ. Im Dativ ist dieser die feminine Form. Okay? Also Kerstin verzeiht dieser Frau. Verzeihen ist ein Dativverb. Wem immer wir auch verzeihen, ist immer das Dativobjekt. Deswegen dieser Frau. Okay? Kerstin verzeiht dieser Frau. Diesem ist die gleiche Form wie die maskuline und die neutrale Form. Ich kann mit diesem Tablet nicht umgehen. Das ist das Tablet. Deswegen haben wir hier diesem Tablet. Dann haben wir diesen für die Pluralform im Dativ. Achte bitte darauf, dass im Akkusativ diesen die maskuline Form ist. Im Dativ ist diesen die Pluralform. Okay? Also deswegen hatte ich dir schon am Anfang des Kurses gesagt, dass es am besten ist, ein paar Seiten für das Nominativ, für Akkusativ und für Dativ zu haben, sie alle getrennt zu haben, okay, und dort alle Regeln aufzuschreiben, damit du das auseinanderhalten kannst. Ansonsten kann es sehr verwirrend werden, okay, weil viele Wörter sich wiederholen, aber in jedem grammatikalischen Fall etwas anderes bedeuten, okay, also bitte merkt ihr, dass diesen im Dativ die Pluralform ist von Demonstrativpronomen. Opa erzählt diesen Reisenden viele Geschichten. Okay? Also wie du siehst, im Englischen ist das viel einfacher. Das ist hier alles this und dies. In der deutschen Grammatik ist das ein bisschen komplexer. Aber gut, das muss man nur ein bisschen üben und das wird mit der Zeit wirst du das lernen. Okay? Also schön geduldig sein und üben. Okay? Übung macht den Meister, sagen wir auf Deutsch. Okay? Dann viel Erfolg und viel Spaß beim Lernen und wir sehen uns im nächsten Kapitel. Tschüss!
Berufe. Jessica ist Lehrerin. Sebastian ist Ingenieur. Petra ist Immobilienmaklerin. Peter ist Manager. Klaus ist Arzt von Beruf. Melanie ist Krankenschwester. Matthias ist Schauspieler. Sarah ist Kellnerin. Lars ist Physiker und Chemiker. Michael ist Sportler. Erik ist Bodybuilder und Fitnesstrainer. Rainer ist Verkäufer. Jürgen ist Schriftsteller, Autor. Der Großvater ist Rentner. Die Großmutter war früher Schneiderin. Moritz ist Musiker. Franziska ist Designerin. Patrick ist Unternehmensberater. Maximilian ist Rennfahrer. Der Postbote, die Postbotin. Der Künstler, die Künstlerin. Der Detektiv, die Detektivin. Der Feuerwehrmann, die Feuerwehrfrau. Professor, die Professorin. Der Polizist, die Polizistin. Der Pilot, die Pilotin. Der Jäger, die Jägerin. Der Mechaniker, die Mechanikerin. Der Koch, die Köchin. Der Bauer, die Bäuerin.
Hallo, in diesem Video geht es das Datum. So in this chapter we are going to learn how to say the date in German. Okay, so let's have a look at the first page. So here we have das heutige Datum. That means today's date, or the today's date. Okay. So first of all, how you can ask what date is today? You can ask Entschuldigung. Was ist das heutige Datum? Okay. Entschuldigung. This is like the neutral version. Let's say you can say it to somebody to whom you would speak in the informal, also in the formal way. It doesn't matter whether you're talking to just one or several people. Okay. Entschuldigung is like a universal word, let's say, that you can use. And was ist das heutige Datum? You can also say, welches Datum haben wir heute? Okay, what date do we have today? This is how we would say it, like translated literally to English. Okay, and then if you answer and you say the date, you say heute ist der, and then you say the date. Heute ist der, which means today is this is how we say it, and then you say the date. So I will show you here. For example, you would say in this case, heute ist der 3.11.2019. So first we have the day, then the month, and then the year. Okay, this is the sequence in German. Day, month, year. Okay, so not like in some countries where you start with the month and then the day and then the year. We have day from the smallest to the biggest. Okay, day, month, year. So this is how you would say it, okay? Here you have the Ordinalzahlen, which are the ordinal numbers. So what you need to know here is that we add t or st at the end, okay? Until 19 we add t at the end, from 20 and the rest. So here it's just until the 31st because it's about the date, but also if you use ordinal numbers for other occasions where you have to go beyond 31, it would be always st at the end. Okay, it's like the English th, like if you say the 5th or the 7th or so. Okay, the German version is here t or st at the end. So I will read those ordinal numbers and maybe you can repeat. Okay. So erste, this is irregular, okay, because it's eins, but we don't say einste, we say erste, okay, it's irregular, but it's the same thing in English because you have one and then the ordinal number is first, so it's also irregular there. Then we have zweite, okay, zwei, you see you have zwei, the number zwei, and then you add t at the end. Dritte, this is also irregular because 3 is drei, but the ordinal number is dritte. But also in English, it's also irregular, right? You have 3 and then you say third. So here you have vierte, okay, you say vier and then you add t. Fünfte, sechste, you see you have the numbers and you just add t at the end. Siebte, achte, acht, for example, the number ends with a t, so you don't make a double t here, okay? You just add the e, you just need the te at the end. 9., 10., 11., 12., 13., 14., 15., 16., 17. Okay, here you don't say 17, you just say 17. Okay, this is here a little bit irregular. Okay, also 16, we don't have an S here, it's just 16. 18., 19. Okay, that are here until the 19th. And then here we have to add an S, an additional S here. Okay, 20., 21., 22., 23., 24., 25., 26., 27., 28., 29., I hope you're repeating, 30., 31. Okay, so now here we went through the ordinal numbers. So so as I said here, you would say today's date in this case, you would say heute ist der 3.11.2019. You can also say heute ist der 3. November 2019. Okay, this is also an option. You either can say the number or the month. In this case, what would you say here? Maybe you can think. Yeah, here you would say heute ist der 18.04.2023. In this case, what do we have here? Maybe you can think. Okay, so here it would be heute ist der 22.06.2024. Here, heute ist der 1.12.2020. And here, heute ist der 31.10.2025. And here, heute ist der 26.09.2021. Okay, so this is how you say today's date. Okay, please study these ordinal numbers and memorize how we form them. Okay, with the t and st and also the irregular forms, please. Then the next page, here we have dates in the future and past, Datum in der Zukunft und Vergangenheit. So when we talk about the past or the future, it changes a little bit. Okay, so you have the ordinal numbers, but here you add 10 and sten at the end instead of t and st. Okay, we add t and st for the today's date. If you talk about the future or the past, you add 10 and sten. Okay, so you have the additional n here at the end. And if you talk about a future or a past date, you say am, which is the English in or on. Okay, like if you talk about the year, like in 2010, this and that happened, or if you talk about the future, you say on the 5th of May 2060 or something. Okay, so we have for those two cases we use am in German. So here you would say, this is here the past, so you would say am 8.7.1998. Okay, so we would say here 1998. Okay, we don't say just 1998. Like you could say it in English, but in German you cannot say 1998. Okay, you would have to say 1998. Okay, you have to add the 100 there. You can also say 1998, but we hardly would ever say that. Actually, until the year 2000, we would also always say 1998 or 1255 or so. Okay, this is how we would say it. Here you have the number 1998. Okay, just as a repetition. Here in this case, am 16.05.1875. Okay. So as you see here, am 1. on the 1st, am 1., am 2., am 3., am 4. Okay, it's actually all the same as you have seen it in the previous page. You just have an N here. Oh, sorry, here's a double N. It's just one N that you need here. Am 10. here an additional N. Okay, and then 11., 12., 13., 14., and so on. Okay, and here you have sten, so it's basically the same, just here the additional S and N, sten, okay? So let's practice these numbers here. So how would you say this? Let's think. Ja, am 20.03.2030, am 9.1.2029. Okay, from the year 2000 you say 2030, so 2030. Okay, so we don't say 2030 or so, we just say 2030, 2030. Am 30.12.3932. Am 10.02.2005. Okay, so this is how you would say the date in the future or in the past. Okay, so here we have here im Jahr 2015, for example, which means in the year 2015, here we have a few examples. So, for example, 2013 oder ja, gab es viele Besucher in diesem Museum. So you can either say it this way, 2013, just the year, or you can say im Jahr 2013 gab es viele Besucher in diesem Museum. Okay, so it means 2013 there were a lot of visitors in this museum. Okay, and there were just a few examples here. Okay, with the year, so im Jahr, or you can also just say the number as you see here. Here we have in January und im Januar. So for month we use im. Okay, im Januar ist es sehr kalt in Deutschland. That means it is very cold in January in Germany. Or as in English, on Saturday, in German we say am Samstag. Okay, so am Samstag feiern wir deinen Geburtstag. Okay, so on Saturday we celebrate your birthday. Okay, so for days we use am, for month we use im. Just to practice this real quick, could you think about what is this number called in German? Maybe you have practiced the numbers. What is this number called in German? It's 2013. Okay, and here, what is this one? How is this one called? 2070. And this one here, what is that? 2052. Okay, this is how those numbers are called, or those years in this case. Okay, so I hope it is clear now how to say the date in German. Und ja, wir sehen uns dann im nächsten Video. Tschüss! Hallo, in diesem Kapitel geht es um Indefinite-Pronomen. Auf Englisch sind das die Indefinite Pronouns. Und da haben wir hier eine Tabelle. So here we have a chart with some very important indefinite pronouns. So let's have a look at them. The first one is alle. Alle means all or everybody. Okay, so let's have a look at the example. So alle Pflanzen sind grün. All plants are green. Okay, in this case it means all in English. Alle also means everybody. So it depends on the case or the situation how you're using this word. So alle haben der Einladung zugesagt. Everybody has accepted the invitation. Okay, alle haben der Einladung zugesagt. Jemandem oder etwas zusagen, that's a dative verb. That's why die Einladung, although it's female because it has an ung at the end. Ung is a typical female ending. It is, the article is der. Okay, it would be die usually, but since it's in the dative, you have to put the article der there. It's the feminine article in the dative. Okay, alle haben der Einladung zugesagt. Alles with an S at the end means everything. Okay, so alles ist toll. Everything is great. Okay, alles. Okay, just make sure here you don't have an S and here you have an S, and it has a different meaning. Etwas means something or somewhat. It has two meanings, depending again on the situation. So you can say, sie ist etwas launisch, which means she's somewhat moody. Sie ist etwas launisch. Could be also like she's a bit moody or she's somewhat moody. Or you could use it as something. Hast du etwas? Like, do you have something? Usually we ask that if we think that the person is not feeling well or so, then we will say, hast du etwas? Okay, so it doesn't mean like, do you have something? Like, do you have a purse with you or something? It could also just mean that we are asking how a person or whether anything is wrong with the person. Einige means some, okay? So einige Menschen mögen die Kälte. Some people like the cold, einige, okay? Later on you will learn, when you advance with the German, you will have to adapt it also to the grammatical case, okay? So here, einige Menschen, it's just in the nominative case, okay? So it's einige. Then we have jede, jeder, or jedes. This is just to keep it simple. It's just in the nominative case. You would have to also adapt it if it was accusative and dative and so on. You would have to adapt it also. You will learn it later on. Okay, for right now, we just keep it simple with the nominative. So jeder, jeder, oder jedes means every. So just with an E at the end, it's the female form. With the R at the end, it's the masculine form. With the S at the end, it's a neutral form. Okay, so jede Frau trägt ein Kleid. Every woman wears a dress. Jeder Mann trägt eine Hose, every man wears pants, and jedes Kind spielt gerne. Okay, every child likes playing. Gerne means that you like doing something. If I say ich spiele gerne, it means I like playing, for example. Then the next one is manche, which means some. Manche Tiere sind gefährlich, so some animals are dangerous. Okay, manche. Again, this word you would have to adapt to the grammatical case. Here it's just for in the nominative because we don't have to go so much in depth with all words that we have to adapt, but just for you, for later, it's necessary to know that you will have to adapt it. Okay, but for now at the beginner's level, we're just keeping it simple with the nominative case. Then we have nichts, which means nothing. Hat nichts gemacht. He did nothing, or he didn't do anything. Okay, nichts. Nicht without an S is just a negation if you negate verbs, right? Like what could we say? Ich spreche nicht. I don't speak or so. Okay, that would be without an S. Then we have viel, which means much or a lot of, depending on the situation. Okay, so viel is much, and viele with an E at the end is many. Make sure that you pronounce the E if you want to say many. So much, it's not countable. Like in this case, Tanja hat viel Hunger. She has lots of hunger. Or a lot of hunger, so you cannot count hunger, right? You cannot say I have 2 hungers, so right? Actually, it would not be possible. So it's not countable. So we use much for that, which is viel in German. Viele is many. This is something you can count. Hier gibt es viele Menschen. Here are many people. So viele Menschen, you can count people. You can say 1 person, 2 persons, or 2 people, and so on. That's why you have to use viele here in this case. Then we have wenig or wenige, which means little or few. Hat nur wenig Erfahrung. He has just little experience. Okay, so not little like small, but just few, not much. This is what we mean with the wenig. Okay, if you want to say little like a small person, we would have to use the word klein. Okay, but here it's wenig, which means a little, not too much. Okay, hat nur wenig Erfahrung. Nur wenige Menschen haben Interesse an diesem Produkt. Okay, just few people have interest in this product. Nur wenige, which is few, in this case you have to add an E. Okay, wenig, little, and few, wenige. Okay, good. So that was the chapter about the indefinite pronouns. I think it was not too difficult. You would just have to study the words here and make sure that you really pronounce it right, like with the viel and viele, with the E at the end, for example. And good. Das war das Kapitel über die Indefinitpronomen und ich hoffe, du konntest das verstehen. I hope you could understand it and I'm sure you did. Und ja, dann sehen wir uns im nächsten Kapitel. See you in the next chapter. Hallo und willkommen zu diesem Kapitel. Hier werden wir das Nominativ, Akkusativ und Dativ üben. So this chapter is very important. Now we're going to practice the nominative, accusative and the dative when they appear in the same sentence or in just one sentence, which of course can happen very often. Sometimes you will find even 2 or more accusative objects. For example, it could be also several dative objects in the sentence, and we are going to practice this a little bit right now. Okay, so you can distinguish those grammatical cases from each other. So let's have a look at the first page here. So we will work with the grammatical case questions, okay, because it will help you to decide which noun is in which grammatical case. So let's have a look at the first sentence here. So it's Patrick kauft einer Studentin ein Eis. So it means Patrick is buying ice cream for a student. It would be in English with for. In German you can say Patrick kauft für eine Studentin ein Eis, but you can also leave it out in this case, okay? The only thing is that what you have to be aware of is if you use für, Patrick kauft für eine Studentin, für is an accusative preposition, so then you would say eine Studentin in and the accusative. Here we can also just leave it out. It's also possible here with the verb kaufen. So, but then it is in the dative. Okay, so it changes to einer Studentin with an R at the end. Okay, I just want to show you those things so you are just so that you learn those different grammatical cases and how to distinguish them. Just wanted to add here the nominative, dative, and the accusative. So as you see here, Patrick kauft einer Studentin ein Eis. So now you always have to understand exactly what they want to say in the sentence. You have to break it down so that you can actually see where the subject is in the nominative case, where the accusative and where the dative object is. So let's have a look at the first question here, which is wer oder was kauft einer Studentin ein Eis? Okay, that means who or what is buying an ice cream for the student. Studentin is a university student, and this person is female because it has an IN at the end. Okay, die Studentin. So here the answer to this question, wer oder was, who or what, it's about the active part. Okay, who is doing something? Who is the active person here? Who is buying that? And the answer to that is Patrick. So Patrick is here in the nominative case. We also would call him the subject, okay, because he's the active part here. Then the next question is, wen oder was kauft Patrick einer Studentin? So here, who or what is he buying? Okay, this is the passive part. This is the object that is being bought. Okay, so here we ask in German, the accusative question is wen oder was, which means here we're asking about the object that is being bought. And the answer is ein Eis, so it's in the accusative. Okay, so ein Eis is the accusative object here. It's das Eis, it's neutral, and the accusative, this indefinite article, is ein. And then we have here the last question, wem oder was kauft Patrick ein Eis? So whom or what is he buying that, or to whom? Okay, who is the receiver of this ice cream? Okay, so it would be like to whom. You could also say whom. Okay, and the answer is einer Studentin. The one who receives what somebody is buying is the dative, and the object that is being bought is the accusative object. Okay, so here einer Studentin, die Studentin is female. In the dative, the feminine indefinite article ends with an R, einer Studentin. Okay, so I hope it is a little bit more clear how we do this. So now we are going to the next page and see another example. Here we have Frau Bergmann kauft ein Geschenk für ihren Mann. Okay, so which means Ms. Bergmann is buying a gift for her husband. So let's start with the easiest question, asking about here the subject. Wer oder was kauft ein Geschenk für ihren Mann? So who or what is buying the gift or a gift for her husband? Which is about the active part. Okay, we're asking who is doing that actually. And the answer is Frau Bergmann. Okay, Frau means miss, it also means woman, it also means wife, okay, depending on the situation. So you see Frau Bergmann here is the subject, she's in the nominative case. Then we have wen oder was kauft Frau Bergmann für ihren Mann? Here we're asking about the object that is being bought. So who or what does Frau Bergmann or Miss Bergmann buy for her husband? This is the passive part. This is the object that is being bought, and the answer is ein Geschenk, which is a gift, right? And it's in the accusative. It's the object that is being bought. And then we have the last one. Für wen kauft Frau Bergmann das Geschenk? So for whom for whom is she buying that? Since it is the receiver of the gift, as you have learned before, it would be the dative and the like usually it would be the dative because it is the receiver. However, we are using here the preposition für ihren Mann. Whenever you use the preposition für, we have to use the accusative case. So whatever comes after für is the accusative object. That's why we have two accusative objects in the sentence. Okay, and that can happen in the German language. This is nothing unusual here. So für, and then der Mann is masculine, and here the possessive article, possessive pronoun ihren, you have to add an N at the end because it's masculine. Okay, für ihren Mann. Accusative masculine, we add an N here, für ihren Mann, for her husband. Then the next page, here we have Karl hat gestern einen Apfelsaft mit seinem Cousin getrunken, which means Karl drank an apple juice with his cousin yesterday. And mit seinem Cousin, it's a masculine cousin. If it was a woman, we would say Cousine with an E here at the end. So, the question here, wer hat gestern einen Apfelsaft mit seinem Cousin getrunken? So here we're asking who or what did drink the apple juice with his cousin. Here it's about the active part, right? Who is like the major part here in the sentence, or the major person, let's say. It is Karl, okay? He is the one who drank the juice. We also put him here at the beginning, so this is the subject. Then the next one, wen oder was hat Karl gestern mit seinem Cousin getrunken? So who or what did he drink with his cousin? So here we're asking about the passive part, the object that was drunk, okay, or that they were drinking. And the answer to that is einen Apfelsaft, and this is an apple juice. It's an accusative object. This is the object that they were drinking, okay? Der Apfelsaft is masculine. That's why in the accusative you have to say einen with an N here at the end. Then the next question, mit wem hat Karl gestern einen Apfelsaft getrunken? So with who or with whom or what did he drink the apple juice? Mit, which means with, is a dative preposition. I hope you remember that. So whenever we have the preposition mit, the noun that comes after that needs to be put in the dative case. So der Cousin here, it's a masculine person, and in the dative masculine we add an M at the end, so it's mit seinem Cousin, okay? Here we have einen with N because it's in the accusative, and the dative it has an M, mit seinem Cousin, okay? So just make sure you always watch out for the prepositions and which grammatical case they are. Okay, so this here, and then the next one, Alexandra glaubte der Nachbarin kein Wort. So Alexandra doesn't believe the neighbor a word. Nachbarin, it's a female person because we have an IN here at the end. If it was a man, it would be Nachbar, okay, without the IN. So let's start with the questions. Wer oder was glaubt der Nachbarin kein Wort? So who or what doesn't believe a word? And here we asking again about the active part. Who is like the major person here? It's Alexandra. Okay, so she's in the nominative case. She's the subject. Then the next question. Wen oder was glaubt Alexandra der Nachbarin? Oder wen oder was glaubt Alexandra der Nachbarin nicht, rather, like what does she not believe, okay? So who or what, here it's about the passive part. What is it that she is believing or not believing? This is the object that, or the thing that she's believing or not believing. And the answer is kein Wort. That's the accusative object. The thing that she is believing or not believing is the accusative. And then the last one is wem glaubt Alexandra kein Wort? So whom or what does she not believe a word? So glauben, whenever you have glauben, it's also, there's always a dative object included, because glauben is a dative object. So whom we believe something, the person who we believe or who we do not believe in this case, is always the dative object, okay? That's why we have here, and also make sure the question is wem with an M, okay? And then N in the accusative. So, wem glaubt Alexandra kein Wort? The answer is der Nachbarin. In the dative case, the female article, which is usually die, changes to der. Okay, it does not mean that it changes its gender. It's just a different grammatical case. Okay, usually it would be die Nachbarin in the nominative and accusative case, but in the dative, die changes to der. Okay, it does not mean that the gender is changing. It just means that we are in a different grammatical case here. That's why we have to say der Nachbarin. Okay. Dann auf der nächsten Seite, ich spreche bei meinen Eltern über dich. I speak about you at my parents' place. So by means at somebody's place, okay? It could also mean near, but most of the time, like when we're talking about people, like here, parents or Eltern, it means it's at somebody's place, at somebody's home, let's say, okay? So let's look at the questions. Wer oder was spricht über dich? So here it's about the active part. Who or what is speaking at my parents' place? The answer is ich. So this is the nominative object or the subject. And then the next question, über wen oder was spreche ich? So über, which means about, is also an accusative preposition. So whatever comes after über needs to be put in the accusative case. And du, which means you in the singular, changes to dich in the accusative in German. Okay, so du changes to dich. This is here in the accusative form. So über wen oder was spreche ich? Ich spreche über dich. Who or what am I talking about? This is the passive part here, the person we are speaking about in this case, and it's dich. Okay, so you here and is the accusative object. Then the next question, bei wem spreche ich über dich? At whose place, or like let's say where? This by there's not a literal translation in English for this preposition. Okay, it just means at somebody's place or home, let's say. So bei wem, bei is a dative preposition. Okay, whatever comes after bei needs to be put in the dative case. Okay, that's why we have to ask bei wem. You cannot ask bei wen because that would be accusative. This is a dative preposition. I hope you remember that we did that in the chapter about the dative. So here the answer is bei meinen Eltern. Die Eltern is the parents. It's in the plural, and in the dative plural you have to say meinen here with the en at the end. Just to remind you, meinen in the accusative is the masculine form, and the dative here, it's the plural form. Okay, just for you to separate those things that are the same words, but they mean something very different in each grammatical case. Okay, good. So I hope that you understand this a little bit better with the grammatical cases. Maybe if you like, you can have a look at some texts, for example, for German articles and so on, and you can start to look and to try to identify the accusative, nominative, and dative case. Maybe you will see some prepositions, maybe you see the personal pronouns there in the different grammatical cases. That would be very useful just to get a little bit used to that and look at that and practice it also. Okay, also dann viel Erfolg beim Üben und wir sehen uns im nächsten Kapitel. Tschüss!
Alltägliche Situationen. Der Arztbesuch.
Guten Morgen, Herr Schulz. Wie kann ich Ihnen helfen? Guten Morgen, Dr. Neuhaus. Ich habe seit gestern eine Erkältung.
Haben Sie denn auch Fieber? Ja, ich hatte gestern 39 Grad Fieber.
Das hört sich nach einer Grippe an. Ich werde Ihnen ein leichtes Medikament verschreiben.
Vielen Dank. Könnten Sie mir bitte auch ein Attest für meine Arbeit ausstellen?
Ja, natürlich. Das ist kein Problem.
Vielen Dank.
Termine.
Hallo Sarah, hier ist Moritz. Ich wollte dich nur fragen, ob du morgen Zeit hast.
Oh, hallo Moritz. Wie geht es dir denn?
Sehr gut, danke. Und selbst?
Ich bin ein bisschen gestresst, aber ansonsten ganz gut.
Was ist denn los?
Ich habe morgen eine wichtige Prüfung. Was hast du denn morgen vor?
Ach so, okay. Ich habe morgen einen Auftritt und wollte dich einladen.
Das hört sich super an. Um wie viel Uhr wäre das?
Gegen 20 Uhr im Jakes Café.
Okay, dann bin ich auch schon mit meiner Prüfung fertig.
Klasse und viel Glück bei deiner Prüfung morgen. Tschüss.
Danke, mach's gut. Öffentliche Verkehrsmittel. Im Bahnhof. Guten Tag, wie kann ich Ihnen behilflich sein?
Hallo, ich möchte ein Fahrticket nach Hamburg kaufen.
Für wann wäre es denn?
Ich würde gerne den nächsten Zug nehmen.
Der nächste Zug nach Hamburg fährt in 20 Minuten ab, um 12:35 Uhr.
Genau den möchte ich nehmen.
Haben Sie eine Bahncard?
Nein,
Mit welcher Klasse möchten Sie reisen?
mit der zweiten.
Klasse. Das macht dann 39,95 € bitte. Möchten Sie mit einer Kreditkarte oder bar bezahlen?
Bar, hier bitte.
Vielen Dank, das sind 50 €. Sie bekommen 10,05 € zurück. Bitte sehr.
Vielen Dank.
Der Zug befindet sich auf Gleis 3. Ich wünsche Ihnen eine angenehme Reise.
Danke, auf Wiedersehen.
Hallo und willkommen zu diesem Kapitel. Hier geht es um Zeitadverbien und Zeitangaben. So this chapter here is about temporal adverbs and indications of time. So here what you will learn is mainly vocabulary in order to indicate the time of when something happened. Okay, talking about the past, about the present, about the future, and the vocabulary that you need for that. So let's start with the first one. And here we have the words in German and here the English translation. So maybe if you like, you can repeat the words that I will read right now just for the pronunciation. So vorgestern, gestern, heute, morgen, übermorgen. Okay, that are the words here as you see the translation in English. So here just a few sentences in which these words are used. So vorgestern war ich zu Hause. Okay, the day before yesterday I was at home. Here you have the English translation. Ich hatte gestern keine Zeit. So as you see, you can put the indication of time in the first position or you put it on the third position right after the verb. Okay, the verb is always in the second place. So you could also say here, ich war vorgestern zu Hause. You can also say vorgestern war ich zu Hause, both work, okay? If you specifically want to emphasize the indication of time, you can put it at the beginning, okay? Both sound very well in German. You could also hear the same, just like as with all other words here, you can also put this at the beginning. So you can say gestern hatte ich keine Zeit or you say ich hatte gestern keine Zeit. Heute lese ich eine Zeitschrift. Ich gehe morgen ins Fitnessstudio. Und übermorgen fliege ich nach Wien. Okay, that are just some examples. And here are the first chart here you see die Wochentage, the days of the week. I will read them and you can repeat, okay? Then it's easier for you to memorize them. All days of the week in German, they are all masculine, okay? I just have added the masculine article here so that you can keep this in mind, that all days of the week and all months are masculine in German. Also capitalized because they are nouns. So it's Montag, Dienstag, Mittwoch, Donnerstag, Freitag, Samstag, Sonntag. Okay, that are the days of the week. Please study them. Then the next one here, we got the months. So I will read them and you can also repeat again. As you see, they're very similar to the English words. So Januar, Februar, März, April, Mai, Juni, Juli, August, September, Oktober, November, December. Okay, that are the months. So on the next page, here we have indications like or let's say like how to express morning, evening, and so on in German. So let's start here with the first one. Here we have from 5 a.m. till 10 a.m. That would be the morning in German. Der Morgen, okay, in small letters and without an article then, of course, it means tomorrow. And der Morgen here is a noun. With an article, it means the morning. What we do also, we say morgens. Then again, it becomes, you write it in small letters, unless it's at the beginning of a sentence, of course. Morgens means in the morning. So if it's happening on a regular basis, then we add an S at the end. Like you see here also, vormittags, mittags, nachmittags, abends, nachts, mitternachts. If you add an S here, then it means it's happening on a regular basis, like basically every morning, morgens. Okay, in the mornings. Or you say am Morgen, then it just means in the morning. Okay, then it doesn't have to be something that is happening every day, for example. Okay, you can say am Morgen werde ich frühstücken. Maybe, which means in the morning I will have breakfast. Maybe it's something that it's not happening every day, or usually you don't breakfast, for example. And you could say am Morgen. Morgens is something that is happening every day. You can say morgens frühstücke ich immer, which means in the mornings I always have breakfast. Then we have 10 till 10 a.m. till 12 p.m. here, which is the Vormittag, the forenoon. I know in English people hardly use this word, but in German we use Vormittag quite often. Okay, it's here 10 till 10 bis 12 Uhr, 10 until 12. So here, vormittags, it's exactly the same. If it's happening on a regular basis, you add an S here. Und am Vormittag, if it's just today, for example, or just tomorrow. Der Mittag, the noon, mittags, it's the same rule here, or am Mittag at noon. Then we have like 1 p.m. till 5 p.m. It's der Nachmittag, the afternoon, nachmittags, or you say am Nachmittag. Okay. Then we have here 18 till 22. This is what we very often use in German. It's like the official indication of time. So for example, let's say you want to take the train or the bus, airplane, and so on. You will always see the hour written this way. Okay. We don't have this PM, AM, for example. We have the 12-hour clock, the system to use that. We also do this, but this is more informal. Like the formal official way is here with the 24 hours. Then der Abend, the evening, so abends on a regular basis, and am Abend in the evening. And then we have here 10 at night until 5 in the morning. It's die Nacht, the night. So nachts or in der Nacht. Okay. Und die Mitternacht is midnight or mitternachts, or at which is then at midnight. I don't know whether you could say in English at midnight or every midnight. Or you can also say in der Mitternacht, exactly as it is written here, in der, and then you say Mitternacht, in der Mitternacht oder mitternachts. Okay. Good. So please study these words, very important. Then here, now we have the temporal adverbs here. So that are words in order to explain how frequently something is happening. And this is also very useful here. Okay, so let's start with the first one. So it's either nie or niemals. Niemals, you can use both. It does not mean that one is more often used or less, or more formal or less formal than the other. So both mean never. Sie nimmt nie ein Taxi. Okay, so it's here in the third position. You can also put it in the first position. You can say nie nimmt sie ein Taxi. Okay, both work either in the first or the third. The verb is always in the second place. Selten, rarely. Jens spielt selten Basketball. Jens is a male German name, Jens. Then fast nie. Wir essen fast nie Karotten. Kaum means hardly or rarely. Ihr geht kaum ins Theater. Ihr geht kaum ins Theater. It's actually you rarely go to the theater. Okay, ihr is you in the plural. Then Jana geht manchmal in die Disco. Okay, manchmal is the pronunciation. Ab und zu, once in a while. Ab und zu hilft Kevin seiner Mutter im Garten. Just one thing, just to mention the grammatical cases. Hilft, helfen means to help, and it's a dative verb. So whomever we are helping is the dative object. So Mutter, the mother, is the dative object because she is the one who is receiving the help. Kevin is the one who is helping. He's the active part. He is here the subject. And die Mutter is female, and in the dative, the female, like here it's a possessive article, you have to add an R, also for the normal articles. Okay, seiner Mutter. Dann gelegentlich, er geht gelegentlich in die Kirche. Oft, diese Kundin kauft oft Brombeeren. Kundin here has an IN at the end, so it's a woman. Okay, die Kundin. If it was a man, we would say der Kunde, or in this case with the demonstrative pronoun dieser Kunde with an R here at the end. Häufig, mein Vater vergisst häufig Briefmarken zu kaufen. Okay, Briefmarken are stamps. Meistens, ich benutze meistens einen Kugelschreiber. This is the entire word. We just keep it short. We just say Kuli. Okay, ich benutze meistens einen Kuli. It's more common to say it this way. It's just a little bit shorter than the long one, Kugelschreiber. Christina bekommt immer gute Noten. Dann ständig, mein Sohn will ständig Schokolade essen. Stündlich, dieser Bus fährt stündlich. Täglich, wir gehen täglich zum See. Wöchentlich, er geht wöchentlich zum Friseur. You can write Friseur either with an O umlaut or with an EU here, Friseur. Both ways work. And Friseur can mean barber. It can also just mean a hairdresser, so for women as well as for men. Jährlich, Sarah fliegt jährlich nach Italien. Okay? So you can always put all these words also at the beginning of the sentence. You could also say, jährlich fliegt Sarah nach Italien. Okay, especially if you want to emphasize it, then you put it at the beginning. Okay, so there are quite some words here to study. Please do so. Yeah, they're very useful. Then the next ones here, we have a few more. So let's have a look at them. So here we have am. Am is the preposition an plus dem. We just put it together and it becomes am. Okay, here it is in the dative. Okay, we always use it in the dative, am. So here, so in English it's on or in. Am Samstag gehe ich aus. Or am Abend wird sie lesen. Okay, so we use am in this case. Am Samstag for all days of the week. Am Montag, am Dienstag, am Mittwoch, and so on. And here for the to say like which time of the day. Am Abend, am Morgen, am Vormittag, am Mittag. Am Nachmittag, they are all masculine, that's why we say am. It's just die Nacht is female, so we would say in der Nacht, okay, if you want to say at night. Am is for the rest. This is the preposition in plus dem. We just put it together, it becomes im. We also use it in the dative. So here, im Juni ist es warm in Deutschland. So for all months, if we are talking about a month, we have to use im. So it would be im Januar, im Februar, im März, im April, and so on. Okay, if you want to say like in June and February and so on. Es ist kalt im Winter. It is cold in winter. Es ist kalt im Winter. So the seasons would be der Frühling, der Sommer for summer, der Herbst for fall, und der Winter for winter. They are all masculine. Okay, der Frühling is the spring. And whenever you want to talk about the season, you use im. Es ist kalt im Winter. Then here in this case we use it here in the dative. In der Nacht ist es dunkel. It is dark at night. Okay, in der Nacht. Here we use in and not am, is here am Abend, in the evening. As I have mentioned, Nacht is female, so we say in der Nacht. It's usually die Nacht in the nominative and accusative, but since it's here in the dative or as a dative preposition, you have to change die to der. Okay, but it's a female word, it's just in the dative. That's why you have der here. Then we have it's also at, and this is whenever you want to indicate the time. 15 Uhr bin ich fertig. Okay, you can say 1 Uhr, 3 Uhr, 10 Uhr, and so on. It's Bis is here is used in the accusative, which means until or by. Bis Montag musst du das erledigen. So it means you have to complete that until or by Monday. Okay, it means both. Bis Montag. Von und bis means from to. Von 12 bis 14 Uhr hat Klaus Unterricht. Okay, von bis. Whenever you want to say like from 1 till 5 p.m. or so, it's always von und bis. Zuerst or erstens means first and first of all. So you can say zuerst stehe ich auf. First I get up. Okay, so it is very good to study these words here in order to talk about a sequence. Like when you do something, for example, in the morning, you will also do it you will have to do this also in the exam and explaining like the sequence of your day. So these words are very useful for that. So zuerst, first of all, dann means dann ziehe ich mich ziehe ich mich an, then I get dressed, dann ziehe ich mich an. Danach is afterwards, danach frühstücke ich, afterwards I have breakfast. Früh is early, ich stehe früh auf, I wake up early, as you see, ich stehe früh auf. Früher means in the past and it also means earlier, it means both. So früher mochte ich Fußball, which in this case here it means in the past I liked soccer, or I used to like soccer, for example. And du musst früher kommen, you have to come earlier. So here it is about earlier. Okay, depending on the situation, the person you're talking to, they will understand whether you mean in the past or earlier. Spät is late. Nina steht spät auf. Aufstehen, that's a separable verb. That's why you have the preposition here at the end. Okay, Nina steht spät auf. Später, ich mache das später. Okay, bald. Wir sehen uns bald. Okay? We also just very often say bis bald. It means see you soon. Bis bald, which means until soon, literally translated. But here wir sehen uns bald. We see each other soon. Vor means ago. Here, okay. Vor 5 Jahren war ich in Indien. 5 years ago I was in India. Vor 5 Jahren, which is ago. Okay. Good. So that was a chapter about Zeitadverbien und Zeitangaben. So there's quite a lot of vocabulary. Please study that all. And yeah, dann sehen wir uns im nächsten Kapitel. See you in the next chapter. Tschüss.
Das Wetter. Der Sonnenaufgang. Der Sonnenuntergang. Es ist schwül. Es ist Frühling. Es ist warm. Es ist bewölkt. Es ist heiter. Die Wolke. Es ist Sommer. Es ist trocken. Es ist sonnig. Es ist heiß. Die Sonne scheint. Die Wüste. Es brennt. Das Feuer. Schwitzen. Es ist Herbst. Es dämmert. Es ist windig. Es ist stürmisch. Der Sturm. Es regnet. Der Regen. Es blitzt. Der Blitz. Es ist nass. Es ist Winter. Der Schnee. Es ist kalt. Es schneit.
Hallo und willkommen zu diesem Kapitel. Hier geht es um das Perfekt. So this chapter is about das Perfekt. There is something similar in the English grammar, which is also called the perfect tense. However, it's similar, but it's not the same. It's not being used the same way as it is in the English language. So so that you just will be that you are just aware of that. So there will be more videos on the perfect or das perfect, because here you will learn basically everything you need about the German perfect tense, which has quite many rules. Okay, that's why I just separated it into several videos, so it will not be too overwhelming and not too much information. But we will start with the easiest parts about the perfect tense. So let's have a look here what that is exactly is. Okay, so Vergangenheitsform, that means it's a past tense. Okay, so we use that in order to talk about the past. Es wird mehr in der gesprochenen Sprache verwendet. So most of the time it's being used in the spoken language. Okay, so here's already like the big difference to how it is used in the English grammar. Okay, so the same, like the English perfect would be like I have done this or I have never done this, for example, which is when we talk about something about the past or about something that is just still happening until today, for example. In German we use it when we speak. This is the difference. The other past tense Präteritum is more used for the written language. Now here this one is for spoken language. When we speak and we talk about the past, we use perfect most of the time. So then, in der Vergangenheit passiert und könnte noch eine Auswirkung auf heute haben. Okay, so this is the similarity, or this is what it has in common with the English grammar. So this is also that something that happened in the past and could still have an effect on today, but it doesn't have to. So the most important thing for you to keep in mind that when you speak, we most of the time use the perfect tense. Okay. So let's see how we construct that. So here we need the verb haben for the perfect, okay, and then we need the Partizip 2, the participle 2. So it's basically exactly as it is in English. Like if you say I have, I don't know, I have gone to this place or so, right? So you also need have in English, and then you also use the participle 2 just like in German. And so haben and Partizip 2. Haben comes, as you will see in the next slides, haben comes on the second position in the sentence, right after usually the subject, could be also placed, but it's on the second position, and at the end of the sentence comes the participle 2. So it's not constructed, the sentence is not constructed as it is in English. Okay, in German it's different. And as you see here, for most verbs we use haben and Partizip 2. Well, like for most participle 2's, we need the verb haben. Then we have the other rule, which is sein and Partizip 2. So sein means to be, and here this is different than in English. So here we have Verben der Bewegung, verbs of movement. So verbs of movement is where you transport your body from A to B, let's say, like running, swimming, hiking, walking, jogging, things like that, like verbs of movement, okay? Because actually, like, almost everything is a movement. Cooking is a movement, but this is not the kind of movement we mean here, okay? It's about like the transportation of your body. It could be flying and so on, okay? That are verbs of movement. And then also some exceptions, of course, Ausnahmen. So verbs of movement, and then some exceptions which you will also learn here. These ones we use with sein when we speak in the perfect tense. So let's look at some concrete examples here. So regelmäßiges Partizip 2, the regular participle 2. So we are going to start the easy way. So how to construct the participle 2. This is the first thing that you need to learn here. So you use the stem of a verb. Right, first you take the stem, so you have to take away the en at the end of the verb. Usually it's en, sometimes it's just n, for example, or just m, usually en. You take it away, and at the beginning you put g, and at the end of the stem you add a t, okay? And this is then the participle 2. So let's see at some examples. So here we have lernen, which means to learn. So the stem is lern, right? So the participle 2 is gelernt. So you see you have the ge at the beginning, then the stem, and then comes the t at the end, gelernt. This is the participle 2. Ich habe Deutsch gelernt. I have studied German. Okay, ich habe, as you see, haben you have to conjugate. It comes in the second position. At the end of the sentence you put the participle 2. And the participle 2 never changes. No matter which personal pronoun you use it with, it always stays the same. Okay, it does not change. It's always the same form here. Okay, so ich habe Deutsch gelernt. I have studied German. kochen, for example, to cook. Koch, der Koch as a noun, and a person means the chef, the person who cooks. It's der Koch in German. So here it's just the stem. So Koch, and then the participle too is gekocht, as you see. Isabel hat eine Suppe gekocht. Isabel has cooked a soup. Or it could be also in English just Isabel cooked a soup. I just put it here also in the English perfect tense, so you see the similarities with haben or have, and here the participle too. And here also, Isabel hat eine Suppe gekocht. Spielen, to play. Spiel is here the stem. Das Spiel as a noun is the game. Okay, das Spiel, or also the match. So spielen, to play, and gespielt, this is here the participle too. So Stefan hat Fußball gespielt. Stefan or Stefan has played soccer. Or in English you would rather say played soccer. So Stefan hat Fußball gespielt. Okay, haben in the second position, and at the end comes the participle too. Okay, haben, you have to conjugate the normal way. So here ich habe, Isabel, which is then sie, she, hat, und Stefan, he, hat. Okay, gut. So the next one here is regelmäßiges Partizip 2 mit der Verbstammendung DTMN. Okay, so regular participle 2 with the stem ending DTMN. So here in this case, you have to add an additional E here. Okay, so G at the beginning, the stem, and then ET. It's again just for the pronunciation, so it's easier to pronounce the word. Okay, so here, reden, to talk, red is the stem, the ending is D at the end of the stem, so we have the participle 2 is geredet. Okay, otherwise it would be geredet with the DT, which is a little bit difficult to pronounce, so it's geredet. Okay, arbeiten, to work, Arbeit, die Arbeit as a noun is the work, but here it's just the stem, T at the end, so you say gearbeitet. Okay, gearbeitet. Atmen, to breathe, Atem, you have an M at the end of the stem, so here you also say geatmet. Okay, geatmet. Rechnen, here we have an N at the end of the stem, so it's gerechnet. Okay, so that are the regular participle too with those stem endings. Okay, later on you will see that there are also irregular ones, but here we just talk about the regular participle too. Okay, then something else. Here we have Verben mit der Endung iren, verbs with the ending iren. So in those cases, you just use the stem and then you add a T at the end. So here you don't put a G at the beginning. Okay, so it's just the stem and then the T. So for example, studieren, it's here in en also, but the whole ending is iren, studieren. So you have here the stem, studier, and then you add a T, okay, studiert. So you have to keep this in mind, okay, so it's not gestudiert, it's just studiert. So for example, studieren, usually most of the time studieren we use when you talk about somebody who goes to university and studies something there. So if I say ich studiere, it means that I go to university and study at university. It's not like to study in English where you just say, yeah, maybe I'm studying English and that this is just maybe in a language school, or I just do it on YouTube, or I don't know, I just teach it myself. This is studieren. Usually we use it when we go to university. Then we say ich studiere Mathematik, or if you say ich studiere English, it means you go to university and you study English at university to become an English teacher or so. Okay. Most of the time this is what we use it for. So here you say studier, okay, this is the stem, so you just add a T here. Unsere Tochter hat Medizin studiert. Our daughter has studied medicine, okay, and this means she went to university to study medicine there. Then we have kommunizieren. Okay, we actually have quite a number of verbs in German that end with iren. Studieren, kommunizieren, telefonieren, reparieren, and so on, okay. So here it's kommuniziert. Sie haben miteinander kommuniziert. They communicated with each other. Okay. Or here telefonieren, to talk with somebody on the phone. Sabine hat mit ihrer Nachbarin telefoniert. Okay. So here Sabine talked to her female neighbor on the phone. Nachbarin, because it has an in at the end, so it means it's a woman. Okay, with a female neighbor. In German, it's important to distinguish always whether it's a man or a woman. If it was a man, do you know what we would do here? We would just here take away the in and it would be Nachbar. Der Nachbar is the male neighbor, die Nachbarin is the female neighbor. Okay, so then you had a few rules here in this video. So please study that before you move to the next video about the perfect tense, because there are more, a little bit, let's say, maybe a little bit more difficult rules in the next part. So please make sure that you keep that you memorize everything that you have seen here. Write it down or practice a little bit, and then see you in the next video. Tschüss! Hallo und willkommen zum zweiten Video über das Thema Perfekt. So this is the second part of the perfect videos, and so the perfect as perfect from the German grammar, not the perfect video. So here we have a regelmäßiges Partizip 2 mit sein. So we have here regular participle 2 verbs with the verb sein. So here you will see that you will see some verbs of movement as I explained before, but you will also see the exceptions. So here are also verbs that are not verbs of movement, so where you don't transport your body from A to B, but the exceptions also. So it will be very good if you could memorize and study those, okay? Also the vocabulary. So here the first verb is aufwachen. Aufwachen means to wake up. If you say, for example, to wake somebody up, it would be aufwecken. I would say, ich wecke dich auf, I wake you up. To wake up here, aufwachen is just if you wake up yourself. If you say, I wake up at 7, ich wache 7 Uhr auf, for example. Okay, so aufwachen, it's a separable verb. And later on in the next part, or in the next video about the perfect tense, you will see how we do this exactly. Okay, so here you just have the verbs, so you know we form them with the sein in the perfect tense. So here, ist früh aufgewacht. Okay, so again you have sein conjugated in the second position, and at the end of the sentence comes the participle to, aufgewacht. So you see already with the separable verbs we have the ge right after the prefix. But don't worry, in the next video about the perfect you will learn that a little bit, like more extensive. So ist früh aufgewacht, he woke up early. Auswandern, to emigrate. Die Familie ist nach Brasilien ausgewandert. So auswandern, to emigrate, it's also a separable verb. You could actually consider that as a verb of movement because you're transporting your body from one country, let's say, to another. Okay? Die Familie ist nach Brasilien ausgewandert. Jemandem begegnen, so with the M here, jemandem, that means that it's a dative verb. Okay, begegnen, to come across someone. Ich bin ihm begegnet. I came across him. Ich bin ihm begegnet. So here you see you have to, the person you come across is the dative object in the sentence. That's why you have ihm here with an M. Okay, ich bin ihm begegnet. Explodieren, to explode. Die Bombe ist explodiert. So here you see it's not a verb of movement, but it's one of the exceptions. So die Bombe ist explodiert. Jemandem folgen, here in M again it means it's a dative verb. Folgen is actually also a verb of movement because you follow somebody or somebody follows you or whatsoever. So it's here, sie sind dem Geruch gefolgt. They followed the smell. Sie sind dem Geruch gefolgt. Okay. How would you say that if it was she followed the smell? What would it be like here? Maybe you can think for a moment. It would be sie ist dem Geruch gefolgt. Okay, then would it be singular? We would be talking about her. Here we talk about them. Sie sind dem Geruch gefolgt. Klettern, to climb. Ihr seid auf den Berg geklettert. You climbed the mountain. Ihr seid, okay, auf den Berg geklettert. Landen, to land. Wir sind 15 Uhr gelandet. Okay, we landed at 3 p.m. Then reisen, to travel. Meine Schwester ist viel gereist. My sister has traveled a lot. Meine Schwester ist viel gereist. Wandern, also a verb of movement. Früher sind sie täglich gewandert. Okay. So please study those verbs and also their participle twos, and then we move to the next slide. Here we have unregelmäßiges Partizip 2 mit sein. So here we have irregular participle 2 with sein. So let's have a look here. It's also later on you will learn the regular, irregular. Well, regular you have already, the irregular and the mixed participle twos, okay? For now, what you need to know here that with those verbs you use them with the sein. Later on we will learn it more specifically how to formulate the irregular and the mixed participle twos and what the rules are. So here bleiben, to stay, it's not a verb of movement, but it's one of the exceptions, okay? Es ist so geblieben, it stayed like that. Es ist so geblieben. So bleiben becomes geblieben. So you see already I here, EI changes to IE. So then you see it's irregular. But okay, so you just know. I will explain further in the next slides. So fahren, to drive, that's a verb of movement. Inge ist nach Hamburg gefahren. Okay, Inge ist nach Hamburg gefahren. Fallen. Franz ist vom Stuhl gefallen. Okay, so this is also considered a verb of movement, just as fliegen. Wir sind nach Köln geflogen. Gehen, ihr seid nach Hause gegangen. Okay, ihr seid nach Hause gegangen. Kommen, die Gäste sind zu spät gekommen. Okay, so always here sein in the first position, at the end participle to. Okay, here die Gäste, even though there are two words here, but it still counts as position one because we're just talking about the same. It's just a subject here, so it's an article and the noun, but it's still both are position one. Okay, because it's not like D here is a indication of place or time or so. It belongs to the subject. Laufen, to run or to walk. Die Pferde sind in den Stall gelaufen. Okay, here you have the translation. It's very good to study the vocabulary also. And sein, which is to be. Dein Onkel ist noch nie in Singapur gewesen. So you see the participle to of sein ist gewesen. Okay, and then sein, here you have to conjugate the normal way. Springen, considered as a verb of movement. Der Junge ist in die Pfütze gesprungen. Okay, so you see here also here the stem changes from spring to sprung. Okay, but we will look at that closer. So that were the verbs with sein. Please study them. Of course, we have more, but since we're here on the A1 level, so of course we cannot look at all verbs because there will be probably too many. But for the A1 level, that are like the most important ones that you need. Okay. So here we have unregelmäßiges Partizip 2 ohne Vokalwechsel, which is ohne Vokalwechsel means without vowel change. Okay, in the next slide you will see the irregular participle 2 with a vowel change. Okay, so here it's without a vowel change, which would be easier than the next one, the next slide. So here you need also ge, the stem, and then an en. Okay, so this is now irregular. The regular one had just a T at the end. The irregular one has an EN. Okay, so this is the difference between the regular and the irregular participle 2. It has an EN instead of a T at the end. So here, for example, backen, to bake, is gebacken. As you see, you have ge at the beginning, you have the stem, and then you have an EN instead of a T. So it's not gebackt. Okay, it's gebacken. Tina hat einen Kuchen gebacken. Braten, to fry, gebraten. Die Köche haben leckeren Fisch gebraten. Okay. Essen, to eat, gegessen, as you see here. Okay. Gegessen. And yeah, so this is a little bit even more irregular because you add another G here, gegessen. Okay. Wir haben alle Waffeln gegessen. Fangen, to catch, gefangen. Okay. And there is also not a specific rule when you can recognize or why a certain verb is regular or irregular in or mixed, as you will learn also later on, and as the participle 2. Okay, you will just have to learn it by heart. So it's nothing like a rule that all verbs that start with an E or an F are irregular, for example. There is not such a rule. Or all verbs that have something to do with eating or something like that, or playing. Okay, you would have to learn that by heart. So, fangen, gefangen. Sein Hund hat den Ball gefangen. If you like, you can also repeat the sentences that I'm reading, just to practice the pronunciation a little bit. Geben, gegeben. Okay, ich habe dir viele Geschenke gegeben. Halten, gehalten. Carolina hat eine schwere Box in ihren Händen gehalten. Lesen und gelesen. Wir haben schon sehr viele Bücher gelesen. So you see the stem here always stays the same in the participle too. Here it's not changing. Messen, gemessen. Christian hat gemessen, wie groß das Zimmer ist. So here we have a main clause and a subclause. Okay, so here you have to keep the participle 2 and the verb haben, or if it is sein, you have to keep it in the same part of the sentence. Okay, so here this is the main clause, and after the comma, wie groß das Zimmer ist. So here's the rest. We don't put neither the verb haben or sein or the participle 2. It has stayed together in the same part of the sentence. Okay, which is here the main clause and here the subclause after the comma. Raten, to advise or to guess, geraten. Deine Mutter hat dir geraten, einen Regenschirm mitzunehmen. So as you see here also, it has to stay together in the same part of the sentence. Deine Mutter hat dir geraten, this is the main clause. Okay, and here's the subclause. The main clause can just, here could be a dot and it would still make sense. Deine Mutter hat dir geraten, like your mother advised you, right? But here the subclause, einen Regenschirm mitzunehmen, this is not a full clause. It wouldn't make any sense if it was just by itself, okay? It would just mean here to take an umbrella. So to take an umbrella without any subject or anything else just doesn't make sense by itself. That's why it's the subclause here, okay? So then the next page here, or the next slide, unregelmäßiges Partizip 2 ohne Vokalwechsel. Okay, here's another one, also without vowel change. So here it's just for you to learn some more vocabulary. Okay, schlafen, geschlafen. Okay, dann meine Großeltern haben immer sehr wenig geschlafen. Schlagen, to hit, geschlagen. Dein Neffe hatte meine Nichte geschlagen. Okay. So that might happen. Okay, dann sehen, gesehen. Wir haben in Deutschland viele Schlösser gesehen. Und tragen, getragen. Gestern hat Patricia eine gelbe Hose getragen. Waschen, gewaschen. Du hast deine Socken selten gewaschen. Okay, so I hope it will not smell too bad here. Okay, good. So that was the second video about the perfect tense. And there will be a last one, okay? One more video about the perfect tense, and then you're through with that for now, okay? So please study all the vocabulary, the participle twos, and the rules before you continue with the next part of the of the perfect videos or the videos about the perfect tense. And ja, dann wünsche ich dir noch viel Erfolg und Spaß und wir sehen uns im nächsten Video. Tschüss.
Hallo, das ist das letzte Video zu dem Thema Perfekt. So this is the last video about the perfect tense. And let's have a look at what we have here. So as you can see, unregelmäßiges Partizip 2 mit Vokalwechsel. Okay, so that are here irregular participle twos with the vowel change. So let's have a look at what that is. Okay, so here we have, as usual, the participle 2 that starts with the ge, then comes the stem, but in this case the vowel changes. Okay, so there are cases where it doesn't change. Most of the time it does, and then at the end comes an en here. Since it is irregular, you always have an en at the end. So let's have a look at some of them. They are more irregular participle twos that have a change in their vowel, but that are like the most important ones, and like the ones that you also often use when you speak. And so let's have a look at them. Okay, so here we have brechen, which means to break. So as you see here, the participle 2 changes to gebrochen. So brech changes to broch. Okay, so the vowel E changes to the vowel O here. Der Athlet hat sein Bein gebrochen, for example. Okay, he has broken his leg. Hat sein Bein gebrochen. So it's always here haben, and you have to put it on position 2. It's position 2, although here 2 words, maybe you would think it's position 3, but it counts like here, der Athlet, it's position 1 because those 2 words here are talking about the subject. Okay, der Athlet, although it's an article, but it just belongs together. And then at the end comes the participle 2. Gelten, gegolten. So you see here, Geld changes to Gold. The E changes to an O. Diese Regel hat früher nicht gegolten. Helfen changes to geholfen. Okay, helf to holf. Der Lehrer hat seinen Schülern geholfen. Nehmen, genommen. Now this is even more irregular, as you see. So it's not just that the vowel changes, but the H disappears, and then you have a double M here instead. Okay, this is quite irregular here, even more irregular than the normal irregular participle 2. Wir haben etwas genommen. Schmelzen, to melt, changes to geschmolzen. Das Eis ist geschmolzen. The ice cream melted. Also, it could be ice could be ice cream, but ice could be just the ice. So we also use it, das Eis ist geschmolzen. For example, if there are 2 people who are seeing each other for the first time and then they start having a conversation, then we also say das Eis ist geschmolzen, oder das Eis ist gebrochen. We also say like the ice is broken. This is how we also say it in German. But usually it's geschmolzen. Then sprechen, to speak, gesprochen. Diese Frau hat über dich gesprochen. Stechen changes to gestochen. Die Wespe hat Klaus gestochen. Sterben, to die, gestorben. Okay, sein Trainer ist gestorben. So you would just have kind of learned it by heart here. Okay, and treffen changes to getroffen. Wir haben uns gestern Nachmittag getroffen. If you like, of course, you can repeat the sentences just to getting used to the pronunciation and to practice that actually. Okay, you can always pause the video, for example. You can, of course, learn as you like, whenever and wherever and however, okay, with those online courses. So, werfen, to throw, changes to geworfen. Der Spieler hat den Ball geworfen. Okay, so please study this chart. There are a lot of words that you use or need when you speak. Then we have gemischtes Partizip 2, mixed participle 2. So it's called mixed because it has something from the regular and something from the irregular participle twos. So basically it is just another group of irregular participle two. So let's have a look at how that works. So here we have brennen, for example, and it changes to gebrannt. So you see the stem is changing, but at the end we have a T. Okay, so this is the irregular part because the vowel changes, but this is the regular part here because you have a T at the end instead of an EN. So it's not completely irregular, it's mixed. Okay, something from the irregular, something from the regular here. So bringen changes to gebracht. Der Kellner hat das Essen gebracht. Okay, denken und gedacht. Der Lehrer hat viel gedacht. Kennen und gekannt, wir haben viele Menschen gekannt. Und mögen changes to gemocht, ich habe früher Schokolade gemocht. Wissen, gewusst, diese Ärztin hat viel gewusst. Okay, wiss changes to wuss. So also please study this. We have more mixed participle twos, but this is like one of the important ones for the A1 level. Then here we have nicht trennbare Verben and Partizip 2. So I hope you remember the chapter that in which we learned about the not separable and the separable verbs and what that are. So here we have some specific rules, of course, as it always is in the German language. So whenever you have a not separable verb, like here beginnen, right? You have here the prefix be, so that belongs to the group of the not separable verbs. So in this case here, you don't add the prefix ge as you have learned it so far for the participle twos. Okay, so you keep the prefix of the verb, it just stays there. Then you add the stem, and at the end T or EN. So this group here with the participle twos of not separable verbs, they can be regular, irregular, and mixed also. Okay, that's why you have either a T or EN depending on whether it's regular, irregular, or mixed. Can be all three. With those not separable verbs. So here you have beginnen and it changes to begonnen. So this one here is irregular. It's an irregular not separable verb in the participle too. So you keep the prefix be. Here the stem changes because it's irregular. Gin changes to gon, and then at the end you have an en, which is the irregular ending. Okay, das Spiel hat begonnen. Besuchen changes to besucht. So this one here, maybe you can think, is that regular, irregular, or mixed? In this case here, it is regular because the stem does not change and you have a T at the end. So Hannah hat ihren Bruder im Krankenhaus besucht. Erklären changes to erklärt. Sie hat es dir noch nie erklärt. Okay, so as you see here, this one is also regular. The stem does not change, it has a T at the end. Empfehlen changes to empfohlen. So what is this here? Regular, irregular, mixed? It is irregular, right? The stem changes and you have an EN at the end. Geschehen, to happen. Geschehen in the participles two stays exactly the same. Nothing changes. Geschehen stays geschehen. So you have here the prefix ge for this verb here. The stem does not change and you have an en. So We have irregular verbs. Most of the time, as I told you, they change in their stem, the irregular verbs, but there are also some, a few, not too many, which just don't change in their stem, like this one here, geschehen. It's still irregular, but the stem is not changing. It would be regular if it was geschieht, for example, if there was a T at the end, but it does not work here with this verb, okay? So you always just have this one version of the participle to, it cannot change to geschieht or geschot or anything. It's geschehen. This is fixed, okay? This participle to does not change. Es ist nichts geschehen, nothing happened. Gewinnen changes to gewonnen. Okay, it's irregular. Win changes to won. You have an en at the end. Du hast eine Auszeichnung gewonnen. Verdienen changes to verdient. This is irregular because the stem does not change and it has a T at the end. Jutta hat letztes Jahr viel Geld verdient. Vergessen, it stays vergessen as the participle to. Okay, so you see here also it's irregular because it has an en at the end and the stem stays the same, so it's one of the exceptions. Okay, just like geschehen, here it does not change. Vergessen, ich habe das total vergessen, I totally forgot that. Verlieren changes to verloren, it's also irregular, the stem changes, it has an en at the end. Susanne hat wieder ihre Schlüssel verloren. I know this one. So, verstehen changes to verstanden. Okay, also irregular. Ich habe nichts verstanden. I hope this is not what you are going to say after watching this chapter. Okay, you can say ich habe alles verstanden. I've understood everything. Okay, in case it is that you have not understood anything, like ich habe nichts verstanden, maybe you could watch this video again. Okay. So then we have this other group, trennbare Verben, Partizip 2. So I hope you remember the separable verbs, which means that you have to separate them once you start conjugating them. So the prefix comes at the end of the sentence in the normal case. Okay, here we have to form the participle to of the separable verbs. So this is a little bit special here. Okay, so you need to keep the prefix of the separable verb at the very beginning of the participle to. Then you add the second participle, the second prefix ge, then comes the stem, and then comes a T or en at the end. So the stem either can be regular or irregular. So I mean the separable verbs, the participle to of the separable verbs, they can be, again, just as in the previous slide, they can be regular, irregular, or mixed. Okay, so it depends on whether they have a T or en at the end. So let's have a look at some examples. So aufmachen changes to aufgemacht. So you see you have first the prefix as here, it just stays at the beginning. Then after the prefix comes the second prefix, the ge for the participle to. Then you have the stem, and then you have a T at the end, aufgemacht. Okay, so this one here is regular because the stem doesn't change and it has a T at the end. Der Verkäufer hat den Laden aufgemacht. Mitbringen, to bring with, mitgebracht. Okay, the stem here, as you see, is changing and it has a T at the end. What does that mean? It means that it's mixed, okay, because the stem is different and it has a T at the end. Mitgebracht. Ich habe die Zutaten mitgebracht. Anrufen, angerufen. So you see here, it almost stays exactly the same. You just have the ge here after the first prefix, angerufen. Der Chef hat Herrn Schneider angerufen. Aufstehen, to stand up or to get up, aufgestanden. Okay, Tobias ist spät aufgestanden. Good. So that was the last video about the perfect tense. Yeah, so please make sure that you really understand how this participle to is being constructed with the regular, irregular, and mixed, and also with those separable and not separable verbs. And okay, I know there is quite a few things to study and to learn with those 3 videos about the perfect tense, but as I've told you, we use the perfect tense when we speak, so it's actually very, very useful to study that, because you will hear it a lot when you speak with Germans, especially with Germans who speak about the past. So because most of the time we would use the perfect tense. Gut, dann viel Erfolg beim Lernen. I wish you lots of success studying. Und wir sehen uns im nächsten Video. Bye.
Orientierung in der Stadt. Die Stadt. Das Tor. Der Zaun. Das Dach. Der Baum. Der See. Der Berg. Die Wolke. Die Feuerwehr. Das Feuerwehrauto, der Feuerwehrwagen. Die Bushaltestelle. Der Bahnhof. Der Wolkenkratzer.
Der Stadtplan. Entschuldigen Sie bitte, wissen Sie, wo die nächste Bäckerei ist? Ja, Sie müssen geradeaus laufen und an der ersten Ampel nach rechts, dann an der ersten Kreuzung nach links.
Hallo, in diesem Kapitel geht es um das Präteritum. This chapter is about the Präteritum. It's also called imperfect in the German language. So this is very similar to the English simple past. You have learned already the perfect tense, which is more used for spoken language. Now Präteritum is used for written language. This is the main difference between these two, okay? So Präteritum, we don't use that so often when we speak. But let's have a look here. Die Erklärung, the explanation. So as I've just mentioned, we use it most of the time for written language, okay? And abgeschlossene Aktion in der Vergangenheit and also for completed action in the past. Okay, so if something is completely over, it has no influence on today or it's not continuing anymore, then we use the Präteritum. Also when we speak, actually, if something is definitely over, you can also use that. Then aufeinanderfolgende Aktionen in der Vergangenheit, gesprochene Sprache, so consecutive actions in the past, then we would also use it in the spoken language. So let's say you witnessed an accident and then the police is asking you, so what happened? And so in this case you would have consecutive actions. For example, you can say like he got off the car and called the police and so on. So there you would also use the Präteritum even though you are speaking. Okay, this is like the typical situations when you use the Präteritum, but as I said, the main difference between the perfect and Präteritum is that the Präteritum is used for the written language and the perfect is used for spoken language, okay, like most of the time. Of course, there are always exceptions, but you will need to actually like speaking or being among Germans and hearing the German language, and then you will get a feeling. Okay, there are certain verbs that you will see here also that we always use in the Präteritum, or almost always, even when we speak. So let's have a look at here the construction, die Bildung. Okay. You see Bildung has an ung at the end, so do you know which gender it is? It is female, okay? Ung is a typical female ending. So here we have regelmäßige Verben, so regular verbs and how to construct the regular verbs. In German grammar, we also say schwache Verben, which means weak verbs, okay, because they are regular, so they are weak, and we actually say strong verbs for the irregular ones. Okay, so yeah, this is German culture. So it's they are weak because they're regular. They're just too easy. So here for the A1 level, you just need the to know how to conjugate the regular verbs in the Präteritum. Later on, you will learn the strong, the difficult, and the irregular conjugation of the Präteritum verbs and the verbs in the Präteritum. But here let's have a look at lernen, for example. That's a regular verb. What you have to do for the conjugation is taking away the en and then work with the stem. So you have here the stem in black, and then you have the endings for the Präteritum. So you see here, ich lernte, it means I studied or I learned. Okay, ich lernte. Du lerntest, you add a test here at the end. Okay, du lerntest is like you learned. Sie, es lernte. Here, this is the ending for that. He learned. Wir lernten. You see a 10 here. Ihr lerntet und sie lernten. Okay. Sie also, if it was formal, when you talk to somebody in the formal way, to one or several people, of course, then it would be the same conjugation as here, as this one. So just some examples. Damals lernte ich Französisch. So back then, damals is back then, I learned French or studied French. Letztes Jahr lernte nicht. Last year he didn't study. Okay, so this is over. It has no effect on today. Letztes Jahr is last year, and he didn't study last year, but this year he is. So this is then in the Präteritum, it's over. Okay, just as here, damals, back then, it was like that. Maybe not now anymore. So good. And then we have those two verbs, Hilfsverben, we also call them. We use haben to have and sein to be, actually almost always in the Präteritum when we speak. Okay, although we usually use the perfect for spoken language, but these two verbs we actually almost always use in the Präteritum. Okay, so here they are irregular, but here in this chapter, in this in the A1 level, we are just going to learn these two in the Präteritum. So I will read them and you can repeat. Okay, ich hatte, du hattest, sie, es hatte, wir hatten, ihr hattet und sie hatten. Okay, here an example. Ann-Kathrin hatte Haustiere. Ann-Kathrin had pets or used to have pets. And then sein, to be. So let's go through the conjugation. Ich war, du warst, sie, es war, wir waren, ihr wart und sie waren. Okay, please study these two conjugations. We use them very often. It's very useful. And here an example. Patrick war hungrig. Patrick was hungry. Okay, war hungrig. Okay, good. So that's already it about the Präteritum. As I've already mentioned, in the A2 level and B1, you will learn more about the Präteritum and the irregular verbs or the irregular conjugations in the Präteritum. So for now, yeah, you can just enjoy that it's still simple, okay? And before you move to the A2 level, please make sure that you cover everything from the A1 level, because it's building up on one level on the other, okay? If you study everything thoroughly right from the beginning, later on you will have to struggle less, okay? Because the Präteritum is coming back. Okay, dann viel Spaß beim Lernen, enjoy studying, and ja, bis zum nächsten Mal. Tschüss.
Die Wohnungssuche. Guten Tag, mein Name ist Becker. Ich habe Ihre Wohnungsanzeige in der Zeitung gesehen und interessiere mich sehr für diese Wohnung. Ist sie noch zu haben? Guten Tag, Frau Becker. Hier spricht Andrea Land. Welche Wohnung meinen Sie genau? Wir bieten mehrere an. Die 3-Zimmer-Wohnung in der Goethestraße 5 im 3. Stock. Ah, okay, super. Ja, diese Wohnung ist noch frei. Sie hat 100 Quadratmeter, 3 Schlafzimmer, 2 Bäder und einen großen Balkon. Hat die Wohnung auch einen Abstellraum und einen Keller? Ja, natürlich. Der Keller ist 10 Quadratmeter groß. Ihnen stehen auch 2 Parkplätze zur Verfügung. Was für einen Boden hat sie? Parkett und im Bad haben sie Fliesen. Klasse. Können wir einen Besichtigungstermin ausmachen? Natürlich. Wann haben Sie denn Zeit? Morgen Nachmittag um 15 Uhr. Passt Ihnen das? Ja, das ist perfekt. Wissen Sie, wie Sie dorthin kommen? Ja, die Wohnung ist nur 2 Minuten zu Fuß von uns entfernt. Toll, dann treffen wir uns morgen um 15 Uhr beim Eingang des Gebäudes. Spitze, ich freue mich. Dann bis morgen und noch einen schönen Tag. Danke ebenso. Bis morgen. Auf Wiederhören.
Hallo, in diesem Kapitel geht es um den Komparativ. Also Komparativ auf Englisch ist the comparative. Und wie du schon hier auch im Englischen siehst, es geht um Vergleiche. So here it is about comparisons. So let's have a look at this chart here. As you see, we have here Positiv, Komparativ und Superlativ. So we have 3 forms in order to compare something. It is the same in the English language. It's just that we do it a little bit different, of course, in German. So let's start with the word gut. Gut here in here the red part means good or well in English. And then here the first example in the positive form, it is du kochst gut. Okay, it's just you cook well. In German, we don't have this difference between good and well. We just say gut in both cases. Okay, there is a difference in English and German. There isn't. It's just one word for both. So you see here, du kochst gut, you cook well. That's the positive form. So here we're not comparing. It's just a sentence here without comparison. Now the comparative form is Petra kocht besser. So gut is irregular here. So you see, but in English it's the same. It's also irregular. It's good or well, and then better. And in German it's besser. Petra kocht besser means Petra cooks better. Okay, that's the comparative form. So she could be that she's cooking better than you here, or I, or whoever in this case. Okay, and then the superlative form. Here is the Jana kocht am besten. So Jana cooks best, or she cooks the best. Okay, it's am besten. That's the superlative. It means it's like let's say the top, the best of all. Okay, so good, better, and the best. So this is the positive, comparative, and the superlative form. Okay, so let's have a look at more. So here we're starting with the irregular ones actually, but we use them very often. Okay, so gern means gladly or like doing something. This is gern. Okay, so for example, if you say ich jogge gerne, it means I like jogging. But gerne is not a verb like here in English, the like. Okay, it just means I gladly jog, although you would not say it in English this way, but this is the German way of saying that. So ich jogge gerne actually means I like jogging. Okay, and then we have sie joggt lieber. She likes jogging more. She rather jogs. It could mean both. Okay, sie joggt lieber. So either it's the comparative form, like she likes jogging more than somebody else, or it just could mean she rather jogs, sie joggt lieber, she rather jogs instead of sitting at home, for example. So could be both here. Okay, so gern, lieber. And then the superlative form is ich spiele am liebsten Tennis. I like playing tennis the most, okay? Am liebsten. So you see here, it's always the am at the beginning, okay? And at the end, we have sten, am liebsten, am besten. You will see more examples, okay? So gerne, we also say it, for example, if somebody says, danke, or like thank you, and you can answer bitte, which we often say. You can also answer gerne. We often do this also, just saying instead of bitte for you are welcome, we also often say gerne, like it was a pleasure to help or to do this and that. This is kind of what it means. Okay. Then the next one is viel or viele. I hope you remember the difference between those two. Actually, it's written down here. Okay, so viele is many, viel is much. Viele is something you can count, and viel is something which is not countable. Okay, ich habe viel Hunger. I have a lot of hunger. Okay, ich habe viel Hunger. This is something you cannot count. Here, hier sind viele Leute, here are many people. Okay, so this is the positive form. We're not comparing anything here. And then we have the comparative form. It would be, du hast mehr Hunde, you have more dogs. Oder dort sind mehr Leute, there are more people. Okay, so mehr, this is the comparative form. Viel, viele, and mehr. For both cases we use mehr. For viel and for viele. Then we have Jens hat am meisten Hunger. So Jens has the most hunger, or is hungry, is the most hungry. Okay, so Jens hat am meisten Hunger, most of all. Or here in this case you can also say, in dieser Stadt sind am meisten Leute oder sind die meisten Leute, like the most people, sind die meisten Leute, like let's say they're living the most people. Okay, in dieser Stadt sind die meisten Leute oder sind am meisten Leute. Okay, both work here. So this is like the superlative, the maximum, let's say. Okay, so that is just for you to learn some important words here in the comparative and superlative form. Then we have here adjectives and adverbs. So just as you saw in the page before, but this one is here regular, or let's say like the typical way how we do it. So schön is nice and or beautiful. As you see here, dieses Zimmer ist schön, and the comparative form is mein Zimmer ist schöner. So what you do is just hanging an er at the end. It's actually exactly the same as in English. So here you have the nicest, this room is nice, and my room is nicer. You see in English you also have this er at the end for the comparative form, so that is actually a help. And then we have dein Zimmer ist am schönsten, your room is the nicest, so we always use am for the superlative form, and then we add sten at the end. Okay, am schönsten, you have schön, here you have this adjective, and then you add sten at the end. Okay, it's the nicest, the superlative form. Schlau means smart or intelligent. Kerstin ist schlau. Laura ist schlauer, so you see you're adding an er. Und Nina ist am schlausten, Nina is the smartest. Okay, so schlau, and then you see you hang the sten at the end. And again, this is the superlative form. Then the next is schnell, which means fast. Du läufst schnell, okay, you walk fast. Er läuft schneller, er again. Und Patrick läuft am schnellsten. You have sten here again at the end, as you see. Okay, so this is how we form the comparative and comparative and superlative form. So this is what you need to keep in mind. Comparative er, and here this one sten at the end. Good. Then we have here Umlaut, sehr oft bei einsilbigen Adjektiven und Adverbien. So very often with monosyllabic adjectives and adverbs. Maybe you remember this, we have seen something similar for the plural forms, like monosyllabic nouns in the plural form often also have an umlaut, like die Hand, the hand, and the plural is die Hände, or die Maus, in the plural it's die Mäuse. Okay, this is something similar here, but in this case it's not about the plural, it's about the comparative and superlative form. So whenever the adjective or the adverb ends with d, ts, or z, we add esten. So not just sten, as you have seen here. We just had sten. In these cases, you add esten with an additional e. It's again just for the pronunciation. Okay, maybe you remember this similar rule also for verbs that have a t or a d at the end of the stem. You also need to add an additional e for the conjugation of certain personal pronouns. Okay, so here it is repeating again. Okay, because it's for the pronunciation, it's just easier than to say those words. So we have here alt for old, and then the comparative form is älter. You see the a is changing to an a umlaut because it's a monosyllabic adjective here. So alt, älter, und am ältesten, it has a t at the end. That's why we have to add esten here. Am ältesten. Then we have arm. Der Arm means the arm as a noun, and Arm here as an adjective means poor. Okay, Arm also monosyllabic, so we add an A umlaut here. Arm, ärmer, am ärmsten. Here we have an M at the end, not a D, T, S, or Z, so that's why we just have a sten here at the end. Arm, ärmer, am ärmsten. Hart, härter, am härtesten. Here it ends with a T, so we add an additional E here. Hart, härter, am härtesten. Kalt, kälter, am kältesten. Here we have a T at the end. That's why we need to add esten at the end. It's similar in English, like you see the coldest, you add est at the end in English. In German we have sten or esten. Then the next one here is lang, länger, am längsten. Again, monosyllabic, that's why we have an A umlaut. And here sten. Nah, näher, am nächsten. This is irregular here. So nah means close, näher, closer. You have an A umlaut here. And then the superlative form is am nächsten. Now we have a CH here. So actually you hear the H when you say this word, am nächsten. Here you don't hear it, it's just nah und näher. Okay, there is no H that you can hear. Here you do hear it because we have put the C here. Nächsten. Okay. Then oft, öfter, am öftesten. Again, here is a T at the end, so we add esten. And then we have scharf, schärfer, am schärfsten. Okay, scharf can mean sharp and it also means spicy depending on the situation. Okay, scharf, schärfer, am schärfsten. And like the English form with more often, like more or the most, we don't really have this in German. We just add this ER here or esten or sten at the end, okay? Because in English there's this rule, if you have adjectives or adverbs that are that have 3 syllables or longer, you add more, like intelligent, which intelligent has 4 syllables. You would say he is intelligent, she is more intelligent, and he is the most intelligent, right? Like the more and the most. In German we don't have this. We would just say intelligent, intelligenter, am intelligentesten. Okay, so we would not say mehr intelligent, which is more intelligent. We don't have this in German. So then here a few more. So it's good just to repeat here the the adjectives also, and I will just read them. Maybe you can repeat. Okay, so schwach, schwächer, am schwächsten, stark, stärker, am stärksten, warm, wärmer, am wärmsten, groß, größer, am größten. Here an irregular one, hoch, höher, am höchsten. Okay, here for the comparative we just have an H without a C here, so we don't pronounce the H, we don't hear it when we say it. It's höher, hoch, here you hear the H, höher und am höchsten. Dumm, dümmer, am dümmsten. Jung, jünger, am jüngsten. Und klug, klüger, am klügsten. Und kurz, kürzer, am kürzesten. Here it ends with a Z, so we have to say kürzesten here with esten at the end. Okay, good. And then here, the last page, here we have the symbol, das Gleichzeichen, in German Gleichzeichen. This is, if we compare something and both are the same, and here we have like either it's more or less, better or worse, and so on. Okay, so let's have a look at this one here. Ich tanze genauso gerne wie du. Okay, it means I like dancing as much as you. So this as much as in German is genauso wie. Okay, ich tanze genauso gerne wie du. Genauso gerne. Okay, gerne, as you hopefully remember, means that you like doing something, right? So, genauso gerne wie du. Tanja hat genauso viele Bücher wie Lea. Okay, Tanja has as many books as Lea. So, genauso wie is this as in English. Genauso viele Bücher wie Lea. She has as many books as Lea. Lars ist genauso schnell wie Julia. Lars is as fast as Julia. Genauso wie. Okay? So, and then here, Andreas spielt besser Fußball als Philipp. So Andreas plays better soccer than. So here this better than is besser als. This als is than. Okay, als has also other meanings, but for now let's just focus on here on the comparative form. Okay, Andreas spielt besser Fußball als Philipp. Dein Haus ist größer als sein Haus. Okay, your house is bigger than his house. Größer als. Sein Hamster ist kleiner als ihr Hamster. his hamster is smaller than her hamster. Okay, luckily here the sentence structure is the same as in English. So as you see also here, Andreas spielt besser Fußball als Philipp. Andreas plays better soccer than Philip. It's exactly the same sentence structure here with those comparative sentences. Okay, this makes life much easier, I would say, because here you don't have to think too much about where to put the object, or is there an object or not. It's the same as in English here, the sentence structure. Okay, and and here also, right, here you have exactly the same structure in those sentences. Good. So please learn all the adjectives that you have learned here and the forms for the comparative. It will be even more important in the A2 level. But of course, it's good if you study this now already, then you have less work later on. And because there will be, of course, more new subjects in the A2 level. So ja, viel Erfolg beim Lernen und wir sehen uns und hören uns im nächsten Video. Tschüss! Hallo! In diesem Kapitel geht es um den Komparativ. Also Komparativ auf Englisch ist the comparative. Und wie du schon hier auch im Englischen siehst, es geht um Vergleiche. So here it is about comparisons. So let's have a look at this chart here. As you see, we have here Positiv, Komparativ und Superlativ. So we have three forms in order to compare something. It is the same in the English language. It's just that we do it a little bit different, of course, in German. So let's start with the word gut. Gut here in here the red part means good or well in English. And then here the first example in the positive form, it is du kochst gut. Okay, it's just you cook well. In German, we don't have this difference between good and well. We just say gut in both cases. Okay, there is a difference in English and German. There isn't. It's just one word for both. So you see here, du kochst gut, you cook well. That's the positive form. So here we're not comparing. It's just it's just a sentence here without comparison. Now the comparative form is Petra kocht besser. So gut is irregular here. So you see, but in English it's the same. It's also irregular. It's good or well, and then better. And in German it's besser. Petra kocht besser means Petra cooks better. Okay, that's the comparative form. So she could be that she's cooking better than you here, or I, or whoever in this case. Okay, and then the superlative form. Here is the Jana kocht am besten. So Jana cooks best, or she cooks the best. Okay, it's am besten. That's the superlative. It means it's like let's say the top, the best of all. Okay, so good, better, and the best. So this is the positive, comparative, and the superlative form. Okay, so let's have a look at more. So here we're starting with the irregular ones actually, but we use them very often. Okay, so gern means gladly or like doing something. This is gern. Okay, so for example, if you say ich jogge gerne, it means I like jogging. But gerne is not a verb like here in English, the like. Okay, it just means I gladly jog, although you would not say it in English this way, but this is the German way of saying that. So ich jogge gerne actually means I like jogging. Okay, and then we have sie joggt lieber. She likes jogging more. She rather jogs. It could mean both. Okay, sie joggt lieber. So either it's the comparative form, like she likes jogging more than somebody else, or it just could mean she rather jogs, sie joggt lieber, she rather jogs instead of sitting at home, for example. So could be both here. Okay, so gern, lieber. And then the superlative form is ich spiele am liebsten Tennis. I like playing tennis the most. Okay, am liebsten. So you see here it's always the am at the beginning. Okay, and at the end we have sten, am liebsten, am besten. You will see more examples. Okay, so gerne, we also say it, for example, if somebody says danke, or like thank you, and you can answer bitte, which we often say. But you can also answer gerne. We often do this also, just saying instead of bitte for you are welcome, we also often say gerne, like it was a pleasure to help or to do this and that. This is kind of what it means. Okay, Then the next one is viel or viele. I hope you remember the difference between those two. Actually, it's written down here. Okay, so viele is many, viel is much. Viele is something you can count, und viel is something which is not countable. Okay, ich habe viel Hunger. I have a lot of hunger. Okay, ich habe viel Hunger. This is something you cannot count. Hier sind viele Leute, here are many people, okay? So this is the positive form, we're not comparing anything here. And then we have the comparative form, it would be, du hast mehr Hunde, you have more dogs. Oder dort sind mehr Leute, there are more people, okay? So mehr, this is the comparative form, viel, viele and mehr. For both cases we use mehr. For viel and for viele. Then we have Jens hat am meisten Hunger. So Jens has the most hunger, is the most hungry. Okay, so Jens hat am meisten Hunger, most of all. Or here in this case you can also say, in dieser Stadt sind am meisten Leute oder sind die meisten Leute, like the most people, sind die meisten Leute, like let's say they're living the most people. Okay, in dieser Stadt sind die meisten Leute oder sind am meisten Leute. Okay, both work here. So this is like the superlative, the maximum, let's say. Okay, so that is just for you to learn some important words here in the comparative and superlative form. Then we have here, adjectives and adverbs. So just as you saw in the page before, but this one is here regular, or let's say like the typical way how we do it. So schön is nice and or beautiful. As you see here, dieses Zimmer ist schön, and the comparative form is mein Zimmer ist schöner. So what you do is just hanging an er at the end. It's actually exactly the same as in English. So here you have the nicest, this room is nice, and my room is nicer. You see in English you also have this er at the end for the comparative form, so that is actually a help. And then we have dein Zimmer ist am schönsten, your room is the nicest, so we always use am for the superlative form, and then we add sten at the end. Okay, am schönsten, you have schön, here you have this adjective, and then you add sten at the end. Okay, it's the nicest, the superlative form. Schlau means smart or intelligent. Kerstin ist schlau. Laura ist schlauer, so you see you're adding an er. Und Nina ist am schlausten, Nina is the smartest. Okay, so schlau, and then you see you hang the sten at the end. And again, this is the superlative form. Then the next is schnell, which means fast. Du läufst schnell. Okay, you walk fast. Läuft schneller, er again. Und Patrick läuft am schnellsten. You have sten here again at the end, as you see. Okay, so this is how we form the comparative and comparative and superlative form. So this is what you need to keep in mind. Comparative er, and here this one sten at the end. Good. Then we have here Umlaut, sehr oft bei einsilbigen Adjektiven und Adverbien. So very often with monosyllabic adjectives and adverbs. Maybe you remember this, we have seen something similar for the plural forms, like monosyllabic nouns in the plural form often also have an Umlaut, like die Hand, the hand, and the plural is die Hände, or die Maus. In the plural, it's die Mäuse. Okay, this is something similar here, but in this case, it's not about the plural; it's about the comparative and superlative form. So, whenever the adjective or the adverb ends with d, ts, or z, we add esten. So not just sten, as you have seen here. We just had sten. In these cases, you add esten with an additional e. It's again just for the pronunciation. Okay, maybe you remember this similar rule also for verbs that have a t or a d at the end of the stem. You also need to add an additional e for the conjugation of certain personal pronouns. Okay, so here it is repeating again. Okay, because it's for the pronunciation, it's just easier than to say those words. So we have here alt for old, and then the comparative form is älter. You see the a is changing to an a umlaut because it's a monosyllabic adjective here. So alt, älter, und am ältesten, it has a t at the end. That's why we have to add esten here. Am ältesten. Then we have am Der Arm means the arm as a noun, and Arm here as an adjective means poor. Okay, Arm also monosyllabic, so we add an A umlaut here. Am ärmer, am ärmsten. Here we have an M at the end, not a D, T, S, or Z, so that's why we just have a sten here at the end. Am ärmer, am ärmsten. Hart, härter, am härtesten. Here it ends with a T, so we add an additional E here. Hart, härter, am härtesten. Kalt, kälter, am kältesten. Here we have a T at the end, that's why we need to add esten at the end. It's similar in English, like you see the coldest, you add est at the end in English. In German we have sten or esten. Then the next one here is lang, länger, am längsten. Again, monosyllabic, that's why we have an A umlaut. And here sten. Nah, näher, am nächsten. This is irregular here. So nah means close, näher, closer. You have an A umlaut here. And then the superlative form is am nächsten. Now we have a CH here. So actually you hear the H when you say this word, am nächsten. Here you don't hear it, it's just nah und näher. Okay, there is no H that you can hear. Here you do hear it because we have put the C here. Nächsten. Okay. Then oft, öfter, am öftesten. Again, here is a T at the end, so we add esten. And then we have scharf, schärfer, am schärfsten. Okay, scharf can mean sharp and it also means spicy depending on the situation. Okay, scharf, schärfer, am schärfsten. And like the English form, but more often, like more or the most, we don't really have this in German. We just add this ER here or esten or sten at the end, okay? Because in English there's this rule: if you have adjectives or adverbs that are that have 3 syllables or longer, you add more, like intelligent, which intelligent has 4 syllables. You would say he is intelligent, she is more intelligent, and he is the most intelligent, right? Like the more and the most. In German we don't have this. We would just say intelligent, intelligenter, am intelligentesten. Okay, so we would not say mehr intelligent, which is more intelligent. We don't have this in German. So then here a few more. So it's good just to repeat here the the adjectives also, and I will just read them. Maybe you can repeat. Okay, so schwach, schwächer, am schwächsten, stark, stärker, am stärksten, warm, wärmer, am wärmsten, groß, größer, am größten. Here an irregular one, hoch, höher, am höchsten. Okay, here for the comparative we just have an H without a C here, so we don't pronounce the H, we don't hear it when we say it. It's höher. Hoch, here you hear the H, höher und am höchsten. Dumm, dümmer, am dümmsten. Jung, jünger, am jüngsten. Und klug, klüger, am klügsten. Und kurz, kürzer, am kürzesten. Here it ends with a Z, so we have to say kürzesten here with esten at the end. Okay, good. And then here, the last page, here we have the symbol, das Gleichzeichen, in German Gleichzeichen. This is if we compare something and both are the same, and here we have like either it's more or less, better or worse, and so on. Okay, so let's have a look at this one here. Ich tanze genauso gerne wie du. Okay, it means I like dancing as much as you. So this as much as in German is genauso wie. Okay, ich tanze genauso gerne wie du. Genauso gerne. Okay, gerne, as you hopefully remember, means that you like doing something, right? So, genauso gerne wie du. Tanja hat genauso viele Bücher wie Lea. Okay, Tanja has as many books as Lea. So, genauso wie is this as in English. Genauso viele Bücher wie Lea. She has as many books as Lea. Lars ist genauso schnell wie Julia. Lars is as fast as Julia. Genauso wie. Okay? So, and then here, Andreas spielt besser Fußball als Philipp. So Andreas plays better soccer than. So here this better than is besser als. This als is then. Okay, als has also other meanings, but for now let's just focus on here on the comparative form. Okay, Andreas spielt besser Fußball als Philipp. Dein Haus ist größer als sein Haus. Okay, your house is bigger than his house. Größer als. Sein Hamster ist kleiner als ihr Hamster. his hamster is smaller than her hamster. Okay, luckily here the sentence structure is the same as in English. So as you see also here, Andreas spielt besser Fußball als Philipp. Andreas plays better soccer than Philip. It's exactly the same sentence structure here with those comparative sentences. Okay, this makes life much easier, I would say, because here you don't have to think too much about where to put the object, or is there an object or not. It's the same as in English here, the sentence structure. Okay, and and here also, right, here you have exactly the same structure in those sentences. Good. So please learn all the adjectives that you have learned here and the forms for the comparative. It will be even more important in the A2 level. But of course, it's good if you study this now already, then you have less work later on. And because there will be, of course, more new subjects in the A2 level. So ja, viel Erfolg beim Lernen und wir sehen uns und hören uns im nächsten Video. Tschüss! Hallo und willkommen zu diesem Kapitel. Hier geht es um den Konjunktiv 2. Ich werde in diesem Video nur auf Deutsch sprechen, okay, damit du dich an die deutsche Sprache gewöhnst. Und der Konjunktiv 2 existiert auch in der englischen Sprache, okay. Und wann wenden wir den Konjunktiv 2 an? Das benutzen wir, um Wünsche, Träume, Fantasien auszudrücken, und wir benutzen das, um Höflichkeit auszudrücken. Das benutzen wir sehr oft, wenn wir höflich sein wollen. Und das ist im Englischen der gleiche Fall. Also wir haben hier das Wort würden. Okay, im Englischen ist das would, und wir benutzen das, um höflich zu sein. Also ich lese dir mal die Konjugation vor, vielleicht kannst du das wiederholen. Ich würde, du würdest, er, sie, es würde, wir würden, ihr würdet und sie würden. Okay? Also hier haben wir zum Beispiel den Satz, ich würde gerne ein Glas Wasser trinken. Also hier siehst du im Englischen den Satz, ich würde gerne. Du kannst gerne oder auch gerne sagen mit E am Ende. Beides benutzen wir. Okay? Hat die gleiche Bedeutung. Oder ich würde gerne etwas bestellen. Etwas heißt hier something. Ich würde gerne etwas bestellen. Das kannst du zum Beispiel im Restaurant sagen. Das ist eine sehr höfliche Art, und so sagen wir das normalerweise auf Deutsch. Sie würde gerne nach Hause gehen. Okay? Also das ist einfach eine höfliche und freundliche Art, etwas zu sagen. Okay? Würde, also du hast an der zweiten Position würde, und das muss konjugiert sein. Und am Ende des Satzes haben wir das zweite Verb in der Infinitivform. Also es ist nicht konjugiert. Okay, hier. Trinken, bestellen und gehen. Okay? Das ist die gleiche Regel wie mit den Modalverben. Da haben wir die gleiche Regel. Okay? An die zweite Position das Modalverb und am Ende des Satzes das zweite Verb in der Infinitivform. Dann haben wir hier das Verb haben, und zwar in der Konjunktiv 2 Form. Okay? Also haben ist die Infinitivform und hier haben wir die Konjunktiv 2 Form. Das benutzen wir auch, um Träume oder um Wünsche auszudrücken und auch um etwas Höfliches zu sagen oder auf eine höfliche Art und Weise. Also ich hätte, du hättest, er, sie, es hätte, wir hätten, ihr hättet und sie hätten. Okay? Also ich hätte gerne eine Pizza. Das sagen wir zum Beispiel, wenn wir etwas im Restaurant bestellen, dann sagen wir, ich hätte gerne eine Pizza, ich hätte gerne einen Salat, ich hätte gerne einen Saft zum Beispiel. Okay? Ich hätte gerne. Du musst das zusammen mit dem gerne sagen. Also wenn du einfach nur sagst, ich hätte eine Pizza, dann wäre das auf Englisch I would have a pizza. Deswegen musst du gerne hinzufügen. Ich hätte gerne eine Pizza. Okay? Das ist übrigens auch das Gleiche bei würde. Okay? Du musst das gerne hinzufügen. Wenn du nur sagst, ich würde ein Glas Wasser trinken, dann heißt das I would drink a glass of water. If you want to say, wenn du sagen möchtest, I would like to drink, dann müsstest du sagen, ich würde gerne ein Glas Wasser trinken. Okay? Oder ich würde gerne bestellen. I would like to order. Wenn du nur sagst, ich würde bestellen, dann heißt das I would order. Okay? Und hier ist das Gleiche. Also würde gerne. Okay, das ist für die höfliche Form. Genauso hier mit hätte gerne. Ich hätte gerne ein Stück Kuchen. Okay, da muss das gerne mit dazu. Ich hätte ein Stück Kuchen, wäre dann nicht komplett. Das würde einfach bedeuten, I would have a piece of cake. Gut, dann haben wir hier mögen. Mögen ist ein Modalverb. Im Konjunktiv 2 für die höfliche Form, zum Beispiel dafür Wünsche, haben wir hier eine andere Konjugation und das ist ich möchte. Das ist die Konjunktiv 2 Form. Ich möchte, du möchtest, er, sie, es möchte, wir möchten, ihr möchtet und sie möchten. Also zum Beispiel, ich möchte ein Ticket kaufen, I would like to buy a ticket. Okay, ich möchte. Möchte means would like to. Das ist hier alles zusammen, ich möchte. Du kannst auch sagen, ich möchte gerne ein Ticket kaufen. Du kannst hier gerne hinzufügen, aber es ist nicht nötig. Okay, bei diesem Verb möchte, da ist schon eigentlich das gerne mit dabei, aber du kannst es noch hinzufügen, wenn du willst. Laura möchte etwas trinken, wie du hier siehst. Du kannst auch sagen, Laura möchte gerne etwas trinken oder Laura möchte etwas trinken. Das ist hier ausreichend. Okay, also das war das Kapitel zum Konjunktiv 2. Okay, für das A1-Niveau hast du hier die wichtigsten Formen gelernt. Später auf dem B1-Niveau wirst du noch mehr zum Konjunktiv 2 lernen. Das Wichtigste für jetzt ist das, was du hier gesehen hast, vor allem um etwas höflich auszudrücken, wie zum Beispiel in einem Restaurant etwas zu bestellen. Das wäre super, wenn du hier den Konjunktiv 2 benutzt. Okay, wie ich möchte gerne etwas bestellen, ich möchte gerne Mineralwasser trinken und so weiter. Okay, also dann danke fürs Zusehen und ich hoffe, es war verständlich und dann hören und sehen wir uns im nächsten Kapitel. Tschüss!
Hello and welcome to this video. Here we are going to look at the Goethe certificate for the A1 level. Since I've prepared a lot of students already for the Goethe certificates for A1 level until C1. So I'm quite experienced with all the exercises. There's a lot of material online and I will send you also all the links in a PDF file after this video. You can download it, okay? Also the exercises that we are going to do, I will write it down and you will also have it in a PDF file after this video, okay? So in this video we are going to look at the writing part of the A1 Goethe certificate. And so let's go to, it should be here on page 23, the writing part. Okay, so this is reading, this is writing here, Teil 1. So the first part about the writing part. This is what you need to know for the certificate, for the A1 certificate. There are some typical exercises here. Okay, so let's have a look at the first part. It's always the same. So here in the first part you have to fill in a question form here. Okay. So let's go first through the text here. Ihre Freundin Eva Kadavi macht mit ihrem Mann und ihren beiden Söhnen, 8 und 11 Jahre alt, Urlaub in Seeheim. Okay, so what it means here, ihre Freundin, here they are saying your girlfriend or your female friend. Ihre Freundin could also mean her friend. Okay, ihre, it's about the possessive pronoun here. Ihre Freundin could mean her friend or it means your friend if they are talking directly to you in the formal way. Okay, if it was informal, it would be deine Freundin. But since it is here an official exercise from the Goethe Institute, they're talking to you directly in the formal way. So ihre Freundin, this is your friend. Eva Kadavi, she's on vacation with her husband and her both sons, 8 and 11 years old, in Seeheim. Seeheim here, it's a town. Okay. The next one, im Reisebüro bucht sie für den nächsten Sonntag eine Busfahrt den Bodensee. So in the travel agency, Reisebüro is the travel agency, she books a bus trip, a bus trip kind of, for next Sunday. Den Bodensee is around the Bodensee. Bodensee is very beautiful, by the way. It's in Bavaria. Let me show you real quick. I'll just want to show you Bodensee in case you haven't heard about it or seen it. Bodensee is, oh, let me go here. I just showed real quick. Bodensee in Germany is really, really beautiful. I've been there and it's really nice, especially in summer. You have the mountains close by. It's really beautiful there. Okay, so that was just quick, just to show you quickly. The next one. Next sentence, Frau Kadavi hat keine Kreditkarte. So Miss Kadavi has no credit card. By the way, Frau, when we talk about someone or to someone directly in the formal way, Frau means Miss. So Miss Kadavi has no credit card. Frau means Miss. It also means woman, and we also typically use it for wife. So if we say my wife, we would say meine Frau. The official term for wife is Ehefrau, die Ehefrau, but it's a longer word, and usually we just keep it short, just say Frau for wife also. The next one, in dem Formular fehlen 5 Informationen. So here in this document, there are still 5 informations or 5 pieces of informations missing. You have to fill it in now. The next part here, helfen Sie Ihrer Freundin und schreiben Sie die 5 fehlenden Informationen in das Formular. So help your friend, helfen Sie Ihrer Freundin. So here you see again they're talking directly to you, to the reader, because Sie is written here in capitals, so it cannot mean she and it can't mean they either. If it was in small letters, it could mean she, it could mean they, but due to the conjugation here, it cannot mean she, because if it meant she helps, it would be sie hilft. So the conjugation is helfen, and for this reason, it can actually here in this case just mean help her in the formal way directly. Okay, helfen Sie, and it's also the imperative. Okay, there's a chapter about the imperative. Then you maybe can review in case you don't remember that, or in case you haven't seen it yet. So here, let's look at the, so here, help your friend to fill in or to write the 5 missing pieces of information in the document. Fehlende Informationen, here the missing informations or pieces of information. Am Ende schreiben Sie Ihre Lösung bitte auf den Antwortbogen. So at the end, am Ende schreiben Sie, so please write the solutions or the answers in this answer sheet. Antwortbogen is the answer sheet. Die Antwort is the answer. So let's see. Bodensee-Rundfahrt is like Rundfahrt is like around, not a round trip. No, Rundfahrt is like if you're driving around the Bodensee kind of, or in the Bodensee. Okay. Anmeldung is the registration. Oh, sorry, just have to close this here real quick. So Anzahl der Personen, it means the number of people. So how many people are there? So it's your friend Eva, it's her husband, and there are her two sons. 4 people. So you write 4 here. Okay. Here you write 4. Yeah, I will just add it here. Teil 1, I write it and then I put it in the PDF file. Okay, so under 1 you have, I just write it here, you write 4 Personen. You can add person, you can leave it out. It's like really in everyday life we just would write 4 in here. Davon Kinder, so it means from those 4, how many children? Davon, from those children, kind of. So you put under number 2, you put 2 Kinder, or you just put 2. You don't have to repeat it necessarily. The next one, here also Urlaubsadresse is the vacation address, Hotel Schönblick, Straße, Hausnummer, Straße means street, Hausnummer means the house number, it's 34. PLZ is Postleitzahl. I will just write it here so you know what it means. PLZ, that means die Postleitzahl. Postleitzahl, and it is the zip code. Okay, zip code. Then the next one, Urlaubsort. This is the place. Okay, so what is the place called? Der Urlaubsort, the city or the town. Okay, so here it's Seeheim. So under 3 you have to put Seeheim. Let me just add it here. So here Seeheim. Right, just not to confuse, you have to read carefully, because you could confuse it now with Bodensee, but they're not staying in Bodensee directly. They just want to book like a bus trip around the Bodensee. Okay, but they are doing their vacation actually in Seeheim. So let's have a look at the next parts here. Sorry, it's just always something popping up. Oh my god. Okay, so the next part. Here is der Reisepreis ist mit der Anmeldung zu bezahlen. So it means the price for the journey, die Reise is the journey, der Preis is the price, so the price for the journey needs to be paid with the registration. Ist mit der Anmeldung zu bezahlen, needs to be paid with the registration. Zahlungsweise, this is the way of paying. So how is she going to pay? Is she going to pay in cash? Bar means cash, or is she going to pay with a credit card? I just write here. Oh, sorry, not okay. So on the number, I just want you to write here. Bar usually means in cash, or usually die Bar as a noun also means the bar. Okay, it's like the bar where you go drinking. Has two meanings actually. Usually we would write it in small letters, but since it's just like at the beginning of a sentence, let's say, it's written in capitals. So Zahlungsweise, the way of payment, under number 4, you have to type in here bar, right? She's paying in cash, because as you see at the beginning, there was written she has no credit card. Here, Frau Kadavi hat keine Kreditkarte. She has no credit card, so she's paying in cash. Okay, so let's put here number 4. She is paying in cash, so bar, you put it across here in the bar. Bar. Und Reisetermin, this is the travel date, der Reisetermin. When is she going to travel? Let's see what we have here. Macht mit ihrem Mann, ihren beiden Kindern Urlaub in Reisebüro, bucht sie für den nächsten Sonntag eine Busfahrt. Ein Formular Informationen. Okay, so here it's für den nächsten Sonntag. Okay, so she needs the trip for the next Sunday, so you can write am nächsten Sonntag. Okay, because the problem here is we don't have a date, we don't have like 5th of April or so. So the only information for when is für den nächsten Sonntag. Okay, so here under 5 you write nächsten Sonntag. Okay, nächsten Sonntag. This is what you have to fill in here. Okay, good. Unterschrift is the signature, Eva Kadavi. Okay, so this is the first part. You just have to fill in this document. Read carefully what is written there. Okay, then let's go to the second part. So Teil 2. Let's write it here. Teil 2. Let's go through that. Here in the second part, you have to write a short letter or email. Okay, so here. Let's read that. Sie möchten im August Dresden besuchen. So it means you want to visit Dresden in August. Schreiben Sie an die Touristeninformation. So it means write to the tourist information. Schreiben Sie an die Touristeninformation. Warum schreiben Sie? Why are you writing? Informationen über Film, Museen und so weiter. Und so weiter means like etc. and so on and so forth. Und so weiter. Yeah, maybe I just write it here so you know what it means. Und so weiter. It kind of means etc. Okay. etc. also we write in German. Kulturprogramm, Hoteladressen. So, warum schreiben Sie? Why are you writing? Informationen über Filmmuseen und Kulturprogramm, for example. So, information about movies, for example, film is like movies in general, maybe about the cinema and so on. Museums, Museen, this is the plural form, that means museums. In the singular it would be Museum. Kulturprogramm, cultural program. Hoteladressen, hotel addresses. Okay. So, schreiben Sie zu jedem Punkt 1 bis 2 Sätze auf den Antwortbogen, circa 30 Wörter. Schreiben Sie auch eine Anrede und einen Gruß. So here to each point, you have 3 points here. To each point you have to write 1 until 2 sentences. Antwortbogen is like you will get in a separated sheet, of course, in the exercise, so you have to write it there. Circa 30 Wörter, so about 30 words. Approximately means circa. You also have to write the salutation at the beginning and then the ending, einen Gruß. Okay, so let's start the letter. So you could say, for example, in the formal way, in a very formal way, we would say sehr geehrte Damen und Herren. That's the formal way. If we do not know the name of the person, okay. You could say, sehr geehrte Damen und Herren. You could also, if you want to make it more informal, you could also say, for example, guten Tag. That would be another way. Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren is actually very formal. Probably guten Tag would just be enough in this case. If you talk about business, you use sehr geehrte Damen und Herren. Okay, guten Tag. So you can write, for example, mein Name ist Julia. Let's write any last name, doesn't matter. Mein Name ist Julia Haus und ich werde, let's say, oder ich besuche im August Dresden, for example. Or you could start with ich reise im August nach Dresden. This is how you could also start the sentence. Okay, guten Tag. I'll just write it here in small letters. So you have two options here. So either you say it this way, or you say, ich reise im August nach Dresden. I travel to Dresden in August. So you can also start here with, mein Name ist Julia Haus, for example. Oh, sorry. Ist Julia Haus, und ich reise im August nach Dresden. Okay, this is like an option. So you have to write one or two sentences here. Then the next one. So here, warum schreiben Sie? Now you've said why you're writing them, because you're visiting Dresden. Okay, and then you can say, for example, und daher, and therefore, und daher, or you can say, for example, ich reise nach Dresden und, let's add here, let's write here, und ich möchte, I would like to, und ich möchte einige Informationen über Film, Museen und auch die Kulturprogramme in Dresden einholen. Okay, einholen, like to get information. Und ich möchte einige Informationen über Film, Museen und auch die Kulturprogramme in Dresden einholen. Okay, so here you have, you can add und, we can also actually leave it out. Let's just say, so you have a definitely separated sentence. Ich möchte einige Informationen über Film, Museen und auch die Kulturprogramme in Dresden einholen. Here you have the second sentence. Okay, so you've covered this here. Then Hoteladressen. And we can say, könnten Sie mir, ich möchte, oh, let's add, you know what, let's add here, ich möchte bei Ihnen. So it means I would like to ask the information from you, or ich möchte bei Ihnen, or we can also say von Ihnen, we can also say von, like from, kind of from you, or like at your place bei Ihnen. Ich möchte bei Ihnen einige Informationen einholen, ich möchte von Ihnen einige Informationen einholen. Okay, you can use both here, both prepositions. Then, könnten Sie mir bitte auch einige Hoteladressen senden. Okay? Or we could say, könnten Sie mir auch einige gute Hotels empfehlen und auch ihre so ihre oder yeah, let's say ihre oder deren, which is theirs, ihre oder deren Adressen schicken. Okay, for example, so könnten Sie mir auch einige gute Hotels empfehlen und auch ihre oder deren Adressen schicken. Okay. So, so here, okay, I will not confuse you with deren, because this is not really for the A1 level, okay? So ihre is also their addresses. So either you can use this sentence or you can use this sentence. It's just to give you some options, okay? At the end you can say vielen Dank und mit freundlichen Grüßen, then you can say Julia Haus, okay? Oh, sorry, Julia Haus. Vielen Dank, thank you a lot, und mit freundlichen Grüßen. Usually mit freundlichen Grüßen, this by itself. We add it also in the formal way for business letters. For example, we also just add mit freundlichen Grüßen. It's like dear sincerely, for example, Julia Haus. Vielen Dank und mit freundlichen Grüßen. Or you just can say also danke und viele Grüße. For example, you can also say it this way, Julia Haus, like if I'm writing friends or to my students, for example, always say viele Grüße. Okay, it's like translated many greetings, so it's just a nice way of saying goodbye, kind of. Dank und viele Grüße oder vielen Dank und mit freundlichen Grüßen. Probably I would rather use this here in this case. It's a little bit more formal. Vielen Dank mit freundlichen Grüßen oder danke und viele Grüße. Okay, so you need 30 words. Let's count the words, how many we have here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. So we're at 29 already. 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41. So we have like 41. Usually we actually don't even count the names. At least it was always in school when we had to write essays and to keep them as short as possible. We were very happy because the names actually were not counted. And since it's written here circa 30 Wörter, it's about 30 words. Okay, so it should be like plus, minus 5 or 10. It's not exactly set. So here that should work. So you just can keep the shorter forms, Danke und viele Grüße, instead of this one, then it's shorter. And you probably like using rather this short sentence instead of the long one, but it's just still okay. Okay, you just have some options here how to write it. Okay, so I will add it also in the PDF file after this video, so you have that. So this is one here, 2 exercises. If you like, we can go through. I will send you all those links here. So let's go to another book here, and there is another. There are 2 more writing exercises here. So here again, as you see, it's always the same structure. You again have an answer sheet, and then the second you have a letter. You need to write a letter here. Okay. So let's go to the second one. I just add here the link also, so you can have a look at that actually. So Teil 1. Look at that here. Ihre Freundin Yvonne Legrand aus Frankreich, because it should be French. In the German pronunciation would be Legrand, but since it's a French name, let's say Legrand. Geboren am 17. April 1993 in Lyon, machte vom 1. bis zum 28. August einen Deutschkurs, möchte einen Deutschkurs in Deutschland besuchen. Okay, so your friend, again, female friend, and again, they're talking to you directly in the formal way. So your girlfriend or your female friend, Yvonne Legrand, from France, born on 17th April 1993 in Lyon, möchte vom 1. bis zum 28. So she would like to, she would like to do a German course, einen Deutschkurs in Germany. She wants einen Deutschkurs besuchen. Besuchen actually means to visit. So you can say to visit in German. It's possible to say to visit a German course. So actually to take part, to participate in it, from 1st till 28th of August. Sie hat schon 6 Monate Deutsch gelernt. So it means she has studied or learned German for 6 months already. Sie hat am Vormittag Zeit. So she has time on the forenoon. Vormittag in Germany, it's about 10 or 9 o'clock until like 11:30. More or less we say Vormittag, and we use that very often actually, this word. In der Schule hat sie Englisch gelernt, so she learned English at school. Helfen Sie Ihrer Freundin und schreiben Sie die 5 fehlenden Informationen in das Formular. So again, help your friend and write the 5 missing pieces of information in this document, in das Formular. So pieces of information in German, we don't say it this way. We don't say Informationsteil oder Teile von Informationen or anything like this. We just say die Information. It means the information. It also means the pieces of information if it's in the plural. Am Ende schreiben Sie Ihre Lösung bitte auf den Antwortbogen. So in the end, please write the solutions or the answers in the answer sheet. It's exactly the same as you see. The structure is always the same. So here, Familienname. So here, Sprachschule Liga, so it's the language school Liga. Anmeldung, registration. Familienname Legrand, Vorname Yvonne. So Familienname is the family name, the last name. Vorname is the first name. Geburtsdatum, the date of birth. Geburtsort, it means the place of birth, like where was she born. So let's have a look at the text. Where was she born? Ihre Freundin in Frankreich, in Lyon. So she was born in Lyon. So we write here under number 1. We write Lyon. Okay. Then Muttersprache is like the mother tongue, or like your native language, your first language. Muttersprache Französisch, French. Andere Sprachen, other languages. So the other languages she speaks is English, right? Because there's written here other languages that she's here. In der Schule hat sie Englisch gelernt, so she learned English, and she actually also learned German for 6 months. So let's say English und we can write maybe und ein bisschen Deutsch and a little bit German. You could add actually also the levels of the languages, but since it's there is nothing, no information about it, we just write ein bisschen Deutsch. Okay, English und ein bisschen Deutsch. Then schon Deutsch gelernt? Ja. Okay, she learned German already. So in this case, maybe we just keep out with, since we have this additional information, I would suggest just to keep this out here. Okay. Englisch, schon Deutsch gelernt, so it means already learned German or learned German already, ja. Wie lange, how long, so here under number 3 you put in 6 Monate, okay, 6 Monate because she studied German for 6 months already. As you see here, sie hat schon 6 Monate Deutsch gelernt. Okay, Kurstermin, so it means the date of the course. Okay, when she wants to do the course, the German class, when she wants to take the German classes. So sie möchte vom 1. bis zum 28. August einen Deutschkurs in Deutschland besuchen. Okay, so we can write here 1. bis 28. August here in the next part. So here, let me write here, it's actually number 4. Okay, I will fix the document before I upload it, okay? So just that you have the right numbers here. Okay, so number 4, then this is actually number 5, just not to mix anything up here. Genau, also, wie lange? 6 Monate under number 3. Oh, I'm sorry, I did a mistake, so it's 3. And then we have Kurstermin 4, was actually everything correct, I just made it more complicated. Kurstermin, so here we say 1. Let's write like this. 1. bis 28. April. We can write it like this, okay? And then let's say it's 2019 or so. Okay, you can write it like this, or let's write instead of April 04. In Germany we say first the day, then the month, and then the year. Okay, so the next one is Kurszeit. So it's the time when she wants to take the course. Okay, is it in the here in the am Vormittag? Okay, von 9 bis 12 Uhr, von 13 bis 16 Uhr, oder von 17 bis 20 Uhr. So here Kurszeit, there was written sie hat Zeit am Vormittag. Let's check where that was. This information. Sie hat am Vormittag Zeit, as you see here. Okay, so she has time in the forenoon, so that's why you take 9 till 12. Okay, so here under number 5 you write you check here 9 till 12 Uhr. Okay, so this is the answer sheet here. That's about it here for this exercise. So let's go to the next one. Okay, so let's go to the second part, Teil 2. Okay, so Teil 2 hier. Sie möchten ihren Geburtstag feiern und ihre Freunde Susanne und Paul einladen. So you would like to celebrate your birthday. Feiern means to celebrate. Die Feier, written exactly as like this way, I will write it here. Die Feier means like the party, the German word for party. We also say die Party. That's also possible. Okay. Also sie möchten ihren Geburtstag, it's the birthday. So you would like to invite your friends Susanne und Paul. Einladen means to invite. Schreiben Sie an Susanne und Paul. So write as Susanne and Paul. So write to them. We use the preposition an. Schreiben Sie an Susanne und Paul. Warum schreiben Sie? So why are you writing? Tag und Uhrzeit, day and time, the exact time, die Uhrzeit. Kommen wie? So coming how. Okay, so there are some points that you have to mention here. Schreiben Sie zu jedem Punkt 1 bis 2 Sätze auf den Antwortbogen. So write to each point, write 1 until 2 sentences on the answer sheet. It's again the separated answer sheet that you will get during the exam. Circa 30 Wörter, about 3 words again. Schreiben Sie auch eine Anrede und einen Gruß. So you see the structure is exactly the same. So in this case here, I would say, Hallo Susanne, Susanne und Paul. If it was just one person, so it does not belong in this exercise. So we often also write Liebe. Liebe means actually love, or it means dear. We would say Liebe Susanne. If you're a woman writing, you can say Liebe Susanne or Lieber Paul. Liebe Susanne. If it is a man, you write Liebe. Okay, maybe you will have an exercise where you don't write to 2 people, but to just one person. So if that are your friends, now if you're writing like the exercise that we did before, if you write to a tourist information, we would not use Liebe, okay, because it means dear. In this case, we just do it. Just write it to friends. Okay, we write it here, dear. So you just have the translation here. Or Lieber Paul. If it's a man, we add an R at the end. If you are a man writing to a woman, you can also write Liebe Susanne, but a man writing to a man, it's not very common to say Lieber Paul. You can do this, but it's not too common. We would just say Hallo. So Hallo, here it's in the plural, so Hallo Susanne und Paul. Liebe Susanne und Paul, we would, like in the plural, we don't use it necessarily. So let's just say Hallo Susanne und Paul. Then we can continue. Ich möchte euch zu meinem Geburtstag einladen. I would like to invite you to my birthday. Ich möchte euch, so you, there are two people, einladen is an accusative verb. Whoever you invite is an accusative object. That's why you have to say euch and not ihr. Ihr would be you in the plural, informal, and the nominative. And in the accusative, it's euch. Okay, ich möchte euch zu meinem Geburtstag einladen. Zu is a dative preposition. Okay, that's why the noun that comes right afterwards needs to be put in the dative case. So Geburtstag here is the dative object. That's why you have to adapt it and say meinem Geburtstag einladen. Okay, so this is how you can write it. Ich möchte euch zu meinem Geburtstag einladen. Here, so you've covered the first point. Warum schreiben Sie? Why are you writing? Because you want to invite them, right? Tag und Uhrzeit, the next point here. So let's write mein Geburtstag, let's say, oder meine Feier, oder die Feier, let's say, so the party, die Feier, you can also say die Geburtstagsfeier findet let's say, diesen Samstag um 16 Uhr statt. You can write it this way. Stattfinden means to take place. Stattfinden, to take place. It's a separable verb. So you see here it's important to know all the grammar that you learned in the A1 level. Okay. Also die Feier Geburtstag findet diesen Samstag um 16 Uhr statt. Let's say it this way. Okay? Or you can say die Feier, you can also say it this way. Die Feier beginnt, let's say nächsten Samstag um 16 Uhr. Let's say it this way, for example. Die Feier beginnt nächsten Samstag um 16 Uhr. So the party starts next Saturday at 4 p.m. um 16 Uhr. Okay? This is just an option of how to write it. Of course, there are different ways. To write it. Just some options here. Okay. Of course, if you want to make it very specific, you can also say, let's say, for example, die Feier findet am Samstag den, I don't know, let's take the date here. What do we have today? Let's take here 26th of, well, let's take it more into the future. I don't know, like the 9th of February, let's say. Die Feier findet am Samstag, den 9. März 2019 um 18 Uhr statt. Okay, for example, die Feier findet am Samstag, den 9.2.2019 um 18 Uhr statt. You can write if you want the exact date so that people don't get confused with diesen oder nächsten Samstag. Like diesen Samstag is this Saturday, nächsten Samstag next Saturday. Then kommen wie, so how to get there. Then we can write, for example, kennt ihr meine Adresse? For example, do you know my address? You can say, ihr könnt ganz einfach, very simply, ganz einfach mit dem Bus oder mit der Buslinie, let's say mit der Buslinie 2 zu mir kommen. For example, kennt ihr meine Adresse? Do you know my address? Ihr könnt ganz einfach mit der Buslinie 2 zu mir kommen. You can come simply, or it's very easy to come to me. To me, it means to my place, right? You can come easy with the bus line 2, for example. Okay? Oder habt ihr, you can say, habt ihr ein Auto? For example, do you have a car? Habt ihr ein Auto? Oder wie möchtet ihr kommen? That's another option. For example, okay, you can be creative here. Do you have a car, or how do you want to get there, for example? You can just keep it also here. Kennt ihr meine Adresse? Ihr könnt ganz einfach mit der Buslinie 2 zu mir kommen. I think that's a quite good option here. Okay, then at the end, Ich warte auf eure Antwort, let's say. I'm waiting for your answer because really the person wants to know whether they are coming or not. Ich warte auf eure Antwort. Or you can say, ich warte auf eure Bestätigung. So I'm waiting for your confirmation. Die Bestätigung is the confirmation. Viele Grüße. You can also say liebe Grüße. Liebe Grüße. This is then really for your friends. You can say liebe Grüße, Julia. For example, okay, so this is the second exercise here and how you can do this. And okay, then there's another one. There are quite many links that you can find online to practice that. So for the third one, let's go here. So here it's exactly the same, okay? You have to fill in the gap. So I would suggest that I will send you the link. You try it by yourself, okay, to do this. Now you've seen how that works. You can do this by yourself. I will add the answers also here on this PDF file that I will add. But it's a good idea, I think, if you try to do this by your own, okay? I explained how that works. Maybe you can also write here the letter by yourself. I will also write you a possible solution here at the, I will add it here to the PDF file. But it's good if you try to do it by yourself, okay, without any explanation, because in the exam you will also you won't have any help either. So it would be good to try to practice that if you prepare for the A1 exam. Of course, if you're not preparing for the A1 exam, it's still an important an important exercise to do, so that you know whether you're actually on the A1 level and you can move on with learning German, or whether you still have maybe to practice and to review a few like some grammar, for example. Okay, so there in the A1 exam there is no actual grammar exercises where they say, okay, now put conjugate this separable verb or put this in the perfect tense and so on. They will check that like when seeing how you're writing those letters, or when you read whether you understand it, because they're also reading exercises. Okay. And then the speaking, of course, also. They will check whether you understood the grammar, whether you know how to apply it actually by doing, reading, listening, speaking, and writing. And yeah. Okay, so I hope it was helpful, and I will send you the links and also the exercises. I will just fix this document, make it a little bit prettier, and then you can have a look at that. Okay, so please do those exercises here in the last link, and then you can check whether the answers were correct or the letter was correct. Okay, then ja, dann viel Spaß beim Üben und wir sehen uns im nächsten Video. Tschüss. Hallo und willkommen zu diesem Video. In this video we are going to look at the oral exam of the A1 certificate. So the oral exam it consists of 3 parts. Okay, and we will go through all 3 parts in this video. So let's start here with the first PDF booklet that you will find online. I will also put all links here in this file, and then I will add it as a PDF file then at the end of this video, so you can have a look at everything that we did during this this video now. Okay, so let's move to the speaking part. So the first part of the exam, you will have to, so you see it here, it's on page 27, sprechen circa 15 Minuten, so it takes about 15 minutes, okay? And you will be in a group with other students and the examiners. So let's start with the first one. It's always the same. You will always need to be able to make a basic introduction of yourself. Okay, so I will add it here in this file. So this is the first link that we are going to look at. So the first part is the introduction. Okay, so I will write you the sentences that you need to say here. So Name, so you start with Hallo, for example. Hallo, mein Name ist Julia. Okay, so I just do my basic introduction. Hallo, mein Name ist Julia. Ich bin 30 Jahre alt. This is the second point. So the first point is the name. Okay, Name. You also have a video about the basic introduction here in this course. It's more at the beginning of the complete course. Okay, the second word is Alter. Alter means the age. Okay, ich bin 30 Jahre alt, you say your age. Das Land, the third one is the country, so you say where you come from. Ich komme aus Deutschland. Okay, so here this is Land, das Land, it's neutral. Then the next one, Wohnort, is the place of residence. So where do you live? Where do you reside? Sorry. Also, ich wohne in, let's say, Frankfurt. I live close to Frankfurt. Actually, you have to say the exact town where you live. So ich wohne in Frankfurt am Main, because in Germany we have two Frankfurts. We have Frankfurt an der Oder, it's more in the north, and Frankfurt am Main is in Hessen, it's more towards the center of Germany. Okay, also ich wohne in Frankfurt am Main. This is der Wohnort, place of residence. The next one, Sprachen. Sprachen means languages. So here you have to say the languages that you speak. Okay, so you say, so I will say it from my part, ich spreche Deutsch, Englisch, Russisch, Spanisch und Portugiesisch. Okay, here you say your languages, also Sprachen, the languages, that's in the plural. Singular is die Sprache, just with an E at the end, without the N. The next one is der Beruf, this is the profession. So here you say what you work, or what your profession is. So I would say, ich bin Deutschlehrerin. Okay, ich bin Deutschlehrerin, I'm a German teacher. Der Beruf is the profession. And the last part is the hobby. So here you say what your hobbies are. You can name a few, or just one. It would be better maybe at least name two hobbies. So meine Hobbys sind Reisen und Sprachen lernen. Let's say my hobbies are traveling and learning languages. This is for a hobby. Okay, maybe you want to say something else. I'll just add some other possibilities. Meine Hobbys sind lesen, very typical. Meine Hobbys sind lesen, vielleicht Fußball spielen, or any sports that you like to play. Fußball spielen, vielleicht Tennis spielen, Volleyball spielen, whatever it is that you like to play. Volleyball spielen. Okay, just an example, could be anything, depends on what you like. There are infinite possibilities, of course, so you just add your hobby there. Okay, so this is that is the basic introduction. You need to be able to introduce yourself in German, to say those basic sentences. Okay, this is for the A1 level what you need. Then let's have a look at the second part of the oral exam. So let's move to the next page. Here it is on page 29. Informationen bitten und Informationen geben. So here you have to ask for information and give information. Okay, so there will be those cards on the table, and there will be several students taking this oral exam together. So you will be sitting at a table, and then each of you has to pick a card and ask a question, like referring to this card. So or the subject that, or the word that you see on the card. So you ask your neighbor, the neighbor answers, okay, and then you will be asked about another topic from your neighbor. So let's have a look at the first one here, the first card. So here you see Sprechen Teil 2, speaking part 2, and das Thema, the subject is Essen und Trinken, eating and drinking. There are lots of videos on YouTube. You just can put in German A1 exam or oral exam, or you can write Goethe A1 sprechen, for example, and then you will see a lot of videos on YouTube, and then you can see what it looks like. I've watched several of them. Be aware that the students, they are still taking those exams, so their German is not necessarily perfect yet. There's quite some mistakes, of course not by everyone, but it happens. So maybe you should not copy exactly what is said in what the students are saying in the exam. Okay, watch out for that. So let's have a look. You have to watch out for the subject, das Thema. It can be Reisen, traveling, it can be Arbeit, it can be work, can be different subjects. Okay, here in those cards it's Essen und Trinken, so eating and drinking. So now you have to ask something about Frühstück. Das Frühstück is the breakfast. Okay, so you can ask, for example, was isst du zum Frühstück? Okay, what do you eat for breakfast? So please don't say, was isst du für Frühstück? A lot of people say, was isst du für Frühstück? Well, Germans don't say that, but a lot of people who study German at the beginning. So it's not, was isst du für Frühstück? Okay, was isst du zum Frühstück? And then the answer could be, ich esse Obst und ein Brötchen, for example. Ich esse Obst und ein, Brötchen. Okay, so I eat fruits, and ein Brötchen is a bun. Brötchen, we eat that a lot in Germany. We have all kinds of Brötchen. Okay, so that would be it. Okay, then you will be asked a question. Let's take the next one. Lieblingsessen. Lieblingsessen means favorite food. So we can take Lieblings, this word here. Lieblings by itself doesn't mean anything. Lieblings. Liebling, it means darling, okay, but Lieblings with an S at the end doesn't mean anything by itself, but you can add it in front of any noun and then it means my favorite something. You can say here, Lieblingsessen is favorite food, Lieblingssport, favorite sport, Lieblingsbuch, favorite book, and so on. Okay, so here we could ask, for example, was ist dein Lieblingsessen? Okay, what is your favorite food? So you can answer whatever it is. Mein Lieblingsessen ist oder sind Knödel. Sind Knödel. I hope you remember this dish. It was in one of the videos in this course. Knödel, a German dish. Okay, so you can say this, for example. Then the next one, Sonntag. So here we could ask, Sonntag means Sunday. Was isst du am Sonntag? Was hast du diesen Sonntag gegessen? Let's ask something in the past. Was hast du letzten Sonntag gegessen? So what did you eat last Sunday? And then you can say, ich habe, was habe ich gegessen? Ich habe Schnitzel gegessen. Ich habe Schnitzel gegessen. Okay, ate Schnitzel. This is what you could say. Of course, you can say anything, right? Whatever you ate or what you would like to say. Then the next one is Bier. Bier means beer. So you could ask, for example, magst du Bier? Do you like beer? And then you can say, ja, ich mag Bier. Or you can answer, nein, ich mag kein Bier. I don't like beer. Okay. Just examples. You can ask, of course, anything. Do you drink beer daily? How often do you drink beer? What beer do you like? Do you like German beer? There are many possibilities, okay? Just give you some of them. Then Fleisch, that means meat. So we can say, isst du oft Fleisch? Do you often eat meat? Then you can say, nein, for example, ich esse selten Fleisch. I rarely eat meat or seldom. Or you can say, ja, ich esse jeden Tag Fleisch, for example. I eat meat every day, okay? Or you could just say, ja, ich esse Fleisch. Yes, I eat meat, for example. Then Brot. Isst du gerne Brot? Isst du gerne Brot? Do you like eating bread? Okay, isst du gerne Brot? You could say, ja, ich mag Brot. Okay, just short and simple. Ja, ich mag Brot. Make sure to use sentences or answers that you really think that will be correct. Okay, so don't make it don't make it unnecessarily complicated and long if you are not sure whether it's correct or not. Okay, ja, ich mag Brot, perfectly fine for the A1 level. Nobody expects you to talk about difficult subjects at the beginner's level. Okay, so you can say, ja, ich mag Brot, or you can say, nein, ich esse kein Brot. No, I don't eat bread. Oder ich mag kein Brot. You can also say that. Nein, ich mag kein Brot, for example. Okay. In Germany, we have 600 different types of bread. Germans are crazy about bread. If you go to a German bakery, you find all kinds of breads. It's really worth trying when you come to Germany. So then the next one, there will be different topics. Okay. So here the first topic was Essen und Trinken. Now on the next page we have Thema Einkaufen. So it means shopping or grocery shopping. It's more about Einkaufen. It could be shopping, grocery shopping. Okay, so this is the subject here. So let's say you are probably here in the store, for example, and then you ask something referring to the first word here is Zeitung. Die Zeitung means the newspaper. So you can say, for example, verkaufen Sie Zeitungen? Verkaufen Sie Zeitung? Do you sell newspapers, for example? And the person can answer, ja, hier haben wir Zeitungen. Yes, here we have newspapers. Or for example, nein, wir verkaufen keine Zeitungen. For example, no, we don't sell any newspapers. Okay, that's simple. Kasse is the cashiers. So you can ask, Entschuldigung, it's like sorry, Entschuldigung, wo finde ich die Kasse? Where do I find the cashiers? You can say, die Kasse ist dort. The cashiers is there. Okay. For example, and then you just show, because it's also in the exam you also can show things. Of course you have to say, but you can add also hands movements and so on. So you can say die Kasse ist dort and then pointing at a certain part or place. Okay, die Kasse ist dort. Then the next one, Obst, fruits. So you can say wo, for example, wo finde ich das Obst? Where do I find the fruits? And then you can say, for example, Sie müssen geradeaus laufen und am zweiten Gang nach Gang nach rechts. Okay, for example, you have to walk straight, and then in the second aisle turn to the right. For example, okay, you can say Sie müssen geradeaus laufen. Punkt. Dot, and that's it. Okay, so there are different options. And the next one is das Buch. Then we could ask, for example, verkaufen Sie hier auch Bücher? For example, do you also sell books here? You can say, ja, wir haben hier auch Bücher, for example, or you can say, nein, wir, I just add this thing here, or you can say, for example, nein, wir verkaufen hier keine Bücher. Okay, just an example. Next one, the next word here is der Stadtplan. So this is the city map. So you can say, for example, Entschuldigung, ich suche einen Stadtplan. For example, Entschuldigung, ich suche einen Stadtplan. It's like, sorry, I'm looking for a city map. Okay, and then you can say, for example, die Stadtpläne in the plural, die Stadtpläne finden Sie an der Kasse, for example. So you find the city maps at the cashiers. Or you can answer, for example, wir verkaufen keine Stadtpläne. For example, okay, so here you have some options, so you know what the exam looks like. Then we have part 3, Teil 3. So let's go to the third part here, and that's again, you have cards here, which will be lying on the table, and you have to pick one. So here, as you see, is written bitten, formulieren und darauf reagieren. So it means that you have to kind of make questions or to ask somebody for a favor, bitten formulieren, like to ask, please do this and that. Die Bitte is like a favor, to ask somebody for a favor. So here, let's have a look at the first card. So I will start here. The first card here, you see a CD and some and a guitar, maybe a violin. So here, you have to ask anything or to ask for a favor, whatever comes into your mind when you see this picture. So we could say, for example, kannst du bitte klassische Musik anmachen. Anmachen means like to put on, to turn on like this music. Kannst du bitte klassische Musik anmachen? Can you please turn on classical music? And then you can answer, for example, ja, natürlich, or you can say ja, gerne. Yes, I would like, I can, or I would gladly do this. Ja, natürlich, gerne. Or you can say, for example, if you want, leider habe ich keine klassische Musik. Okay, leider habe ich keine klassische Musik here. Unfortunately, I don't have any classical music here. For example, okay. The next one here, ein Heft. We call this ein Heft, a notebook. For example, kannst du mir bitte ein Heft kaufen? For example, can you please buy me a notebook? Then you can say, ja. Ja, das mache ich, for example. Yes, I do this. Ja, das mache ich. Okay. Or you could answer, for example, nein, ich habe keine Zeit, let's say. No, I don't have time. Nein, ich habe keine Zeit. Okay, an example. The next one here, we have a bottle opener, der Flaschenöffner in German. So you can say, for example, kannst du bitte diese Flasche öffnen? Can you please open this bottle? Okay, so bitte diese Flasche öffnen, and then you can say to answer, ja, natürlich, and then, ja, natürlich, hast du einen Flaschenöffner öffne. For example, do you have a bottle opener? Or you can say, for example, nein, ich habe keine Kraft. So say, no, I don't have any strength or power to open it. For example, okay. Here the next one, der Stift. So we can say, bitte gib mir deinen Stift. Bitte gib mir deinen Stift. Here we have the imperative, and please give me your pen. And you can say, hier bitte, here welcome, or here you go, for example, hier bitte, or you can say, ich kann nicht, ich brauche ihn selbst, for example, oder ich brauche ihn gerade selbst, I just need it by myself, okay, I need it myself. Ich brauche ihn, sorry, nicht ich, sondern ich brauche ihn gerade selbst, okay, I need it myself. Gerade means right now, at this very moment, I need it myself. The next one, Stuhl. So you can say, hast du einen Stuhl? Oder kannst du mir bitte einen Stuhl geben? Kannst du mir bitte einen Stuhl geben, for example. And then you could answer, ja, natürlich. For example, ja, natürlich, ich bringe dir gleich einen. I'll bring you one. Okay, bringen. Here the object that you bring is the accusative object. Der Stuhl is masculine, so you have to say, ich bringe dir einen. I bring you one, kind of, or bring you one. And bringen is the person to whom you bring something is the dative object. That's why you have to say, ich bringe dir gleich einen. Okay. So I'm about to bring you one. And you can say, or you can say, for example, nein, leider habe ich keinen Stuhl mehr. Which means, no, unfortunately, I don't have a chair anymore. Okay, ich habe keinen Stuhl mehr. Mehr means more. Here it means like I don't have one anymore. Okay, the last one, die Taschenuhr, the pocket watch. So you can say, for example, wie viel Uhr ist es? Wie viel Uhr ist es? What time is it? And then you can say, es ist 17 Uhr. For example, okay, wie viel Uhr ist es? You can also say, wie spät ist es? Wie spät ist es? You can also ask that. Wie viel Uhr ist es? Wie spät ist es? And then es ist 17 Uhr. Or whatever the time is. Here they also would like to know whether you are able to say the time in German. Okay, so here you have, that was the speaking part of the A1 exam. We have another page here. Okay, so you could continue and asking questions. I will go with you through this also. Okay, we just go through this page, through this last page, and then I will send you some other links on which you can practice the speaking exercise. So the next one here, again, you have to ask for favors or to ask somebody for something. So here the next one, Apfel, let's say, kannst du mir einen Apfel geben? Can you give me an apple, for example? And then let's answer, ja, hier bitte. Yes, here you go. Or you can say, nein, ich habe keine Äpfel mehr. Nein, ich habe keine Äpfel. So here, Äpfel mehr. Again, I don't have any apples anymore. Okay, ich habe keine Äpfel mehr. The next one. Das Besteck, like the cutlery, das Messer, die Gabel, here the fork, okay, and then for example, kannst du mir bitte, sorry, let's move here this way, kannst du mir bitte Besteck geben? Besteck geben, can you please give me cutlery? Ja, natürlich. Okay, genau. Or ich habe kein Besteck mehr. You can say this again, okay? Ich habe kein Besteck mehr. I don't have any cutlery anymore. The next one here, a glass, water or juice, or I don't know exactly what's in there. You can say, for example, ich habe Durst, I'm thirsty. Kann ich etwas zum Trinken bekommen? Can I get something to drink? And then you can answer, ja, was möchtest du trinken? For example, yes, what would you like to drink? Or you can say, ja, natürlich, yes, of course, for example. Okay, and then here, smoking prohibited, so you can say, bitte hör auf zu rauchen. Please stop smoking. Okay, bitte aufhören means to stop. It's a separable verb. Aufhören. Okay, we'll just add it here so you have it just for the notes. Aufhören means to stop. Aufhören, also to quit. Bitte hör auf zu rauchen. Please stop smoking. Okay. let's answer, okay, das mache ich. Okay, oder okay, ich höre auf. Okay, I stop. It was so easy for some people. Also okay, ich höre auf. Okay, you can say, bitte hör auf zu rauchen, oder hier darf man nicht rauchen, bitte mach die Zigarette aus. Okay, so here it's not allowed to smoke here. Please, ausmachen is like to turn off the cigarette, or in English you wouldn't say it this way, but we say mach die Zigarette aus. Ausmachen, you can also say to turn off the light, das Licht ausmachen, for example, oder hier die Zigarette ausmachen. Okay, and then and then you can answer, okay, okay, mache ich, for example. Okay, mache ich. Okay, I'll do this. Okay, so we don't say ich mache, we don't say okay, ich mache, but okay, mache ich, if you just want to confirm something. Okay, the next one here, die Brieftasche, or Aktentasche, we could say it. So we could say, for example, bitte gib mir die Aktentasche. So please give it to me here. Bitte gib mir die Aktentasche. Okay, or you can say, what else could we say? Because it's not very obvious what they want. So bitte gib mir die Aktentasche. Okay, let's just say this one. Then you can say, hier bitte. Here you go, for example. Okay, the answers don't have to be too complicated here. Okay, hier bitte, or you can say, ja, hier bitte, oder nimm sie selbst. Nimm sie selbst, take it yourself. Nimm sie selbst. Sie ist mir zu schwer. So take it yourself, it's too heavy for me, for example. Okay, then here we have kind of loud music, probably. So we could say, mach bitte die Musik leiser. Please turn the music like lower. Turn it lower. Okay, mach bitte die Musik leiser. Okay, you can answer, tut mir leid, for example. Say yes, I'm sorry, tut mir leid. Or you can say, nein, ich mag es. No, ich mag laute Musik. So let's just say, nein, ich mag laute Musik. No, I like loud music. For example, there are of course tons of answers that you could say. Okay, I just read you some examples. Ja, tut mir leid. Yes, I'm sorry. Oder nein, ich mag laute Musik. No, I like loud music. Okay, so this is here the last page about the speaking exercise. So this is what it's going to look like. So you will be in the group asking each other questions and answering, and here you have to watch out for the subject. Always there are different subjects, and you need to be able to introduce.
Hello, in this chapter we are going to write a dictation. So I will read the Diktat, as we call it in German. I will read it to you, and this is very good for you to get used to the German pronunciation, to practice the spelling, and please make sure that you write nouns in capitals, for example. Okay, so let's try it. In the end of the video, at the end, you will see the dictation. Okay, then you can compare like whether you had any mistakes or what they were, for example. Okay, so I will always first read the whole sentence. I kept the sentences very short, actually, and I will just read each sentence twice. Okay, and you can always pause the video or play a certain sentence again as often as you like. Okay, so I will start with the dictation. Also, Kerstin ist Studentin. Punkt. Kerstin ist Studentin. Punkt. Punkt means dot, okay? Punkt means dot, and comma means comma, just like in English, okay? Sie studiert Physik. Punkt. Sie studiert Physik. Punkt. Nächstes Jahr beendet sie ihr Studium. Punkt. Nächstes Jahr beendet sie ihr Studium. Punkt. Sie ist 24 Jahre alt. Punkt. Sie ist 24 Jahre alt. Kerstin lebt bei ihren Eltern. Punkt. Kerstin lebt bei ihren Eltern. Der Vater heißt Peter und die Mutter heißt Anna. Punkt. Der Vater heißt Peter und die Mutter heißt Anna. Kerstin hat eine Schwester. Punkt. Kerstin hat eine Schwester. Sie heißt Claudia. Punkt. Sie heißt Claudia. Claudia geht noch in die Schule. Punkt. Claudia geht noch in die Schule. Sie hat aber auch noch einen Bruder. Punkt. Sie hat aber auch noch einen Bruder. Sein Name ist Benjamin. Sein Name ist Benjamin. Benjamin macht eine Ausbildung zum Verkäufer. Punkt. Benjamin macht eine Ausbildung zum Verkäufer. Punkt. Die ganze Familie lebt zusammen in Köln. Die ganze Familie lebt zusammen in Köln. Punkt. Okay, that was the dictation. And of course you can repeat it and listen to that again. Okay. On the next page now I will show you the dictation. So here you see the spelling. Okay, Kerstin ist Studentin, so you always have to write the nouns in capitals. Okay, Physik. Nächstes Jahr beendet sie ihr Studium. Okay, so here you see the entire dictation and you can compare and correct it now. And okay, so I hope you enjoyed this short video. And okay, so see you next time. Tschüss! Hallo und willkommen zur Endprüfung. So this chapter or this video is about the final exam. So we're going to have a final exam right now to test a few things or many things of what you have learned so far in this course. So let's have a look at the first exercise here, or the first subject. So here it's about the Präteritum. So first of all, the question is, wann benutzen wir das Präteritum? Which means, when do we use the Präteritum? Maybe you can think about it. And I hope you remember when we use the Präteritum. Maybe you can think about it. And yeah, so you can pause it also to take some time to think. I will tell you when to use it or what that actually is, the Präteritum. It's the past tense, and we use it most of the time for written language. Okay. The other one, which is perfect. Do you remember what we use the other one for? Yeah, the other one is for spoken language. Okay, this is the major difference between those two. Präteritum we also use when we speak, if we talk about, for example, a sequence of actions that happened in the past, or we have to report something, for example. But the main difference between Präteritum and perfect is that we use Präteritum for the written language and perfect for the spoken language. And here we have two verbs, haben und sein, which we most of the time use in the Präteritum, even if we speak, that are typically or usually used in the Präteritum. So first, the first exercise, the first thing you have to do is to conjugate the verb lernen, which means to learn, in the Präteritum, okay? And here we also have the verbs haben und sein. You also have to conjugate them. So I hope you remember how to do this. You can pause the video right now and do this exercise and conjugate these three verbs, okay? You can pause it on the next, in the next slide. I will show the answers. So here are the answers. So ich lernte, as you see here, the endings, ich lernte, du lerntest, er, sie, es lernte, wir lernten, ihr lerntet und sie lernten. Okay, and here the conjugation, ich hatte, du hattest, er, sie, es hatte, wir hatten, ihr hattet und sie hatten. Und ich war, du warst, er, sie, es war, wir waren, ihr wart und sie waren. Okay, this is the conjugation of these three verbs in the Präteritum. Okay. Then on the next page we have a little vocabulary test. So here it's about das Wetter. Do you remember what that word means? Das Wetter means the weather. So there are some examples here, or some words and even short sentences, and you either have them written here in English or in German, so you just have to write the other language and do this vocabulary test. Okay, you can pause the video again and do this exercise, and on the next page I will show you the answers, okay, or the translations to all these words. Yeah, sorry. So here it is humid, es ist schwül. Make sure you pronounce it with the U, okay? Schwül means humid. Schwul with the normal U means gay, okay? So es ist schwül with an U, okay? Not saying es ist schwul, it's schwül, okay? Then es ist heiß, it is hot. To sweat, schwitzen, okay? Then I will just read you the German parts here. Es ist windig, der Sturm, der Regen. Es ist Winter, der Schnee, es regnet, es ist kalt, es schneit, die Wolke. Okay, good. So on the next page we have Possessivartikel. So here you have English sentences. Now you have to translate them into German. Okay, so as you see here, that is my aunt. So what are Possessivartikel? Do you remember? This is if you say my, your, his, and theirs, and so on. Okay, that are the Possessivartikel. There was a chapter about that. So I hope you studied the vocabulary also, and so you can pause this video again and do this exercise, and when you are finished you can continue watching this video, because on the next page I will show you the answers again. Okay, so yeah, wie sagt man das auf Deutsch? Yeah, how do you say this in German? Let's see, Lösungen. So here you have the German sentences. That is my aunt. Das ist meine Tante. Meine with an E at the end because Tante is female, right? Meine because Onkel is masculine. Meine because Tür is female. Sein because Wasser is neutral, okay? Hilft seiner Mutter. Here you have an ER at the end because it's in the dative, okay? Because helfen, to help, is a dative verb, okay? Whoever receives the help is the dative object in the sentence. So hilft seiner Mutter. Sie antworten ihren Schülern. It's the same here. Antworten is also a dative verb, okay? So whoever receives the answer is the dative object. So ihren Schülern. Don't forget, in the dative plural you have to add an additional N here. Okay, that's why we have Schülern. Then the next one, that are his houses. Das sind seine Häuser. Häuser in the plural, that's why we have an E. Das sind seine Häuser. You are eating your cake. Du isst deinen Kuchen. Maybe you can think about which grammatical case that is here. Yeah, okay, so ist comes from essen. Essen is irregular. Whatever we eat is the accusative object. That's why we have der Kuchen is masculine. So we have to say deinen Kuchen. Okay, this is all here. Das ist meine Tante. This is all just in the nominative. Okay, das ist meine Tante. This is mein Onkel. The same. Ich sehe meine Tür. Which grammatical case is that? Maybe you can think about it. Yeah, sehen is also an accusative verb, so whatever we see is the accusative object. That's why the door is the accusative object here. Okay, trinkt sein Wasser. Trinken, it's also an accusative verb. Whatever we drink is the accusative object, so sein Wasser is the accusative object. Okay, good. So on the next page we have welche welche Präpositionen benutzt man mit dem Akkusativ oder Dativ. So we have here a few prepositions. Now you have to decide which preposition is used in the accusative, which in the dative. Okay, I hope you remember these chapters about accusative and dative, and now you have to distinguish which grammatical case is used with which preposition. Okay, I hope you also remember what these words actually mean. Maybe we go through the first through the meaning of those words. So durch, do you remember what that means? That means through. Mit, with, für, for, von, from, seit, since and for, it means both. Ohne, without, by usually means at somebody's place, by, or like near a certain place, but most of the time we use it to say at somebody's place. Und gegen means against. Okay, so now please do this exercise and try to remember which preposition is used in which grammatical case, and on the next page I will show you the answers. Okay, So here you have the answer, so durch with the accusative, mit with the dative, and so on. Okay, so this is the answer or the answers to this exercise. So on the next chapter we have Modalverben. Ordne die Sätze. It means put the right order into the sentences. Okay, ordne die Sätze. So Modalverben, I hope you remember what the Modalverben or modal verbs are. Here you actually have all modal verbs. Okay, wollen, möchten, and so on. I also hope that you remember what they mean. Let's maybe go through the meaning. So wollen, what does that mean? Yeah, it means to want. Möchte, here it's conjugated, the infinitive is möchten. Yeah, what does that mean? So would like to. Sollst comes from sollen, it means, what does that mean in English? It's shall. Dürft comes from dürfen. Yeah, that means may or be allowed to. Müssen is must. Kann comes from können, to can. And here again we have möchten, okay, would like to. So, as you see, wir nach Berlin fliegen wollen. So, what is the right word order here? Okay, if the word starts with a capital, so it means it's the first word of the sentence. So, I hope you remember the sentence structure if you use modal verbs. Yeah, what would that be? I will not tell you. Try to do this exercise, okay? And you can pause the video and do this exercise, and I will go to the next page and show you the answers, okay? So here we have the answers. Wir wollen nach Berlin fliegen. So remember with the modal verbs, you put the modal verb in the second position, conjugated, and at the end comes the second verb in the infinitive form. Okay, so wir wollen nach Berlin fliegen, Herr Berg möchte schlafen, du sollst deine Hausaufgaben machen, ich kann Klavier spielen, sie möchte ein Buch schreiben. The last one, I tried to trick you here. It's exactly, it was correct. Like here, the word order in the exercise, sie möchte ein Buch schreiben. That is the correct word order here. Okay. So as you see here, sie möchte ein Buch schreiben. Good. So let's go to the next page. And here we have a very good exercise. Here you have to decide what the accusative and what the dative object is in the sentence. Okay. So here you have a few, I will just show you the sentences here. Ich trinke Apfelschorle mit meiner Cousine, for example. So here you have to decide what the subject is or what the accusative is and what the dative is. Like if there's a dative, for example, maybe there is no dative, maybe there's no accusative. So I hope right now you will be able to distinguish which word is in which grammatical case. Okay, so please do this exercise, and on the next page I will explain to you which word is in which grammatical case. Okay, so you can pause the video, and when you are done with this exercise, we will move to the next page. Okay, watch out for the prepositions and for the verbs here. So here we have the answers, Lösungen. So accusative is red, dative is orange. Okay, so ich trinke Apfelschorle mit meiner Cousine. Trinken is an accusative verb, that's why Apfelschorle is the accusative object. Mit is a dative preposition, so whatever comes after that is in the dative. Die Cousine is female, and the dative you have to say meine Cousine. Er kauft ein Geschenk für seinen Bruder. Kaufen is an accusative verb. Whatever we buy is the accusative object, so ein Geschenk. Und für is also an accusative preposition. That's why brother or Bruder here is the accusative, the second accusative object. It's masculine. That's why we have to say seinen Bruder. Denn wir glauben euch diese Geschichte. Glauben is a dative verb. Whomever we believe is the dative object, and what we believe is the accusative object. That's why wir glauben euch. That sentence here means we believe you this story, and euch here is in the plural. Okay, so euch here in the plural is ihr in the nominative case, in the dative it's euch. Die Geschichte is female. That's why here it's diese Geschichte. Sie spricht über ihn bei ihren Eltern. So über here is used in the accusative case. Okay, I think it was not mentioned in the video because über is Wechselpräposition. You will learn it a little bit more a little bit closer in the A2 or more detailed in the A2 course. So here it's used in the accusative über ihn, so about him. Okay, er changes to ihn because here it's the accusative. Bei is a dative preposition, that's why it's bei ihren Eltern. Ihr braucht ein neues Haus. Brauchen is an accusative verb. That's why house is in the accusative. And it's das Haus, so we just keep it as ein neues Haus. Sie vertrauen ihren Freunden. Vertrauen means to trust. It's used in the dative. So they trust their friends. This is what it means here. Okay, Freundin. It's die Freunde in the plural, but since it's used in the dative plural, you have to add an additional N here. Okay, Eltern, here it's also in the dative, but Eltern has an N at the end anyways. It's die Eltern, also in the nominative case, and that's why we don't put a double N. Okay, if it has an N anyways, it just stays like that. We don't change anything. Okay, so I hope this explanation was good, and it's super important to be able to distinguish those grammatical cases from each other. Okay, later on you will see how important it is. And here we have just a few vocabulary. So Emotionen und Adjektive, this is about this video. So here you see German as well as English words again, and you have to write the translation down. Okay, so please pause this video and do this vocabulary test, and on the next page I will show you the answers. Okay, so let's go to the next page. So here you see reich, rich, hungry, hungrig. It was hungry, is hungrig here, okay. Sad, traurig, gastfreundlich, hospitable. Smart is schlau und klug. We actually also say smart. We also sometimes say that. Okay, caring, fürsorglich und liebevoll. You can use both words. Patient, geduldig, healthy, gesund, bored, gelangweilt, deaf, taub, streng, strict, entspannt, relaxed, addicted, süchtig und busy, beschäftigt. Okay, so that are the words of the translations. Good, so that was the Endprüfung. In case you have some gaps, please repeat the subjects that where you felt that you had some difficulties. If not otherwise, I'm very happy if you passed the test and without any struggles. And if you pass that, I would say that that you can move on with the A2 level if you like. Okay, so dann weiterhin noch viel Erfolg und tschüss.
Hello and welcome to the very last video of this A1 course. So I just wanted to take some time to congratulate you that you really made it until the very end of this course. You can be really proud of you, and I'm very proud of you too. Thank you also for choosing to study German with me. I hope you enjoyed this course and that you learned a lot also. And so maybe we will see each other in one of my other courses. And so I wish you all the best. Alles Gute für dich. And dann viel Spaß und viel Erfolg noch. Und hoffentlich bis bald. Tschüss.